Chapter 1. Transmigration. As dawn broke, a gentle stir began to resonate through Osmanthus Alley. Several inhabitants had already risen to prepare for a day of toil. Osmanthus Alley was home to a modest number of households, predominantly comprised of workers employed in various shops, most of whom arose with the early light. At that moment, a door creaked open, revealing a boy of 7 or 8 years. Peering cautiously outside, he extended his hand, his sleeves notably short, exposing his excessively slender wrists. A few hurried passers-by, en route to their labor, glimpsed the boy and felt a pang of sympathy. One individual even pressed a steamed bun into his hands, saying, "Have a bite to fill your stomach otherwise. How will you sustain yourself throughout the day?" The boy hesitated to refuse, yet the person had already moved on, leaving him no choice but to retract his hand. With a slight pursing of his lips, he turned back into the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, emerged with half a bun, quickly devouring it in a few bites before shutting the door. Behind him, the boy sprinted away, anxious to avoid being reprimanded by his teacher for tardiness. Inside the house, Jiaojiao, feeling utterly despondent, opened her eyes in disbelief. She never anticipated that she would find herself within the pages of a novel. Most troubling of all, she had assumed the role of a villainous stepmother. She had overheard the commotion in the yard, but was too overwhelmed by her predicament to muster the will to move. What a wretched fate this was! She, a lifestyle blogger with 1 million followers, had inexplicably transmigrated into a tale of a pampered wife. Jiaojiao abruptly sat up, recalling the grim fate that awaited the villainous stepmother. The villain had endured relentless abuse from her stepmother in her youth, ultimately succumbing to madness, and upon gaining power, her first act was to flay her stepmother alive. A shiver coursed through Jiaojiao. Would jumping into a well allow her to return to the modern world? While homicide was also a crime in ancient times, those wielding power often regarded human life as insignificant. The future villain would rise to become a formidable minister, and ending a life would be as effortless as a mere whim. She felt a profound sense of despair. Although the villain faced a bleak outcome for opposing the protagonists, she herself would be long gone before that. Yet, the villain was still a child. Was there still hope for redemption? The original family was modestly affluent, with the maternal side operating a sundry shop. She had married the villain's father as a gesture of gratitude for saving her life. During a visit to a shrine, she encountered a rogue and was powerless to resist until the villain's father arrived just in time to rescue her. After deliberation, her family decided that her reputation was tarnished, and thus, she was to marry the villain's father as a means of repaying the debt of gratitude. At least the villain's father was a constable, a figure of some repute. From the moment of their marriage, however, he had been dispatched on an extended assignment and had yet to return. Suddenly thrust into the role of a stepmother to 2 children, the original protagonist's spirits were naturally low, leading her to be quite harsh with the 2 young ones. Afterward, when the villainous father was at home, she could maintain a facade, but in his absence, he would resort to hitting and scolding. This moment, they had only recently wed, and the villainous father had departed on a distant journey. The urgency of the situation was palpable, as they had not even consummated their marriage before he hastily left. Meanwhile, the original owner, in a foul mood, had already scolded the 2 children multiple times. Jiaojiao felt a darkness envelop her, trembling as she rose to her feet. Was it still possible for her to remedy the situation? She opened the door, and the girl playing in the courtyard turned to look at her. The little pigtails on her head were askew, clearly indicating that the person who had styled her hair was not adept at it. The girl was playing in the mud, her face smeared with dirt, and her clothes were drenched in muddy water. Jiaojiao's heart sank further at the sight. As someone with a slight aversion to dirt, she found it unbearable to witness such a filthy state. She forced a smile, striving to appear more amiable. "Hua, come here." Jing Xiaohua, the villain's sister and his Achilles heel, was also the young daughter of a rather unremarkable husband. Upon hearing Jiaojiao's call, Jing Xiaohua silently hid the mud behind her back, causing Jiaojiao to nearly faint. She could not suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth, opting instead to avert her gaze and head straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was exceedingly simple, so much so that it sent a chill through her. With a grown man accompanied by 2 children, one could hardly expect the kitchen to be kept pristine. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Jiaojiao rolled up her sleeves and commenced boiling water and tidying up. Thinking of the filthy little girl outside, she emptied the entire tub of water, boiling a substantial pot. The alley they resided in shared a well with the adjacent one. Typically, when the man was home, he would fetch the water, but in his absence, it was the little villain. Jing Hongyi who shouldered the task. This train of thought led Pu Jiaojiao to realize that the original owner had been rather unreasonable. The villain had become what he was due to being forced into a gloomy demeanor during his childhood. Ultimately, the heroine became his moonlight solely because he had been a child starved of affection throughout his formative years. Pu Jiaojiao sighed. Well, since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She refused to believe there was a problem she could not resolve. At the very least, she would not treat the villain as the original owner had, hoping that this would spare her from future retribution. With this thought, Pu Jiaojiao was invigorated. Her disposition had always been bright and optimistic. Otherwise, she would not have built a following of millions as a lifestyle blogger on her own. With the kitchen tidied and the water in the pot boiling, Pu Jiaojiao found a wooden basin in the storage room and took it to the courtyard. She picked up a bucket, preparing to fetch well water, as all the water had been heated, leaving the tub completely empty. Fortunately, the well was not far from the end of the alley. Before leaving, she cautioned Xiaohua repeatedly not to go outside, then took the bucket out. After taking a few steps, feeling uneasy, she locked the door. Throughout history, abductions have been rampant. Should an unseeing person attempt to snatch her child away, not only would Jing Hongyi resent her, but she herself would never forgive her actions. She now feels fortunate to be a lifestyle blogger. Having personally experienced everything otherwise, she might have struggled even with fetching water. However, her frail physique, having never engaged in any laborious tasks since childhood, limited her strength, allowing her to carry back only half a bucket of water. After attempting to lift a full bucket, she realized it was simply beyond her capabilities. Thankfully, the well was not far from her doorstep, and after several trips, she finally managed to fill the basin with a substantial amount of water. Even so, she emerged from the endeavor drenched in sweat. Jing Xiaohua, on the other hand, remained quite obedient, playing with the MUD. It was uncertain whether she was heeding Pu Jiaojiao's advice or if her brother had previously given her specific instructions. After washing the basin and preparing the water in the kitchen, Pu Jiaojiao finally picked up Jing Xiaohua, removing her clothes with ease. Jing Xiaohua appeared somewhat surprised, even devoid of any resistance, as Pu Jiaojiao undressed her and placed her in the wooden basin. Chapter 2. A large bowl of wontons. It was evident that the child had not bathed in quite some time, as Pu Jiaojiao gently rubbed her hands. She was able to dislodge a considerable amount of dust. However, this could be understood. One was a father, and the other a brother, and their care for a girl was somewhat lacking. Little Huahua was merely 3 years old, and as she grew older, the men would find it increasingly inconvenient to tend to her. After searching for a considerable time, Pu Jiaojiao finally unearthed a piece of soapwort. It was typically used by the men, and it was something she had brought along, though it had only been used for her own purposes, leaving the 2 children neglected. It took Pu Jiaojiao 5 thorough washes to finally create a lather in Huahua's hair, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, even then, the soapwort was not particularly effective. She resolved to take the time later to craft some soap for herself, which could also be sold at her family shop, thus contributing to her modest savings. After bathing little Huahua, Pu Jiaojiao wrapped her up and placed her in her own room. She shared a space with her thrifty husband, while the 2 children occupied another. Upon searching, she found the children's clothing woefully inadequate, and it was clear that the garments were not suitable. She couldn't help but shake her head. While it was understandable that a stepmother might be neglectful, how could their biological father be so unreliable? With great effort, she managed to gather a set of clothes for little Huahua. Reflecting on the items she had brought as part of her dowry, she planned to rummage through them later to see if she could fashion 2 outfits for the children. It was not out of sheer goodwill, but rather a deep-seated inability to overlook their plight. Although she had never raised children herself, having grown up in an orphanage, she had cared for younger siblings to some extent, making her familiar with tending to children. Moreover, children without mothers were indeed pitiable. Having experienced the absence of parental love herself, she empathized profoundly. Despite having achieved career success in her previous life, Pu Jiaojiao harbored a longing for a home that surpassed that of anyone else. It was the most beautiful dream for all the children in the orphanage. Little Huahua's face was now scrubbed clean and radiant. Although she appeared malnourished, her inherent beauty was unmistakable. It was no wonder that she would later become the bane of the antagonist. For this little sister's sake, many had met their demise at the hands of the villain. Having seated little Huahua obediently on the bed, Pu Jiaojiao quickly retreated to the kitchen to wash herself. She had always been fastidious about cleanliness, and the sweat from earlier had made her feel quite uncomfortable. Her long hair, well-maintained and lustrous, was soon washed as she cradled little Huahua in her arms and ventured outside to bask in the sun, allowing her hair to dry. One could say that ancient customs were cumbersome. Little Huahua, being a small child with short hair, dried quickly in the sun due to her malnutrition. However, Pu Jiaojiao's hair would take considerably longer to dry. Nonetheless, she kept herself busy by taking a comb to little Huahua's hair, engaging her in light conversation. Perhaps it was the warmth and gentleness with which Pu Jiaojiao had washed her earlier that had eased little Huahua's fear. She even voiced her hunger to Pu Jiaojiao. How could she not be hungry? Since their father had left, the two children had scarcely eaten a proper meal. The original owner had always ventured out alone to procure food, never considering the well-being of the two. Pu Jiaojiao felt a twinge of guilt and, noticing that her hair was nearly dry, casually gathered it into a makeshift bun. She then styled Jing Xiaohua's hair into little pigtails before embracing her and stepping outside. Upon exiting the alley and turning a corner, they found themselves on a bustling street, adorned with shops and stalls. Pu Jiaojiao gently set Jing Xiaohua down and took her hand, leading her to a wonton stall. By this time, it was approaching noon, and the wonton shop was relatively empty. After inquiring, she ordered a large bowl of wontons, intending to share it with Jing Xiaohua. The wonton wrappers were thin and the filling abundant, each piece glistening in the bowl. Despite her own stomach growling in anticipation, she first filled a bowl for Xiaohua, letting it cool before feeding her. "I can eat by myself. I always eat alone," Jing Xiaohua said, her big eyes shimmering as drool escaped her lips. The aroma was delightful, far more enticing than the buns her brother had offered her that morning. Observing Jing Xiaohua's enthousiasme, Pu Jiaojiao relented, confirming her ability to eat independently before handing her a soup spoon. Once she saw Xiaohua successfully cooling the wontons before taking a bite, she felt reassured. She too savored a wonton, the exquisite flavor instantly whetting her appetite. The two, one large and one small, polished off the entire bowl of wontons with great delight. After their meal, Pu Jiaojiao took Jing Xiaohua to the market for groceries. At this hour, it was somewhat inappropriate to shop for vegetables, as many farmers had already sold their produce and returned home. However, Pu Jiaojiao's primary aim was not vegetables, but rather meat. The meat stalls were still operating, and the vendor recognized Pu Jiaojiao, having often seen her purchasing meat for her family. "Ah, Miss Pu here for some meat?" he greeted warmly. "Uncle Rome, I'm looking to buy some meat and bones," she replied with a smile, noticing that the selection was sparse, mostly sold out to early risers. However, large bones and some pig offal remained, items typically overlooked by shoppers. Upon hearing that Pu Jiaojiao wished to have the offal wrapped up, Uncle Rome was momentarily taken aback, as it was usually purchased only for feeding dogs. Nevertheless, he didn't press further, as offal was inexpensive, and he bundled it for her. After the customers departed, his wife emerged from the back, unable to suppress her surprise. She remarked, "Who would have thought that now, even after marrying, she still seeks out offal?" In the past, Pu Jiaojiao would not have even glanced at such things. However, the events surrounding her had stirred much discussion, as the children of the neighborhood had witnessed her misfortunes and felt a sense of pity. Fortunately, Jing, the head of the household, had taken responsibility by proposing marriage. The only downside was that she instantly became a stepmother to two children. It is often said that stepmothers face hardships, and they had heard whispers of the children crying from hunger at Jing's home. Initially, they felt a twinge of sympathy, thinking that since the marriage had occurred, they should live harmoniously, as the children were innocent. If she truly had no desire to marry, Why agree in the first place? However, seeing Pu Jiaojiao out with Jing's little girl today led them to believe she might have found her footing and was willing to embrace her role as a mother. Being neighbors, they felt a sense of happiness for the two children. The presence of a woman in the household undeniably brings about a distinct atmosphere. Pu Jiaojiao took Jing Xiaohua to the grain store, where they had rice and flour delivered to their home, along with some yellow beans, green beans, and white sugar. Before returning home, the bowl of wontons they had earlier constituted their lunch, leaving both of them quite satisfied. Pu Jiaojiao did not allow Jing Xiaohua to retreat to her own room. Instead, she held her close, and they shared a peaceful afternoon nap in their shared room. Jing Hongyi rushed home, his heart heavy with concern for his sister, fearing that she might feel frightened alone, and even more so that the woman would take out her frustrations on his sister in his absence. With a loud crash, he flung open the door, and Jing Hongyi was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 3. The plump Baozi the sun was still lingering in the sky as Jing Xiaohua sat in the courtyard, munching on a plump Baozi. She was startled when her brother burst through the door, but quickly brightened, her eyes squinting with joy. "Brother, come eat." Hearing the commotion, Pu Jiaojiao stepped out and noticed Jing Hongyi watching her with evident wariness, a reaction she had anticipated. However, she refrained from offering extensive explanations, instead directing him to the basin and the soap pod, reminding him to wash his hands before dining. She was certain that the dirt rubbed off Jing Xiaohua would not go unnoticed by Jing Hongyi. After her instructions, Pu Jiaojiao returned to the kitchen, while Jing Xiaohua eagerly tugged at her brother, urging him, "Brother, wash your hands, it's time to eat." With a cautious demeanor, Jing Hongyi washed his hands and took his sister into the kitchen. It was then he realized that the subtle aroma from the courtyard had intensified within the kitchen. He remained oblivious to Pu Jiaojiao's intentions, but he sensed that she was not a benevolent character. Otherwise, she would not have behaved as she did after their father's departure. Unbeknownst to Jing Hongyi, Pu Jiaojiao was completely unaware of his thoughts. She was busy fishing out the well-cooked pig intestines from the pot, the fragrance becoming increasingly irresistible. The intestines were exceptionally tender, falling apart at the slightest touch of chopsticks. Her earlier efforts of washing them with flour, despite her mild aversion to dirt, had not been in vain. Her love for culinary delights was too profound to ignore. "Stop standing there idly. Come and help serve the dishes for dinner," Pu Jiaojiao instructed. She considered her approach, realizing she did not need to overly appease the antagonists. Her treatment of them mirrored her care for the children at the orphanage. "You may choose not to do certain things, but you must be capable of doing them," she reasoned, particularly noting that Jing Hongyi, at 7 or 8 years old, was no longer a mere child. It was unreasonable to expect him to abstain from responsibilities entirely, and she could not indulge such behavior. Initially apprehensive, Jing Hongyi felt a sense of calm wash over him upon hearing Pu Jiaojiao's request for assistance. He silently accepted the plate filled with baozi and the aromatic pig intestines, swallowing hard, the enticing scent overwhelming him. He was familiar with pig offal, but his past experiences had been marred by their foul stench. Never had he encountered such a delightful aroma that made him yearn to eat instead of repulse him. Each person had a bowl of porridge in front of them. Jing Xiaohua's bowl held only half a serving. Having already consumed a large baozi, Pu Jiaojiao was concerned that she might overeat and feel discomfort later in the evening. Jing Hongyi observed Pu Jiaojiao softly conversing with her sister, a gentle warmth illuminating his features that he had never witnessed before. For a moment, he found himself in a daze. How could a mere visit to the school have transformed her so? "Let us dine," Pu Jiaojiao suggested, being mindful of the little ones at home. She refrained from adding excessive chili to the marinated dishes, resulting in only a hint of spiciness. However, the pig intestines were simply irresistible, and one bite led to another. She was cautious not to let Jing Xiaohua indulge too much, encouraging her instead to eat half a bun after a few pieces. The buns were thin-skinned and generously filled, made from pork and greens. Although the greens tended to release moisture, when mixed with the pork, they balanced beautifully, preventing any dryness. A bun the size of a fist was enough for Pu Jiaojiao, yet Jing Hongyi had a hearty appetite. Nevertheless, he hesitated to overindulge. even pondering whether this woman might have poisoned the food. He chose to watch her eat first before gradually picking up a bun. The moment he took a bite, he was utterly astonished and couldn't resist taking another. The flavor of her bun surpassed that of the half he had consumed earlier that morning. Unable to contain himself, he devoured 3 in quick succession. Even the pig offal was delectable. He found himself unable to stop eating, marveling at how this woman had achieved such extraordinary flavors. However, upon noticing her pause in eating, he refrained from consuming more, fearing she might find a reason to chastise him. Surprisingly, she had not scolded them thus far and had even prepared a meal, leaving him to wonder what other surprises she might have in store. He couldn't help but lick his lips, savoring the exquisite taste of her cooking. Seeing Jing Hongyi refrain from taking more buns, Pu Jiaojiao assumed he was full. She casually inquired, "What time did you rise this morning, and when did you go to school?" Jing Hongyi, who studied at the academy, was accustomed to rising early. She contemplated preparing breakfast for him before his classes. Uncertain of her intentions, he paused for a moment before replying, "At the hour of the rabbit." The hour of the rabbit? Pu Jiaojiao calculated the time, realizing it was around 5 or 6 in the morning. The ancient scholars truly were diligent. She wondered if she could manage to rise that early the following day. Such an hour seemed brutal. With an awkward smile, she hesitated, not wanting to appear unkind, but the thought of waking up at such an hour felt overwhelming. Initially, she considered allowing Jing Hongyi to reheat the buns himself, but upon seeing his youthful and innocent face, she chose to swallow her words. "Never mind, there's no need for child labor. It's not easy for a child to rise early for school. I shall endure the hardship. At worst, I can catch up on sleep once Jing Hongyi has left." With the heat from the steamer still radiating from the buns, Pu Jiaojiao poured a little hot water for herself and Jing Shaohua to wash up. They had both bathed earlier, so a simple wipe down would suffice for the evening. However, Jing Hongyi would require a bath. "You can manage it, can't you? Make sure to wash thoroughly and use the soap pods, understood?" Pu Jiaojiao admonished with concern. Jing Hongyi felt a blush creeping to his ears. "I understand. I can wash myself." Even as he sat in the wooden tub, he felt a bit dazed, perplexed by how circumstances had shifted so dramatically. He glanced at the soap pods resting on the stool. Clearly, they belonged to that woman. With a slight pursing of his lips, he meticulously cleaned himself. In the past, he had wished to bathe, but aside from his father, who could help by heating water, he had to rely on cold water. Fortunately, the weather was not too chilly, allowing him to manage with the cold. However, he refrained from using cold water for his sister, considering her delicate nature. Upon seeing her today, her hair was tousled, and her little face was clean, clearly indicating she had bathed. This woman seemed somewhat transformed. After Jing Hongyi finished his bath, he tidied his soiled clothes. And as he approached the woman's room, he heard her laughter, mixed with his sister's delightful giggles. He knocked on the door and, upon hearing her invite him in, he pushed open the door. "I'm here to take Shaohua back to sleep." Jing Hongyi intended to carry his sister, but to his surprise, Jing Shaohua not only refused to reach for him, but instead nestled behind the woman, revealing only her small head. Pu Jiaojiao, with a cheerful smile, ruffled Jing Shaohua's hair, saying, "Shaohua will sleep with me tonight. You have to rise early for school tomorrow, don't you? Just leave her here." Initially filled with concern, he gazed at his sister's flushed face, pressed his lips together, and concealed his worry as he exited the room. Chapter 4. Millet porridge. Jing Hongyi opened his eyes promptly. He was inherently a disciplined child, especially in his father's absence, as he needed to rise early to ensure his sister was settled. Most of the time, he entrusted her to the care of Mrs. Ling next door. However, after his father remarried, he could only leave his sister at home while attending the academy. Although it made him anxious, his sister was usually quite well-behaved, enduring only minor hunger pangs. Yet yesterday, his stepmother seemed to have undergone a transformation. Jing Hongyi quietly opened the door to wash up, fearful of waking his stepmother, who had a tendency to be irritable in the mornings and would scold them mercilessly if disturbed. While he was indifferent to her reprimands, few would appreciate starting the day with a scolding. His sister was currently in their stepmother's room, making it inconvenient for him to visit. He could only silently pray that she would be obedient and not cry upon waking without him. He ventured into the kitchen, intending to heat some water for a warm drink before heading out. With the weather turning colder, cold water was becoming unbearable, and he might go the whole day without a proper meal, so a warm drink would be comforting. Furthermore, if he prepared hot water, perhaps their stepmother would scold his sister a little less. Upon entering the kitchen, the steamy warmth caused Jing Hongyi to momentarily stiffen as he incredulously observed the woman bustling about the stove. Pu Jiaojiao turned and, spotting him at the door, flashed a smile. "The water is ready. You can scoop some cold water from the tub to mix with it, then brush your teeth and wash your face. Come back for breakfast soon." Groggy and somewhat dazed, Jing Hongyi followed her instructions, still processing everything. It was only when the heat from the kitchen enveloped him again that he awkwardly lowered his head. Pu Jiaojiao, oblivious to Jing Hongyi's discomfort, swiftly placed a bowl of millet porridge and 3 meat buns on the table. "Eat first. You want to be back for lunch, will you? I prepared a lunchbox for you to take when you leave." The academy should indeed have a place for warm meals, especially since the weather remains somewhat chilly. Food cools quickly in such conditions, and it is preferable to have it heated to avoid any discomfort from eating cold dishes. Pu Jiaojiao, having made this observation, paid little mind to the slightly dazed Jing Hongyi. She extinguished the fire at the stove and added, "I shall take a short nap. Please remember to close the door when you leave." Jing Hongyi, pursing his lips, watched as Pu Jiaojiao yawned and departed the kitchen without a backward glance. Before him lay a steaming bowl of millet porridge and 3 large buns left over from yesterday's meal. The golden porridge appeared particularly fragrant and inviting, while the buns were plump and no different from the previous day. Taking a bite of the bun, he found it as delicious as he remembered. The rising steam obscured Jing Hongyi's features for a moment before he lowered his head again, taking hearty bites of the bun. After Pu Jiaojiao returned, she naturally snuggled back with a sweet, soft little girl, drifting off to sleep once more. When she finally woke, she took Jing Xiaohua to eat before leading her out to the market to buy groceries. Leaving Jing Xiaohua alone at home would surely cause worry. Hence, she decided to keep her by her side. Now in early autumn, the prickly cucumbers were at their freshest, freshly picked and glistening with moisture. Their small yellow flowers blooming perfectly just at the tail end of the cucumber harvest. Upon seeing the cucumbers, Pu Jiaojiao immediately thought of pickled cucumbers. Her pickled cucumbers were tangy, spicy, and slightly sweet, making for the perfect side dish, one she had always adored in her past life. With the freshly harvested cucumbers before her, she could not let this opportunity slip by. However, upon examining the condiments at home, she found them nearly non-existent, and even the essential cooking utensils were lacking, leaving only some basic tools. It was evident that her husband had been quite careless in his culinary endeavors, which explained why the 2 children appeared rather frail. Nevertheless, the original owner's family ran a grocery store, and she intended to purchase some vegetables before returning home to acquire the necessities for daily life. It was essential to equip oneself with the tools needed for smooth functioning in life. After buying some fresh vegetables, she turned to the pork stall to have a few ribs chopped, before heading home with Jing Xiaohua to drop off the items. "Hua Hua, would you like to visit your maternal grandparents?" Throughout the journey, Jing Xiaohua was exceptionally well behaved, holding Pu Jiaojiao's hand tightly. This made Pu Jiaojiao's heart soften as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the light sweat from the girl's forehead. "Are you tired? If so, you can wait at home for your mother. I can go alone." Seeing Jing Xiaohua's rosy little face, she felt a pang of reluctance. Jing Xiaohua grasped Pu Jiaojiao's fingers and shook her head, insisting she was not tired and wanted to accompany her mother. There was a hint of unease in her expression that made Pu Jiaojiao's heart ache even more. "All right, then Hua Hua can stay with mother. If you feel tired, I will carry you." With this decision made, Pu Jiaojiao did not linger any longer and led Jing Xiaohua onto another street. The maternal home was not far away. After all, both were within the same city, so it could not be too distant. Just 2 streets over was the grocery store run by the Pu family. The grocery store owned by the Pu family may not be large, yet it boasts a commendable variety of goods. From a distance, Pu Jiaojiao spotted her grandfather seated at the entrance, engaged in conversation with those around him. With the memories of her predecessor now in her possession, she felt no estrangement towards her family. Moreover, her family had lavished great affection upon her predecessor, which instilled in her a deep envy for such familial bonds, an emotion she had never experienced in her previous life. "Ah, old Pooh, your girl has returned," exclaimed a keen observer, quickly noticing Pooh Jiaojiao holding the hand of a child. Pooh Donglai, upon seeing the approaching figures, hurriedly stood up. He had sensed that his daughter must be upset with the family, especially since she had not returned home. They had little choice. Their daughter had lost her reputation and good name, which was why they reluctantly agreed to let her take on the role of a stepmother. Surely, they understood the challenges that came with such a position, and their hearts ached with the pain of it. Ultimately, it was their beloved Jiaojiao who suffered, and while the ruffians responsible had been apprehended, it did little to relieve his bitterness. Yet now, observing his daughter holding the hand of her step-granddaughter, Pooh Donglai felt a surge of anxiety. "Father, Uncle Du," Pooh Jiaojiao greeted, her thoughts untroubled. The middle-aged man, smiling warmly, replied, "Jiaojiao, you've finally returned. Your father has been fretting about you for ages. You two catch up. I shall tend to my shop," he added, referring to Uncle Du, whose fabric store was conveniently located next to Pooh Donglai's grocery. Pooh Jiaojiao often visited his shop for fabric, appreciating the reasonable prices. "All right, I shall visit Uncle Du's shop shortly for some fabric," she said, confidently leading Jing Xiaohua as they entered the grocery store. She cast a curious glance at her father, who stood awkwardly at the door. "Father, why aren't you coming in?" Ah, Pooh Donglai responded hastily, his eyes reddening as he stepped inside. He rubbed his hands together, gazing at Pooh Jiaojiao with a mix of eagerness and concern. "My daughter, why have you come? Is there something amiss? Are you suggesting that I cannot return if all is well?" Pooh Jiaojiao replied with a smile, gently patting Jing Xiaohua's head and encouraging her to sit on a nearby stool. Obediently, Jing Xiaohua settled down and took out a piece of candy Pooh Jiaojiao had just bought her, savoring the fragrant osmanthus-flavored treat that made her eyes narrow with delight. "That is not what I meant, dear father," Pooh Donglai said, feeling a bit embarrassed and somewhat aggrieved as he looked at Pooh Jiaojiao, tears welling in his eyes. "My precious Jiaojiao, I never intended for this to happen, nor did I wish to marry you off to a man with a past. If only I had the means, I would never allow you to endure such a hardship." Pooh Jiaojiao, momentarily taken aback by her father's emotional display, stared at him in astonishment as he wept unabashedly. "You old rascal, are you wailing like a banshee? Why the tears?" Suddenly, a voice erupted from the back of the yard, loud enough to rattle the roof. No sooner had the words been spoken than a woman burst through the door with great urgency, her presence commanding attention. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a somewhat worn but elegant lake blue cotton jacket, which, while not made of silk or satin, was impeccably starched and neatly tailored. The sleeves were deftly rolled up, revealing a hint of a delicate white lining beneath. On her head, she wore a matching cotton headscarf, meticulously arranged, concealing any stray hairs and exuding an aura of vitality. This woman possessed striking features. In her youth, she must have been a beauty, though the lines on her face now hinted at the passage of time. Yet, her spirited demeanor was more pronounced than ever. With her hands placed firmly on her hips, she stood there like a firecracker poised to explode. Just as she was about to tug at Pooh Donglai's ear, her gaze fell upon Pooh Jiaojiao, who stood nearby, instantly dousing her ire and reddening her eyes. "Why are you here?" she inquired coldly. "I didn't see you return after your visit. It has been many days. Did you come back now?" The woman was none other than the protagonist's mother, known as Qiao Shenyang. Qiao Shenyang was renowned for her spirited nature, yet she had married a man of gentle disposition. Their lives together had been mutually affectionate, raising children with joy. They had once envisioned a future filled with harmony, sons marrying and daughters finding their own homes. However, fate had dealt a cruel hand. Their daughter had encountered a scoundrel while out paying her respects, and the situation had spiraled downward since. Their daughter had married, but had not even returned for a visit, revealing her resentment towards her parents. Despite her fiery temperament, Qiao Shenyang's heart was heavy with concern for her children, and this distress had even affected her health. The daughter's bitterness made them hesitant to inquire too deeply, for although the two families lived in proximity, Jiaojiao had wed a constable, and as ordinary folk, they held a certain trepidation towards those in authority. Little did they expect that after a few days, Pu Jiaojiao would return, albeit alone and accompanied by an unwanted burden. Qiao Xinyang's expression abruptly shifted as she scrutinized Pu Jiaojiao. "Has Captain Jing mistreated you? Has he given you a hard time?" she queried, disbelief evident in her tone. "How else could you have returned alone?" Despite her apprehension of the authorities, Qiao Xinyang was determined to seek justice for her daughter. With a stern countenance, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the situation, but Pu Donglai quickly intervened, his eyes brimming with tears. "Please don't rush. Let us hear what our daughter has to say," he urged gently. After a moment of coaxing, Qiao Xinyang reluctantly lowered her sleeves, still simmering with indignation. Pu Jiaojiao cleared her throat. "I have come to purchase some items. It was not my intention to neglect my visit. On the day of our wedding, he was called away on duty and did not return. I thought it inappropriate to come back alone, not knowing how our neighbors would perceive it. I intended to wait for him to return before coming back. Little did I know he would be away for such an extended period. I couldn't just wait indefinitely. And since I needed to buy some things, I thought I would return home for a visit." Upon hearing her daughter's explanation, Qiao Xinyang finally regained her composure. With reddened eyes, she gently patted Pu Jiaojiao. "Even if you couldn't come back, you should have sent a message. Your father and I have been restless with worry." Though Qiao Sanyang's words were sharp, her tone was imbued with genuine concern. This tender demeanor softened Pu Jiaojiao's heart, a girl who had never known a mother's love. She took a couple of steps toward Qiao Sanyang, gently tugging at her sleeve and murmuring, "Mother, is my fault. After that incident some time ago, I have been feeling quite despondent. Now that I am married, my husband has been called away on official business overnight, and I found myself at a loss for what to do, drifting aimlessly for a while. It is only now that I have gathered my spirits to come back and check on you. I worry about both you and father." Before Qiao Sanyang could respond, Pu Donglai began to weep again. As a father, he could not hold his daughter, but repeatedly wiped his tears with his sleeve. "My poor Jiaojiao, it is all my fault as a father. I am powerless and useless. Had I known to visit you sooner, it would have spared you such worry." His heartfelt lament moved Pu Jiaojiao, causing her eyes to glisten with tears. The original owner of this body was truly fortunate to have such loving parents, and she could not fathom why life had been so difficult for them. However, now they were her parents, and she reveled in their affection, vowing to honor them well in the future. Qiao Sanyang held back her frustration, but the vein on her forehead throbbed as she finally yelled, "Old man Pu, no more crying. If you continue, I shall smash that jar of wine you have hidden away." Suddenly silenced, Pu Donglai covered his mouth, his eyes wide with indignation as he glared at Qiao Sanyang. Pu Jiaojiao blinked and, for some inexplicable reason, burst into laughter. This pair of parents was indeed amusing. Observing Pu Jiaojiao's beaming demeanor, Qiao Sanyang and Pu Donglai felt a twinge of shyness. Clearing her throat, Qiao Sanyang finally spoke, "Since you have returned, we shall have lunch at home. However, it is rather unfortunate that your brother has gone out to procure supplies and has yet to return." "That's fine. I shall return again in the future." "Are you saying that you do not welcome me back?" Pu Jiaojiao felt a warmth in her heart and jested with her parents. "How can we not welcome you? Your father would be delighted if you returned every day." Pu Donglai quickly replied, wiping his eyes vigorously and breaking into a smile. "Did you not mention needing to buy some things? Just take whatever you require. Your father speaks wisely. Even if you return daily, your parents would always welcome you. Just wait. I happen to see fish being sold on the street today. I shall go buy one and prepare braised fish for you." Qiao Sanyang declared as she spiritedly exited, initially contemplating a simple meal. Seeing her parents so joyous, Pu Jiaojiao ultimately swallowed her words. After all, they were family, and there was no need for such formality. She turned to Pu Donglai and began to discuss the items she needed. Chapter 6. Braised fish. Do not be deceived by Qiao Sanyang's sharp tongue that seemed as lethal as a poison blade. Her culinary skills were undeniably exceptional. Even Pu Jiaojiao, who frequently cooked and was notoriously picky, tasted a bite and secretly marveled at her mother's prowess. Originally, Xiao Sanyang had been quite displeased at the notion of her beautiful daughter becoming a concubine to serve two burdens, but, however, upon observing the timid and slender Jing Xiaohua, resembling a frightened kitten, all my discontent melted away. Alas, my heart softened, and all principles were cast aside. Thus, at the dining table, the previous fervor had considerably diminished. Heaping hot soup and dishes into Jing Xiaohua's bowl, I chattered on. Eat more. Just look at how thin you are, it's pitiful. Is the dish too salty? Would you like to sip some soup? Noticing her eyes sparkling at the sight of the braised fish, yet hesitating to pick up her chopsticks, I swiftly extended mine and selected the most succulent piece of fish belly. Cooking fish is my specialty. The vibrant, thick sauce clung to the fish, glistening with oil, adorned with green scallions and bright red chili rings, enticing anyone who gazed upon it. The fish skin, slightly curled from the hot oil, had a delicate crispness. As I gently nudged it with my chopsticks, a soft crackling sound echoed as the crispy skin gave way, revealing the tender, snow-white flesh beneath, reminiscent of garlic cloves. Dipped in the rich broth, savory yet slightly sweet, infused with ginger and scallion, I brought it to my lips. The fish skin was crisp, the flesh melted in my mouth, and the exquisite flavor soared to celestial heights. There was no trace of fishiness, only a sumptuous richness enveloping my palate. Finding Jing Xiaohua too slow in picking out the bones, I simply placed a piece of fish into my bowl, deftly removing all the fine bones before returning it to her bowl. Here you go, no bones left. Jing Xiaohua's face turned slightly red as she cradled the bowl, savoring each small bite, her eyes squinting with delight. By the end of the meal, her little belly was indeed round and full, and she satisfiedly let out a small burp. Stealing a glance at me, she quickly lowered her head, her tiny hands unconsciously caressing her plump belly as she spoke to Pu Jiaojiao. Mother, Huahua is full. Pu Jiaojiao smiled and wiped her small mouth with a cloth, saying, Yes, today Huahua did wonderfully. After eating, you can stroll around the yard to help with digestion, otherwise your little tummy might feel uncomfortable later. Okay. Jing Xiaohua nodded earnestly and went out to walk around the small yard. The Pu family's yard was modest, located behind the grocery store they operated, with the front serving as the shop and the back as their home. The rooms were not large, but each family member had their own space, which sufficed. When their daughter got married, both parents worried that she might be treated poorly as a stepmother, as she had been pampered since childhood and was still so young. How could she take on such a role? Now, witnessing their daughter speak gently and soothingly to her stepdaughter, both parents felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. And Pu Donglai's eyes brimmed with tears, continually wiping them with his sleeve. Observing Jing Xiaohua in the yard, Pu Jiaojiao felt a sense of comfort. The child was still young, and after just 2 days, they had formed a special bond. However, when she noticed Pu Donglai's tearful demeanor again, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Father, what is it this time? Her father, in this body, truly was quite the crybaby. She had never seen a man capable of crying so easily. And it was indeed an eye-opener. Father, seeing you in such a state, Pu Donglai choked back his tears as he gazed at his daughter, unable to articulate the remainder of his thoughts, feeling a profound ache in his heart due to her poignant demeanor. Pu Jiaojiao initially felt little, but under the influence of Pu Donglai's emotions, she inexplicably sensed a sting in her nose. Take care, father. Life must be lived on our own terms, and I promise to manage my days well in the future. Witnessing his pampered daughter, who had always been sheltered, display such maturity upon marrying, even Xiao Sanyang felt her eyes moisten slightly. Very well. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform your father. Pu Donglai finally wiped his tears and looked at Pu Jiaojiao with affection. If there is anything you cannot resolve, you may send word through someone. Understood. Pu Jiaojiao replied with a smile. She cherished her family dearly. Although she had yet to meet her nominal brother, she could sense a close sibling bond from her memories, filled with love and care for her as the cherished sister. She adored the atmosphere within her family. Jing Hongyi hurried back home once more. Though his stepmother seemed somewhat different these past few days, he remained cautious. After all, this stepmother had a dubious history. He vividly recalled the disdainful glances she had cast upon them, akin to that of a foe. Moreover, the aunts around him often remarked that with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and he harbored fears that their lives would become even more arduous once his father returned. Before he could enter the house, he heard his stepmother's voice, light-hearted and infused with warmth. Hua Hua performed splendidly today and can help mother wash the radishes, can't she? Be sure to clean this plump radish thoroughly, scrubbing off the dirt to reveal its green and white exterior. Wash carefully so you don't splatter water on your clothes. It's easy to catch a chill. Jing Hongyi lingered at the door for a moment before finally stepping inside. In the yard, two women, one large and one small, both with their hair tied up, turned to look at him, momentarily stunning him. Upon seeing Jing Hongyi return home, Pu Jiaojiao greeted him enthusiastically. Come help. Just in time to cut these radishes into strips. I will pickle them shortly, and I'm about to start cooking. Dinner will be ready soon. Remember to wash your hands first. The soap is over there. I've set aside a new bar for you to use from now on. For reasons unknown. Jing Hongyi complied with Pu Jiaojiao's instructions, obediently sitting on a small stool and taking over the task she had begun. As Pu Jiaojiao stood to wash her hands, the doctor whispered to Jing Xiaohua, Hua Hua, be a good girl and help your brother. Mother will prepare a delicious reward for you. Jing Xiaohua flashed a sweet smile at Pu Jiaojiao and exclaimed, Hua Hua wants to eat meat. All right, you shall have your fill tonight. Pu Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled as she affectionately ruffled Jing Xiaohua's hair before returning to the kitchen. Once she had entered, Jing Hongyi turned his attention to his younger sister, who had her hair styled into two adorable little buns, each adorned with a delicate silk flower, clearly a recent purchase. He felt a dryness in his throat and cleared it before asking, Hua Hua, did you go out today? Jing Xiaohua was vigorously washing the radish in her hands when she heard her brother's voice. She slightly raised her head, revealing a set of small, pearly teeth. Yes, Mother took me to grandmother's house today. There were so many things. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she opened the pouch hanging from her waist with her damp hands and extracted a piece of osmanthus candy. Brother, here, eat this. Chapter 7. Sweet and sour ribs. A wave of warmth surged within Jing Hongyi's heart as he smiled and gently shook his head. You should save that for later. Little flower. However, Jing Xiaohua stubbornly shook her head, raising her small hand even higher, her voice soft and endearing. No, Mother bought me so much candy. Besides, I've already had some today. She earnestly added, Mother says children shouldn't eat too much candy. It will ruin their teeth. The small, slightly sticky piece of osmanthus candy nearly touched Jing Hongyi's chin. Unable to resist his sister's insistence, he reluctantly opened his mouth. As the candy melted in his mouth, a wave of sweet and gentle flavor spread throughout. The fragrance of osmanthus intertwined with the rich sweetness of maltose, neither cloying nor overwhelming, perfectly balanced. Imbued with a hint of warmth from Xiaohua's palm, Jing Hongyi savored the sweetness as it dissolved. Yet a tumult of emotions stirred within him at the mention of Mother by his sister. How little time had passed during his absence. It seemed that his sister had grown so close to that woman. The way she addressed her was intimate and natural, devoid of the previous awkwardness and fear. He lowered his gaze, observing his sister's cherubic face, his feelings a tangled web of complexity. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, a sweet and sour scent, tinged with caramel warmth, invaded the senses, whetting the appetite. Dinner is ready, Pu Jiaojiao called out joyfully. The evening meal was set upon the table, with the most eye-catching dish being the sweet and sour ribs. Each piece of rib was evenly coated in a glistening sauce, its color a tempting red, resembling a layer of honey wax. The sauce was thick and perfectly adhered to the ribs, the edges slightly charred, adding a touch of rustic charm. Drawing closer, one could discern the intertwining sense of vinegar's tang and the sweetness of sugar, mingled with the rich aroma of the meat simmered to perfection. A bold invitation to the heart. Beside it lay the steamed pork buns filled with greens, merely needing to be warmed. The bun skin was soft and pristine, revealing glimpses of verdant greens and delicate pink meat filling, exuding steam. There was also a plate of cold cucumber salad, of vibrant green, expertly smashed, with the refreshing aroma of garlic and sesame oil promising to cleanse the palate. Given the presence of buns and ribs, Pu Jiaojiao had opted to prepare only a simple fish tea noodle dish for dinner, layered with eggs, a delightful mix of white and yellow. Sweetened with rock sugar, she had carefully acquired from the Pu family grocery store that very day. Rock sugar was still a rarity at this time, as sugar was particularly precious. A small piece had been broken off and added, imparting a subtle sweetness. Pu Jiaojiao untied her apron, urging everyone to eat while the small ribs were still hot, for they offered the best flavor right out of the pot. Eagerly anticipating the meal, Jing Xiaohua conscientiously washed her hands and obediently seated herself on a small stool, her large eyes blinking incessantly as she swallowed in anticipation. A small plate had been specially designated for her, and Pu Jiaojiao, with a smile, placed 2 pieces of ribs onto it. Before indulging, she was reminded to blow on them, for they had just emerged from the pot and were quite hot. Jing Xiaohua grasped a rib, her fingers turning a bright red from the heat, yet she was reluctant to release it, instead blowing gently with her little mouth. Moments later, she took a bite, and her big eyes sparkled with delight. What a wonderful treat! With her mouth full of meat, her words came out somewhat garbled, but her facial expressions conveyed all that needed to be said. Jing Hongyi sat down, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He was still adjusting to the changes in his stepmother over the past few days, and it seemed that since yesterday, they had been enjoying delectable meals. The fare was far superior to what they had when his father was home, as his father did not cook. They often relied on takeout or the neighboring aunt to whip up a meal. However, the aunt's culinary skills paled in comparison to this womaness. Regardless of his feelings towards her, one could not deny her remarkable cooking prowess. The food he brought to school today had scarcely lasted a few bites before being claimed by others, a rare occurrence indeed. The sweet and sour ribs glistened enticingly. Jing Hongyi extended his chopsticks and picked one up. The rib, coated in a glossy sauce and slightly charred at the edges, wafted a tantalizing aroma of sweet and sour mingled with the savory scent of meat. He placed the rib in his mouth. As he bit down, the exterior offered a delightful crispness, while the interior was tender and succulent, almost effortlessly separating from a bone. The rich sweet and sour flavor exploded on his palate, with the vinegar's tang perfectly balancing the sweetness of the sugar, leaving a warm, mellow sensation, complemented by the inherent freshness of the meat. This flavor was far more intricate and enticing than any he had previously encountered. Indeed, it was delicious. Jing Hongyi slowed his chewing, savoring each bite. This woman's culinary skills surpassed even those of the meals his father had taken him to at Songxiang restaurant. Just as he was about to reach for another piece, Pu Jiaojiao's voice chimed in, lightheartedly inquiring, "Hongyi, do you have hot meals at school during lunchtime?" Though somewhat puzzled, Jing Hongyi swallowed the rib in his mouth and looked up to answer honestly, "Yes, we do." He paused briefly before explaining, "Those who bring their meals hand them to the lady in charge of the fire in the morning. When they heat water at noon, they will also steam the meals in the large steamer." "That's wonderful," Pu Jiaojiao replied instantly, her tone cheerful. "Tomorrow morning, while I prepare breakfast, I will also make your lunch. It will be much better warm than cold." She continued, "This morning, I didn't have time to ask you, and I hesitated to prepare something else, so I just let you take some buns." Primarily, Pu Jiaojiao had yet to grasp the intricacies of the school as arrangements, so she thought that even if the buns were cold, it wouldn't be too much of an issue, given that autumn had just begun. Yesterday's braised intestines had cooled, making them perfectly edible, so no additional preparations were necessary. Jing Hongyi instinctively tightened his grip on the chopsticks and replied affirmatively, "Good." For reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of happiness, yet it seemed somewhat premature to revel in joy. Although the sudden shift in the woman's demeanor puzzled him, he nonetheless felt a sense of relief. During his school days, he often fretted about whether his younger sister was being bullied at home, which hindered his concentration. He lowered his gaze slightly, pondering whether her abrupt change of heart was motivated by fear of their father returning to hear complaints against her. His hand, initially reaching for the ribs, shifted to the cucumber instead, if this was indeed the case. As long as she maintained a facade of civility and refrained from mistreating his sister, he could disregard the past grievances. Their father was perpetually busy, toiling to provide for the family. Jing Hongyi had always been understanding. After their father remarried, claiming he sought someone to care for them, He felt a twinge of concern, yet recognized that his father often spent days away from home, and they, being so young, could not remain in such a state indefinitely. He stole a glance at the woman, who was smiling as she encouraged Huahua to eat more slowly. The hostility of recent days had dissipated, and she appeared much more serene. Perhaps, indeed, she was willing to change for the better? Chapter 8. The Tree That Attracts Phoenixes as Dawn Broke. The air was still imbued with the coolness of dew. Jing Hongyi carried a brand-new wooden lunchbox, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. The box was not heavy, yet its modest weight brought him a sense of security and warmth. The flavor of the sweet and sour ribs from last night lingered tantalizingly on his palate, filling him with anticipation for lunch, though he was unaware of the contents within the box, as the meal had already been prepared by the time he awoke. The enticing aroma in the air had deterred him from lifting the lid to investigate. The school was not far from home. A brief walk through 2 alleys and around a corner would suffice, taking no more than a quarter of an hour. In the distance, he could already see the venerable sycamore tree standing at the school entrance. Its sturdy trunk and lush foliage resembled a grand, open umbrella, sheltering this small corner of the world. It was said that the venerable gentleman who planted this tree once proclaimed that a noble bird chooses the right tree to roost. And this sycamore was indeed the tree that attracts phoenixes. The students, dedicating themselves to their studies, all yearned for the day they could soar like the legendary rock, propelled by the strength of this sycamore, ascending to great heights. Approaching the tree, Jing Hongyi made his way towards the small side door he knew well. This entrance led to the servants' quarters, where the women responsible for boiling water and cleaning typically gathered. As expected, a kindly-faced woman in a coarse apron was busy at the stove, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon her features. A large pot beside her was billowing steam, half of its contents destined for the teacher's breakfast. "Aunt Zhang," Jing Hongyi called out, extending the wooden lunchbox toward her. "Could you please heat my lunch for me at noon?" Aunt Zhang turned, her face alight with her customary smile as she swiftly accepted the lunchbox, weighing it with a practiced hand. "Rest assured, it will be just like always. You can come to collect it when the time comes." She casually placed her lunchbox on a rack by the stove, specifically designated for students' lunch containers. Jing Hongyi expressed his gratitude, filled his cup with hot water, and turned to walk towards the classroom. Soon, the cheerful sounds of reading echoed from within, marking the commencement of a day filled with learning. As the sun gradually ascended to its zenith, warmth from the kitchen wafted in, carrying the comforting aroma of steamed rice and common vegetables. Initially, it was a familiar, bland scent which one could easily grow accustomed to. Yet, from an unknown corner, a captivating fragrance began to seep through, rich and enticing, boldly dispelling the other aromas and occupying everyone's nostrils. This scent was unlike anything that could be produced from the school kitchen. While the students could only bring their meals to be reheated, the teachers indulged in dishes freshly stir-fried each day. Naturally, the freshly prepared food exuded a far more delightful aroma than the students' meals. An eerie silence enveloped the classroom, save for the sound of fingers subconsciously rustling through papers and the quiet shuffling of restless bodies. A few bold students had already turned their heads, exchanging puzzled yet salivating glances. This fragrance, almost tangible, danced in the air, teasing their senses and stirring their empty stomachs. The elderly instructor at the podium, initially stern-faced, was about to reprimand them when the unexpected aroma interrupted his thoughts. He paused slightly, overwhelmed by the alluring scent that prompted him to swallow instinctively. How peculiar! When had the cook's culinary skills reached such extraordinary heights? With his mind drifting, he observed the fidgeting students below, each straining their necks, utterly engrossed in the aroma rather than the lesson. The instructor sighed inwardly. After all, the appetite is a natural inclination, and even a sage must eat, right? He set his book down on the lectern, his tone softened, lacking its usual authority. "We shall pause here for today. Everyone may go to have their meal." No sooner had he spoken than the students below erupted as if granted a royal pardon, chairs clattering as they surged towards the door. The enthusiasm was palpable, akin to a gust of wind propelling them toward the small side entrance of the servants' quarters. As they drew nearer, The previously ethereal fragrance solidified into something almost palpable, thick and irresistible, burrowing deep into their lungs. The entrance to the servants' quarters was crowded, everyone tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. Their eyes fixated on the wooden rack by the stove where the lunchboxes were placed. The sound of audible swallowing filled the air as someone could no longer contain their curiosity and murmured, "My goodness, whose meal is this? It smells divine." Jing Hongyi, puzzled by the throng of people, could not comprehend why they lingered in the servants' quarters instead of hastening to their meals. He squeezed through the crowd and spotted his lunchbox on the rack, promptly retrieving it. This was not his first time bringing a meal, so others paid him little mind. After all, Jing Hongyi had previously enjoyed regular meals, as his father, though busy and somewhat neglectful, would ask a nearby aunt to prepare extra food for him. It was only after his father remarried and he acquired a stepmother that he no longer needed to trouble others. However, after the arrival of his stepmother, he found himself deprived of decent meals, often remaining in the study during lunchtime, inhaling the tantalizing aromas while his stomach grumbled, resorting to sipping hot water to stave off hunger. The students in the servant quarters craned their necks, trying to discern the source of the delicious scent. But with the fragrances intertwining, it was impossible to pinpoint which box emitted such a lure. Jing Hongyi struggled to extricate himself from the throng, clutching his lunchbox protectively. He glanced around and sought a secluded corner against the wall, just as he was about to sit down and relish his meal. His fingers barely brushed the edge of the lunchbox when a familiar voice called out, "Jing brother, Jing brother." A stout yet surprisingly nimble boy plopped down opposite him without ceremony. Jing Hongyi looked up, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes, yet he nodded toward the newcomer. "Lin brother, what brings you here?" The boy before him was Lin Chengjia, the renowned heir of the Songxiang restaurant in the county town. Though they were classmates, their interactions were scarce, for Lin Chengjia indulged in the exquisite dishes prepared daily by the restaurant's master chefs, a fact evident in his robust physique. In contrast, Jing Hongyi was of a quieter disposition, entirely different from Lin Chengjia's boisterous nature. With a chuckle, Lin Chengjia rubbed his hands together, a hint of bashfulness on his face. "Well, Jing brother, I wish to discuss something with you. How about we swap our meals?" Upon hearing this, Jing Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Lin Chengjia to propose such a thing. He had yet to even lift the lid of his own lunchbox, unsure of what lay within, and wondered how this young master had already set his sights on it. Lin Chengjia, noticing Jing Hongyi's silence, hastened to clarify, proudly pointing to his nose. Don't doubt me. My nose is quite discerning. Earlier, when that bold aroma wafted by, while others could not locate its source the moment you passed, it practically oozed from the seams of your lunchbox. You cannot fool me." He smacked his lips, a childlike disdain apparent on his face. "Eating the same lavish dishes sent from our restaurant every day has become tiresome. But as soon as I caught a whiff of the fragrance from your lunchbox, my appetite was instantly piqued. I simply must taste something fresh." Lin Chengjia was not only keen of nose, but also possessed a discerning palate. The Songxiang restaurant ensured that the meals delivered for their esteemed young master were meticulously timed, fresh from the pot just before school let out, crafted by the most skilled chefs. Seeing that Jing Hongyi still remained silent, Lin Chengjia, growing impatient, decisively opened his own luxurious lunchbox and presented it with flourish. Inside lay 3 exquisitely arranged dishes: crab meat lion's head, squirrel fish, and jade shrimp, each a signature dish of the restaurant, resplendent in color, aroma, and flavor. A rarity for ordinary households. "Why don't we do this?" Lin Chengjia suggested, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let us not swap. Let us lay everything out and feast together. What do you say? I assure you, my dishes will not disappoint." With such an enticing offer laid before him, the last remnants of Jing Hongyi's reluctance began to dissipate. He was never one to excel at refusal, and faced with Lin Chengjie's exuberance, maintaining his composure would only appear petty. So be it. He decided to partake in the meal. With a gentle sigh, he finally extended his hand and lifted the lid of his seemingly unremarkable lunchbox. In an instant, a more intense and specific aroma than before surged forth, enveloping the air. The first sight that greeted him was a serving of fried rice. Each grain was distinct, plump and round, evenly coated with golden egg, glistening under the sun's rays. Sprinkled throughout were vibrant green scallions, and merely gazing at it evoked the enticing, charred fragrance that arises from the vigorous stir-frying of rice and eggs. Beside it lay minced eggplant, glistening with oil, soft and inviting. Beneath the deep purple skin was the succulent flesh that had absorbed the rich sauce, enveloped in a savory hue that exuded an irresistible aroma, stirring one's appetite. Most striking, however, was the portion of stir-fried pig intestines nestled in the corner. The well-marinated intestines, cut into small segments, displayed a bright red sheen, their edges crisp from the intense heat of cooking, hinting at a delightful contrast between crunchiness and tenderness. The mingled fragrances of chili, garlic, and the unique scent of the intestines merged to create a bold, irresistible bouquet that surged into the nostrils. Though the steaming had rendered some dishes slightly wilted, it did little to detract from the overall appeal. Lin Qingjia's eyes widened in astonishment, and a distinct gurgle emanated from his throat. "Please, Lin brother." Jing Hongyi gestured invitingly, his own restraint waning as the delectable dishes stirred his hunger. Yet, he maintained a facade of maturity, concealing his eagerness. He lifted the box containing the fried rice, initially intending to dig in, but paused as he noticed Lin Qingjia's eager gaze. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Would you care to try the fried rice?" Yes. Lin Qingjia nodded eagerly, flashing a charming smile at Jing Hongyi. "I'll share half of my Beijing rice with you." His own staple was also rice, and of the finest quality. Beijing rice, renowned for its soft, sticky, and sweet texture, came at a premium price. However, no matter how costly, Lin Qingjia was no longer interested. His attention was wholly captivated by the fried rice in Jing Hongyi's possession. The two exchanged half of their staples, each receiving a portion of fried rice and Beijing rice. Lin Qingjia instinctively leaned forward, his once sparkling eyes now wide with anticipation, and the sound of his eager swallow was particularly pronounced. Without hesitation, he seized the bamboo chopsticks at hand, his target clear, the vibrant, crisp-edged stir-fried intestines. Pinching a small piece, he could still feel the slight crunch from the frying. As it entered his mouth, his teeth first encountered the lightly charred exterior, producing a delightful crack, followed by the springy tenderness within. The spicy aromas of the chili and garlic, the savory richness of the sauce, and the uniquely prepared flavor of the intestines erupted in his mouth, creating an explosion of taste. The sensation was both domineering and intricate, infused with a vibrant, almost folkloric intensity that ignited a tingling heat upon the tongue, compelling one to immediately reach for a second helping. Lin Qingjia sighed contentedly, his cheeks bulging as he chewed, nodding vigorously, his words somewhat garbled. This is delightful, truly invigorating." Observing his rapturous expression, Jing Hongyi also picked up his chopsticks, though his target was the minced eggplant beside him. The eggplant was imbued with a rich flavor, glistening with oil, and could be easily separated with a gentle pinch of the chopsticks. Upon tasting, its anticipated softness enveloped the palate, dissolving almost instantly on the tongue. The robust sauce enveloped the natural sweetness of the eggplant, complemented by the savory notes from the minced meat, creating a rich and lingering flavor. Jing Hongyi ate quietly, the slight aloofness in his demeanor softened by the comforting familiarity of the home-cooked dish. Without needing to say much, Lin Qingjia swiftly finished the fatty intestines in his mouth and eagerly reached for the eggplant. The moment it touched his lips, his expression transformed, struck anew by the deliciousness. He mumbled incoherently, "This eggplant is exquisite, so tender, the flavor has permeated through." After a few bites, both men instinctively turned their attention to the seemingly ordinary egg fried rice. Lin Qingjia took the initiative to scoop a spoonful. The grains were indeed as distinct as they appeared, plump and springy, uniformly coated with golden egg, yet devoid of any greasiness. Upon tasting, he was immediately greeted by the unique wok hei from the high-heat stir-frying, blended with the fragrant aroma of eggs, the subtle scent of rice, and the freshness of green onions. a simple combination that penetrated the deepest recesses of the taste buds. Wow! Lin Chengjie exclaimed, taking a generous mouthful of rice, his eyes sparkling. How can this fried rice be so aromatic? Jing Hongyi also took a spoonful, savoring it meticulously. The grains danced between his teeth, the richness of the egg, the freshness of the green onion, and the perfectly balanced seasoning created an impeccable flavor, imbued with a warmth and care that was difficult to replicate in a restaurant. He said nothing, merely lowered his head and silently took a second bite. His emotions were rather complex at that moment, never having anticipated that Jiaojiao would prepare such a delightful feast for him. Each dish bore the essence of the best meals he had experienced at home, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Lin Chengjie glanced at his own box overflowing with delicacies, then at Jing Hongyi's swiftly depleting container of home-style dishes, and with a chuckle, he unabashedly extended his chopsticks towards the enchanting fatty intestines. Brother Jing, if you find it insufficient, I still have plenty here, but truly, your meal is exceptional. However, Jing Hongyi paid him no mind, focusing instead on finishing his meal completely. By the end, Lin Chengjie still had a considerable amount of food left. It was Jing Hongyi's aversion to waste that compelled him to consume a bit more. Otherwise, judging by his appetite, even with Lin Chengjie's substantial consumption, he could have easily been satisfied. Chapter 10. A taste of the world, the last piece of fatty intestine was reluctantly swallowed by Lin Chengjie, who then leaned back contentedly against the chair, releasing a long, satisfied belch that reverberated through the emptiness of the lunchbox. He rubbed his noticeably swollen belly, a look of unabashed satisfaction gracing his face. Ah, how delightful! Lin Chengjie smacked his lips, savoring the exquisite flavors from earlier, and turned to glance at Jing Hongyi, who was leisurely tidying up the food containers. His eyes sparkled anew. Hey, Jing, might we dine together again tomorrow? He leaned forward slightly, his tone imbued with cautious anticipation. Your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. Jing Hongyi paused in his task, neatly stacking the empty dishes and placing the now empty rice bowl inside. His movements were unhurried. Tomorrow? Today's unexpected meal had indeed taken him by surprise. As for the next day, he felt uncertain about whether he would be able to prepare another meal. We shall see, he replied, his voice devoid of much emotion. If there were any, it would be shared. If not, it would be left unspoken. Lin Chengjie grasped the underlying meaning, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet recalling the delightful surprise of today's meal, he quickly cheered up. All right, if there is food, we shall enjoy it together. If not, I shall have to settle for the meals my family sends. Should anyone else overhear his words, they would likely scoff. For the cuisine from Songxiang restaurant was anything but inexpensive. Jing Hongyi did not respond further, carefully sealing the food container, then rising to his feet. Today's meal had indeed been satisfying, warming his stomach and alleviating the reclusive aura that often surrounded him. He nodded slightly to Lin Chengjie. I shall return to the lecture hall now. Very well. Safe travels, Jing. Lin Chengjie waved, watching as Jing Hongyi, with the empty food container in hand, stepped into the corridor of the school, his figure soon vanishing around the corner. The lingering aroma of the meal seemed to fill the air, and he couldn't resist taking a deep breath, relishing the scent that, despite having finished eating, still lingered in the atmosphere. Jing Hongyi traversed the tranquil courtyard and first washed the food container by the well before heading back to the classroom to read. Strangely, he did not feel the same urgency as before, yet there was a hint of eagerness within him. Indeed, as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he heard the laughter and playful shouts of a woman inside. He paused, allowing the tension in his face to ease slightly, before pushing the door open. He is back. Jiaojiao beamed as she noticed Jing Hongyi entering, playfully patting Jing Xiaohua on the bottom. You go finish your homework first. Dinner will be ready shortly. She had learned yesterday that Jing Hongyi stayed up late to write, which resulted in him not completing his assignments. This realization left her feeling somewhat guilty. Initially, she had thought that students as mature as Jing Hongyi would only be reading in school, without any significant homework. She was surprised to discover that even at such a young age, they were already tasked with writing lengthy essays, rather than merely practicing large characters. Jiaojiao admitted she felt overwhelmed just thinking about it. Thus, today, she encouraged Jing Hongyi to complete his homework first, hoping he could retire to bed a bit earlier that night. Jing Hongyi cast a glance at her and murmured in acknowledgement, just as he was about to enter the house when he heard Jiaojiao inquire, "How often does your school take a break?" Slightly taken aback by her question, Jing Hongyi replied honestly, every 10 days. After a brief pause, he added, "In 3 days, it will be our school's day off." "Great. When you have your day off, let us go for an outing," Jiaojiao exclaimed joyfully. Jing Hongyi was genuinely surprised this time. He turned to look at Jiaojiao, a hint of bewilderment on his face. "An outing? Indeed. While the weather hasn't turned truly chilly yet, we should go out and enjoy the autumn," Jiaojiao affirmed with a smile, nodding confidently at Jing Hongyi. The county they resided in was called Liqing, and just outside the town lay a mountain, which in autumn was abundant with gifts. In essence, Jiaojiao yearned to take advantage of the temperate weather before winter set in to experience the beauty of fall, while also collecting any treasures the mountain might offer. "I will prepare some food, and we shall have a picnic," she said enthusiastically. She had always been restless, often yearning to explore the outdoors. In her previous life as a live streamer, she found that the effects of broadcasting amidst nature far surpassed those produced indoors. Moreover, she relished crafting items from materials gifted by nature, achieving considerable viewership. Since her arrival in this place, she had scarcely ventured outdoors. Fortunately, she was already married in this life. Had she been an unmarried girl, it would have been inappropriate to roam freely. However, as a married woman, she enjoyed the liberty to explore at will. Jing Hongyi remained momentarily stunned, only realizing what Jiaojiao had suggested once he returned to his room. Suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety, he pondered whether this stepmother would abandon them on the mountain. Surely, that wouldn't happen. Soon, the day of rest arrived. Over the past few days, Lin Xingjie had taken to lingering around Jing Hongyi for meals. Jiaojiao had prepared varied lunches for him each day, nearly driving Lin Xingjie to envy. As the break approached, he found himself feeling rather discontented. Despite dining with Jing Hongyi, he still wanted to maintain some dignity and not intrude upon their home during the holiday. Nonetheless, he was curious about the taste of freshly prepared food. The meals they had brought were reheated, and naturally, the flavor could not compare to that of food just off the stove. Alas, he felt too timid to voice this desire as school let out, merely casting a forlorn glance at Jing Hongyi before dejectedly boarding the carriage. Jing Hongyi felt uncomfortable under Lin Xingjie's gaze, but fortunately, his friend said nothing, allowing him to dismiss the matter and head home with his book box. This box was one Jiaojiao had recently retrieved from a general store, slightly smaller and better suited for a child's stature. As dawn broke, the rooster from a neighboring yard crowed, as if sensing the time had come. Every time Jiaojiao heard that rooster, she was tempted to pluck its feathers, though she could only entertain such thoughts in her mind. This rooster belongs to Aunt Zheng from the neighboring household, and much like its owner, it possesses an extraordinary charm. Its tail is perpetually elevated, and its crowing resonates clearly even across 2 courtyards, surpassing the pitch of the most fervent singer. For the time being, she has no desire to engage with such a person, merely exchanging nods in passing, having seldom exchanged words. Chapter 11. Tea, eggs, and fresh meat pies in the kitchen. Jiaojiao has already immersed herself in her tasks. She lifts the lid of a small clay pot simmering over the stove, and an aromatic wave of rich marinade, intertwined with the fragrance of tea leaves, instantly envelopes her, accompanied by a cloud of steam. Inside the pot, approximately 20 meticulously prepared tea eggs rest quietly, their deep brown shells adorned with delicate, intricate cracks, resembling a natural ink wash painting, appearing particularly inviting amidst the swirling steam. She grasps a long-handled wooden spoon and gently nudges the eggs, allowing them to luxuriate for a moment longer in the piping hot marinade, ensuring they are evenly warmed throughout. Seizing this brief interlude, Jiaojiao remains diligent. On the chopping board, the kneaded dough and the well-mixed fresh meat filling are already ready. With deft fingers, she pinches off pieces of dough, rolls out thin skins, scoops the filling, folds and seals the edges, executing the entire process with remarkable precision and alacrity, devoid of any hesitation. With a sizzling sound, the first crescent-shaped pie, filled to the brim with meat, slides into the bubbling hot oil, immediately producing a delightful sound. The hot oil in the pan joyfully bubbles, the edges of the pie swiftly turning golden brown, while the skin swells visibly, gradually adopting an enticing golden hue. The aroma, a blend of lard, fresh meat, and flour, emanates with an irresistible intensity, seeping through the cracks of doors and windows, pervading the cool morning air of the courtyard, adding a hint of warmth to the rooster's morning calls. One after another, the pies roll in the pan, and the fragrance in the kitchen grows ever richer. Soon, a small stack of freshly fried meat pies accumulates on one corner of the board, each pie perfectly crisp on the outside, yet tender within, glistening with oil, seemingly bursting with their succulent filling. Jiaojiao uses chopsticks to arrange precisely 10 pies. She deftly transfers 4 of them onto a coarse ceramic plate, setting them aside for breakfast. The remaining 6 are carefully wrapped in clean oil paper, one by one, while still warm, as they serve as essential provisions for a trip to the mountains, where food is scarce, and these will surely stave off hunger. As she meticulously wraps the still hot pies, she softly murmurs a phrase, tucking the neatly packaged oil paper into the sturdy cloth bag hanging at her waist. The tea eggs have also been warmed, and she extracts 4 to place in a bowl set aside before finding a bamboo box to hold 10 more tea eggs. After filling 2 large bamboo tubes with fresh water, she places all the food into the pre-prepared backpack. Outside, Jing Hong has risen, just stepping out of the house when Jiaojiao calls him to fetch hot water for washing. Only then does she turn to address Jing Xiaohua. Over the past few days, Jing Xiaohua has been accustomed to sleeping in, rising only when the sun is high. Today, awakening so early is a jarring adjustment for her. However, she had always been well-behaved. Although still somewhat drowsy, Jing Xiaohua obediently cooperated as Jiaojiao dressed her. The sight of her docile demeanor warmed Jiaojiao's heart, prompting her to plant a kiss on Jing Xiaohua's cheek and nuzzle her own face against the little girl's. "You are truly adorable. Let us go out to play today." Initially, Jing Xiaohua, who had been feeling sleepy, suddenly perked up, stretching her arms wide and flashing her small white teeth. "Mother hug." Jiaojiao laughed as she lifted her off the bed, leading her to wash up and then adorning her hair with 2 charming little pigtails, finally satisfied with the result. In recent days, Jing Hongyi had been quite at ease at home, serving all the meals on the table and bringing Jing Xiaohua to sit down, diligently peeling a tea egg for her. Jiaojiao and Jing Xiaohua each enjoyed a meat pie and an egg, while Jing Hongyi devoured 2, and only then did the family set out. As they left, Jing Hongyi deliberately slung the backpack over his shoulders. Jiaojiao did not contest him, merely complimenting, i.e., "You are becoming quite the little man, capable of helping out with many tasks." Of course, Jing Hongyi replied with a serious expression, quickening his pace to lead the way, his ears turning a noticeable shade of red. In high spirits, Jiaojiao leisurely held Jing Xiaohua's hand, trailing behind Jing Hongyi, admiring how the young boy's previously gaunt face was now fuller and more spirited due to a few days of good meals. The destination for inspiration was Nyoto Mountain, which, while located just outside the county, would require at least an hour and a half of walking if they relied solely on their legs. Given that they were accompanied by children, it would likely take them 2 hours to arrive. Previously, Jiaojiao had returned to her maternal home just in time to meet her elder brother Shuani, who had come back from a supply run. Initially, she had only intended to borrow a mule cart from her family, but upon hearing that his sister wished to take her dear niece and nephew hiking, he promptly volunteered to be their driver. With a driver at hand, Jiaojiao was more than willing, leading the 2 children to gather at the Pu family home. This time, they did not head to the front shops, but instead made their way to the side entrance at the back, where the mule cart was parked. Generally, the livestock carts in the county were kept in a designated area, brought out only when needed. Originally, Shuani intended to fetch them from Jiaojiao's home, but she declined, reasoning that the cart storage was closer to her family's residence, and it was only a few steps away. When they arrived, Shuani was busy organizing the cart, and upon seeing his sister and the two children approach, he cheerfully waved. "Come here. Mother has made sweet rice balls. You three can each have a bowl." "We've already eaten," Pu Jiaojiao responded, taking the backpack off Jing Hongi and placing on the cart. Nonetheless, she quietly inquired of the two, "Would you like a little? It can warm you up." The sweet rice balls made by their grandmother were quite delicious. She had always enjoyed them when she lived at home, although she had not tasted them firsthand. She was familiar with Qiao Sanyang's culinary skills and knew they would be delightful. Jing Hongi instinctively declined. It was his first visit here, and he shyly bowed to Pu Shuani, greeting him with "Good day, Uncle Pu." In contrast, Jing Xiaohua had accompanied her mother here several times before and was already familiar with the surroundings. Upon hearing that their grandmother had prepared sweet rice balls, she immediately tugged at Pu Jiaojiao's hand, her eyes brimming with longing. She was well aware that her grandmother's cooking was exquisite. Even the delicate embroidery work did not deter them from enjoying a meal. Pu Shuani, with his generous demeanor, patted Jing Hongi on the shoulder and said, "Come, let us go inside and have your grandmother serve you a bowl. There's still time." Overwhelmed by Pu Shuani's enthusiasm, Jing Hongi found himself following him inside, and by the time he regained his senses, he was holding a steaming bowl of sweet rice balls. Chapter 12. Sweet rice balls. The bowl was a simple, coarse ceramic one, yet it contained an enticing sweet soup. The semi-transparent rice wine broth was slightly thick, exuding the unique sweetness of fermentation and a hint of wine aroma. Several round, pearlescent rice balls bobbed playfully within, appearing particularly charming. A sprinkle of golden osmanthus petals on top added an exquisite fragrance to the dish. This aroma subtly wafted into the nostrils, softening the heart. Pu Jiaojiao also lifted her bowl, its warm sides comforting her palms. She carefully scooped up a rice ball with a small porcelain spoon, along with a bit of soup, and gently brought it to her lips. The warm, sweet broth glided over her tongue first, with just the right level of sweetness, complemented by the freshness of osmanthus and the rich aroma of rice wine, instantly awakening her taste buds. Next, her teeth gently pressed against the soft, glutinous rice ball, and the delightful, chewy texture made her involuntarily squint with joy. The rice balls themselves were rather bland, relying entirely on the essence of the broth they absorbed. As she chewed, the sweet juices burst forth, perfectly merging with the fragrance of glutinous rice. A warm sensation slid down her throat, soothing her entire stomach, and even the fatigue from the morning's busyness seemed to dissipate. One must admit, Qiao Shenyang's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Were she to open a shop, customers would surely flock to it. Qiao Shenyang personally fed Jing Xiaohua the sweet rice balls, being cautious not to give her too many, serving only half a bowl. After finishing, she patted her round belly and smiled, clearly having enjoyed her meal. It was for the best, as they would be hiking soon, and having eaten a bit more would help sustain them longer. The time spent enjoying the sweet rice balls was brief, and soon the three of them boarded the mule cart. Pu Shuani had even laid down soft cushions to make their seats more comfortable. "Keep an eye on your sister," Qiao Shenyang advised, and upon hearing Pu Shuani's acknowledgement, she allowed them to depart. With her son accompanying them, Qiao Shenyang felt reassured, knowing that they would not venture too deep into the mountains, likely just strolling along the hillside. With the mule cart, the journey that would have taken over an hour was completed in merely half an hour. Nyoto Mountain, being the only climbable mountain near the county town, attracted quite a number of visitors. Here, one can find a designated tea pavilion, which serves a dual purpose. It provides refreshments for mountain climbers and offers a service to look after livestock for a mere 3 cents. Consequently, the tea pavilion is often bustling with activity. Pu Shuani instructed Pu Jiaojiao and the others to disembark first, unloading 2 baskets and advising them to wait there while he parked the mule cart. "Do not wander off. Wait for my return, understood?" His words conveyed a protective concern, as if regarding Pu Jiaojiao as a child. One wonders if the previous owner was indeed so unreliable that it left Pu Shuani feeling this apprehensive. However, Pu Jiaojiao reflected that, upon consideration, she was not particularly unruly, merely a young girl indulged in her upbringing, exhibiting a touch of capriciousness, but nothing overtly inappropriate. Blushing, She acknowledged her understanding and assured him she would not stray. They stood at the crossroads, and, perhaps due to the pleasant weather, a considerable number of people were out enjoying the day. The atmosphere in the Great Scenery region is relatively liberal, allowing unmarried young women to venture out for leisure accompanied by family members or suitors. At this moment, the mountain path began to liven up. Several elegantly adorned carriages were parked nearby, from which emerged a group of well-dressed young men and women, followed by a throng of maids and servants. It appeared they were also heading up the mountain, creating quite a spectacle. Their numbers and boisterous laughter filled the air as they made their way upward. Jiaojiao and her companions stood by the roadside, inadvertently obstructing the path of these ascending guests. Jing Xiaohua crouched eagerly at the edge of the road, her delicate fingers gingerly touching a brilliantly blooming wildflower. Suddenly, a figure rushed past her in haste, the identity of whom she could not discern. Yet the gust of wind they stirred was palpable. Startled, Jing Xiaohua, already precariously balanced in her crouch, lost her stability and, with a cry, tumbled forward, landing squarely on the dusty ground. Bewildered, she propped herself up with her small hands, only to feel a sharp sting radiating from her palm, indicating a severe fall. Initially, she merely sniffled, but soon, tears like beads began to cascade down her cheeks. Jiaojiao, who had been attentively observing the tea pavilion in the distance to ascertain if they offered anything besides tea, was jolted by the sound of Jing Xiaohua's cries. Her heart raced, and without a moment's thought, she dashed over, enveloping the sobbing girl in her arms. Upon examining Jing Xiaohua's hand, she discovered the skin had been scraped raw, tender flesh curling back as crimson droplets oozed from the wound, mingling with the dirt, rendering it a pitiful sight. Jing Hongyi, who had been watching over the baskets nearby, turned pale at the sight and rushed to Jing Xiaohua's side, his expression darkening at her injury. Quick as a flash, Jiaojiao grasped Jing Hongyi's sleeve. "Quickly, hold Jing Xiaohua," she urged urgently. Understanding her intent, Jing Hongyi carefully supported Jing Xiaohua's swaying form. "Let me see." Jiaojiao softly reassured her, gently lifting Jing Xiaohua's hand. She swiftly opened a bamboo tube she carried, pouring out clean water to meticulously cleanse the wound. As the dirt and blood were washed away, the extent of the injury gradually became apparent. Fortunately, it was merely a scrape. Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. She scanned her surroundings in search of usable herbs, but found nothing. With no other options, she retrieved the handkerchief she always carried and carefully wrapped it around Jing Xiaohua's hand. At that moment, Pu Shunyi rushed over, panting heavily. Having just parked the car, he sensed something was amiss and hurried to investigate. "How is it? Is the injury severe?" he inquired while glancing around. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There should be some medicinal herbs at the tea pavilion. Without further ado, Pu Shunyi dashed towards the nearby pavilion. Moments later, he returned, cradling a small bundle of herbs. Thankfully, the tea pavilion stocked common remedies for visitors in need. Jiaojiao accepted the herbs and skillfully redressed Jing Xiaohua's wound. As she tended to the injury, she comforted, "Do not worry, you will heal swiftly." Jing Hongyi frowned, expressing his frustration. "That group fled too quickly. We couldn't even see who harmed Huahua. If only we had stopped them to ask." Once the wound was treated, Jiaojiao gently inquired, "Xiaohua, would you like to return home to rest? We can come back another day." Surprisingly, Jing Xiaohua shook her head firmly, declaring, "No need. I'm not in pain anymore. It's a rare outing. I still want to explore the mountain." Chapter 13. Snakeberry Fruit. The group exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion, Pu Shunyi suggested, "Let us accompany Xiaohua up the mountain. However, we must return early so as not to tire her too much." Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling it would be a pity to miss out on exploring the mountain on such a splendid day. Jing Hongyi extended his hand, softly asking, "Do you need my support?" Jing Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. "No, I can walk on my own." With that, she set off along the mountain path, followed closely by the others. Jiaojiao carefully grasped Jing Xiaohua's wrist, avoiding her injury. Pu Shunyi and Jing Hongyi each carried a basket. remaining alert to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Winding through the mountain path, the group finally reached a clearing halfway up, finding a shaded area to rest. The terrain here was open, with a gentle breeze and several other travelers taking respite. Jiaojiao had no intention of letting them sit idly. After a short rest, she took Jing Xiaohua's hand and excitedly began to forage in the nearby grass. Xiaohua, look over here. This mushroom with a round umbrella shape and plain color is edible. She then called out to Jing Hong, come here. I'll teach you to identify wild vegetables. This one is called shepherd's purse, with small serrated edges and a fragrant scent. As she spoke, she skillfully plucked a handful, demonstrating her expertise, warning them against the vividly colored mushrooms that, despite their beauty, were likely poisonous. Under Jiaojiao's guidance, the group eagerly began to gather herbs. Venturing a few steps deeper into the woods, sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting dappled light upon the ground. Suddenly, Jiaojiao's eyes brightened as she crouched down to part a cluster of fern leaves, revealing several clusters of bright red berries underneath. Snake berries! She exclaimed in surprise, carefully plucking a few berries still glistening with the morning dew. Holding one delicately, she offered it to Jing Xiaohua, saying, "Here, try this. It's sweet." Curiously, Jing Xiaohua opened her small mouth, and as the red berry met her tongue, its succulent juice burst forth with a gentle squeeze. Initially, a hint of tartness teased her taste buds, swiftly followed by a refreshing sweetness, infused with the unique fragrance of the wild flora, enveloping her palate entirely. The flavor was truly delightful. Jing Xiaohua squinted her eyes in bliss, her little head swaying gently like a kitten that had savored honey, emitting a soft, contented hum from her throat. Just as Jiaojiao chuckled at Jing Xiaohua's adorable demeanor, Shun approached briskly, cradling a bountiful collection in his hands, exclaiming, "Jiaojiao, look at what I found." In his palm lay 10 or so round, chestnut brown, glistening treasures, chestnuts. Jiaojiao gasped in delight. "Oh my, chestnuts! Brother, you are truly remarkable." This piqued Jing Hong's interest as well. With renewed enthusiasm, Jiaojiao tugged at Jing Xiaohua, rallying Jing Hong and Shun to spread out and meticulously search through the pile of fallen leaves. Scattered on the ground were numerous prickly chestnut shells that needed to be carefully stepped on to extract the fruits within. "Let's gather as many as we can," Jiaojiao called out while bending down to search. "When we return, I'll make candied chestnuts for you. My candied chestnuts are irresistibly fragrant and tender. You won't forget them after just one taste." "Little sister, I've noticed that since your marriage, your culinary skills have greatly improved. You can even make this now." Shun teased, yet his hands never ceased their work as he swiftly crushed and collected the brown fruits. They had already gathered more than half a basket of chestnuts, and Jiaojiao felt her waist ache, prompting her to suggest a break. She took out the meat pies and tea eggs she had prepared earlier, sharing them among the four of them. Shun brought out several pies, freshly cooked by Qiao Sanyang, each adorned with a complete fried egg and chopped green onions. Not a mere mixture of egg and flour, but a finely crafted dish topped with a well-cooked egg and some of Qiao Sanyang's special sauce. Jiaojiao devoured two in quick succession. "Little sister, these meat pies are delightful. Let mother make some for me to take along when I head out in the future," he said, as he relished the meat pies, consuming 3 in one go, and he praised the tea eggs she had brought as well. "Make sure to tell mother to prepare some tea eggs as the weather cools. We could place a small stove at the shop's entrance and simmer some tea eggs. Customers would surely enjoy having 1 or 2. Jiaojiao was quite confident in her tea eggs, which she had crafted using her secret recipe, resulting in an exceptionally savory and aromatic treat. Being responsible for the grocery store's procurement and having a keen mind from his frequent outings, Shun quickly grasped the business opportunity in Jiaojiao's suggestion. Indeed, setting up a stove at the entrance during the autumn and winter seasons to sell some delicacies could prove to be a lucrative venture. After all, it is merely a matter of convenience and does not pose any hindrance. Furthermore, it is well known among the siblings that their mother possesses exceptional culinary skills. This endeavor would not consume much time, thus presenting an ideal opportunity. Upon my return, I shall discuss this with my mother. It truly requires little effort. Pu Xuanyi, filled with enthusiasm, was pleasantly surprised to discover that this mountain excursion could unveil some business prospects. He cast a peculiar glance at Pu Jiaojiao, astonished that she had such an acumen. How is it that you had not employed your intellect before? Surely, if you had, our household would have benefited from additional income. Pu Xuanyi did not suspect that Pu Jiaojiao had transformed. Instead, he believed that after her marriage, she had finally begun to think for herself. Previously, she had been pampered by their parents, spending her days indulging without a care. Naturally, Pu Xuanyi would never admit to his own inclination to spoil her as well. It is customary for a young woman to enjoy a certain freedom while at her parental home, but once married, those carefree days vanish. Pu Xuanyi understood this, which is why he genuinely cared for his sister. It is not too late. In a few days, I will send something to the shop. Pu Jiaojiao smiled brightly, for she had been searching for materials to make soap. Having crafted handmade soap in the past, she was quite familiar with the process. Not only could she sell her handmade soap at her family's shop, thus generating an income, but she also desired to create it for personal use. The commercially available soaps were rather harsh, while her handmade versions retained a delightful fragrance and offered superior smoothness. She harbored no grand ambitions. Rather, she simply wished to contribute and not rely solely on her husband for financial support. Selling these small creations at her family's shop would ensure her earnings were not overlooked. What items are you referring to? Pu Xuanyi inquired with curiosity. Pu Jiaojiao winked, assuring him he would find out in due time. Pu Xuanyi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at his sister's mischievousness. Meanwhile, the young girl, Jing Huahua, expressed her desire to see the blooming flowers ahead. Jing Xiaohua suddenly pointed towards a patch of vibrant purple-red blossoms. "Brother, take me there," she urged. Jing Hongyi took a sip of water before gently taking her hand, careful not to disturb his injury. From their vantage point, Pu Jiaojiao noticed the two and paid them little mind, merely advising Jing Xiaohua to hold her brother's hand tightly and to be cautious. "Understood, mother. Huahua will pick beautiful flowers for you," Jing Xiaohua responded sweetly, her excitement evident as she urged Jing Hongyi to hurry along. She was determined to select the most exquisite blooms to present to their mother. Jing Hongyi, with a touch of exasperation, reminded her to slow down, for the flowers would not flee, and he did not want her to stumble and hurt herself again. I won't," Jing Xiaohua retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction at her brother's admonition, recalling a previous incident when she had been knocked down. Chapter 14. Dispute Jiaojiao, you have worked hard. Pu Xuanyi gazed at his sister, his eyes never straying from the two children, feeling a pang of sorrow. He lamented that during the incident when his sister encountered a rogue while going to pay her respects, he was away and could not stand by her side. Had he been present, he would have swiftly dealt with the scoundrel, and his sister would not have suffered such indignity. The most detestable of all was that Guiyongha. If he had not invited his sister to the temple, she would never have found herself in such a distressing situation. At a tender age, she had been thrust into the role of a stepmother. It was particularly lamentable that Guiyongha had the audacity to reject her on the grounds of her supposed infidelity. Upon his return, Pu Xuanyi had already given him a sound thrashing. Yet each time he recalled the incident, his teeth clenched in anger, feeling that even a dozen beatings would not suffice to quell his rage. It was he who lacked the ability to protect her, fleeing from those rogues while shamefully shifting the blame onto Jiaojiao. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Jiaojiao looked at Pu Xuanyi with a puzzled expression, unsure of what thoughts her brother was conjuring, but she shook her head gently. In truth, she did not find it arduous. Huahua was an exceedingly well-behaved child, and I was occupied with school during the day. She felt that her current life was rather pleasant. Indeed, she found it quite agreeable. After all, she had adapted well since her arrival in this world. Although this body was married, she had yet to meet her husband, merely preparing a few meals each day, which she considered a form of enjoyment. Aside from waking up a bit earlier for breakfast, she could still indulge in a brief nap afterward. Despite the absence of mobile phones and the internet, she was not bored with Jing Xiaohua's companionship. Furthermore, her days were filled with numerous tasks, leading her to believe that her current life was quite structured. By nature, she was not one to pursue competition. Otherwise, she would not have spent her previous life as a content creator managing her own account. Although her current days were simple, they were particularly warm and comforting to her. Pu Shuni thought it was another day he wished to give Gui Yonghe a beating. This flower was mine to see first, a petulant female voice declared, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Little girl, hand over the flower to me. Jing Xiaohua, merely 3 or 4 years old, clutched a small bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers tightly in her arms. Upon hearing this, she not only refused to comply, but also tucked her little hands behind her back, puffing out her cheeks defiantly. The speaker, a young woman around 18 years of age, was naturally beautiful. Yet her habit of raising her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes added an unwelcome air of arrogance, somewhat diminishing her allure. She wore a brand-new rose-red floral dress, its hem intricately embroidered with golden vines and a jeweled hairpin nestled in her coiled hair. Her wrists were adorned with jingling silver bangles. However, this attire was ill-suited for climbing mountains, as the delicate hem was already coated in a layer of dust, making it cumbersome to walk and contrasting sharply with the vibrant natural scenery around them. The handmaiden beside the young lady, witnessing her mistress quarreling with a small child, felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, as the devoted servant, she was obliged to act in accordance with her mistress's wishes. She stepped forward, raising her hand to snatch the flower that Jing Xiaohua had hidden behind her back, while scolding, "Impudent! How dare you, a mere wild girl, touch something chosen by our young lady?" Jing Hongyi, although still a child himself, had matured somewhat at 7 or 8 years of age, having grown taller and healthier in recent times, resembling more of a burgeoning youth. The handmaiden, appearing to be merely 15 or 16, towered over him due to their age difference. Quick-witted and agile, Jing Hongyi swiftly shielded Jing Xiaohua with his own body, attempting to block the handmaiden's reaching hand. In a flash, a hand emerged from the side, firmly grasping the handmaiden's wrist. "Ouch!" she yelped, looking up to meet the furious gaze of Pu Jiaojiao. Pu Jiaojiao and Pu Shuni, who had been a short distance away, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, just in time to witness the handmaiden's aggressive intent toward Xiaohua. "What do you intend to do?" Pu Jiaojiao forcefully wrenched the handmaiden's hand away, positioning herself protectively in front of the Jing siblings. Her voice rang out in anger. "To bully the small is one thing, but to resort to violence? Have you no shame?" The young lady in extravagant attire, taken aback by Pu Jiaojiao's bold rebuttal, flushed with indignation. Her sharp voice pierced the tranquil forest. "You dare defy me? Who do you think you are to insult me? Hong Yun, silence her." She pointed at Pu Jiaojiao, issuing a fierce command to her handmaiden. Obeying the order, the handmaiden, still nursing her wrist, lunged menacingly at Pu Jiaojiao. However, Pu Shuni stepped forward, blocking Pu Jiaojiao with his imposing stature, and declared in a deep voice, "I dare anyone to try." Though clad simply, he stood tall and steady, his presence momentarily halting both the handmaiden and the young lady. Yet, instead of showing any fear, the elegantly dressed girl scoffed derisively. Accustomed to indulgence, she had never faced such defiance, and her brows furrowed in anger. "Oh, you have reinforcements? Bring them. Teach these 2 insolent ones, along with those 2 children, a proper lesson." At her command, several burly young men emerged from the shade of the trees, rolling up their sleeves with malicious intent as they closed in on Pu Shuni, clearly preparing for confrontation. The atmosphere along the mountain path grew tense, charged with anticipation. Pu Jiaojiao felt a mix of shock and fury, unable to fathom the audacity of those who, in their wrongdoing, dared to confront a child and, rather than feel contrite, sought to resort to violence. The onlookers wore expressions of trepidation, further fueling her anger. Just then, a clear male voice unexpectedly broke the tension, laced with curiosity and confusion. What is happening here?" The young woman, who had just moments ago appeared fierce and furious, suddenly transformed her expression, adopting a bashful demeanor as she tugged at her handkerchief and shyly gazed at the man. "Brother Yun, it was merely 2 oblivious individuals who bumped into me. I merely wish for someone to teach them a lesson. Yin Liang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his countenance still adorned with a gentle smile. Oh, is there truly someone bold enough to offend Missin? If so, they certainly deserve to be reprimanded. If the collision referred to by this miss and pertains to her forcefully snatching a flower from a child of 3 or 4, then I must say I've gained a new perspective. Pu Jiaojiao struggled to contain her indignation. I wonder which family this missin hails from, so that I might spread her name far and wide, warning everyone to steer clear of her. Otherwise, they might find themselves unjustly accused of some grave wrongdoing. Given the young woman's age, she had likely reached the stage of contemplating marriage, and one could only surmise that her future husband would be eager to discern the character of Miss, and Pu Jiaojiao's remarks dripped with sarcasm, provoking laughter from the onlookers. One enthusiastic bystander chimed in to answer Pu Jiaojiao's inquiry. This Miss and is the daughter of the largest fabric merchant in our county, and it is said that her family has connections with high-ranking officials in the capital. Indeed, she is not to be trifled with. Chapter 15. Marigold and Jiu's chest heaved violently, her lungs nearly bursting with indignation as she longed to leap forward and tear apart Pu Jiaojiao's incessant chatter with her nails. Yet, with Yin Lianyuan present, she suppressed her fury, directing a venomous glare at Pu Jiaojiao. You are truly malicious. Nonsense. Those few marigolds were clearly mine to pick. I was merely returning the flower to its rightful owner. Despite her words, Jiu's heart raced with anxiety. With Yin Lianyuan still nearby, she could not allow him to perceive her as a petulant and unreasonable person. Her family had recently begun seeking a suitable match for her, and she had long set her sights on the son of the Yun family. Winning the favor of the Yun household would be a tremendous blessing. At that moment, she needed to uphold the dignified image befitting a young lady of her status. Pu Jiaojiao emitted a derisive scoff, her mockery unmistakable. Ah, this is the first time I've heard that the land deed for Natution has come into the possession of the Yin family. If it truly belongs to you, Missin, then not only the flowers, but the soil and stones as well are yours. However, as far as I am aware, these mountains and forests are state-owned. What business do you have with a little girl picking a few wildflowers? Are you planning to report her for theft to the authorities? Moreover, Missin, you are an adult now. It is rather unbecoming to quarrel with a 3-year-old child over a flower. TSK, it certainly opens one's eyes. Pu Jiaojiao surveyed her surroundings, the slopes abundant with wildflowers in a riot of colors. With all these blossoms around, why does Missin fixate on the few in that child's hands? Would it be that you find the possessions of others particularly appealing? Do you take delight in seizing what others cherish? And Jiu's cheeks flushed crimson, then turned pale as a storm brewed within her. She clutched the embroidered handkerchief tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force, the delicate silk nearly torn asunder by her grip. She glared disdainfully at Pu Jiaojiao, her voice sharp, as if entirely oblivious to Yun Liangyuan's presence beside her, or a few wilted flowers to her. The handkerchief in her grasp was crumpled and disheveled, several silk threads already frayed. If this young lady took a liking to her flowers, it was a privilege. She ought to present them willingly. Indeed, she had just deemed those marigolds the finest, the most vibrant, the most resplendent. She was well aware that Jiu always desired the best. This little girl, emerging from nowhere, dared to snatch the opportunity right before her eyes, utterly reckless. Its temper was formidable. Suddenly, Pu Jiaojiao smiled. Although her form was not particularly striking, she possessed a beauty akin to blooming flowers, her features enchanting. When she smiled unexpectedly, it imbued her with a unique vitality that captured the attention of many. A fleeting glimmer of admiration and regret flickered in Yun Liangyuan's eyes. After all, the Yin family had connections in the capital, which likely endowed them with a sense of confidence. Otherwise, how couldn't have developed such a forthright disposition? And Jiu regarded Pu Jiaojiao with suspicion. Although her words were laced with praise, she sensed an underlying malice. Rest assured, Missin, within 3 days, the entire county will know of your beauty. Pu Jiaojiao declared with a mischievous smile. If anyone inquires, I shall recount everything I witnessed today in its entirety. Whatever Jiu desired, no one dared to contradict. Even the dim-witted Jiu could perceive Pu Jiaojiao's ill intentions. What fame did she wish to cultivate? If a young lady's reputation were to spread throughout the city in 3 days, it could hardly be a commendable one. Realizing this, Jiaojiao was infuriated, and she shouted, "You wretched girl, how dare you deceive me?" She had never endured such humiliation. At the Yin family, her word was law, and this woman before her had the audacity to mock her with veiled barbs. This was unbearable. "Hong Yun, teach her a lesson." Yin Lianyuan furrowed his brows, taken aback by Jiaojiao's temperament. The thought of his family seeking a union with the Yin family left him somewhat displeased. Miss need not be angry. It seems this young lady is merely concerned for her family, he remarked coolly from the side. And Jiaojiao's expression darkened instantly. She suppressed her rage and shot a glance at Yin Lianyuan, only to find his demeanor unperturbed. Unable to contain herself, she bit her lip. A sudden pang of discomfort struck her heart, and she forced a smile. This young lady misunderstood. I merely wished to see the flowers she had picked, as they appeared more splendid. Little did she know, her attempt at clarification only stirred further misunderstandings. What have I not seen? How could I possibly trouble a young girl over a few flowers? And Jiaojiao's words flowed with increasing ease, and she shyly glanced at Yin Lianyuan, as if her previous statements were indeed the thoughts residing in her heart. "Brother Yuan, I was merely jesting with that young lady. I am inherently kind-hearted and deeply concerned about the possibility of that little girl being stung by a bee, given the abundance of flowers and bees in the mountains." Jiaojiao, disinterested in the hypocritical visage of the woman across from her, crouched down to gently stroke Jing Xiaohua's head, softly inquiring, "Have you seen enough deer? If so, I shall take you down the mountain." The earlier harsh demeanor of the woman had left Jing Xiaohua reluctant to linger in the mountains. So she nodded in agreement and presented the flower in her hand to Jiaojiao, exclaiming, "Mother, this is for you. A beautiful flower from Mother." The sweet, childish voice melted away much of Jiaojiao's earlier discontent. Overall, the day spent ascending the mountain had been rather pleasant, aside from the encounter with a rather disturbed individual. Jing Hongyi observed Jiaojiao with a flicker of complexity in his eyes. He was taken aback by her unexpected intervention between him and his sister, which stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Being still young, his expressions shifted multiple times before he managed to suppress them, though a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips, and he appeared somewhat more at ease. Jiaojiao and her companions departed, ignoring the people across the way. And Jiaojiao turned her face towards the young attendant standing beside her, subtly gesturing in the direction of the others. The clever young man understood immediately, offering a quiet acknowledgement before slipping away into the crowd, discreetly following behind. After completing this task, Jiaojiao turned back, intending to say something to Yin Lianyuan. However, she found him already turned away, leaving her with a cold, rigid silhouette. Clearly, he was unwilling to linger any longer, stating in a low voice, "Missin, I bid you farewell." No sooner had the words left his lips than he took his leave. "Brother Yun," and Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively urging her to lift her skirt and pursue him, reaching out to grasp the sleeve of his garment. "Where are you going? Wait for me." She nearly clung to his arm, exuding an irresistible familiarity. Yin Lianyuan halted, his arms stiffening as he hurriedly withdrew, his ears tinged with a hint of red. "Missin, please conduct yourself with propriety. Perhaps you should seek out your companions." He had approached her earlier solely because she was the young lady his mother wished him to consider. Yet he had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. Lowering his gaze, he resolved to have a serious discussion with his mother upon his return. Chapter 16. Candied chestnuts. The winding mountain path saw the group descending, leaving behind the recent unpleasantness and those unsightly figures as they faded into the misty clouds. Jiaojiao's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. For her, the convoluted matters concerning Jiaojiao paled in comparison to the injury sustained by Jing Xiaohua. Upon returning to the town, Pu Shuni led them onward, his steps unwavering as he directed them straight to the old medical clinic on the eastern side of the town. The clinic was imbued with a subtle fragrance of herbs. The elderly physician, stroking his beard, meticulously examined the injury on Jing Xiaohua's palm, gently unwrapping the makeshift bandage. Fortunately, no bones were injured, only some deep abrasions on the flesh. The elderly doctor spoke in a calm tone as he retrieved the ointment. meticulously applying it with a bamboo stick, instructing that water should be avoided for the next few days and to change the dressing regularly. Pu Jiaojiao squatted nearby, watching as the alabaster ointment enveloped the swollen wound, which was then carefully wrapped in clean gauze, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. She gently touched Jing Xiaohua's head and softly inquired, "Does it still hurt?" The little girl shook her head, nuzzling her cheek against Pu Jiaojiao's palm. As they emerged from the medical hall, dusk had already begun to settle. Pu Shuni escorted them to their doorstep, offering a few more words of caution regarding the wound before turning to leave. The courtyard door creaked open. After a day of play and exertion, fatigue had begun to weigh upon them. Pu Jiaojiao turned to the visibly exhausted Jing Hongyi and suggested, "I.e., you should head inside and rest. Don't you have some schoolwork to attend to shortly?" "All right," Jing Hongyi nodded, not hesitating further. It seemed that since their descent from the mountains, he had cast aside any pretense of formality with Pu Jiaojiao as he turned and entered the house. Pu Jiaojiao then carried the heavy bag of chestnuts into the kitchen. With a clatter, the round chestnuts were poured into a wooden basin, and she ladled clean water over them, soaking each one as she prepared to process them later. After completing this task, she took Jing Xiaohua by the wrist, saying, "Come, Hua, let us go to sleep." They slumbered for an entire hour, and when the light outside dimmed significantly, Pu Jiaojiao stretched lazily, the soft sound of her muscles relaxing, echoing in the stillness of the room. The morning's weariness seemed to have been washed away by this deep rest, leaving her invigorated. She listened intently. The room next door was silent, suggesting that Jing Hongyi was still lost in dreams. Lowering her head, she gently tucked the quilt around Jing Xiaohua, who appeared to be sleeping soundly, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Perfectly, this tranquil moment allowed her to prepare the chestnuts. She tiptoed out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and made her way to the kitchen. The chestnuts, having soaked for half a day, were now plump and darker in hue. Pu Jiaojiao rolled up her sleeves and fished them out, draining the excess water. Then she took a small, sharp knife and patiently made shallow cuts across the rounded bellies of each chestnut. This crucial step would allow the chestnuts to absorb flavor during cooking and facilitate peeling later. With the stove replenished with firewood, the dry logs crackled as flames danced joyfully against the dark iron pot's base. Once the pot was heated thoroughly, Pu Jiaojiao ladled in a few generous scoops of clean river sand, stirring it until it too became scorching hot. The river sand had originally been gathered for teaching Jing Xiaohua to read, but now it served a different purpose. Next, she grabbed a handful of brown sugar, evenly sprinkling it in. Under the heat, the sugar melted rapidly, shifting from light to dark, ultimately transforming into a glossy, thick caramel syrup, with sweet aromas wafting through the air. At that moment, she poured all the prepped chestnuts into the pot. The delightful sound of chestnuts meeting the scorching sand and syrup filled the air. Pu Jiaojiao gripped the long-handled spatula with steady strength, tirelessly stirring the contents of the pot. This was both a labor-intensive and meticulous task. The heat needed to be just right, and the stirring had to be even to ensure that each chestnut was uniformly heated, enveloped in a tempting caramel glaze, yet not burnt. Soon, a rich, sweet fragrance mingled with the warm aroma of nuts, boldly and insidiously filling the entire kitchen, even escaping through the cracks of the door and window, wafting into the air beyond. The once dull chestnut shells, under the dual influence of high heat and sugar, gradually transformed into a glossy, dark hue, as if adorned with a deep reddish-brown coat, while the plump chestnuts inside swelled, making the shallow slit more pronounced. The pot crackled with the sound of sizzling, and the chestnuts popped lightly, creating a vibrant evening serenade. This enticing aroma seemed to sprout legs, sneaking into the inner room. Before long, a small figure appeared at the kitchen door, rubbing sleepy eyes, with a tiny nose twitching as it sniffed the air. It was Jing Xiaohua, awakened by the overpowering scent. "Mother, what is that? It smells so good." The little girl's voice was soft and drowsy, still heavy with sleep. Pu Jiaojiao turned at the sound, amused by the sight of her daughter resembling a greedy little kitten. "Ah, my little glutton is awake. Your nose is quite sharp." She paused her stirring and picked a glossy, plump chestnut from the hot sand with her spatula, weighing in her hand before gently blowing away the steam. "Here, give this a try." Carefully, she pinched the crack in the shell, producing a crisp sound as the caramel-colored exterior split open, revealing the golden, steaming flesh within, wafting an even richer, sweeter aroma accompanied by white steam. Jing Xiaohua's eyes sparkled as she extended her tiny hand, cautiously accepting the chestnut. It was still quite hot, and she let out a gentle hiss, yet cherished it in her grasp, reluctant to let go. Mimicking Pu Jiaojiao, she blew on it before eagerly popping it into her mouth. As the warm chestnut meat melted in her mouth, its soft sweetness instantly filled her palate. The outer caramel provided a delightful crunch and rich sweetness, while the inner chestnut was tender and delicate, infused with a natural fragrance. The little girl squinted her eyes in satisfaction, her cheeks puffing as she chewed vigorously, even her swallowing accompanied by blissful sighs. It's so sweet and soft." Her words were muffled with joy. In just a few bites, she finished the chestnut, smacking her lips, and looked up at Pu Jiaojiao with longing, her gaze fixated on the pot filled with those aromatic treasures. "Mother," she pointed with her fingers still dusted with chestnut bits, "I want more." "Just a moment," Pu Jiaojiao replied, playfully tapping Jing Xiaohua's nose. "It will be ready soon. Go wake your brother. He has slept too long, and will have trouble sleeping tonight." "I'll go call him right away." Jing Xiaohua beamed with delight at her mother's approval, turning on her heels to dash toward Jing Hongyi's room. Her light-footedness bore no trace of the initial timidness Pu Jiaojiao had observed earlier. As Pu Jiaojiao gazed at the diminutive silhouette of the child, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, filling her heart with warmth. However, she quickly suppressed her cheerfulness, her nimble hands reaching for the pre-prepared sieve, ready to separate the freshly fried chestnuts from the scalding river sand. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the tranquil evening, startling Pu Jiaojiao and causing the sieve in her hands to wobble. Tension gripped her heart, and with a hint of caution, she called out, "Who is it?" In her household, she was the sole responsible adult, overseeing 2 growing children, and thus, she could not afford to be careless. "It's me, the daughter-in-law of the Jing family." "Your Aunt Zheng," came a slightly shrill voice from outside. It was Aunt Zheng from the neighboring yard. Pu Jiaojiao's tension eased slightly, yet her brow furrowed in concern. She set down the sieve, wiped her hands, and briskly approached the gate, unfastening the latch. As she swung the door open, a middle-aged woman clad in dull gray coarse fabric appeared before her face adorned with an exaggeratedly warm smile, though her eyes darted curiously into the courtyard. "Aunt Zheng, what brings you here at this hour?" Pu Jiaojiao greeted her with a polite smile, though anxiety churned within her. Her time in this era had been brief, and her acquaintances with the neighbors were merely superficial. They had yet to develop any profound connections. Moreover, she was naturally inclined towards solitude and was unaccustomed to the social niceties of neighborly gossip. At this hour, when the scent of dinner wafted from every home, Aunt Jing's unexpected visit felt rather peculiar. "Oh, my daughter-in-law of the Jing family." Aunt Zheng exaggeratedly sniffed, her small eyes nearly squinting into slits. "What delectable treat are you preparing in your courtyard? It smells divine. I can smell it even through the walls. It must be candied chestnuts, am I right?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Pu Jiaojiao as she marveled at Aunt Zheng's keen sense of smell. Though their homes were separated by 2 earthen walls and a small courtyard, the aroma had indeed wafted over. Maintaining her composure, she nodded slightly. "Yes, Aunt, you have a keen nose. Today, I took the children up the mountain for some fun and gathered a few wild chestnuts, so I roasted some to satisfy their cravings." "Indeed." Aunt Zheng immediately seized the opportunity, her tone familiar as if they were relatives. "I can smell the delightful fragrance from your home every day, whether it be the scent of meat or pastries. My little grandson caught a whiff of these chestnuts today and has been stamping his feet at home, insisting he must have some. So, I thought I'd come over and shamelessly ask for a few to let him indulge." As she spoke, her gaze fixated intently on the direction of the kitchen behind Pu Jiaojiao. These words unsettled Pu Jiaojiao. The implication that her household was lavishly indulgent was uncomfortable. Furthermore, the direct request felt rather presumptuous. Yet, Given the neighborly ties and the manner in which the request was made, outright refusal seemed unkind. With a silent sigh, she turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving a somewhat unused coarse porcelain bowl. Symbolically, she filled it with a small portion of steaming hot candied chestnuts, freshly cooked. "Aunt, these are just out of the pot and still warm. Take them back for the children to enjoy." Upon observing the bowl, Aunt Zheng immediately curled her lips in disdain, her eyes betraying no attempt to conceal her contempt, as she muttered, "Is this all there is? TSK, they're merely wild chestnuts picked from the mountains. Look at you, so miserly, as if they were precious treasures." Despite her words, her hands moved swiftly, snatching the bowl and clutching it tightly, bringing it to her nose to inhale the sweet aroma. Jiaojiao was taken aback by her audacity. She had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but none so brazenly assertive. Taking a step forward, she reached out to reclaim the bowl, stating, "If you find it unworthy, then please return it to me. We can't afford to go hungry at home." However, Aunt Zheng, nimble as a sly old fox, twisted her body to protect the bowl, casting a sidelong glance at Jiaojiao while raising her voice to admonish, "Oh, how can you say such things? I am merely considering that you have recently married Captain Jing, and it has not been easy for you. Hence I do not disdain this meager offering. What is the matter? My grandson can enjoy a few wild fruits, and you're displeased?" Her words insinuated that it was Jiaojiao who was being petty and ungrateful, while Aunt Zheng graciously accepting the bowl of chestnuts was a tremendous favor to her. Jiaojiao was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated by this illogical reasoning and shamelessness. The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a clear, youthful voice. Jing Hongyi emerged from the house, holding his younger sister, Jing Xiaohua's hand, his small frame standing straight like a little adult as he positioned himself protectively in front of Jiaojiao, his distinct black and white eyes fixed on the uninvited guest in the courtyard. "Aunt Zheng," Jing Hongyi began, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet exceptionally articulate. "Our teacher has instructed us that it is impolite not to reciprocate kindness. Since you have accepted our chestnuts, may I inquire what delightful dishes your family has prepared today? Might we be allowed to sample them?" His words were logical and infused with a childlike earnestness, leaving Aunt Zheng momentarily taken aback. The self-assured demeanor she had donned deflated like a punctured balloon. "Oh dear, oh dear," she laughed awkwardly, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Jing Hongyi's eyes. What delicious food? What nonsense are you spouting, you little child? Ah, my memory. I must return home to check on the stew on the stove. It cannot be left unattended." Mumbling incoherently, she hurriedly turned and scurried away, clutching the small bowl of chestnuts, her steps quickening as if pursued by hounds. Scarcely pausing to offer a polite farewell, with a soft clang, Jiaojiao secured the courtyard door, effectively shutting out the commotion from outside. Silence enveloped the yard, leaving the three of them, mother and her two children, exchanging glances until, suddenly, they erupted into laughter, finding Aunt Zheng's hasty retreat utterly comical. Jing Hongyi tilted his face up to look at Jiaojiao, his expression bearing a maturity beyond his years. "Mother, do not concern yourself with her. Aunt Zheng is always like this. If she returns and you do not wish to give, simply refuse her without hesitation. There is no need to feel embarrassed." His call of mother flowed with an astonishing naturalness, imbued with a hint of intimacy and dependence that he himself might not even recognize. The fleeting sense of gloom in Jiaojiao's heart, stirred by Aunt Zheng, dissipated almost entirely, leaving only surprise. This child, he has called her mother? Has he truly accepted her in his heart? Unable to resist, she bent down and gently ruffled Jing Hongyi's hair. "All right, mother is listening to you." With a smile, Jiaojiao responded, turning towards the kitchen, dismissing her earlier troubles. "Come now, let me serve you both some chestnuts, fresh from the pot. Their flavor is unparalleled. But remember, do not indulge too much, just a taste will suffice. Save room for dinner later." She scooped 2 small handfuls of glistening, sugar-coated chestnuts into 2 coarse porcelain bowls and handed them to the eagerly watching Jing Hongyi and Jing Xiaohua, watching the 2 children, who treated the chestnuts as treasures, carefully peel their shells and pop the plump morsels into their mouths. their cheeks puffed out, Pu Jiaojiao's spirits soared. Given that the children had already enjoyed sweet chestnuts as a light snack, she decided not to complicate dinner. With deft movements, she kneaded the dough, rolled it out, and cut it into strips. The snow-white dough transformed under her hands into resilient, elastic noodles, soon forming a neat pile of uniformly thick strands. The flames in the stove danced, and the water in the pot quickly began to bubble. She added the noodles, cooking them to perfection before lifting them out to drain. Next came the piece d'arsistance, lard. Rendered from fresh pork fat a few days prior, it rested in a jar, pure and delicate, resembling congealed cream. Chapter 18. Noodles with lard. Pu Jiaojiao scooped a generous spoonful and placed it directly atop the steaming noodles. As the solid lard met the heat, it melted swiftly, releasing a gentle sizzle and enveloping each strand of noodle in a rich, savory fragrance that was both humble and irresistibly enticing. A drizzle of soy sauce was added to enhance both color and flavor, and with long chopsticks, she quickly tossed everything together. The originally plain noodles transformed into a glossy, rich sheen, displaying an alluring light brown hue, each strand distinct and non-sticky. The unique aroma, a blend of lard and soy sauce, wafted through the air with the rising steam, simple yet profoundly comforting to both the stomach and the soul. Accompanying this dish were previously prepared cucumber strips, vibrant and crisp, perfectly balancing the richness of the lard-coated noodles. The soup was a quick and easy tomato and egg concoction, a delightful medley of red and yellow, light yet filled with flavor. Although Pu Jiaojiao did not comprehend why the items of this era were so abundant, she felt it was justified, considering she had entered a novel. Existence is rational. After all, the variety of dishes presented was a boon for her. In just a few moments, a simple yet satisfying dinner was ready. Pu Jiaojiao confidently placed 2 large bowls of mixed noodles, 1 small bowl of cucumber strips, and a pot of hot soup on the small table in the kitchen. "Ayi, Shaohua, wash your hands, dinner is ready," she called out into the courtyard. The pork noodles not only left Jing Hongi awestruck, but even Jing Shaohua, with a round belly already full, displayed an eager desire to partake once more. Ultimately, it was Pu Jiaojiao who coaxed and promised to prepare other delectable dishes for the following day, thus bringing the matter to a close. The next morning, Pu Jiaojiao diligently prepared a lunchbox for Jing Hongi, ensuring he had breakfast before handing him a generous package of reheated candied chestnuts. You can share them with your friends at school, but be cautious not to overindulge, as it may cause a stomachache, she advised. Jing Hongi, now accustomed to receiving the lunchbox from Pu Jiaojiao with ease, wore a smile as he said, "I'm off to school now, mother." "Go on," Pu Jiaojiao replied, watching him walk away before she closed the courtyard door and turned to return to her bed for a brief rest. However, today, restful slumber eluded her. Just as she settled down, a series of urgent, forceful knocks resounded on the courtyard door, shattering the morning's tranquility. Suppressing her irritation and fearing the disturbance might awaken Jing Shaohua, Pu Jiaojiao hastily donned her clothes. "Who is it, pounding on my door at such an early hour?" she called out. The knocking not only persisted but grew louder, accompanied by a woman's sharp and scolding voice. Frowning, Pu Jiaojiao hastened to the courtyard door and flung open the latch. The door creaked as it opened, revealing Aunt Zheng, who, poised to knock again, stumbled forward into the courtyard upon the door's sudden swing. Regaining her balance, her face flushed crimson, hair somewhat disheveled, she appeared furious. "Aunt Zheng, what brings you here? It's barely dawn, and you're making such a ruckus at my doorstep," Pu Jiaojiao said calmly, though with an air of detachment. Upon seeing her, Aunt Zheng erupted like a lit firecracker, reaching for Pu Jiaojiao's arm, her face contorted with rage. "It's you, Pu Jiaojiao. You've made my grandson ill, causing him to suffer all night. What are your intentions?" She spat, her words laced with invective. "I see you as nothing but a harbinger of misfortune." Pu Jiaojiao stepped aside to evade her grasp, her expression turning icy. "Aunt Zheng, mind your language. At your age, must you still resort to such vulgarity? Your grandson's discomfort has nothing to do with me. How dare you come here to slander my character? Do you think I am made of clay? How can it not be related? It was those few wretched chestnuts you gave." Aunt Zheng persisted, half her body forcing its way into the doorway. My bow, ate the chestnuts you provided, and soon complained of a stomachache. If there's nothing wrong with your chestnuts, then what else could it be? You must have tampered with them. As she spoke, she attempted to push her way inside. Jiaojiao braced against the door, refusing to yield. Aunt Zheng, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. I personally roasted those chestnuts, and both A.E. and Hua consumed them as well. Why are they unscathed while your grandson is not? Moreover, of all those chestnuts, are just yours the only ones tainted? The two engaged in a tug-of-war at the door. Aunt Zheng's shrill voice soon drawing the attention of neighbors. Many peered out curiously, while some who were preparing to leave for work paused to gather nearby. Intrigued by the commotion, the once tranquil alley transformed into a cacophony of voices. Aunt Zheng, witnessing the gathering crowd, grew even more emboldened, and resolutely seated herself upon the threshold of Jiaojiao's home, dramatically pounding her thigh and wailing, "Come quickly, everyone, let justice be served. This wicked Jiaojiao, appearing all innocent, has poisoned my grandson with her toxic chestnuts. Oh, my poor Bower," writhing in pain upon his bed. Her performance was so heartfelt, it seemed utterly genuine. The surrounding neighbors whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances and pointing at Jiaojiao, amused by Aunt Zheng's brazen antics. Jiaojiao let go of her grip on the door and stepped back, crossing her arms as she observed the spectacle. "Enough, Aunt Zheng, cease your wailing. What is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly." Seizing the opportunity as her cries subsided, Aunt Zheng sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, and declared with a lion's roar, "What do you think? My grandson has suffered immensely, and it cannot go unpunished. You must compensate us with 5 taels of silver. Otherwise, this matter shall not rest." 5 taels? Good heavens, why not simply rob a bank? The neighbors erupted into a chorus of astonishment, their expressions towards Aunt Zheng shifting dramatically. 5 taels of silver was no trifling sum for an ordinary family, let alone one that would scarcely consume that amount in an entire year. The scorn on Jiaojiao's face became even more pronounced. 5 taels? Aunt Zheng, your calculations are quite astute. It seems you are less concerned for your grandson's well-being and more for your own pocket. She paused, her voice suddenly rising, resonating throughout the alley. "Since you claim that I harmed your grandson, mere words are insufficient. Let's report this to the authorities." "Report it?" Aunt Zheng faltered momentarily. "Yes, report it," Jiaojiao asserted firmly. "Let the magistrate investigate. Bring in a physician to examine your grandson. We shall determine whether my chestnuts are indeed at fault or if you are merely attempting to extort me." Aunt Zheng's gaze flickered, her confidence waning, yet she stubbornly retorted, "If we are to report it, then let us. Who is afraid? But your husband works in the county office. Surely the magistrate will side with you." "Oh." Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying that our esteemed magistrate is one to engage in corruption, unable to discern right from wrong? That anyone with ties to the office can escape accountability?" Her words pierced deeply. Aunt Zheng was taken aback, hastily waving her hands. "I did not say such a thing. Do not put words in my mouth." She dared not speak ill of the magistrate. Moreover, deep down, she felt a twinge of guilt. Jiaojiao's unwavering stance had left her somewhat rattled. "Very well then, let us go see the magistrate," Jiaojiao declared resolutely. "I am confident that our magistrate will not shield anyone from justice." This declaration felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing Aunt Zheng's fervor, significantly diminishing her bravado. The once towering rage seemed to deflate like a punctured boil, her previously assertive stance slackening, her gaze wavering and avoiding direct contact with Jiaojiao. Her lips quivered, yet she could not muster an immediate retort. The intensity of her fury had undeniably diminished. Beside them, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles that could easily pinch a mosquito hastened forward a couple of steps, rubbing his calloused hands together. A smile etched across his face. "Oh dear, I say, Mrs. Jing and Sister Zheng, this is just a trifling matter. Let's not invoke the term official. It is rather intimidating. We are neighbors, after all. Is there not anything we could discuss amicably? The gates of the government office are quite high, and as humble common folk, it is best we avoid them. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, he discreetly observed Sister Zhang's expression, glancing back at the composed Jiaojiao. Everyone understood that entering the government office was easy, but exiting was a different story altogether. Even if one had a valid reason, they would still be subjected to scrutiny. Moreover, the issue concerning Sister Zhang seemed rather tenuous. The murmurs of the onlookers began to diminish. The previously buzzing crowd, now casting glances of scrutiny towards Sister Zhang instead of the pointed fingers directed at Jiaojiao. Although the whispers were low, the glances exchanged were unmistakably clear. Indeed, another woman, carrying a vegetable basket as if she were just about to step out, could not restrain herself from speaking. She first assessed Jiaojiao's unruffled demeanor, then scrutinized the evidently anxious Sister Zhang, weighing her thoughts before articulating, 5 taels of silver, tsk. This is no jest. Sister Zhang, perhaps you should reconsider? It is possible that little Bao was tempted and secretly indulged in some other cold food. Children have delicate stomachs, and it is not uncommon for them to suffer digestive issues. It may not necessarily be those few chestnuts. These words struck a nerve with Sister Zhang, causing her face to flush crimson and then pale, as if she had been publicly humiliated. Yet, how could one easily relinquish the morsel of fat that was within reach? She stiffened her neck and shouted, spitting as she spoke, "What other things?" "There are none. My Shirtu only ate a few of your family's rotten chestnuts yesterday. Immediately after, he was vomiting and having diarrhea. If not for your chestnuts, what could it be? You lot should stop ganging up on an old woman like me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted before Jiaojiao could even respond. The elderly gentleman, who had been attempting to mediate, furrowed his brows even tighter, glancing back and forth between Sister Zhang and Jiaojiao, before sighing and taking a half-step back, clearly wishing to extricate himself from this muddled affair. Another woman donned in a deep indigo garment, holding a half-finished shoe sole, couldn't help but scoff. "Sister Zhang, one cannot say such things. My grandson just the other day had upset stomach from eating leftover food. Children's stomachs are tender, and with the autumn chill, it is common for them to have digestive issues. How can you so hastily conclude it was the chestnut from the Jing family?" "Precisely." Others chimed in. "My son also snuck a bowl of leftover rice yesterday and had a terrible time. I didn't dare speak of it for fear of being ridiculed. Yet here you are, boldly demanding 5 taels of silver at someone's doorstep. Tsk, such audacity. 5 taels of silver would suffice for our family's needs for half a year. All over a handful of chestnuts? I see that Shirtu is quite the glutton. Who knows what unsavory things he might have consumed." The discussions grew louder, the tide of opinion shifting entirely. What had begun as mere suspicion now solidified into a near consensus that Sister Zhang was attempting to extort money. The gazes pierced through the air like countless needles, incessantly pricking at Aunt Zhang. Her face alternated between a crimson hue and a pallid shade, then turned an unsettling greenish tone, her eyes bulging wide, and her chest heaving violently, clearly agitated. "You all are conspiring against me." Aunt Zhang trembled with rage, pointing at those around her. "I don't care. It was your chestnuts that harmed my grandson. Spare me your insincere support." Her voice, sharp and piercing, lost the earlier feebleness and instead resembled a cat, fur bristling after being trodden upon. She stomped her feet, accusing each neighbor who had spoken moments before. "You, Zhang from the Zhang family, don't think I'm unaware of your household issues. And you, Li family, last time, in her fury, she momentarily forgot about her grandson, resorting to old grievances and preparing to engage in a verbal battle with her neighbors." Jiaojiao observed the scene with cold detachment, and, as Aunt Zhang displayed her shrewish demeanor, a barely perceptible smirk tugged at her lips. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a voice neither loud nor soft, yet perfectly audible to all. "Oh dear, look at Aunt Zhang's fervor. One might assume that Bayer is doing just fine. Otherwise, why would she be here quarreling with everyone?" Her words were light, yet fell like a bucket of cold water upon Aunt Zhang. Indeed, the crowd quickly grasped the implication. "Aunt Zhang, ISN to your grandson, still ill? How can you afford the time to argue here?" "Exactly. If you truly cared for your grandson, you should have returned to care for him or sought a better physician. I suspect she is merely angling for money. using her grandson's illness as a pretext. Each skeptical remark struck Aunt Zheng like stones, and her earlier bravado was swiftly quashed. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged, her complexion darkening to an extreme, resembling someone who had swallowed a fly. Aunt Zheng, nearly choking on her indignation, turned a shade akin to liver, pointing at Jiaojiao, stammering incomprehensibly, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The once formidable air of her tirade was effortlessly dismantled by Jiaojiao's casual remarks, leaving her with nothing but bitterness and embarrassment. At that moment, the gate of the Zheng family creaked open. A man in his 20s, of average build and clad in a somewhat worn coarse cloth shirt, stepped out. He possessed striking features, thick brows and large eyes, but his gaze was evasive, exuding a sense of meekness and timidity. This was Song He, Aunt Zheng's son, notorious in the area for his ineffectuality. Under his mother's domineering nature, he had grown accustomed to silence, never daring to voice an opinion. A sardonic smile crept across Jiaojiao's mind. This mother-son duo, one the fierce vixen and the other the timid mouse, played their parts with an uncanny synchronicity. It was as if they had orchestrated this moment, waiting until his mother could no longer bear the pressure before making an appearance. Their intentions were all too evident. As Song He emerged, he cautiously surveyed his mother's ashen face, then glanced at the unfriendly neighbors, his countenance instantly transforming into one of earnest apology and sincerity. He hurried a few steps forward, bowing repeatedly. Esteemed uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, my sincerest apologies, truly. My mother is exceedingly worried about our little Shirtu. The child has been suffering from diarrhea to the point of losing his shape. In her anxiety, she spoke without restraint, inadvertently offending everyone, including my siblings. I have sincerely apologized on her behalf. His earnest words and humble demeanor softened the expressions of some neighbors. After all, who has not experienced moments of anxiety? Moreover, one does not strike a smile with a frown. Chapter 20. Moldy pastries, alas. Song He, your mother ought to temper her temperament. The old man sighed. His tone considerably softened. It is natural to be anxious when a child is ill, yet one cannot lash out indiscriminately. Indeed, uncle, you speak wisely. I shall earnestly advise my mother. Song He nodded fervently and turned to Jiaojiao, his face adorned with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, you see how distressed our Shirtu is, writhing in pain on the Kong. My mother, in her anguish for her grandson, spoke thoughtlessly in a moment of confusion. I implore you, as an adult of great understanding, do not hold it against her. As he spoke, he discreetly gauged Jiaojiao's reaction, appearing as if he were a dutiful son burdened by an unwise mother. Jiaojiao, however, remained inscrutable, her understanding concealed beneath a calm exterior. Observing Song He's performance, her lips curled into a faint smile, yet the warmth did not reach her eyes. She nodded, her tone gentle yet assertive. Songgu, you're being too harsh on yourself. Since Annie is so concerned for Shirtu, and he is gravely ill, we cannot simply stand by. She paused, her gaze lingering on Song He's face, keenly perceiving the fleeting panic in his eyes. How about this? Jiaojiao declared with a clear voice. I shall arrange for a reputable doctor from the clinic to examine Shirtu properly, to ascertain the cause of his abdominal pain. We must find clarity, so that we can administer the appropriate treatment and ensure the child recovers swiftly. I shall cover the cost of the consultation. At her words, the smile on Song He's face instantly faltered. He opened his mouth, attempting to refuse. No need for that, sister-in-law. It would not be appropriate. Oh, what is inappropriate about it? Jiaojiao interjected, her smile deepening, her tone imbued with an irresistible insistence. We are neighbors, after all, and see each other often. I have met Shirtu a few times. How can I stand idly by while he is unwell? Moreover, Annie mentioned it was due to the chestnuts from my family. If I am at fault, I would willingly bear the medical expenses. If not, we must still seek a doctor's opinion to avoid any lingering doubts among us. Wouldn't you agree, Sangha? Her words were impeccably articulated, showcasing her generosity and concern, while simultaneously cornering Song He. Engaging a doctor at her expense was both reasonable and beyond reproach. Yet, the Zheng family harbored secrets, and they could not dare to allow an examination. A sheen of sweat began to form on Song He's forehead, his gaze wavering, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent response. The surrounding neighbors were not oblivious. Witnessing his reaction, any sympathy they had felt dissipated, replaced by deeper suspicion and scorn. Jiaojiao observed Song He's demeanor and refrained from urging him. Instead, she called out to a swift-footed neighbor outside the courtyard, "Sisterly, could you kindly run to the clinic and fetch Dr. Wang? Just tell him that the stone from the Song family is an urgent need, and I will cover the consultation fee in advance. Please hurry." Sisterly, known for her promptness, responded affirmatively and swiftly departed. Nearby, there existed a clinic named Huichuntang, frequented by the local residents for their ailments. Thus the doctors there were well acquainted with the community. With this in mind, Jiaojiao shifted her gaze to the pallid-faced Song He and the equally troubled Aunt Zheng, who had squeezed her way to the entrance. "In that case, I shall go check on the stone. It seems rather pitiful." From within the house, a soft call emerged. Jing Xiaohua, awakened by the commotion outside, rubbed her eyes and, still drowsy, shuffled out in her slippers. Upon seeing the crowd gather at the entrance, she was startled and timidly hid behind Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao quickly crouched down, patiently assisting her daughter with her shoes and adjusting her outerwear with gentle precision, as if the tension outside were of no consequence to her. "Do not fear, Xiaohua. Let us go see Brother Shirtu." She took her daughter's small hand, her gaze calm as it swept over Song He and Aunt Zheng. "Song Ge, Aunt Zheng, let us not linger here idly. Let us see how the child fares." Song He swallowed hard, nodding stiffly, while Aunt Zheng shot him a harsh glare, her eyes seemingly conveying a sense of disdain. Among the onlookers, some who relished the spectacle or were sincerely concerned, called out, "Yes, indeed. Let us go take a look. They say he has been writhing in pain." "Indeed. Let's check on the child's condition," they echoed. Song He and Aunt Zheng, surrounded by the throng, found themselves unable to resist the tide and, with grim expressions, trudged toward their home. The weight of the situation bore heavily upon their steps. Upon entering the Song family courtyard, a sudden stillness enveloped the crowd. There, beneath the western wall, sat the much-discussed little Shirtu, engrossed in constructing a crooked mud house with a small stick and some clay. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up. Though his face lacked color and appeared frail, his eyes sparkled with the innocent curiosity characteristic of children. There was no trace of the agony he was purported to be suffering, rolling in pain upon the bed. "Oh, my dear grandson, cease your play. The ground is cold." Aunt Zheng rushed forward, attempting to pull him up, her voice strained as she explained to the gathering. "Look at this child. He just recovered a bit and has already gotten up. After a night of discomfort, he is exhausted. Quickly, come inside with your grandmother." Her tone was sharper than usual, betraying an underlying unease. Shirtu gazed at the sudden influx of visitors with bewilderment, then turned to his grandmother. "Grandma, why are you all here?" The expressions on the faces of the onlookers shifted to one of subtle complexity as they exchanged glances. Before long, Sister Lee returned with Dr. Wang from the town. Dr. Wang, in his 50s, carrying a medicine box, walked steadily towards the scene without asking many questions. Amidst the enthusiastic accounts of the onlookers, he approached Shirtu and requested him to extend his wrist. The neighbors instinctively formed a circle, holding their breath in anticipation. Aunt Zheng nervously rubbed her hands, her eyes fixed intently on the doctor. After carefully taking Shida's pulse and examining his tongue, Dr. Wang finally lowered his hand and stroked his beard, stating, "The pulse is weak and the tongue coating is thick and greasy. This is diarrhea caused by food stagnation." Aunt Zheng, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately raised her voice. "Did you hear that? I told you it was something he ate." "It must be," she continued, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiaojiao, whose voice, though not loud, clearly overshadowed Aunt Zheng's outburst. "Is there any way to discern what unsuitable food the child consumed that led to this severe diarrhea?" Dr. Wang pondered for a moment before replying. "From the pulse, it is likely that he ingested something that had been stored for too long and is not very fresh. As the weather cools, food is prone to spoilage, especially pastries and cooked foods. One must be particularly cautious." Upon hearing this, A wave of suppressed murmurs erupted around them. "I knew it. It must have been something unclean," exclaimed a neighbor. Sister Zheng is usually frugal, but she cannot let her child eat spoiled food. Indeed, the child's stomach is delicate. How can he withstand such things? The doctor has already said it was something old, certainly not freshly made candied chestnuts. Aunt Zheng's face flushed crimson, then gradually turned ashen, her lips trembling as she attempted to argue but could utter not a word, only glaring fiercely at Pu Jiaojiao. Her gaze akin to a predator ready to pounce. Seemingly oblivious to Aunt Zheng's furious glare, Pu Jiaojiao crouched down in front of Shirtu, softening her tone and gently asking, "Shirtu, tell Annie what delicious food you had yesterday." Little Shirtu, innocent and straightforward, counted on his fingers and replied in a sweet voice, "Grandma gave me cake. The one hidden in the cupboard, and there were chestnuts, sweet ones." At that opportune moment, Pu Jiaojiao produced a small handful of chestnuts she had brought earlier and presented them to Dr. Wang, asking, "Doctor, could it be these?" Dr. Wang examined the chestnuts, sniffed them, and shook his head. "No, these are fresh and fine." Pu Jiaojiao then turned to Aunt Zheng, maintaining her gentle smile. "Annie, what about the pastries Shirtu mentioned?" Aunt Zheng's gaze flickered, her voice faltering as she forced herself to reply, "They were eaten long ago. There's none left. Children can't remember accurately. I know where it is." Before she could finish, little Shirtu exuberantly proclaimed, eager to prove his honesty, jumping down from a small stool and running into the East Room. Aunt Zheng's expression changed dramatically, and she attempted to stop him, but several neighbors intentionally or unintentionally obstructed her path. Soon, little Shirtu emerged, proudly holding a small object wrapped in oiled paper, presenting it to Pu Jiaojiao like a treasure. "Annie, look, there's more." Pu Jiaojiao took it and, in front of the gathered crowd, carefully unfolded the layer of oiled paper. Inside lay a piece of pastry that had lost all semblance of its original shape and color. Its edges were dry, and the surface was dotted with green and white mold, with some areas even sprouting fine, dense black fuzz. A faint, sour odor wafted through the air as the oil paper was unwrapped, causing a few nearby neighbors to instinctively wrinkle their noses. At that moment, the truth became unmistakable, leaving no room for further argument. It was evident that Aunt Zheng herself had fed the child something unwholesome, yet she sought to shift the blame onto others. Chapter 21. Steamed chestnuts. The courtyard was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The mold-ridden pastry, exuding a foul odor, lay exposed on the oil paper, resembling an unsightly piece of evidence, scrutinized by all present. Aunt Zheng's complexion drained of color before flushing a deep crimson, as if she had been struck. Her lips trembled, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her garment. Her gaze fixated on the offending pastry, then abruptly turning to glare at Pu Jiaojiao. Her eyes filled with a ferocity that seemed ready to pounce. However, Pu Jiaojiao appeared unfazed by the hostility. She even bent down to secure the oil paper more neatly, hoping to keep it from soiling the child's hands. She softly addressed Dr. Wang. "Doctor, what do you think of this?" Dr. Wang merely glanced at it, then furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to examine it. This—" A sigh escaped him, laden with unspoken sentiments. Standing silently to the side, Song Hye's expression was equally grim. Initially, he had believed his mother's words, thinking the child had indeed fallen ill from the neighbor's chestnuts. He had hoped to seek some form of compensation for his son's suffering. Yet now, gazing at the clearly spoiled pastry and then at his son's pale face, a tumult of emotions, shame and anger, surged within him. He looked from the pastry to his mother, his lips moving slightly, but ultimately he could only emit a heavy sigh, tinged with disappointment in his mother and concern for his son. The surrounding neighbors, unburdened by such reservations, finally erupted in suppressed whispers. "Good heavens! It's moldy. How can anyone give this to a child? Sister Zheng, you have truly lost your senses. There are limits to frugality. No wonder the child is suffering. This could be fatal. And to blame others' daughter-in-law, TSK. Each remark pierced Aunt Zheng's heart like a needle, her facade of composure crumbling as she shrieked, "What are you all staring at? Get out! Out!" She resembled a furious lioness, flailing her arms in an attempt to disperse the crowd. A few neighbors, startled by her outburst, instinctively took a few steps back. Song could no longer contain his anger and bellowed, "Why are you shouting at others? You should be thanking Dr. Wang." "Thank for what? If it weren't for that meddlesome Jiaojiao." Aunt Zheng's words were cut short by Song He's louder rebuke. "Silence. Is it not humiliating enough already?" Disinterested in their quarrel, Jiaojiao took the bewildered Jing Xiaohua by the hand and turned to Dr. Wang, saying, "Doctor, thank you for your efforts. Here is your consultation fee. Please accept it." With a nod to the onlookers, she led her companion away. Aunt Zheng, incensed by their departure, shouted after Jiaojiao's retreating figure, "You can't escape the blame for those chestnuts. If nothing happened before yesterday, how could this have occurred? This matter is far from over." The listeners were taken aback, realizing that Aunt Zheng had engaged in such behavior before and did not perceive it as her fault at all. In that moment, the gazes of everyone towards little Shirtu were tinged with sympathy. It was truly remarkable that this child had managed to remain lively and spirited despite his circumstances. One by one, they shook their heads and departed. Jiaojiao led her companions out of the courtyard, only to be met with the suppressed fury of Song He and the sharp cries of Aunt Zheng, interspersed with little Shidu's frightened sobs. The courtyard door slammed shut, effectively isolating the chaos of that family. As they walked down the road, a neighbor could not help but remark to Jiaojiao, "Jing's daughter-in-law, you truly acted rightly today. Otherwise, we would have all been ensnared by her." Another chimed in, "Indeed, some people have such malevolent intentions." Jiaojiao merely smiled faintly, saying little in response. She glanced down at Jing Xiaohua, who still bore a look of confusion and fear. It was evident that the events at the Song family had frightened her. Gently, she patted Jing Xiaohua's head and softly coaxed, "Shall we have chestnut cake when we return home to your mother?" Alas, it is the children who suffer most when adults err. One cannot fathom Aunt Zheng's thoughts. After all, it is her own grandson, yet she offered him moldy food. It would be a wonder if he did not fall ill. Upon hearing about the chestnut cake, Jing Xiaohua instantly perked up, casting aside her fear, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she looked at Jiaojiao. "Mother, what is chestnut cake? Is it delicious?" She could not help but swallow hard, her face reflecting the anticipation of something delectable, for the name alone suggested a delightful pastry. Jiaojiao first urged Jing Xiaohua to have her breakfast. The millet porridge was soft and glutinous, accompanied by crispy pickled radishes, and Jing Xiaohua savored every bite, her cheeks puffing out like a little hamster who had pilfered rice. After she finished eating, Jiaojiao wiped her mouth clean before commencing the preparation of the chestnut cake. She had intentionally saved some plump, shiny chestnuts from yesterday. After washing them, she scored a cross on their backs with a knife and placed them in a pot to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she reduced the heat to let them simmer, and soon the kitchen was filled with the distinct sweet aroma of chestnuts. During the cooking, Jiaojiao busied herself by mixing glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour in the right proportions, adding a touch of sugar. The sugar must be kept to a minimum, as the chestnuts themselves carried a natural sweetness that would be unfortunate to overshadow. In this era, not only were the dishes abundant, but the variety of staple foods and flours was also remarkably complete. Consequently, the pastries of this time were plentiful and exquisitely diverse, truly delightful. However, the only drawback was that these delicacies were not particularly cheap, given the requisite use of sugar. As she stirred the flour with chopsticks, she contemplated whether to add some osmanthus. The fragrant aroma of the osmanthus would complement the sweet and sticky nature of the chestnuts beautifully. Once the chestnuts were nearly done, she retrieved them with a slotted spoon and allowed them to cool slightly. Peeling chestnuts is a meticulous task, best accomplished while they are still warm, yet not too hot to handle. Jiaojiao delicately peeled the chestnuts, her fingertips slightly reddened from the heat, yet her motions remained unceasing. The peeled chestnut meat, a golden hue and plump, emitted an enticing aroma. Jing Xiaohua leaned closer, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the chestnuts in her hands, her little nose twitching in anticipation, nearly drooling. "Would you like some?" Jiaojiao asked with a smile, to which Jing Xiaohua eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yesterday, they had enjoyed candied chestnuts, Today, they were boiled, offering an entirely different taste. Jiaojiao pinched a small piece of chestnut meat and brought it to her lips, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Jiaojiao, unable to contain her excitement, opened her mouth wide and bit down, mumbling, "Delicious." Jiaojiao chuckled at her enthusiasm, peeled a few more chestnuts, placed them in a bowl for her to savor slowly, and returned to her task. Chapter 22. Chestnut Cake. The peeled chestnut meat was divided, half cut into small cubes for the filling, while the other half was placed in a stone mortar to be mashed. Mashing the chestnuts required considerable effort, and Jiaojiao pounded away, her arms beginning to ache slightly. Fortunately, the chestnuts had been boiled until tender, making the task manageable. The resulting chestnut puree was smooth and soft, exuding a rich chestnut fragrance. The glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour had already been mixed, and Jiaojiao gradually added warm water, kneading the mixture with her hands. The dough began to take shape, soft and elastic. She molded it into a smooth ball, covering it with a damp cloth to allow it to rise. While the dough was resting, Jiaojiao combined the diced chestnuts with osmanthus flowers, adding a touch of sugar to create the filling. The delicate fragrance of the osmanthus instantly elevated the aroma of the mixture. Early autumn marked the peak bloom of osmanthus, with numerous trees scattered throughout the county, filling the air with their sweet scent. The osmanthus used was from a tree at the alley's entrance, though scant. It sufficed for her needs. Once the dough had risen, Jiaojiao divided it into evenly sized portions, rolling each into thin rounds, encasing the chestnut filling within and pinching them into round shapes. The finished chestnut cakes resembled plump little dumplings, utterly charming. The steamer's water had come to a boil, and Jiaojiao placed the prepared chestnut cakes into the bamboo steamer, covering it with a lid to commence the steaming process. Billows of steam filled the air, and the kitchen was awash with the intoxicating blend of chestnut and glutinous rice fragrances, becoming even more alluring. After approximately 15 minutes, the chestnut cakes were ready. Jiaojiao lifted the lid. A wave of steam greeted her, infused with a delightful aroma. The steamed chestnut cakes, translucent and glistening, adorned with flecks of osmanthus, were visually appetizing. She carefully removed them, placing them on a plate and bringing them to the table. Jiaojiao, unable to wait any longer, stared intently at the chestnut cakes, her little hands twitching with eagerness. "Be careful, it's hot," Jiaojiao reminded her, picking up a piece of cake, gently blowing on it and offering it to Jiaojiao. Without hesitation, Jiaojiao received the chestnut cake and took a small bite. Soft and sweet pastries, infused with a rich chestnut aroma, immediately dissolve in the mouth. Jiaojiao squints her eyes in satisfaction, her lips curling into a sweet smile. "Is it delicious?" Jiaojiao inquires with a grin. Jiaojiao nods eagerly, mumbling, "It's delicious. The cakes made by mother are the best." After wrapping a portion of the steamed chestnut cake in oil paper, she takes Jiaojiao's hand and steps outside. She had originally planned to visit her maternal home today. Yesterday, she had a brief conversation with Pu Shuni about the serious intention to sell items in the shop. Although the shop belongs to her family, she felt the need to give them a heads up. After all, she is now married. Had she not been, placing items at her family's shop would merely contribute to their income. However, as a married woman, financial matters require careful consideration. Primarily, she believes the Pu family would not take a single cent from her, but this was not her intention. Having interacted with the Pu family, she perceives them as genuinely loving towards their children. Now that she is part of the Pu family, she feels it is her duty to honor her predecessor. Holding Jiaojiao's hand, Jiaojiao enters the Pu family's grocery store. Inside, Pu Donglai is seated behind the counter organizing accounts, while Qiao Sanyang tends to a small pile of red beans nearby. "Father, mother," Jiaojiao calls out cheerfully, placing the food box on the counter. "I just made some chestnut cake. Come and try it." Jiaojiao tilts her little face upwards, sweetly echoing, "Grandfather, grandmother." Upon seeing them, Qiao Sanyang's face instantly brightens with a smile. She sets aside her work, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear girl Xiaohua, come sit down." She reaches out to pat Xiaohua's head and opens the food box, releasing a delightful fragrance. This cake looks exquisite, and it even has the scent of osmanthus. Qiao Sanyang picks up a piece and hands it to Pu Donglai. Old man, quickly taste our daughter's handiwork. Pu Donglai also sets aside the accounts, takes a bite of the chestnut cake, and his eyes light up. Soft, sweet, and delicious. Much better than what S sold outside. He gazes at Pu Jiaojiao with pride, but also feels a pang of sadness, realizing that their daughter had never done such work at home. Now, married off, she can even steam pastries. He cannot help but feel his eyes moisten, lamenting that if only he were more capable. His daughter could have brought along maids and servants for her marriage, sparing her from such toil. Unfortunately, the grocery store barely sustains their livelihood. Ultimately, it all comes down to his inadequacy. Watching from the side, Jing Xiaohua cannot resist extending her little hand. Grandmother, I want to eat more. Qiao Sanyang laughs and hands her another piece, cautioning her to be careful as she pulls Pu Jiaojiao aside to chat. Once Xiaohua is quietly seated on a small stool, savoring the cake, Pu Jiaojiao turns to her parents to discuss serious matters. Father, mother, did elder brother go out for deliveries today? Yes, he left early this morning. Pu Donglai replies. Perfect. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. I want to make some items to sell in our store. No sooner had she finished speaking than Pu Donglai waved his hand dismissively, saying, just sell them here. Why talk about consigning? It's our own store. There is no need to distinguish between you and me. Pu Jiaojiao anticipated this response. She gently nudged the food box on the counter aside and looked at her father. Father, I knew you would say that, which is why I came to greet you first. This matter must adhere to the rules. It's consignment. I propose a 60-40 split, with the shop taking 40% and I retaining 60%. What do you think? Absolutely not. Pu Donglai shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum. How could I accept your money? That is out of the question. The items you create will undoubtedly sell well here, and all the profits should be yours. Pu Jiaojiao felt a sense of helplessness, yet her tone remained resolute. Father, if you do not agree, then I truly cannot bring them here. Consignment occupies space, and I might even need your assistance in clearing a corner later. As family, we should keep our accounts clear, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Seeing her father's stubbornness, she turned to Qiao Xinyang for support, adding a touch of coaxing to her plea. Mother, look at father. I merely wish to engage in something legitimate, yet he insists on obstructing me. Qiao Xinyang observed her daughter's earnest expression and then glanced at her husband, whose demeanor brooked no argument. She understood that her daughter sought to clarify matters from the outset. After all, the grocery store would ultimately belong to their son. If a daughter-in-law were to enter the family, they would surely prefer not to quibble over such matters, while their son would likely be indifferent. Gently, Qiao Xinyang patted Pu Donglai's arm. Enough, my dear husband. Our daughter is growing up and has her own ideas. Her desire to accomplish something is commendable, and we should support her. She paused, turning to Pu Jiaojiao. As for the division, a 60-40 split is too much in favor of the shop. We are family and shall not take advantage of you. Let us settle on an 80-20 split, with the shop taking 20% and you 80%. That has settled then. If you refuse again, mother may become displeased, she added. Pu Jiaojiao recognized that this was the best outcome her mother could negotiate. Reflecting the affection her parents held for her, a warmth spread within her, and a smile graced her lips. Thank you, mother. You are the best. She contemplated making more frequent visits and bringing gifts to show her gratitude. With the negotiations concluded, Pu Donglai's previously tense expression relaxed. His curiosity finally got the better of him. Jiaojiao, what do you plan to sell first? Perhaps the chestnut cake? The chestnut cake was something she made for enjoyment. But after a moment's hesitation, she chose her words carefully. Father, mother, I wish to create products for washing hair and bathing, specifically soapberry liquid and fragrant soap. But I intend to make them even better with a more delightful scent. Washing hair and bathing? Pu Donglai and Qiao Xinyang exchanged surprised glances. The grocery store did sell coarse soapberries and soap, but those were rather commonplace items with minimal profit. Indeed, Pu Jiaojiao affirmed, I envision them in small, aesthetically pleasing blocks with a delightful fragrance. I will need a designated shelf for them, so they do not mingle with other goods. Unlike her previous conversation with Pu Shun Yi, Pu Jiaojiao was forthright with Pu Donglai. After all, she still hoped to have him clear a small space for her in advance. Though the shop was labeled a grocery store, it did not imply that everything within was haphazardly arranged. At this moment, the general store is truly a microcosm of diversity, offering an array of items ranging from household goods to condiments. One could assert that this store encapsulates a vast assortment. Moreover, the Pu family's shop, while modest in size, is brimming with merchandise. If she truly intends to craft exquisite soap, meticulous planning is essential. In truth, her aspirations extend beyond mere soap making. She possesses a plethora of formulas, each meticulously developed during her tenure as a lifestyle blogger through trial and error. Among these is a herbal shampoo, renowned for its remarkable efficacy. Recalling the practices of the time, most individuals washed their hair using rice water or soap pots, while the affluent indulged in pearl powder and fluorescence. Before her marriage, her family, in their affection, had once purchased pearl powder for her, which indeed imparted a lustrous sheen to her hair, albeit at a steep price. A mere small vial of pearl powder, no larger than a palm, commanded the exorbitant sum of 2 taels of silver. Each application weighed heavily on Pu Jiaojiao's heart, making her cautious even when using it, reluctant to pour out more than necessary. Consequently, she seldom indulged, opting to use the pearl powder sparingly. As she spoke, she approached the counter, picked up a brush used for accounting, and searched for a clean sheet of paper. "Do we need to specifically construct a frame?" Pu Donglai inquired with interest. Dipping the brush in ink, Pu Jiaojiao pondered briefly before sketching on the paper. Her grip on the brush felt somewhat awkward, lacking the fluidity she had mastered with a pen in her previous life. Her control over the pressure was unsteady, causing the lines to occasionally blur. However, she felt a measure of relief, as the original owner had practiced writing enough to avoid complete ineptitude. The resulting sketch, though simplistic, depicted a small wooden rack with several tiers. Beside it, she intentionally drew a small compartment labeled for samples. "This is the height I envision." She presented the blueprint to Pu Donglai, outlining a 3 or 4-tier structure, with the front of each layer slightly elevated to prevent items from falling off. The top layer could feature a sign indicating the contents. Pointing to the small compartment, she added, "I wish to place an unwrapped soap sample here, alongside a small basin of water, allowing customers to test it." She contemplated creating a few charcoal pencils to use later. The brush sufficed for larger drawings, but she found it inadequate for precise writing. Pu Donglai examined the blueprint with care. Though simple, the concept was clear. He gazed at his daughter, his expression revealing curiosity. The idea of allowing customers to sample before purchasing was indeed novel. "Good products are never afraid of being tested," he mused. Pu Jiaojiao smiled, envisioning the enticing aroma wafting through the air, naturally piquing the curiosity of passers-by. Furthermore, the soap she planned to create would render hands fragrant and smooth, distinctly different from the current offerings. Presently, using soap pods leaves a rather astringent sensation post-wash, whereas her creation would not elicit such feelings. Those who tried it would have nothing negative to say, as Qiao Sanyong observed her daughter sketching with impressive proficiency. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. "I believe this will work. Your brother can seek out a familiar carpenter to craft it, and it won't be much trouble." Pu Donglai carefully tucked away the blueprint, affirming, "All right, I'll have your brother arrange for it to be made. When the time comes for placement and arrangement, you can come by the shop to oversee it personally." "Ah, splendid." Pu Jiaojiao responded with a melodious tone, feeling a weight lift from her heart. With their discussion concluded, they noticed that lunchtime was approaching. Qiao Sanyang had already prepared the meal, and Pu Jiaojiao felt entirely justified in bringing Xiaohua to her parental home for a delicious lunch. At the dining table, Qiao Sanyang busily served dishes to Xiaohua, inquiring about any needs Pu Jiaojiao's household might have. Though Pu Donglai spoke little, his gaze remained attentive to both his daughter and granddaughter, wearing a cheerful expression that clearly indicated his delight in having them dine at home. After the meal, Xiaohua began to show signs of weariness, having been roused early that morning. Now, fully satiated, her head began to droop. "Mother, why don't you take Hua for a nap? I'll step out to purchase a few items," Pu Jiaojiao suggested, seizing the opportunity as Xiaohua seemed drowsy. "Very well, do not worry. I will take care of Xiaohua while you attend to your matters, Qiao Sanyang readily agreed. Although she felt a pang of concern for her daughter running about, she understood that a married woman must tend to her household. Furthermore, the fact that her daughter was establishing herself brought her immense joy. Pu Jiaojiao first visited the apothecary. In creating fragrant oils and shampoos, mere soapwort was insufficient. She needed to incorporate additional herbs that would smooth hair, moisturize skin, and include fragrant flowers and herbs. However, the apothecary lacked floral ingredients. What they had were primarily medicinal, such as honeysuckle. Chapter 24. Yuzana, the Western market in the county, had a dedicated flower vendor, but the flowers were all potted and on a grand scale, requiring her to search for specific varieties. Fortunately, her immediate goal was to produce the product and expand her market. She did not need an abundance of ingredients initially. If she could successfully establish her business, there would be time to procure more later. Moreover, the seasonality of flowers was particularly pronounced at this time. Each season brought its own blooms. While affluent families might hasten the growth of certain flowers, the costs were prohibitive. After bidding her parents farewell, she stepped outside. The apothecary was not far, and she meticulously selected a few medicinal ingredients according to her mental formula, ensuring the shopkeeper weighed and packaged them. Upon exiting the apothecary, she made her way to the Western market, which was currently abundant with various chrysanthemums, hibiscus, and water lilies, with a few irises scattered about, though they were scarce. After all, those purchasing flowers at this time were mostly from wealthy households. Common folk toiled daily for their livelihoods, often relying on wildflowers they unearthed from the mountains. Yet, her intention was to create exquisite products, which were not suited for the carefully tended noble varieties. The Western market remained lively, bustling with vendors lining the streets. Pu Jiaojiao was not in a rush to purchase. She strolled leisurely, taking in her surroundings. As she wandered to a secluded corner, her attention was captivated by a stall that starkly contrasted with the surrounding bustle. Unlike the typical floral vendors, this stall was adorned with a profusion of snow-white blooms, most of which had already lost their vitality, drooping dejectedly and emitting a somewhat heavy fragrance that hinted at their impending decay. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with darkened skin, sat forlornly on a small stool, observing passers-by with a sigh of despair. Pu Jiaojiao recognized the flowers as hostas, elegant in shape and possessing a delicate aroma. However, the specimens before her appeared far from fresh. She approached, crouching down to scrutinize them more closely. "Good sir, what has happened to your hostas? They seem rather unwell." The stall owner lifted his gaze to her, noting her youthful demeanor, and sighed deeply, wearing a troubled expression. "Oh, do not mention it. I have been stricken by misfortune. I cannot fathom how it happened. Just yesterday, they were perfectly fine, but upon waking this morning, I found that all my hostas had bloomed overnight, and now they are wilting. I hurriedly harvested them, thinking that they could be used medicinally to clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling. I rushed to the apothecary for advice." As he spoke, his mood grew increasingly despondent. Yet, after visiting several pharmacies, they only accepted a small portion. "I cannot bear to discard the remainder, so I brought them here to the West Market, hoping to find someone interested. Alas, they seemed destined to spoil." Hearing this, Pu Jiaojiao felt a flicker of inspiration. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. She had been troubled by the lack of uniqueness in her fragrances for her scented oils and shampoos, and here was an opportunity. The subtle and refined aroma of hostas, if extracted or even incorporated directly into her soaps, would undoubtedly yield splendid results. Though somewhat wilted, the fragrance remained intact, making them ideal for her purposes, saving her the trouble of drying fresh flowers. Maintaining a fa of sympathy, she picked up a bloom to examine it further. "Such a pity. What do you intend to do with these flowers, good sir?" The stall owner, noticing her inquiry, perked up slightly. "If you're interested, name a fair price, and you may take them all. I am eager to part with them. It is better than letting them rot." He gestured toward the heap for all of these. "Would you offer 2 taels of silver?" he suggested, feeling a twinge of uncertainty himself. Pu Jiaojiao, now resolute, rose to her feet, brushing off the dust from her skirt. Given their condition, if I were to take them home, it would require considerable effort to salvage them. Moreover, with their imminent spoilage, They are hardly worth 2 taels. She extended a finger. 1 tael will suffice. If you are agreeable, I shall pay you now. Otherwise, I will continue my search elsewhere. The stall owner hesitated, glancing at the pile of nearly worthless flowers and then back at Pu Jiaojiao, who seemed earnest. After a moment of resolve, he conceded, "Very well. 1 tael it is. Better than letting them go to waste." Pu Jiaojiao felt a surge of delight within but maintained her composure. With alacrity, she retrieved a small piece of silver from her purse, placing it in the stall owner's palm, ensuring its substantial weight. "Thank you kindly, good sir." Having completed the transaction, she inquired, "What is your surname? Clearly, you have taken good care of these flowers prior to this mishap. If I wish to procure more fresh blooms in the future, it will be prudent to know where to find you." "I am surnamed Ji. You may call me Ji-san," he replied. "I am not a city dweller. I hail from the quaint village of Shiluo in the west, where the villagers cultivate crops to sustain their livelihoods." After receiving his payment, Ji-san's furrowed brow eased considerably, and he became more loquacious. Pu Jiaojiao nodded, committing the name Ji-san from Shiluo village to memory. In the future, she might forge a path for soap and shampoo, potentially establishing a long-term supply source. There may also come an opportunity to visit Shiluo village. She gazed at the large bundle of tuberose, contemplating how to transport it back. Just then, Ji-san proactively procured an old hemp rope, assisting her in loosely binding the flowers together. Pu Jiaojiao expressed her gratitude, clutching the sizable, albeit somewhat wilted yet fragrant, bundle of tuberose, and turned to head toward her family's general store. "Father, I shall take a small stone mill," she declared, walking directly to the corner where tools were stored, selecting a suitably sized, seemingly brand new, clean blue stone mill. Pu Donglai, engrossed in his accounts, looked up at her words, encouraging her to take it, as they had plenty in the shop. Observing his daughter lifting the hefty stone mill while also carrying a package of medicinal herbs, he couldn't help but caution, "Be careful, take your time." Pu Jiaojiao transported her items to the entrance, where she had previously placed the herbs purchased from the apothecary. Although each was in modest quantity, collectively they presented a considerable haul. She pondered whether to make a couple of trips to deliver the items home before returning for the flowers, when suddenly, Pu Shuni drove the mule cart back from outside, the cart bed entirely empty, clearly having finished his deliveries. "Elder brother." Pu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. "Jiaojiao, why didn't you announce your arrival? Had I known, I would have returned sooner. Where is Xiaohua?" Pu Shuni leapt from the cart, noticing the heap of items at his sister's feet. "Xiaohua is napping with mother. I purchased some medicinal herbs and fresh flowers, and I also took a stone mill, but I am troubled about how to carry it back." Pu Jiaojiao pointed to her belongings, smiling at Pu Shuni. "Brother, I will be grateful for your assistance. What is so difficult about that? It's merely a matter of a few words. I shall take you back," Pu Shuni replied without hesitation, stepping forward to lift the stone mill, along with the package of herbs and the large bundle of tuberose, effortlessly placing them onto the mule cart. "Shall I come back later, or wait for Xiaohua to join us?" Feeling a sense of relief, Pu Jiaojiao hurriedly thanked him, saying, "I will go wake Xiaohua, lest she oversleeps now and finds it hard to rest tonight." Chapter 25. The fragrance of tuberose soap upon reaching home. Pu Jiaojiao instructed Jing Xiaohua to sit aside and play while she began to process the tuberose. She found a clean patch of ground and carefully spread out the flowers. Although they were wilted, the petals remained largely intact, having merely lost some moisture, and their fragrance, now concentrated, was more pronounced. This fortuitously spared her the trouble of drying them. She rolled up her sleeves, squatted down, and commenced her work. First, she plucked the petals, discarding the yellowed, wilted leaves and stems. This task was meticulous and somewhat monotonous. However, she possessed a remarkable patience for work and easily became engrossed once she commenced. The soft, slightly wilted petals brushed against her fingertips, and the elegant aroma enveloped her, making Pu Jiaojiao feel as if she were being infused with the essence of tuberose. The ancient method of soap making merely involved fats and alkali. The lye had long been prepared, derived from the accumulation of wood ash collected over time, meticulously filtered, settled, and boiled down to yield a small jar of clear, potent alkali water. As for the fat, she had on hand some lard procured from a recent shopping trip. Though not of the finest quality, it was affordable and abundant, making it suitable for her initial experiments. Although she possessed her own rendered lard at home, she opted for the store-bought variety this time. Should her venture prove successful, she would render her own in the future. The process of rendering lard was hardly a challenge, as it was a task familiar to nearly every household. However, the quality of the lard could vary significantly depending on individual techniques, resulting in distinct outcomes. She began by taking a portion of the petals, crushing them finely in a stone mortar to preserve their unique fragrance. Selecting a few intact petals, she intended to incorporate them directly into the soap mixture later for added charm. With all preparations complete, Jiaojiao set up a small stove in the backyard. Though referred to as a small stove, it was essentially just a furnace. At this time, the stove was not fueled by coal balls, as they had yet to be introduced. Instead, it relied on firewood, typically used during the winter months. However, she had unearthed it ahead of schedule. Placing a chunk of solidified lard into the pot, she gradually heated it over a low flame until it melted completely, transforming into a clear yellow liquid. Holding her breath, she cautiously added the lye water, filtered from the wood ash, into the oil using a long-handled wooden spoon. A soft sizzling sound erupted as fine bubbles appeared on the surface of the oil. She remained vigilant, grasping a prepared wooden stick and continuously stirring in one direction. This task tested her patience profoundly. Soon her arms ached and beads of sweat formed on her brow. Yet her gaze remained fixed, refusing to waver for even a moment. The liquid in the pot transitioned from an initial separation of oil and water to a murky consistency, gradually thickening, its hue shifting from clear yellow to milky white. A peculiar scent, a blend of fat and lye water, filled the air, not particularly pleasant, yet Jiaojiao paid it no mind. Her complete focus on the increasingly viscous soap mixture. Stirring and stirring, time slipped away until the wooden stick traced a distinct line through the soap, lingering without dissipating. She knew it was ready. She quickly poured in the crushed petals, mixing them evenly to ensure the floral fragrance melded seamlessly with the soap. Finally, she sprinkled in the selected whole petals. While the soap mixture had yet to fully solidify, she deftly poured it into several pre-prepared wooden molds, smoothing the surface with a wooden board. Completing this task, Jiaojiao straightened her back, exhaling a long sigh of relief as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, gazing at the still warm, milky white soap blocks. Imbued with a subtle fragrance of jade orchid, a smile crept onto her lips. Though they would require some time to cure and neutralize the alkalinity before they could be used, this first step had finally been accomplished. Aside from her waist feeling unfamiliar, everything else was manageable. Jiaojiao grimaced and shook her arms. After all, her physique was delicate, accustomed to softer tasks. And today's endeavor of soap-making had nearly overwhelmed her. She could already foresee that her arms and legs would be even more exhausted by tomorrow. However, after spending the better part of the day crafting soap, she had yet to prepare dinner and truly lacked the strength to do so. What is that delightful aroma? As Jing Hongyi stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by a wave of fragrance. He looked curiously at the wooden boxes arranged in the yard, wondering what they contained. Soap, perhaps? Jiaojiao, feeling somewhat fatigued, plopped down onto a lounge chair, utterly disinclined to rise. No dinner tonight. Let us go out to eat later. With this thought, she felt a flicker of enthusiasm. Besides the bowl of wontons she had shared with Xiaohua upon their arrival, she and T dined out since then. She wondered what delectable dishes awaited them outside, and whether the atmosphere was lively. As she spoke, her stomach began to grumble. The dynasty she inhabited was known as the Xia dynasty, and it was the third year of Yongding. Although there was a curfew, it was near the end of the high hour, 11 p.m., which meant the night market outside remained quite bustling. Jing Hongyi, observing the wooden boxes, understood that Jiaojiao must have exerted herself today, and he certainly wouldn't express any objections. Although he believed the food sold outside could not compare to what his stepmother prepared, he realized it would be inconsiderate to voice such sentiments given her current fatigue. All right, if Mother isn't cooking, then let us not worry about it. I'll head back to do my homework, and when the night market opens, we can go out to eat, He agreed promptly. The night market offered numerous stalls, and he suggested, "We can see if there's anything you fancy. I've heard there's a place that sells tangyuan that is quite tasty, but I still think grandmother's version is the best." Pu Jiaojiao blinked, recalling the sweet rice balls that Xiao Sanyang had made the previous day. Although those were tangyuan, they were the small variety without filling. Jing Hongyi's mention made her curious about trying the fill version. "Very well, you go complete the assignments set by the teacher, and we'll head to the night market together shortly." Feeling invigorated, she returned indoors to count her money. The dowry silver she had initially possessed had dwindled to merely 15 taels due to her random purchases. Her nominal husband had given her 10 taels before departing. In the days since, she had spent a few small coins here and there, and after today's expenditures, she found herself with a total of 22 taels remaining. Pu Jiaojiao couldn't help but shake her head. Money truly did not last long. Squandering it would be untenable, and relying on that untrustworthy husband for funds seemed equally precarious. She pinched her chin thoughtfully, realizing that beyond soap and shampoo, she would need to secure additional sources of income. Furthermore, due to the extensive time spent making soap today, she and T yet gathered all the necessary ingredients for the shampoo, so it wouldn't be ready anytime soon. With the family's meals and Jing Hongyi's studies demanding significant expenses for paper, ink, and other necessities, this amount left her feeling particularly insecure. Should she seek out a job? Chapter 26. Spring noodles. Though thoughts lingered, they were not matters to be resolved at this moment. Pu Jiaojiao gathered some silver coins and stepped outside. Soon, the hour of 6 p.m., arrived. Dust descended like a delicate veil, and the clamor of the day gradually faded, giving way to a different kind of lively atmosphere that began to permeate the county town. Pu Jiaojiao felt a flutter of excitement within her as she prepared herself. After days spent busily, the prospect of wandering through the night market was a delightful reprieve. Jing Hong, he was already waiting for her in the courtyard, holding Jing Xiaohua's hand. Jing Xiaohua, eager for the evening's outing, bounced with joy. Jing Hong, he maintained his facade of maturity, yet at that moment, he appeared more relaxed. Recent days had eased the tension that once gripped him. "Ai Xiaohua, let us go." Pu Jiaojiao's voice carried a hint of barely discernible excitement. The night market was not close to their residence, requiring them to traverse 3 streets. However, the county's roads were well paved and clean, making their journey comfortable. Along the way, Jing Xiaohua chattered incessantly, inquiring about the availability of candied hawthorns and charming figurines. Jing Hong patiently responded to each of her questions. Aware that much of his knowledge was secondhand, there were indeed many things he could not answer. As they rounded the corner, the vibrant scene of a night market unfolded before them, instantly dispelling the somberness of twilight. Lanterns hung high, illuminating the street in a dazzling glow. The sounds of vendors calling out and laughter mingled into a lively cacophony that resonated in their ears. The air was thick with the enticing aromas of various foods, the savory scent of grilled meats, the sweetness of candied chestnuts, and the fresh fragrance of wontons, all blending into a tempting bouquet that stirred hunger within. Pu Jiaojiao was immediately captivated by the bustling spectacle before her. The county town by day felt entirely transformed by night, infused with a palpable vigor. She slowed her pace, her eyes scanning the surroundings curiously, taking in the stalls that lined the street. There were vendors selling an array of snacks, exquisite hairpins, charming clay figurines, and colorful pinwheels, creating a delightful display that was hard to resist. Some stalls were surrounded by eager patrons, engaged in ring-toss games and other lively antics. Jing Xiaohua, brimming with excitement, broke free from Jing Hongyi's grasp and tugged at Pu Jiaojiao's sleeve, positioning herself before a stall of candied hawthorns, her face alight with yearning. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Pu Jiaojiao couldn't help but smile, exclaiming joyfully, "Sir, I would like 3 skewers of candied hawthorns, please." The hawthorns glistened a vibrant red, coated in syrup, reflecting an enticing sheen beneath the lantern's glow. Each plump, round fruit was artfully threaded onto bamboo skewers, adorned with a sprinkle of crushed white sesame seeds, releasing a sweet aroma that wafted invitingly into the air. Jing Xiaohua clapped her hands in delight, her eyes fixated on the candied treats, nearly drooling in anticipation. Jing Hongyi stood nearby, scratching his head in mild embarrassment, as he recalled that it had been quite some time since they had indulged in such treats. As the candied hawthorn was handed to her, Jing Xiaohua eagerly took a bite, the sweet and sour flavor immediately spreading across her palate, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. "Mother, it's so delicious," she mumbled, not forgetting to offer the candied hawthorn to Pu Jiaojiao. With a smile, Pu Jiaojiao bit into one, the tangy sweetness lifting her spirits as well. She noticed Jing Hongyi standing a bit awkwardly to the side and extended the remaining candied hawthorn to him, saying, "Ai, you should have a taste too." Jing Hongyi paused, seemingly surprised that Pu Jiaojiao would offer him some. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it, taking a gentle bite. The flavor of the candied hawthorn, a blend of tartness and sweetness, echoed his own complex emotions at that moment, infused with an elusive hint of warmth. Watching Pu Jiaojiao and Jing Xiaohua, a wave of warmth surged within him. His heart, already softened, felt as if something was quietly melting away. The bustle of the night market surrounded them, and Jing Xiaohua, hand in hand with Pu Jiaojiao, kept her eyes darting around restlessly, clearly still hungry after the candied hawthorn merely whetted her appetite. Pu Jiaojiao found it amusing. This little glutton seemed to have an insatiable appetite, despite not being able to eat much at all. The trio continued their stroll, eventually heading towards a small shop illuminated by lanterns. The shop was modest, housing a few square wooden tables, all neatly arranged. The proprietress was busy attending to customers, and the air was filled with a subtle aroma of alkaline noodles and bone broth. Pu Jiaojiao led the two to an empty table, where she placed a small pile of the assorted pastries and snacks they had previously purchased, such as sesame crisps and plum cakes, at one corner. "2 bowls of Yangshan noodles, please," Pu Jiaojiao called out cheerfully. Hearing this, Jing Hongyi glanced up at her, seemingly taken aback. Pu Jiaojiao, however, was focused on tucking away the stray hairs that had fallen onto Jing Xiaohua's forehead. She understood that the snacks on the table were not merely for decoration. Both she and Xiaohua had modest appetites. The combination of their earlier treats and a bowl of noodles would suffice. Though Jing Hongyi was still a boy, he was at that age where a growing child could eat a great deal. "All right," the proprietress replied briskly, and soon enough, 2 steaming bowls of Yangshan noodles were served. The bowls were simple white porcelain, not particularly large, but filled generously with noodles. The broth was clear and bright, topped with a sprinkling of green onions and a hint of fragrant pork lard, while the delicate strands of noodles lay nestled within, exuding a humble yet comforting aroma. There were no extravagant toppings, just this simplicity which offered the greatest warmth. "Here you go. This bowl is yours," Pu Jiaojiao said as she pushed one bowl in front of Jing Hongyi. She then picked up a pair of clean chopsticks, carefully serving a small portion of noodles to Jing Xiaohua, blowing on them gently before cautiously bringing them to her lips. "Eat slowly, be careful, it's hot." Jing Xiaohua, already tantalized by the aroma, eagerly devoured the noodles, her cheeks puffed out adorably. So delicious." She spoke indistinctly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Pu Jiaojiao and pointed to the plum blossom cake on the table. "Mother, I want to eat that too." "Finish your noodles first. You can have that later." Pu Jiaojiao gently poked her little nose with her chopsticks and picked up a mouthful of noodles to taste. The noodles were silky smooth, the broth fresh yet not greasy, embodying a homely flavor that brought a comforting sense of satisfaction. She and Xiaohua shared the noodles back and forth, occasionally picking up a piece of pastry from the table to vary the taste. Jing Hongyi ate at a leisurely pace, but in silence. He would occasionally lift his gaze to observe Pu Jiaojiao and Jing Xiaohua, who were softly conversing and sharing food. And a flicker of emotion seemed to stir within his depths, only to be swiftly concealed by his lowered eyelids. He merely continued to eat his noodles, drinking almost half of the broth from his bowl. Chapter 27. Flour paper. Soon, a bowl of noodles was emptied, and Jing Xiaohua, patting her round little belly, let out a small, satisfied burp, her face beaming with contentment. Observing her adorable demeanor, Pu Jiaojiao couldn't help but smile as well. She picked up a cloth and delicately wiped the grease from the corners of Jiaojiao's mouth. Considering that Hongi would need to rise early for school the next day, the trio did not linger long. After a brief stroll following their meal, they returned home. A few days later, Jiaojiao carefully retrieved a wooden box specially crafted by a carpenter. The box, made of ordinary pine, was polished to a remarkable smoothness, with rounded corners that exuded a sense of understated elegance. She gently lifted the lid, revealing a layer of pristine flower paper carefully laid inside. Though it was commonplace paper, the delicate pattern of jade hairpin flowers was painstakingly drawn by her hand, the ink light and the flowers graceful, perfectly complementing the item that would soon be placed within. Taking a deep breath, she meticulously arranged the jade hairpin flower soap, which she had set aside to dry, onto the flower paper, placing each piece into its own small wooden box. The soap was neatly square, adorned with the shape of budding jade hairpin flowers, pure white and smooth, as if carved from the finest mutton fat jade. This design had been successfully impressed with the earlier carved magnolia flowers. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint, subtle fragrance of jade hairpin flowers, far removed from the overpowering sense of commercial perfumes. It was akin to the natural aroma of flowers blooming under the moonlight, clean and slightly cool. This soap, from its form to its fragrance, as well as the meticulous details of its packaging, reflected profound thoughtfulness, standing in stark contrast to ordinary soaps, exuding an innate air of luxury. Once assembled, Jiaojiao carried the wooden box containing the soaps and another basket filled with scraps to the family's general store. The shop had just opened, and Donglai was organizing the shelves. Upon seeing his daughter enter, his face immediately blossomed into a smile. "Jiaojiao, you've arrived. Is this the novel item you mentioned a few days ago?" He set down what he was holding and quickly approached, his curious gaze falling on the wooden box in her hands. "Yes, father," Jiaojiao replied, placing the box on the counter and gently opening it. As Donglai leaned in for a closer look, his eyes widened in astonishment. Initially captivated by the exquisite wooden box and the elegant floral stationery within, he was further astonished upon discerning the neatly arranged, pure white soaps that resembled fine jade. "Oh my, is this the soap you crafted? How can it be so immaculate?" he exclaimed, awestruck. Cautiously, he extended his hand, but hesitated to touch the delicate items, fearing he might damage them. His face radiated uncontainable surprise and admiration. On the other side of the counter, Pu Shuani, who had been quietly organizing accounts, was drawn over by the spectacle. Though more astute than his brother, he too was struck by the sight. Rather than merely marveling like Pu Donglai, he directly picked up a box, weighing it in his hand before leaning closer to inhale its subtle fragrance. His fingers caressed the smooth wooden box, and his mind raced with possibilities. This product, with its appealing presentation and exquisite scent, was certain to sell exceptionally well, not only in the county town, but potentially at a premium in the provincial city. An intense premonition of excitement surged within him. Observing the reactions of her father and brother, Jiaojiao felt a sense of relief. Realizing that this creation had indeed captured their attention, she retrieved an unboxed piece of the jade hairpin flower soap from her basket, placing it beside the water basin on the counter. "Father, brother, let this be available in the shop for passing customers to try. Do not hold back. Once it's used up, we can simply unwrap another." She gestured towards the assorted leftover soap pieces of varying sizes. Though these may appear unsightly, they function just as well. They can be placed here for customers to sample or for our own use. Despite being remnants, the larger pieces were ample enough for numerous hand washes. Having completed that, she selected 2 additional, impeccably crafted, unboxed soaps and handed them to Pu Donglai. "These are for you, father and brother, to keep and use." "That simply won't do." Pu Donglai immediately retracted his hand, disapprovingly regarding her. "These are precious items meant for sale. We can make do with the leftover pieces." "Father," Pu Jiaojiao insisted, pressing the soaps into his hand. "The purpose of creating these is to ensure our convenience and comfort. We must use them ourselves to truly appreciate their quality, which will also bolster our confidence in discussing them with customers. Moreover, now that the jade hairpin flower soap is ready. I plan to experiment with chrysanthemum and osmanthus scents in a few days. Upon hearing of other varieties, Pu Donglai's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm, though he feigned reproach. "You silly child, you're just being overly polite." His smile betrayed his delight, the creases of his face blooming with joy. Meanwhile, Pu Shuni observed the interaction between his sister and father, the thrill within him still simmering. He was quicker to contemplate the implications. This soap was extraordinary and should not be treated as mere common goods. He swiftly emerged from behind the counter, declaring, "Jiaojiao, we must display these properly." Remembering the petite wooden rack his sister had requested a few days prior, which he had not fully understood at the time, he now realized it was perfectly designed for these soaps. "I shall fetch that rack." Pu Shuni spoke as he turned and walked towards the storage room in the backyard. The shelf was crafted by a carpenter, using high-quality wood, and after he returned, he meticulously polished it. At this moment, as he brought it out, the wood grain was clear, emanating a warm and gentle glow. Upon seeing this, Pu Jiaojiao hurriedly stepped forward to assist. She took several bundles of delicately crafted light-colored flowers made of fine silk from the basket and began to entwine a few of them at the corners and edges of the wooden shelf. She then draped a clean piece of fine cotton cloth over it, embroidered with faint patterns of jade orchid flowers and light-colored silk thread, perfectly echoing the name of the soap. With this arrangement, the once ordinary wooden shelf immediately appeared elegant, exuding an indescribable freshness, setting it apart from the other items in the general store. Pu Jiaojiao gazed at it with satisfaction, placing the unboxed trial soap beside the basin, and then carefully arranged the boxed soaps on the shelf in a staggered manner. The soap, resembling white jade, complemented the simple wooden box and floral paper, appearing even more exquisite and precious against the backdrop of the silk flowers and embroidered cloth. Pu Donglai watched from the side, his mouth agape, nodding continuously. "Beautiful, beautiful. With such a display, anyone will want to buy." Chapter 28, Making Clothes. "Brother, what do you think is a suitable price for this soap?" Pu Jiaojiao looked at Pu Shuni, seeking his opinion. Her brother had spent years traveling, gaining more insight than she and their father, who were confined to the county town, and he was more familiar with market trends. Moreover, she was not particularly clear on the prices of goods in ancient times. Pu Shuni did not respond immediately. He walked to the basin, picked up the trial jade orchid soap, wet it, and began to rub it gently in his hands. Delicate bubbles quickly formed, carrying a subtle floral fragrance. He washed his hands carefully and rinsed them with clean water. Unlike the tight dryness experienced after using soapwort, this time, his skin felt smooth and refreshed after washing, with the faint scent of jade orchid lingering on his fingertips for a long while. He shook the water droplets from his hands, savoring the comfort, and felt a deep admiration for his sister. This product not only looked exquisite, but also performed exceptionally well. "Jiaojiao," Pu Shuni turned around, excitement evident on his face. "This soap of yours is entirely different from the soapwort and lie available in the market. Our packaging, our presentation, and the after-use experience all signify a premium product." He extended 5 fingers, stating, "I believe we should sell it for at least 500 won per box in the county." 500 won? Both Pu Jiaojiao and Pu Donglai were taken aback. "That is still a conservative estimate," Pu Shuni affirmed. "If we transport it to the capital and sell it to the wealthy ladies and gentlemen, it could easily fetch 1 tael of silver per piece, and there would be plenty of buyers." Pu Jiaojiao quickly calculated the costs in her mind. The wooden box and floral paper constituted the bulk of the expense, totaling around 100 won, plus the costs of oils, floral essence, alkali, and labor, which would not exceed 150 won altogether. Currently, she was managing everything herself, but if the business took off, she might need to hire help. However, the most crucial tasks would still need her personal touch to ensure peace of mind. A bar of soap is priced at 500 won, a truly astonishing profit. She hesitated slightly, wondering if it might be a tad too expensive. "Not all." Pu Shuni waved his hand dismissively. "Good things are worth this price. What we are offering is novelty, dignity, and indulgence. Consider it. Who else could present such an attractive, fragrant, and effective product?" Observing her brother's unwavering confidence and glancing at their father, who, though surprised, displayed a clear interest. Pu Jiaojiao felt reassured. All right then, let's heed my elder brother's advice and set the price at 501 to begin with. Her mind began to race with ideas for their initial sales. She articulated some of her strategies. For instance, buy 5 boxes and receive 1 free. Or offer a small piece of scrap as a gift to the first few customers each day. They could also bundle their soap with slower-moving items in the shop, allowing customers to exchange a certain amount of money for a bar of soap with a small additional fee. These innovative notions lit up Pu Xuanyi's eyes, and Pu Donglai nodded enthusiastically, murmuring, "This method is excellent, truly brilliant." Pu Xuanyi, brimming with excitement, spun around in place, while Pu Donglai smiled broadly, filled with pride for his daughter. "Look, our Jiaojiao is remarkable. She can conceive such ideas. Dear sister, why hadn't I noticed your sharp mind before?" Pu Xuanyi grasped Pu Jiaojiao's arm, his eyes sparkling. "These ideas are fantastic. We must strategize thoroughly on how to promote our soap." He was eager to delve into discussions about promotional details, contemplating whether they should distribute a few bars among acquaintances to test the waters, or perhaps enlist a storyteller to craft a tale for advertisement. His enthusiasm grew as he envisioned the potential frenzy this small bar of soap could create in the county town, perhaps even reaching the prefectural or imperial capitals. "Brother, father." Pu Jiaojiao observed the fervor of the father-son duo, her heart feeling considerably lighter. With a hint of a smile, she said, "You may organize the specifics as you see fit. I am merely here to deliver the goods and share my thoughts." She glanced outside at the dimming sky, remembering that Hua Hua was waiting at home and needed to return swiftly. Having only intended to drop off some items, she hadn't brought Jing Shaohua along, merely locking her in the house with her toys, a set of building blocks made during a previous trip to the carpenter. Although the house was locked, she felt a twinge of worry, as it was just the little girl alone inside. Unwilling to linger outdoors for too long, she urged, "All right, you hurry back." Pu Xuanyi nodded repeatedly, his mind wholly focused on selling the soap. "Rest assured, we are here, you needn't worry." Pu Donglai echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, Jiaojiao. You return home, we will handle matters at the shop." Pu Jiaojiao acknowledged them and reminded them to take care against moisture before finally departing from the general store. Trusting in her family's reliability, she felt quite at ease, her steps becoming lighter. The operations of the shop were familiar to the Pu family. She believed her elder brother would surprise her with a remarkable outcome. She hurried homeward, just reaching the vicinity of Huachuntang, the local pharmacy, when a sudden uproar caught her attention. Curious, Pu Jiaojiao turned her gaze towards the sound and noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the medical hall, pointing and whispering among themselves. Before she could discern the scene clearly, several men in short attire hurriedly emerged from the throng, carrying a simple stretcher. Upon it lay a middle-aged man, his face pallid, eyes closed, utterly motionless. Immediately, murmurs arose from the onlookers. Another one. Is he from the county school's kitchen? Indeed, this marks the 3rd one this month. They've all been cooks. How strange. I heard he fainted from anger, but with whom could he be cross? Who knows? That place is rife with troubles. The whispers, though subdued, intermittently reached Pu Jiaojiao's ears. Cooks from the county school, the 3rd one to faint this month? She pondered this peculiarity, but decided not to dwell on it, as it was none of her business. Shaking her head, she quickened her pace, circumventing the crowd, and continued her journey homeward. Upon returning, she found Hua Hua diligently playing with building blocks in the yard, which brought a sigh of relief and a faint smile to her face. Not wishing to interrupt the joy of the scene, she retrieved her sewing supplies from the house to continue crafting clothes. Previously, she had only managed to make garments for Jing Shaohua, leaving Jing Hongyi's attire unfinished. Observing that his clothes were becoming increasingly short with the cooling weather, she resolved to either make soap or complete the clothing. Now, she was merely a few stitches away from finishing. Chapter 29. The small county school, just as Pu Jiaojiao settled the sewing basket on her lap. Intending to finish Jing Hongyi's garment, a familiar voice from outside the yard called out. It was sisterly from next door, her voice as loud as ever. Is the daughter-in-law of the Jing family at home? Living adjacent to the Song family. Sister Li was a daily presence in Pu Jiaojiao's life. Setting aside her work, Pu Jiaojiao replied, "Yes, I'm here, Sister Li." She rose, straightened her attire, and walked towards the entrance. No sooner had she spoken than the gate creaked open, and Sister Li breezed in, carrying a half-full basket of vegetables. Her expression brimming with excitement, as if harboring a monumental secret. "Oh dear, daughter-in-law of the Jing family, you won't believe it. Something has happened again over at the Rejuvenation Hall." Sister Li placed the basket on the nearby stone table, leaned in closer, and lowered her voice, though her enthusiasm remained unabated. Pu Jiaojiao felt a stir of curiosity, recalling the pallid man she had seen being carried inside. "What happened?" she inquired, realizing her sewing would have to wait. "What else could it be? It's another incident from the county school." Sister Li shrugged, her expression one of resigned familiarity. "They just brought in another cook, said he fainted from anger. I overheard Dr. Wang mention it was due to a fit of rage, that he couldn't catch his breath and collapsed." Perplexed, Pu Jiaojiao considered the students at the county school, who were at least educated individuals having passed the preliminary examinations. Typically refined and genteel. How could they possibly provoke a cook to such a degree as to cause fainting? Could the students truly incite such distress in a cook? "Oh dear, my dear sister, you have misunderstood," Li's sister exclaimed, striking her thigh. "Noticing Pu Jiaojiao's puzzle d'expression." She became animated and pulled her to sit on a stone bench, ready to enlighten her. "It's not the respectable county school meant for pursuing scholarly achievements. It's that little county school in our town." Seeing that Pu Jiaojiao remained somewhat bewildered, Li's sister clarified, "You know, it's where the prominent families in the county send their children, like the esteemed Zhang family and the precious offspring of Lord Li. I've heard that even the county magistrate's son is studying there. That place, oh my." Li's sister shook her head in disbelief. "The children, they're like little emperors. They're all spoiled with discerning palates, and they nitpick the dishes prepared by the cooks, finding fault with every meal. Allegedly, several cooks have been driven away in frustration." Li's sister grew more animated as she spoke. "Just think about it. Those young masters are untouchable and unscoldable. Their parents are all prominent figures in the county. Who would dare offend them? They say, 'Our young master is of noble status. He simply wishes for a satisfying meal.' What is wrong with that? It's just that you cooks lack the skill and fail to serve properly." She gestured with her fingers, her eyes rolling with excitement. "I've heard that over the past 3 months, more than 10 cooks have come and gone at that little county school. It's like a revolving door. Just today, the cook they brought in was lamenting about how those little devils are so mischievous. They don't just toss dead mice into the cooking pots. They wait until the dishes are ready and then deliberately sprinkle salt in, claiming that the food the cook prepares is inedible." She continued, "Who can endure that?" Pu Jiaojiao frowned at the thought of throwing mice into the pot. How wicked must one be to commit such acts? She recognized the havoc that mischievous children could wreak. After all, when children misbehave, they could be quite relentless. Moreover, this was an ancient era marked by a rigid class structure. Those born with silver spoons could indeed cause significant trouble if they chose to act out. It was no wonder that the cook she had seen earlier wore such a grim expression. He likely felt not only anger, but also disgust and frustration. However, Pu Jiaojiao couldn't help but wonder if there was not a single cook who could win the children's favor. She expressed her skepticism. Surely, it's impossible that not a single cook can prepare food that those mischievous children would enjoy, while the children might indeed be troublesome. It seemed strange that a dozen cooks had failed to win the hearts of the young masters with their culinary skills. Li's sister wore an expression that suggested Pu Jiaojiao had touched upon a crucial point. "You see, the cooks at the little county school don't just prepare meals for those young masters. They also cater to the people in the county office." She raised an eyebrow, looking at Pu Jiaojiao with a knowing expression. Pu Jiaojiao, however, was even more perplexed. "What does that mean? What about one cook? Oh dear, how can you still not understand? That single cook must prioritize the county office, as those individuals work there and are surely given precedence. The meals provided to the county school are nearly identical to those served at the county office." Upon observing Pu Jiaojiao's bewildered expression, Sister Li felt an overwhelming urgency. It was akin to scratching an itch through a boot, She yearned to impart all her knowledge to Pu Jiaojiao. Surely, it would not be a problem if they were the same, would it? Yet, Pu Jiaojiao remained perplexed about where the issue lay. How could the preferences of adults possibly align with those of children? Sister Li cast a reproachful glance at Pu Jiaojiao, emphasizing that these were young masters born with silver spoons in their mouths. How could they lack character? In a manner, who was not prioritized above all else. Now, at the small county school, they were eating the same foods as those in the county office. Would they be pleased with that? A hint of jealousy tinged Sister Li's tone. In truth, if she were to express her thoughts, she would consider those young masters to be idle and frivolous. What did it matter what they ate? The essence lay not in the food, but in the connections forged at the small county school, which would serve as future networks. However, this was a sentiment Sister Li dared to only voice internally, fully aware of the consequences of speaking aloud. If those young masters were to hear her, it would be as simple as crushing an ant to silence her. Pu Jiaojiao offered a non-committal smile. The true nature of the situation remained elusive, and without the full picture, she refrained from judgment. Whether reality aligned with external perceptions, she could only trust half of it, as she had never truly engaged with the matter herself. Hearing such gossip was akin to eavesdropping on a scandal, merely passing through her ears. After a lengthy exchange of idle chatter, Sister Li departed contentedly. At last, Pu Jiaojiao found time to complete her tasks. Crafting the outer garment was somewhat intricate, while the inner layer proved simpler. Recently, she had taken great pleasure in sewing, a skill inherited from the original owner of her body, acquired through memory, which fueled her enthusiasm during this period. Chapter 30. Boiled cabbage and spicy chicken as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Jing Hongyi entered the courtyard with a steady gait, carrying a small book bag. Unlike other children, he did not make a fuss. He first retreated to his room to finish the assignments given by his teacher before emerging. Consequently, Pu Jiaojiao never interjected regarding his studies. Naturally, the classical texts were beyond her comprehension. The subjects he studied were entirely different from what she had learned over a decade of schooling. Once he completed his homework, Jing Hongyi would join Jing Shaohua to play for a while. Pu Jiaojiao busied herself in the kitchen, and upon hearing the laughter of the two children, she called out, "Ai, have you finished your homework? Take Huahua to wash her hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Before long, Jing Hongyi and Jing Shaohua were seated at the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of coarse sorghum rice accompanied by 2 side dishes. One was boiled cabbage. The name may sound plain, but when served, it was truly eye-catching. The broth was crystal clear, with a faint sheen of oil, reminiscent of a bowl of gentle spring water. A few perfectly blanched cabbage hearts, with the older leaves removed, lay neatly in the soup, their leaves unfurling at the edges, slightly translucent, exuding a freshness that seemed ready to drip. The noodle soup is devoid of any superfluous embellishments, appearing pristine and refreshing. Pu Jiaojiao has deliberately chosen a deep white porcelain bowl to serve it, which accentuates the clarity of the broth and the vibrant green of the vegetables. The essence of this dish lies entirely in the soup, meticulously crafted from old hens, ham, and dried scallops, simmered for a considerable duration. After multiple filtrations, it results in a broth that, while seemingly plain, is rich and profound. Having tasted it herself, she found it so delicious that it nearly made her eyebrows arch. Yet she wondered whether the children would appreciate such a subtly flavored dish that does not rely on oil and spice for appeal. Jing Shaohua first gazed curiously at the bowl of poached cabbage, leaning in to catch its faint aroma, which was not overpowering but rather a delicate, indescribable fragrance. She took a small spoon, carefully blew on the broth, and brought it to her lips. Her brows furrowed slightly as she savored the taste, and soon her eyes widened, sparkling with delight. She quickly scooped another spoonful, this time accompanied by a tender piece of cabbage heart. The cabbage heart melted in her mouth, imbued with a refreshing sweetness, enveloped by the richly flavorful broth, making it utterly irresistible. Jing Hongyi also picked up his chopsticks, albeit more slowly. He first scrutinized the color of the soup before selecting a small piece of cabbage, dipping it into the broth before tasting it. Unlike his sister, his expressions were more subdued. He chewed quietly, But Pu Jiaojiao noticed that he quickly reached for a second helping and sipped the broth more frequently than usual. It was evident that both children relished this dish, prompting Pu Jiaojiao to smile with satisfaction. Another dish was the spicy diced chicken. The chicken was cut uniformly, fried to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, coated with a light glaze that boasted a rich, reddish hue. The dried chili segments were not abundant, primarily serving to enhance the aroma, imparting only a hint of spiciness, while the true flavors came from the chicken and the savory sauce. Jing Hongyi and Xiaohua clearly enjoyed the meal. Despite the mild heat of the spicy chicken, the two little ones broke into a sweat, their cheeks flushed, exhaling softly while continuously reaching for more from the plate. They exclaimed about the slight spiciness, yet eagerly popped another piece into their mouths, which brought amusement and pride to Pu Jiaojiao. This was how children should relish their meals, with enthusiasm and delight, in stark contrast to what Sister Li described about her own picky eaters, whose meals seemed to lose all flavor upon reaching their mouths. After the meal, Pu Jiaojiao swiftly cleared the dishes. By the time she finished tidying the kitchen and emerged with her hands dried, the night had fully descended. A dim oil lamp illuminated the room, casting the shadows of the two children upon the wall. Jing Xiaohua was already beginning to feel drowsy, her little head nodding off, while Jing Hongyi remained focused on his book beneath the lamp's glow. Pu Jiaojiao tread softly, cradling a few neatly folded garments in her arms. These were the clothes she had taken the time to wash and dry during the sunny day, meticulously ironed to perfection. The fabric emanated a fragrance mingled with soap and sunlight, clean and warm. Approaching Jing Hongyi, the gentle light highlighted the contours of his lowered profile, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. This child, the more she looked, the more he seemed to possess a tranquility beyond his years. She gently placed the clothing in a vacant corner of the table, the fabric producing a faint rustling sound as it brushed against the surface. Jing Hongyi lifted his gaze, his attention drifting from the pages of his book to the stack of garments she had pushed towards him, momentarily taken aback. "Ai," Pu Jiaojiao's voice was soft, tinged with a slight hoarseness from her recent busyness. "These are your clean clothes. Please take them." His eyes meticulously scanned the pile, revealing a light moon-white outer robe atop. Crafted from soft material with finely and evenly stitched seams, the collar and cuffs were neatly finished, indicating it was freshly made. Beneath it lay a slightly darker undergarment of the same style, designed for convenience in changing. Further down, he noticed two impeccably clean indigo trousers, a pair of moon-white trousers, and two brand-new socks woven from thicker cotton yarn, their soles appearing robust and warm. Noticing that he remained transfixed on the clothing, Pu Jiaojiao felt a twinge of curiosity. "Is something the matter?" She cleared her throat, striving to adopt a casual tone. "I saw you didn't have many clothes to change into, so I prepared these for you. They are brand new. Do try them on to see if they fit. If they don't, I can alter them in no time. The socks are also new. It's getting cold, and your feet mustn't catch a chill." She paused, then added almost as an afterthought, "You need sufficient clothing for school. I will find the time to make a few more new outer robes for you. As the weather grows colder day by day, I'll need to prepare some thicker padded jackets soon. Moreover, with the heavy winter snows in Liqing, cotton jackets and trousers must be ready well in advance." She rambled on about these mundane plans, as if seeking to meticulously arrange their future days. Beneath the soft glow of the lights, Jing Hongyi remained silent, his eyes fixated on the garments, appearing as though veiled by a thin layer of mist. He quickly lowered his eyelashes to conceal the tumult of emotions swirling within. His throat moved slightly as he swallowed, and the fingers resting on the book curled slightly, their knuckles turning pale. After an extended moment, he slowly extended his hand, gently touching the topmost new undergarment. The soft texture against his fingertips seemed to emanate a strange warmth. Pu Jiaojiao observed his demeanor, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart. This child had likely not been cared for with such meticulous attention for a long time. She recalled a brief mention in her readings, noting that his biological mother had perished from severe blood loss shortly after giving birth to Huahua. At that time, Jing Hongyi was merely 4 years old, a small child alongside a newborn infant. It was no small feat for her step-husband to raise 2 children alone until now. Men, often lacking in delicate nurturing, typically entrusted their children to neighbors, especially with his commitments at the government office, braving the elements daily. Had it not been for her unintentional rescue, he might not have considered remarrying, perhaps deeply rooted in his affection for the mother of his 2 children. She remained silent, standing quietly by, allowing him the space to absorb the moment. Jing Hongyi had not anticipated that this stepmother would provide him with new clothes. He lowered his eyelids, extending his small hand to receive them, feeling the soft texture of the fabric and the faint scent of soapberries. "Thank you," though her voice was faint, almost inaudible. Pu Jiaojiao still managed to hear him clearly. Watching him carefully set his clothes aside and then lower his head to read, she noticed that the pages of the book had not been turned for quite some time, stirring a soft pang within her heart. This child, appearing so mature, was, at his core, still a mere child. The eccentricity he would later display was but a reflection of the insufficient love he received and the overwhelming sorrow he endured. With a gentle smile, Pu Jiaojiao tousled Jing Hongyi's hair and softly said, "I will take Hua Hua to wash up and sleep. You should not stay up too late." She sensed that, at this moment, Jing Hongyi likely preferred solitude, yet she did not perceive it as merely an attempt to gain his affection. Rather, it was his remarkable understanding that tugged at her heartstrings. Having grown up in an orphanage, she understood better than anyone the warmth encapsulated in the notion of home for children like them. The following day, Pu Jiaojiao took Jing Xiaohua to purchase cotton. By this time in the Xia dynasty, cotton was already available, albeit at a considerable cost. She contemplated making down quilts, yet they were not yet in season. Crafting such quilts was indeed a laborious endeavor, from gathering the feathers to their sterilization. It was not a task to be resolved hastily. She had previously inspected the bedding at home and noted that the Jing family already possessed blankets, alleviating her concerns about lacking warmth during the frigid months. Moreover, her dowry included 2 newly crafted cotton quilts, thick enough to suffice for winter. However, upon examining the cotton clothing of Jing Xiaohua and Jing Hongyi, she found that most of it was old and no longer fitting. The clothing, likely purchased from ready-made shops, did not fit them well. Since her arrival, the children had grown significantly due to the plentiful food they had been receiving. Naturally, their old garments were now entirely unsuitable, and she resolved to replace all of their clothes. As for the inexpensive husband, Pu Jiaojiao had yet to finalize her thoughts. If she bought enough cotton, she could make him an additional piece, although she lacked his measurements. Nevertheless, adult sizes were generally quite consistent. She would never admit that she could not clearly recall the man's appearance from the original owner's memories. After all, the original owner only remembered his robust demeanor and felt heartbroken over her fiancé's abandonment, leaving no recollection of his features. It was undeniable that she felt somewhat timid. Being a woman of delicate stature, crafting an extra garment to endear herself to her future roommate seemed a reasonable endeavor. In Lee City, there were only 2 establishments dedicated to cotton processing, with the nearest conveniently located by the county office, given that her inexpensive husband worked there and could not reside too far away. Adjacent to the cotton processing site was a fabric shop specializing in cotton, which proved to be quite convenient. Given the scarcity of cotton, most ordinary fabric shops stocked very little. Only the more robust establishments carried a more substantial supply of cotton. As Pu Jiaojiao calculated the number of garments she intended to create, she pondered the quantity of cotton required. For the padded jacket, a lesser amount of cotton would suffice. Half a pound combined with Hua Hua and Jing Hongyi would be adequate, while a thicker coat would necessitate at least a pound for the 2 of them to remain warm during winter. For clothing of her stature, a minimum of a pound was essential, and for her husband, who was rather corpulent, at least 1.5 pounds would be required. Consequently, should she wish to craft 2 additional garments, a minimum of 5 to 6 pounds of cotton would be necessary. Adjacent to the area for cotton was a well-appointed fabric shop, where an array of colorful materials was meticulously arranged on the shelves. Numerous patrons were browsing, many like Pu Jiaojiao, preparing for winter garments, as these needed to be procured ahead of time. Pu Jiaojiao promptly made her way to the cotton section. "Shopkeeper, how much is the cotton?" she inquired of the proprietor who was attending to other customers. The shopkeeper flashed a courteous smile. "Dear customer, please take a look at this year's new cotton. It is pleasantly warm and priced at 81 per pound." 81 per pound was not particularly cheap. Jiaojiao calculated mentally, considering that her two children were in a growth phase, necessitating the winter clothing to be somewhat loose, along with the need for changes. Gritting her teeth, she extended her fingers. "Shopkeeper, I would like 10 pounds, please." Beside her, Jiaojiao, who was curiously touching the fluffy white cotton, looked up in surprise at her mother. The shopkeeper immediately replied with a smile, "Very well. 10 pounds will amount to 800 won. Rest assured, I shall select the finest for you." With that, he instructed his assistant to swiftly begin weighing and packaging the cotton. After settling the payment for the cotton, she proceeded to the fabric section. Contemplating the winter garments, she deliberately selected several thick and durable cotton fabrics in deeper hues, such as indigo and gray-brown, which were practical and easy to maintain, suitable for boys. She also considered making a vibrant little jacket for Xiaohua and chose a piece of red fabric adorned with small floral patterns. No garment creation is complete without needles and thread, so she took the opportunity to replenish her supplies of various embroidery threads, particularly the coarse cotton thread used for shoe soles and socks, buying a considerable quantity. Just as she prepared to check out and leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of a few pouches hanging at the corner of the counter. Their design was simple, featuring the commonly seen drawstring style, embellished with embroidered images of orchids and bamboo leaves. "Shopkeeper, how much for these pouches?" she casually inquired. "These ordinary ones, with simple embroidery, are 30 won each. If the embroidery is more intricate and the patterns complex, they can fetch up to 51, the shopkeeper replied, handing her one for inspection. Jiaojiao took it, weighing in her hand and examining it closely. The embroidery was fairly decent, though the design was rather plain. Instantly, a plethora of pouch styles she had encountered in her past life surfaced in her mind. Round, square, fan-shaped, and various animal forms, all exquisitely charming. With some unique embroidery techniques, they would surely command a good price. The original owner possessed commendable skills, which she had inherited, and combined with the design inspirations from her previous life, creating distinct pouches should not pose a challenge. With this thought, she formed a resolution in her heart. Without further inquiry, she returned the pouch to its place and smiled at the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, I shall hold off on purchasing for now. I have some leftover fabric at home, and I will make a few myself." The shopkeeper paid no mind, assuming she merely wished to save some money, and nodded with a smile. Indeed, crafting it oneself is more economical. The original owner had previously embroidered numerous handkerchiefs, selling them at Uncle Dew's fabric shop next door. Once she crafted a pouch, she could also consign it at Uncle Dew's without much trouble. Chapter 32. The county office is hiring upon exiting the fabric shop. The large bundle of new cotton was both lightweight and cumbersome, and Jiaojiao managed to hold it securely with one hand while tightly grasping Jing Xiaohua's hand with the other. Eager to fluff the cotton for making a cotton-padded jacket, she led Xiaohua towards the cotton-fluffing workshop next door. As they approached, the buzzing sound of machinery filled the air, accompanied by a mingling scent of dust and cotton fluff. Peering inside, Jiaojiao observed a modest workshop where several cotton-fluffing machines vibrated vigorously, sending clouds of white fluff swirling into the air, softening the light that filtered through. Several workers, adorned with cloth head wraps, were covered in cotton particles. The environment was quite suffocating and unsuitable for children. Indeed, after just a couple of breaths, Jing Xiaohua wrinkled her little nose and coughed softly. "This place is rather dusty. Let us set the cotton down here and inform the owner that we'll return later to collect it. How's that sound?" Jiaojiao gently suggested to Jing Xiaohua. Bow her head. The shop owner, engrossed in his tasks, noticed Jiaojiao entering with the cotton and a child in tow, and called out loudly, "Miss, if you wish to fluff cotton, you'll need to queue. Look, the line stretches until the afternoon. If you're not in a hurry, you may leave your cotton here and provide your name. I will reserve it for you once it is ready." This suited Jiaojiao perfectly, and she promptly agreed, providing her name and carefully placing the large bundle of cotton in a corner. She reminded the owner to ensure it was fluffed evenly before she took Jing Xiaohua back outside. As they stood on the street, still contemplating their next destination, A resounding clang of a gong echoed nearby, drawing their attention. Following the sound, they saw a crowd gathered in front of the county office's bulletin board. Two officials, clad in dark attire, were present. One struck a copper gong forcefully to attract attention, while the other affixed a freshly pinned notice to the wall. The official posting the notice proclaimed loudly, "Come and see. The county office is hiring a cook. Only for lunch. Monthly salary of 2 taels. Those with skill should inquire quickly." Hiring a cook? Jiaojiao had yet to fully comprehend the situation when nearby voices began to murmur. "Another cook? How long has it been since the last one? Didn't they just start a few days ago?" remarked a woman with a basket, pursing her lips. "Indeed," chimed in a thin man nearby. "It's the young masters from the county magistrate's house and the county clerk's house causing this. I heard the last cook was driven away in frustration. He nearly tossed the ladle at those 2 young rascals." "Quite right. The one before was rumored to have secretly added sand to the food. With these 2 little tyrants leading the way, those mischievous boys at the county school followed suit. What cook could endure such indignities? Alas, it's a pity about the wages." As Jiaojiao listened to their chatter, her heart stirred. Recalling the gossip sister Li had shared with her yesterday, which had also mentioned the difficulties of being a cook at the county office. The primary issue lies with the unruly children, who are utterly unmanageable. Curiosity piqued, she took hold of Jing Xiaohua's hand and made her way towards the notice board. Just in time to overhear someone loudly inquiring of the gong-beating official, "Is it true that this month's wages amount to 2 taels?" The official paused his drumming, cleared his throat, and replied, "Indeed. For 1 month, 2 taels of silver. All we need to do is ensure that our county office and the 10 students from the nearby small county school are well fed at lunchtime. In total, that is merely about 30 mouths to feed. 2 taels." Jiaojiao felt a flicker of surprise within her. Merely preparing a single meal could yield 2 taels of silver for the entire month. Although it required catering to the needs of over 30 individuals, it seemed rather substantial. Yet it was still just 1 meal, leaving the afternoons and evenings free. Clutching Jing Xiaohua's small hand, her gaze fell upon the freshly inked notice, and a powerful thought began to take root in her mind. The prospect of earning 2 taels for a month's work was simply too enticing. Despite the apparent challenge posed by those children, one must ponder what fortune comes easily in this world. As this thought took hold, it wrapped around her like a vine. Jiaojiao's heart raced with anticipation. Should she give it a try? What if it succeeded? She possessed considerable confidence in her culinary skills, and with the connection to her inexpensive husband, she reasoned that the county office personnel would likely not cause her any trouble. If she could manage the children's meals, there should be no issues, right? Moreover, this job was distinct from her usual endeavors. It represented a more stable opportunity. With a base income of 2 taels per month, she would not have to fear losses regardless of her undertakings. The only concern was that if she took on this role, Jing Xiaohua might not be able to accompany her. After all, it was work, and bringing a child along would be impractical. She glanced down at Jing Xiaohua, who was innocently gazing at the copper gong held by the official. However, upon seeing the official's attire, she suddenly tugged at Jiaojiao's sleeve, looking up and saying, "Daddy." Jiaojiao's gaze flickered, and she crouched down, asking, "Little flower, are you thinking of Daddy?" "Yes," Jing Xiaohua nodded. "It's been a long time since I've seen him." Jiaojiao calculated the time. Her inexpensive husband had been gone for at least half a month. In this era, travel was slow, and she wondered what the delay might be and how long it would take for him to return. Yet, she was not quite prepared to confront her inexpensive husband. Although they had not spent time together, she was not apprehensive about revealing their lack of familiarity. Yet he remained a stranger, which made her somewhat uneasy. In her previous life, she had experienced romance, but never had she faced a stranger and immediately assumed the role of spouse. Never mind, she thought, fate would unfold as it should. Daddy must be thinking of you too. Jiaojiao gently patted Jing Xiaohua's head, soothing her. "How about I make red bean cakes for you today?" "Yes," Jing Xiaohua exclaimed with joy upon hearing about the cakes. The thoughts of a child shift swiftly. For the moment, she forgot about her father and became entirely focused on the prospect of delicious treats. Jiaojiao exhaled in relief. It is natural for children to be drawn to their parents. Although her relationship with Jing Xiaohua had flourished in recent days, it could never supplant the position her father held in her heart. Moreover, a mother and a father embody two distinct roles. It is the presence of both that truly completes a family. Having never experienced such a dynamic herself, she longed to shield others from the rain. In this feudal dynasty, only widows could establish a household for daughters. To survive, she must rely on her current advantageous husband. If he were not someone with whom she could not coexist, she would be willing to explore connection with him. After all, did he not state from the outset that he merely sought someone to care for 2 children? In that case, she felt entirely capable of fulfilling that role. Chapter 33. Once not this elevated Pu Jiao tightened her grip on Jing Xiaohua's hand and pushed through the throng, advancing a few steps. The freshly posted notice on the bulletin board, ink still glistening, bore bold and vigorous calligraphy, with the most conspicuous phrase being hiring a cook, below which was clearly stated a monthly wage of 2 taels. The mere sight of those 2 taels caused her heart to leap. She grasped Jing Xiaohua's fingers tightly, her fingertips turning pale. The murmurs around her buzzed in her ears, talk of a little demon king, a cook who fled in anger, and sand being sprinkled into the food. Yet, those 2 taels seemed to possess a magical quality, quelling all her anxieties. Fortune favors the bold. In this world, a life of stability is not easily attained. What harm is there in trying, especially when it costs nothing? If it truly does not work out, she could always seek alternative employment. One cannot place all their eggs in a single basket. Thus, she could not rely solely on soap to yield immediate wealth. Furthermore, she had myriad creations she wished to bring to life, all of which required investment. Resolute in her decision, Pu Jiaojiao took a deep breath and ceased her hesitation. She pulled Jing Xiaohua along and turned towards the county office's entrance. At the county office stood stone lions, the vermilion doors flung wide open, while several constables, swords at their waists, stood guard with an air of authority. Pu Jiaojiao felt a flutter of trepidation. This was her first visit to such a place. She glanced down at her own attire, then at the bewildered face of Jing Xiaohua, momentarily hesitating before proceeding. She recalled having read that the county office was divided into front and rear courtyards, with the front designated for case hearings and administrative tasks, while the back dealt with miscellaneous affairs, including the kitchen and resting quarters for the constables. Though this was an unfamiliar dynasty, the layout should be fundamentally similar. To inquire about hiring a cook, it was only logical to head towards the rear courtyard. Holding Jing Xiaohua's hand, Pu Jiaojiao kept her head lowered as they walked along the wall, circumventing a shadow wall, and indeed discovered a path leading to the back courtyard. The rear was markedly infused with a sense of daily life, with the sounds of footsteps and conversation echoing in the air. As they stood in the open space of the rear courtyard, still contemplating whom to approach, a young constable clad in dark attire approached them, his gaze landing on Jing Xiaohua's face with a hint of surprise. "Oh, isn't this the young lady from the Jing family? What brings her here?" He bent down and smiled as he inquired of Jing Xiaohua. Jing Xiaohua seemed to have a faint recollection of the place. Or perhaps she merely found his face familiar and thus felt no apprehension, gazing at him with her wide, expressive eyes. Pu Jiaojiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she promptly took a step forward, displaying a courteous smile. "Greetings, sir. I am Jing Xuyan's wife, here to inquire about a matter regarding the children." It was essential to leverage her relationship. Otherwise, it would be a waste of Jing Xuyan's status. The young constable was momentarily taken aback, but then enlightenment dawned upon him. His gaze swept over Pu Jiaojiao, and he immediately transformed into a more affable demeanor. "Ah, so you are the sister-in-law. No wonder." He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "On the day of Brother Jing's wedding, we were all at the tavern celebrating, but unexpectedly, a case arose, and Brother Jing had to accompany the magistrate to handle it, so we didn't get to meet you. My apologies." He quickly introduced himself. "Just call me Wang Wu, sister-in-law. I work under Brother Jing." "Brother Wang Wu, you are too kind," Pu Jiaojiao replied. Noticing his warm attitude relieved much of her earlier tension. She then directly articulated her purpose. "I saw a notice earlier stating that the county office is hiring cooks. and I thought I might inquire if I could give it a try. As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Wang Wu's face abruptly froze. His expression a tapestry of surprise, difficulty, and an unnameable sympathy. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. His gaze instinctively darting to the side, exuding an air of hesitation. Wang Wu's demeanor sent a jolt of concern through Pu Jiaojiao. She had initially believed that, due to her connection to Jing Xiuyan, even if her endeavor did not succeed, she would at least glean some insights. Yet, Wang Wu's reaction appeared to suggest he was subtly dissuading her. "Brother Wang Wu, is there something inconvenient?" Pu Jiaojiao ventured to ask, her tone still polite, but her heart slightly tightening. She scrutinized Wang Wu's expression, seeking any clues. Wang Wu seemed to be grappling with his words, scratching his head as he hesitantly began. "It's not that it's inconvenient, but, sister-in-law, the cooks at the county office are quite different from those in taverns and restaurants." He paused, carefully choosing his words. "The officials we serve are quite particular, especially the young master, the magistrate's son, who is truly pampered." He lowered his voice and continued, "I've heard that several cooks before you left because their dishes did not satisfy the young master's palate. They either found the pay insufficient or could not endure the pressure. You appear delicate and are Brother Jing's wife. Why subject yourself to such hardship?" Wang Wu's implications were clear. He believed she, as a woman, might not withstand the rigors of such work. Pu Jiaojiao understood that this was a common mindset among many nowadays, and she felt no anger. Nevertheless, she maintained her smile, her tone gentle yet resolute. "What you say is true, Brother Wang Wu, but I find myself idle at home, and I thought I might contribute a bit to the household expenses. Besides, I am not a fragile young lady. I have grown up with simple fare and have endured my share of hardships." She paused for a moment and added, "Moreover, my husband earns a decent income, yet our household expenses are considerable. The elder one needs to attend school, while the younger one requires nourishment. Every aspect demands financial resources. Earning an additional wage would certainly alleviate some of the burden, preventing it from resting solely on his shoulders." Pu Jiaojiao spoke candidly, infused with a hint of resignation. She understood that, in the eyes of many, a woman stepping forward to work could still be somewhat frowned upon. Yet, for the sake of her children and the necessities of life, she could not afford to dwell on such concerns. Wang Wu's expression softened significantly upon hearing Pu Jiaojiao's words. He glanced at Jing Xiaohua, who stood beside Pu Jiaojiao, and then at the unwavering strength etched on Pu Jiaojiao's face. He felt a stir of emotion within him. Indeed, who finds life easy? Especially with children, every moment seems to demand financial expenditure. As a man with a family himself, he naturally comprehended the difficulties involved. Furthermore, Pu Jiaojiao was correct. He was aware of Jing Xiuyan's household circumstances. Jing Xiaohua had an older brother who was still in school, truly a voracious consumer of resources. The thought of his sister-in-law stepping forward to support the family was admirable. He realized he had initially been biased, assuming that women were incapable of handling the affairs of the county, primarily due to the antics of certain young masters. However, after hearing Pu Jiaojiao's perspective, he felt he had misjudged the situation. Moreover, he trusted Jing Xiuyan's character and was confident that his choice of a wife would be commendable. Having come to this understanding, Wang Wu's demeanor transformed into one of warmth, his face illuminated by a smile. "Sister-in-law, you speak wisely. If you are willing to try, my brother will certainly assist you. Come with me. I will take you to speak with the manager and inquire about the specific arrangements." Seeing Wang Wu's change in attitude, Pu Jiaojiao felt a sense of relief wash over her, her face breaking into a sincere smile. "Thank you so much, Brother Wang." She realized that articulating her thoughts clearly was far more beneficial than being vague. With a curious glint in her eye, she asked, "I heard you mention that some people find the pay too low, yet the notice outside indicated it was 2 taels of silver. Isn't that a reasonable wage?" Wang Wu chuckled ruefully. Wasn't he always this high? He awkwardly rubbed his nose, somewhat vague in his response. "It's just that the chef has changed frequently, and none have managed to stay. Thus, the wages have increased. To be honest, had he possessed the requisite skills, he too would have been tempted. The chef's remuneration exceeded his monthly earnings for merely preparing a single meal. Pu Jiaojiao pondered this. It seemed that the task might be more challenging than she had anticipated. She took Jing Xiaohua's hand and followed Wang Wu deeper into the courtyard. She thought to herself that, at the very least, she had taken the first step. Now, it remained to be seen if she could successfully secure this position. Once she was truly able to commence work, she would consider the next steps. Chapter 34. Tomorrow's trial work. Wang Wu led Pu Jiaojiao and Jing Xiaohua through several corridors, arriving at a courtyard that appeared more serene than the outside world. Stopping before a tightly shut door. The house appeared unremarkable, yet its doors and windows were securely fastened, exuding an air of meticulousness. Wang Wu approached and gently tapped on the door, lowering his voice as he called out, "Chui uncle." A slightly hoarse voice responded from within, "Come in." Wang Wu pushed the door open and stepped aside to allow Pu Jiaojiao to enter first. She took the hand of Jing Xiaohua and stepped inside. The room was not particularly well lit, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of ink and the musty odor of aged paper, which was somewhat pungent. Against the wall stood several large bookshelves, crammed with volumes and records. Directly facing the door was a spacious writing desk, equipped with all the necessary writing implements, beside which lay a towering pile of documents. A man clad in a blue cloth robe was seated behind the desk. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his head. This man appeared to be in his 40s, with a sallow complexion and a lean frame, sporting a small tuft of goat's beard on his chin. His sharp gaze scrutinized Pu Jiaojiao and the child she was holding as he assessed them from top to bottom. Though Pu Jiaojiao felt a slight tightening in her chest, she maintained a polite smile and nodded gently. Wang Wu stepped forward with a hint of reverence, addressing the man, "Chui uncle, this is Pu, the wife of Jing Xiuyan. She wishes to inquire whether she might be allowed to try her hand at the cooking position in our office's kitchen." The man referred to as Chui uncle. The office's clerk Chui Mingda, after hearing Wang Wu's words, cast another scrutinizing glance at Pu Jiaojiao, seemingly weighing his options. He did not respond immediately, instead lightly tapping his fingers on the surface of the desk, producing a soft, resonant sound that echoed clearly in the quiet room, heightening Pu Jiaojiao's nervousness. After a brief moment, Chui Mingda leisurely spoke, his tone as serious as his demeanor. "The wife of Jing Xiuyan?" He paused, as if recalling something, or perhaps merely asking out of curiosity. Then, he casually nodded, "Very well. If you wish to try, then come to work tomorrow." Pu Jiaojiao felt a measure of relief wash over her. She had not anticipated such smooth sailing. She had expected a lengthy process. Yet she was granted immediate permission to begin her trial. This surprised her pleasantly. Chui Mingda continued to instruct, "You will need to decide what dishes to prepare for lunch. Procure the ingredients as you see fit, and bring the grocery list to the accounts office for reimbursement." He pondered briefly, adding that they would be preparing meals for 20 people the following day, 10 adults and 10 children. He further clarified that the number of diners might vary each day, and someone would inform her of the specific count the day before. His instructions were straightforward and clear, and Pu Jiaojiao nodded eagerly in acknowledgement. 20 people, including 10 children. Her mind immediately recalled the young masters Wang Wu had mentioned earlier. It seemed that the focus of the cooking duties would rest heavily on those children. Steeling herself, she seized the opportunity just as Chui Mingda finished speaking, quickly inquiring, "Chui master, among those dining, are there any dietary restrictions or particular preferences? For instance, are there any officials or young masters with specific tastes?" Upon hearing her question, a flicker of surprise crossed Chui Mingda's otherwise impassive face. He raised his gaze, reassessing Pu Jiaojiao, seemingly taken aback that a woman applying for a cook's position would inquire with such attention to detail. This is the first time someone inquired about dietary restrictions before even starting work. He shook his head, his tone remaining unperturbed. Those who serve in the government do not indulge in such petty concerns. With a subtle shift in his words, he added, "However, I cannot speak for the little scions at the neighboring county school." A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he remarked that the stability of your position depends on those individuals, particularly the children, and their satisfaction with the food. Pu Jiaojiao immediately grasped the underlying implication. This Master Chui was subtly advising her that the true test lay not within the government office, but rather with those children, especially the county magistrate's son. A chill ran through her, yet she felt a wave of relief wash over her, for she had discerned the crux of the matter. "Thank you, Master Chui, for your guidance. I shall remember it," Pu Jiaojiao promptly replied, her mind racing with contemplation. She masked her emotions and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Chui Mingda. "I truly appreciate your assistance today." After speaking, she turned to Wang Wu, who had been waiting patiently nearby, her face illuminating with a grateful smile. "Brother Wang Wu, I am also indebted to you. Without your guidance, I fear I would not have even found the entrance." Wang Wu chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. I am happy to help. So, Uncle Chui, shall we take our leave?" Chui Mingda gestured for them to proceed, returning his focus to his documents, as if their previous conversation were merely a trivial interlude. Pu Jiaojiao tightened her grip on Jing Xiaohua's hand and followed Wang Wu out of the room. Once the door closed, sealing off the ink's fragrance and the intangible pressure within, the warm sunlight enveloped them. And Pu Jiaojiao finally sensed a slight dampness on her back. Initially, she had thought of the advisors and dramas as mere attendants to the county magistrate, figures of little importance. However, today's encounter revealed otherwise. Even an ordinary advisor, working in the government, bears the weight of authority, being affiliated with the court. It is evident that those who attain the position of advisor do not hail from common backgrounds. The aura of such an advisor is quite formidable, and encountering county officials would likely amplify it further. "Sister-in-law, what do you think? Uncle Chui may appear stern, but he is quite reasonable," Wang Wu inquired. Glancing back as he walked ahead, Pu Jiaojiao nodded, exhaling softly. "Yes, it has been smoother than I anticipated." Yet, recalling Chui Mingda's final remark, she felt a twinge of anxiety. According to Uncle Chui, the ease of this task hinges on the children's reactions. She was eager to learn more about these children, so she directly asked, "Brother Wang Wu, do you know anything about them? With so many cooks dismissed, is there truly not one who can prepare a meal to their taste?" Wang Wu's smile faded slightly as he nodded. "Indeed, especially the magistrate's son. He is quite the little tyrant in our leeching, with a discerning palate and a temper to match. Most of the previous cooks likely fell victim to his whims. There is also the son of the county deputy, who frequently clashes with the magistrate's son, leading to the unfortunate downfall of the cooks." He glanced at Pu Jiaojiao and added, "But sister-in-law, do not worry too much, just do your best. If it truly does not work out, it is not a problem. After all, this job often changes hands, and we are accustomed to it." His words were quite detailed, as he was concerned that Pu Jiaojiao might suffer an unfair setback on her first day. It was only right to look after her, especially with Brother Jing absent. Pu Jiaojiao understood that Wang Wu meant well, but having made the decision to step out and work, she had no intention of retreating easily. She smiled and refrained from pursuing that line of conversation, simply saying, "I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Wang. I will come early tomorrow to familiarize myself with the kitchen." She looked down at Jing Xiaohua, who had been quietly following her, her large eyes curiously scanning the surroundings, making no fuss. Pu Jiaojiao squeezed her small hand, contemplating her plans for the next day. Perhaps she could send Jing Xiaohua to the Pu household to have her parents look after her for a while. After all, she needed to prepare thoroughly for the challenging tasks ahead. Chapter 35. Meat sauce noodles. Upon leaving the county office, and with the cotton fully fluffed, Pu Jiaojiao led Jing Xiaohua home with the cotton in tow. The light in the house was just right, and without delay, she retrieved her needlework basket and scissors, spreading the fabric across the table. She needed to prioritize making clothes for Jing Hong. The child was growing daily, leaping about in the schoolyard, and his sleeves and pant legs were noticeably short, which was quite unbecoming. Furthermore, he would soon face many people, both teachers and classmates, so it was essential that he was dressed appropriately. It would be one thing if their family truly lacked the means, but they were not impoverished to the point of being unable to provide clothing or food. Pu Jiaojiao was determined to ensure her children enjoyed a childhood free from feelings of inferiority. She picked up the scissors, measuring the dimensions, the fabric making a delicate snipping sound in her hands. She aimed to craft a sturdy autumn shirt for Jinghong first, followed by a lightweight jacket for ease of movement, and finally a warm winter coat. One outfit would certainly not suffice for changing. Jiaojiao calculated that she needed to make at least 2 sets, and, as time allowed in the future, she could gradually add more. Her fingers deftly threaded the needle, creating tight and even stitches. If only she could obtain some wool yarn. She would knit sweaters for the entire family, soft and warm against the skin. Unfortunately, wool was still unattainable in this summer season, which remained a blank slate. Thus, she devised an alternative approach, cutting out several small vests, layering a thin sheet of new cotton in between, ensuring they would not appear bulky when worn over inner garments. Providing warmth. Once she finished cutting the new clothes, she set them aside. Jiaojiao then rummaged through a few of Jinghong Yi's old garments that had become too small. Although the fabric was somewhat worn, it was still sturdy enough to be altered and adjusted to create several outfits for Jing Xiaohua. Not a scrap of fabric could be wasted. Even the smallest remnants were carefully pieced together to sew a thick mat, which could be placed on the stool during winter to prevent a cold seat. She recalled the harsh winters in Li City, where heavy snow and biting winds could freeze one's ears, necessitating ample preparation. She contemplated that when she had some free time, she would visit the market, hoping to find some inexpensive scraps of fur to create linings for the cotton clothes, or perhaps sew hats and ear protectors for the children. It seemed necessary to prepare winter boots as well, for the children's shoes had become too small, particularly for Jing Hongyi, who, due to a better diet recently, had experienced rapid growth in his feet. He currently wore store-bought boots, which Jiaojiao had inspected and deemed quite satisfactory, albeit a bit expensive compared to making them herself. However, they were undeniably convenient. Yet, for the winter boots, she could craft something unique, especially since Jing Hongyi needed to sit at his desk to study every day. Anyone familiar with winter homework would know that while other parts of the body might be warm, the feet could be frigid and without proper warmth. They remained icy even at bedtime, devoid of any heat. She recalled that as early winter approached, merchants from the north would arrive, bringing with them leather for sale. However, the leather was often costly, and purchasing in quantity was out of the question. Perhaps some inferior quality leather could still be procured. Ultimately, one needed considerable financial means to indulge in such purchases. After a busy half-day, her back ached slightly. Jing Xiaohua took a nap in the afternoon, and now, observing Jiaojiao busy at work, she remained quietly seated on a stool, playing with the toys Jiaojiao had prepared for her, which made Jiaojiao find her particularly endearing. She glanced at the sky and guessed that Jing Hongyi would soon be home, so she decided to keep dinner simple. With nimble hands, she rolled out noodles and retrieved a plate of her homemade pickled spicy radishes from a jar. Just as she finished cutting the noodles, Jing Hongyi returned, greeted her, and promptly went to complete his homework. Shortly thereafter, steaming bowls of meat sauce noodles were served at the table. In 3 sturdy earthen bowls, 2 large and 1 small, lay neatly arranged strands of white hand-rolled noodles topped with a glossy layer of meat sauce. This sauce was crafted from a modest amount of diced pork belly, combined with yellow soybean paste from her family, along with some rehydrated dried shiitake mushrooms and a touch of finely chopped green vegetables, simmered gently in the pot until it reached a vibrant hue and rich aroma. A sprinkle of green scallions atop the dish released a fragrant steam that wafted through the air, its enticing scent mingling with the savory meat, the rich sauce, and the fresh scallions, drawing out the appetites of all present. Jing Hongyi and Jing Xiaohua had been eagerly waiting. As soon as the bowls were set down, Jing Hongyi grabbed his chopsticks and began to mix everything together hurriedly, unable to contain his anticipation as he lifted a hefty mouthful to his lips. Burning himself, but disregarding the pain, eagerly chewing with cheeks puffed out. At home, he felt completely at ease, revealing his most genuine self. Devoid of the pretense he maintained at school, at home, he embraced the essence of childhood. Jing Xiaohua, even more direct, held her bowl, almost the size of her face, leaning in with her little head nearly buried in it, her chopsticks still clumsy, half scraping and half slurping. The sounds of her enjoyment clearly audible. The noodles were silky smooth, and the meat sauce was savory and aromatic. She had oil-slick sauce smeared on the corners of her mouth and the tip of her nose, resembling a mischievous little cat that had stolen a treat. Her eyes sparkling with sheer delight. In no time, beads of perspiration appeared on the foreheads of the siblings, their cheeks flushed from the hearty meal. The plate of pickled spicy radishes, crafted by Jiaojiao herself, was regarded as a treasure by them. After a few bites of noodles, they would eagerly reach for a slice, the crunch echoing in the air, the tangy spiciness perfectly balancing the richness of the meat sauce. Observing their gluttonous enjoyment, utterly oblivious to the world around them, Jiaojiao held her bowl, a smile gracing her lips as she gently lifted a noodle, occasionally reminding them, "Eat slowly. No need to rush. There is plenty more in the pot. We'll serve more if it's not enough." Once the meal was finished and everything was tidied up, she urged Jing Xiaohua to wash up and prepare for bed while she spread out her paper beneath the oil lamp. The charcoal pencil she had crafted in her spare time felt quite comfortable to use. Tomorrow marked the first day of her trial work at the county office, a pivotal moment where success or failure hinged on this endeavor. She needed to summon all her energy to face it, especially considering the little tyrants of the county school that Master Cui had pointed out, particularly the two sons of the county magistrate and the county assistant. It was said that their attitudes were crucial, and if she could win over these two, she would be on the right path. Her pencil glided across the paper, her mind racing with thoughts. The officials worked hard, so their meals needed to be substantial, generous in portion, and favoring a stronger flavor. The children at the county school were in their growth phase, requiring a careful balance of nutrition, fresh ingredients, and consideration for their palates. Nothing too spicy or stimulating. Perhaps sweet dishes could serve as a breakthrough? Jiaojiao furrowed her brow, realizing that since these young gentlemen were discerning and demanding, she would need to focus on delicacy and novelty, ensuring their satisfaction without appearing overly obsequious. Gradually, a clear plan began to take shape in her mind, and her writing flowed effortlessly. As night deepened, a soft crackle from the lamp signaled the end of her writing session. She surveyed the comprehensive list of dishes and purchasing notes on the paper, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. Carefully, she stored the list, then extinguished the oil lamp and climbed into bed in the dark. Tomorrow would demand her utmost effort, so she needed to conserve her energy and rest well to be in optimal condition. Chapter 36. Is there another helper? As dawn broke softly, Jiaojiao rose quietly to prepare breakfast. Once Jing Hongyi had finished his meal and departed with lunch, she returned to awaken Jing Xiaohua. Helping the sleepy child into her clothes, the little girl rubbed her eyes, snuggling against her, as if savoring some delightful treat. Jiaojiao felt her heart soften, charmed by the little one's adorable demeanor. If not for the multitude of preparations awaiting her today, she would have gladly let her sleep in. She playfully pinched Jing Xiaohua's cheek and said, "Come on, dear, I'll take you to your grandmother's house to play for the day." Jing Xiaohua obediently agreed. Following Jiaojiao to wash up, still half asleep but not forgetting to shove food in her mouth, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation from Jiaojiao. Upon reaching the Pu family's grocery store, the door was ajar. The hour is still early, and the Pu family has just finished their meal, preparing to open a shop. Pu Donglai, upon seeing Jiaojiao leading Jing Xiaohua towards him, expresses his surprise. "Jiaojiao, why are you here so early? Have you eaten breakfast? Let your mother prepare something for you." "No need, father. I've already eaten. I came to discuss something with mother." Jiaojiao guided Jing Xiaohua inside. Just then, Qiao Sanyang, who had been rinsing her hands after cooking, emerged from the kitchen. "Jiaojiao, what brings you here at this hour?" She approached, her gaze shifting between Jiaojiao and Jing Xiaohua. "Where are you headed?" Pushing Jing Xiaohua gently towards Qiao Sanyang, Jiaojiao explained, "Mother, today I intend to try my hand at work at the government office. Could you watch over Xiaohua for me? I will come back to fetch her once I'm settled." "Trying your hand at the government office?" Pu Donglai, having secured the door, followed them inside, taken aback by her words. "What would possess you to seek work there? Is it a matter of finances?" "Father," Jiaojiao interjected, "it's not about money. The office just happens to need someone to cook, and the pay is quite good. I thought it would be convenient since it's close to home." Qiao Sanyang grasped Jiaojiao's hand, her brow furrowed deeply. "Did your husband not leave you with enough provisions?" Why must a woman like you venture out into the world? What kind of people are in that office? They are rough men, and you a young wife. Among them, are you certain you can manage? Pu Donglai, growing anxious, circled around her. Moreover, that place is filled with men. What if word gets around? Our daughter was already forced to marry a second husband due to reputation. If she were to expose herself like this, what would others say? Wouldn't she be heartbroken? Listening to her parents' concerned exchange, Pu Jiaojiao felt a warmth in her heart, yet maintained her composure. Father, mother, please do not worry. I have inquired thoroughly before deciding. The pay is indeed generous, and I could earn a substantial amount over the month. Besides, it's merely cooking, quite akin to what I do at home, and I find it rather simple. Pausing to observe her parents' still anxious expressions, she added, the cooking area is a separate little courtyard situated between the county school and the government office, quite tranquil. I want to be alone there. Other women will also be assisting in the kitchen. Typically, we only see each other during meal times. Otherwise, we remain busy in our own spaces and won't be in each other's way. She understood her parents' concerns stemmed primarily from reputation. The original owner of this body had suffered due to her reputation, which led to her current predicament. Since she had taken on this life, she could not afford to tread the same path. However, she was not inclined to relinquish this opportunity. To her, earning 2 taels a month was quite significant and would not interfere with her other responsibilities. Really? There are other women? Xiao Sanyang asked, still skeptical. Indeed, mother. I have confirmed it thoroughly. They mentioned that the primary task is to prepare meals for the scholars at the county school and the clerks at the office, and the number of people is manageable with light work. Pu Jiaojiao gently shook Xiao Sanyang's hand, urging her, let me get a try. If it doesn't suit me, I can always return. Pu Dong looked at his daughter's resolute demeanor, sighed heavily, and wiped his moist eyes. My dear child, your ambitions are growing. Since you have made up your mind, go ahead and try. If anyone dares to speak ill of you or bully you, come back and tell your father, and I shall confront them. Xiao Sanyang, still apprehensive, pulled Pu Jiaojiao closer and cautioned her several times to be careful, not to overexert herself, and to avoid disputes. Pu Jiaojiao nodded in acknowledgement, then bent down to kiss Jing Xiaohua's cheek. Be a good girl and listen to your grandmother. Your mother will come to pick you up this afternoon. Jing Xiaohua, in her innocent understanding, nodded and clutched the hem of Xiao Sanyang's dress, her wide eyes gazing at Pu Jiaojiao. Seeing her daughter's dependent gaze, Pu Jiaojiao felt her heart melt. She stood up, smiled at her parents, and said, I shall take my leave now. Father, mother, I entrust Xiaohua to you. Without further hesitation, she turned and swiftly exited the courtyard. The reason for her early departure was that she needed to buy ingredients. Preparing the meals for noon required meticulous planning, making the morning shopping particularly crucial. By the time it was almost the hour of Chun, around 8 a.m., Pu Jiaojiao arrived at the county office's kitchen with numerous bags. Inside, an elderly woman was sweeping the floor. Upon seeing Pu Jiaojiao enter with the vegetables, she hesitated and asked, Are you the new cook? Indeed, Pu Jiaojiao replied, placing her basket down and smiling. Hello, I am Pu, the chef who just started yesterday. May I ask your name? You can call me Aunt Zhu, she replied. Aunt Zhu put away her broom, but seemed less than enthusiastic, clearly skeptical about Pu Jiaojiao's cooking abilities. How many cooks have come and gone? I've been here the longest as a helper. Furthermore, this young woman appeared delicate and weak. Aunt Zhu shook her head inwardly, convinced that she would likely be dismissed within 2 days. However, Pu Jiaojiao didn't mind Aunt Zhu's attitude and understood her sentiments, given the high turnover rate for this position. Many perceive an inherent belief that no one could endure in such a role. She surveyed the courtyard, noting a well that provided convenient access to water. She efficiently unpacked all the vegetables and began her preparations, though she wasn't solely responsible for the cooking. After all, her primary duty was to prepare the meals, while the helpers were meant to assist. Otherwise, why would the office pay for 2 positions? As far as she knew, there were indeed 2 helpers. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, Aunt Zhu, why are you here alone? I heard there were supposed to be 2 helpers. Aunt Zhu chuckled awkwardly, her gaze evasive, stammering without daring to answer the question directly. Chapter 37. Descendants of the royal chef Pu Jiaojiao observed Zhu Daniu's hesitance, her words faltering. and she sensed that the woman harbored some concerns. However, she chose not to delve deeper, for she was new and yet to navigate the complexities of interpersonal relationships. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. With a gentle smile, she beckoned, "Zhu Dainiu, please set aside your work for a moment and come help me wash the vegetables." Zhu Dainiu, as if granted a reprieve, promptly abandoned her broom and hurried to the sink. Stealing glances at Jiaojiao, she noticed the smile on her face, which somewhat eased her apprehension. The individuals from the magistrate's office were notoriously difficult to please, particularly the officials whose temperaments were as unpredictable as the weather. If any mishap occurred with the food, it could lead to reprimands or worse financial penalties. Zhu Dainiu certainly did not wish for a newcomer to stir up trouble that might implicate her. Unaware of Zhu Dainiu's unease, Jiaojiao focused on the ingredients before her. She placed the fresh ribs, glistening pork, and 3 clean chickens into a large wooden basin, submerging them in clear water. This initial step of removing the gamey odor and blood was crucial and demanded meticulous attention. She then pointed to a pile of potatoes, instructing, "Would you kindly peel these potatoes? Please do so thinly to avoid waste." Zhu Dainiu nodded vigorously and adeptly began peeling the potatoes. She worked swiftly, indicating her industrious nature. Watching Zhu Dainiu's diligent figure provided Jiaojiao with a sense of reassurance. Having a helper was far preferable to facing the task alone. The vibrant red chilies sparkled like gemstones. The green scallions and ginger exuded their pungent aroma. The crisp lettuce appeared fresh, and the golden pumpkin completed the colorful array of ingredients. The countertop was a feast for the eyes, brimming with cleanliness and vibrancy. With methodical precision, Jiaojiao washed and cut the ingredients in her desired shapes, while Zhu Dainiu quietly assisted, their collaboration exhibiting a harmonious rapport. Just as the atmosphere in the courtyard buzzed with activity, the sound of footsteps approached, and a man unexpectedly barged in. His hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a bird's nest, and he wore a tattered old coat, stained with grease, that obscured its original color. His unshaven chin suggested he had neglected grooming for several days, and sleep crusted the corners of his eyes, giving him an overall disheveled appearance. Although he appeared to be in his early 20s, his attire added several years to his age. Sauntering into the courtyard with an air of nonchalance, he scanned the bustling Jiaojiao and Zhu Dainiu, momentarily startled as if just realizing their presence. His nose twitched as he inhaled deeply, a tone of disdain escaping him. "Oh, quite industrious, aren't we? Yet what's the point? In a few days, you'll be packing up and leaving." Jiaojiao lifted her gaze, her eyes lingering on him for several seconds, her brow involuntarily furrowing. Was this person truly so lacking in decorum? With such an appearance, did he dare to invade the kitchen? "Are you another kitchen assistant?" she inquired, her tone calm, yet laced with subtle scrutiny. "Have you arrived a bit late?" She began to contemplate the potential headaches that might arise should this individual be her colleague. The man, taken aback by Jiaojiao's directness and the hint of accusation in her tone, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He initially intended to visit the kitchen to see what the new cook looked like, hoping to sneer a bit, but unexpectedly found himself at a loss for words. "What is the matter? You're new here, yet you seem to meddle quite a bit," the man said, casting a sidelong glance at Jiaojiao. His tone laced with provocation, as if to imply that his demeanor was of no concern to her. Jiaojiao, observing his insufferable attitude, felt a wave of distaste wash over her. Such individuals are truly unappetizing. Suppressing her displeasure, she spoke with a calm yet assertive tone. "The kitchen is a place for cooking, and cleanliness is the most basic requirement. As a kitchen assistant, you ought to pay attention to personal hygiene. If the cook is so slovenly, who would dare eat the food prepared?" She paused, her gaze piercing as she locked eyes with the man. "Even if you're not the head chef, you should still be aware of the kitchen's rules. It is imperative to maintain cleanliness, both for the diner's sake and our own. It instills a sense of reassurance in others." Rendered speechless by Jiaojiao's barrage of words, the man's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He had not anticipated that this new cook would be so sharp-tongued and articulate, leaving him utterly humiliated. If you feel overwhelmed or think I am overstepping, you are welcome to resign, Jiaojiao continued, her tone now more forceful. The kitchen does not accommodate idlers, nor does it tolerate slovenliness. If you wish to remain here, you must tidy up the kitchen thoroughly, and that includes yourself as well. I will return shortly to inspect. If it is unsatisfactory, do not blame me for being ungracious. Her words were unyielding, firmly placing herself in a position of authority. She understood that to manage such individuals, one must not be polite. Rules must be established from the outset to make it clear who was in charge. She was the cook and nominally held authority over the two assistants, who were obliged to heed her commands. Since she had arrived, she intended to take control of the kitchen. If she could not manage the staff, it would be impossible to cook efficiently. Moreover, the greatest challenge of this job was not merely the individuals working in the kitchen. Even if they were unhelpful, they must not become a hindrance. Perhaps incensed by Jiaojiao's remarks, the man stormed out of the courtyard, his destination unknown. Aunt Zhu regarded Jiaojiao with admiration, a hint of excitement on her face. You are truly impressive. With just a few words, you managed to subdue that ruffian. I have never seen him like this before. With a hint of gossip in her expression, she leaned in and whispered, "Do you know who that person was?" "Who?" Jiaojiao thought to herself, "Of course. I have no idea. Why should it matter who he is? As long as he performs his duties as a kitchen assistant. It doesn't matter if he is a dragon or a worm. His name is Song Fei," Aunt Zhu said, glancing around before lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Don't be deceived by his current shabby appearance. I've heard that his ancestors were imperial chefs." "Imperial chefs?" Jiaojiao paused in her food preparation, looking at Aunt Zhu with astonishment. "Imperial chef? That disheveled Song Fei from earlier?" Her mind instantly conjured the image of Song Fei's disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest, and his greasy attire, making it impossible to associate him with the skilled imperial chef he purported to be. In this era, the title of imperial chef signified genuine expertise, far beyond the hollow accolades of contemporary so-called masters. Furthermore, culinary skills were often inherited, if his ancestors truly possessed such exceptional talent. How could he have descended to the position of a mere kitchen assistant in the government's culinary quarters, reduced to such a state? Indeed, Aunt Zhu nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. She had heard that his family once held positions within the palace, basking in glory. However, she continued with a sigh. For reasons unknown, it seemed that a meal had gone awry, offending a noble, resulting in the family's banishment to the frontier. Quite a tragic fate. Jiaojiao began to comprehend. It was a tale of familial decline and misfortune. Yet, as an imperial chef, it struck her as improbable that he could have erred in his cooking. Having indulged in numerous palace dramas and novels, she surmised that more likely, Song Fei's ancestors had been ensnared in the intrigues of the court. In truth, if one had genuinely faltered in their culinary duties, it would be inconceivable for them to serve as an imperial chef, and post-incident, surviving the capital would be equally implausible. This was a realm where power dictated life and death, unlike the former era where legalities held sway. The phrase "life is as fragile as grass" rang undeniably true. Otherwise, she would not have sought to mend her relationship with Jing Hongyi, fearing he might harbor resentment, and, upon recalling past grievances, take drastic measures against her. Of course, such a scenario seemed unlikely now, and she would not passively witness any misfortune befalling Jing Shaohua. Aunt Zhu continued. It was only after a general amnesty a few years ago that the remaining family members were permitted to return. But what does their return signify? Their ancestral estate was lost, and their skills likely diminished. After much wandering, they finally settled here in Li City. Alas, in his generation, it appears he inherited none of his ancestors' abilities, leaving only this slothful disposition. After hearing this, Jiaojiao felt little stir within her. Family background and past glories offered no justification for present disarray. Ultimately, it bore no relevance to her. She was not a compassionate elder sister. In her position, she intended to oversee her responsibilities, hoping that those under her command would diligently fulfill their tasks without causing any disturbances. She relished cooking and maintained a keen interest in a clean kitchen, placing utmost importance on the quality of what was consumed. The kitchen was a sacred space, allowing no room for negligence. Illness could enter through the mouth, and she was determined to ensure that nothing leaving her hands bore any flaws. Continuing to chop the ingredients in her hands, her tone remained composed. Regardless of who his ancestors were, once they enter this kitchen, they must adhere to the established rules. As descendants of imperial chefs, they should particularly understand the significance of cleanliness and order. Moreover, even if they once belonged to the nobility, that status has faded. They must humbly adapt to their current circumstances. Chapter 38. Preparing the meal. Pu Jiaojiao and Aunt Zhu busied themselves with their respective tasks. The courtyard filled only with the sounds of chopping vegetables and the occasional clatter of pots and pans being washed. Not long after, a figure appeared at the door. Song Fei had returned. He had indeed changed into a relatively clean set of casual attire, though the fabric was worn. It was at least devoid of grease stains. His disheveled hair was tied back with a strip of cloth, revealing a face that, while still lacking in color, bore reasonably well-defined features. With his head bowed and his expression neutral, he avoided eye contact with Pu Jiaojiao and walked briskly to the water vat to begin washing the dishes he would soon require. Out of the corner of her eye, Pu Jiaojiao caught sight of him and scoffed inwardly, thinking he had some sense after all. She had anticipated that Song Fei might dawdle or deliberately create a cacophony. But to her surprise, he moved with remarkable efficiency. The dishes flowed through his hands in a seamless routine of rinsing, scrubbing, and rinsing again, executed with a commendable sense of order. As he carried water to the kitchen to clean, Pu Jiaojiao took a moment to observe him and noticed that he was quite thorough. It was evident he understood where grime tended to accumulate in the kitchen. In truth, the kitchen was not particularly dirty, yet it was a space where neglect for a single day could allow dirt to fester. Regular cleaning was essential to maintain its tidiness. The areas Song Fei had cleaned, such as the edges of the stove, which she had anticipated would remain grimy, were surprisingly immaculate upon closer inspection. Furthermore, his hands, with long fingers and neatly trimmed nails, did not belong to someone entirely careless or slovenly. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Pu Jiaojiao. This Song Fei seemed not to be entirely as she had presumed. Redirecting her gaze, she resumed her preparations for the midday meal, her earlier inclination to scrutinize his cleaning efforts waning. As noon approached, tendrils of smoke began to rise from the kitchen chimney, carrying with it a rich aroma of meat and the subtle sweetness of rice, wafting gently into the courtyard of the yamen. A few constables returning from their patrol gathered under the eaves, and upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, their stomachs audibly protested. "Ah, today's fragrance is exceptional," one constable exclaimed, sniffing the air, his eyes sparkling. "It's far more delectable than what we had with old Lou." Another patted his belly. "Indeed, just the smell is enough to make one ravenous. Where did this new cook come from?" The group engaged in hushed speculation. At that moment, Wang Wu happened by, carrying an empty teacup, and upon overhearing their conversation, paused to chuckle. "What new cook?" "That is our Jinggu's new wife, Sister Pu. Today is her first day helping out." "Jinggu's wife?" Several constables exchanged surprised glances, their expressions shifting to one of warmth. "So it's Jinggu's wife. Who would have thought she possessed such culinary skills? This is splendid. We shall be fortunate indeed." Wang Wu waved his hand, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. "Sister Pu is a kind soul with exceptional talent. However, you all know that while we can be lenient, you must be cautious around the county school. When it comes time for the meal, let us be sharp. If those young masters come looking for trouble, let us rally together and ensure Sister Pu doesn't suffer any indignities." They were all too aware of the nature of the young masters from the county school. Though they hailed from the families of their superiors, Jing Xiuyan was their colleague. With Jinggu absent, they could not turn a blind eye to the mischief that the young masters were prone to inflict upon the kitchen staff. Otherwise, when Brother Jing returns, it would be difficult for them to explain, wouldn't it? The constables immediately understood. Jing Xiuyan had always treated them well and was known for his righteousness. Naturally, they felt compelled to look after his wife. "Rest assured, Xiao Wu, Brother Jing's people are our own. Indeed, at that time, we shall lend our support. We cannot allow those young masters to bully Brother Jing's wife without reason. As the conversation unfolded, the fragrance in the air grew increasingly intense, almost palpable. Though mealtime had yet to arrive, many began to stir restlessly, frequently glancing towards the neighboring courtyard, swallowing hard in anticipation. Even Mingda, who was engrossed in writing documents within his room, could hardly suppress his curiosity. He set down his pen and unexpectedly stepped outside. He knew that today was the day that yesterday's young woman would be trying her hand at cooking, but he had not anticipated her culinary skills to be so remarkable. Just by the aroma, it was evident that today's lunch would be exquisite, piquing his interest. Glancing at the sundial, he realized that mealtime was approaching. Many constables were growing restless, their focus wavering due to the anticipation. Mingda decided to let them cease their work and prepare for the meal. No sooner had he spoken than several constables eagerly followed the alluring scent toward the small courtyard designated for dining. Upon entering the courtyard, the previously ethereal aroma transformed into an overwhelming and rich scent, with a symphony of sour, sweet, and spicy notes colliding, as if tangible, rushing into their nostrils. Awakening their senses, one young constable, unable to withstand the onslaught of the spicy air, let out a resounding sneeze. Achoo! Tears nearly sprang forth. Yet he found the flavor intoxicatingly potent, and his mouth began to water uncontrollably. On the stone table in the center of the courtyard, several large porcelain bowls steamed invitingly. The centerpiece was a bowl of sweet and sour ribs, each piece evenly coated in a glossy, thick sauce, its vibrant red hue glistening enticingly, exuding a sweet and sour fragrance that tantalized the senses. Beside it lay spicy chicken. Golden and crispy morsels nestled among a sea of fiery red dried chilies and vibrant green scallions, the mere sight eliciting a tingling sensation on the tongue, as a wave of robust aroma enveloped them. Another bowl contained twice-cooked pork, the marbled meat slices slightly curled and adorned with enticingly crisp edges, glistening with a sheen that harmonized with the vibrant green garlic shoots, releasing a rich aroma of soy sauce and savory meat. Additionally, there was baked pumpkin, its golden chunks appearing soft and sweet, the edges bearing a hint of char, offering a delightful contrast to the previous spicy and oily dishes, exuding warmth and comfort. The eyes of the constables widened, their throats involuntarily swallowing as they prepared to approach the feast, when suddenly the courtyard door swung open with a loud bang. The crowd turned to see a group of well-dressed young men, swaggering in while flanking two individuals, followed closely by several nimble attendants. It appeared that the small county school had just dismissed for the day. The leading young lad, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, donned a splendid cobalt blue silk robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. His head was adorned with an exquisite white jade crown that held back his hair. With a fair complexion and a slight tilt of his chin, his gaze swept across the officials and the sumptuous dishes in the courtyard, revealing an unmistakable air of arrogance and entitlement. He was none other than the young master of the county magistrate's household, Jiang Hongwen. Closely following him was Chun Fengyi, the son of the county's deputy. Chun Fengyi was particularly slender, clad in a pale moon-white long robe, which, though made of fine fabric, appeared somewhat loose. His countenance bore a pallid hue, and a lingering air of malaise clouded his brow, as he gazed upon the table laden with delicacies. He displayed none of the ravenous anticipation seen in others. Rather, he imperceptibly furrowed his brow, seemingly discomforted by the intense flavors. The officials were well aware that this young Master Chun was quite particular about his food. Common fare rarely suited his palate, and any slight disappointment rendered him unable to swallow, thus fostering his delicate demeanor. Upon their entrance, the previously warm atmosphere surrounding the meal abruptly chilled. A few officials, recalling Wang Wu's earlier instructions, exchanged glances, their expressions of greed somewhat subdued as they discreetly stepped back, clearing a path. Chapter 39. Twice-cooked pork, baked pumpkin. Sweet and sour ribs, French fries. Jiang Hongwan swaggered over to the stone table, his gaze sweeping over the steaming dishes as an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. He feigned a frown and spoke in a deliberately languid tone. Is this truly the fare prepared for today? Looking at his face, one could hardly find it appealing. Yet, despite his words, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to the plate of sweet and sour ribs, gleaming with a vibrant hue and coated in a thick, luscious sauce that seemed to shimmer invitingly. The air was filled with a sweet and sour scent, laced with a hint of spice, tantalizingly teasing his nostrils like tiny hooks, tickling his appetite. While he continued to feign disdain, his throat betrayed him with a conspicuous gulp as he swallowed. The sound resonated sharply in the silent courtyard, momentarily drawing all attention to him. Jiang Hongwen's face flushed crimson, realizing that his earlier pose of superiority now rendered him a mere jester. The officials, indeed, stifled their laughter, their shoulders quaking slightly, their expressions betraying the struggle between mirth and restraint, further igniting his embarrassment. Ah, young Master Jiang, do not merely observe. Partake in the delicacies before you. Behind him, a young master clad in brocade stared intently at the dishes on the table, his tone unmistakably encouraging. It certainly smells delightful. Perhaps the taste is equally pleasing? Even if it proves unpalatable, we must taste it first to merit our critique, mustn't we? The other youths nodded in agreement, their eager eyes fixed upon the feast laid out before them. They had initially intended to visit the magistrate's office merely to exchange jests and seek amusement before heading to the county's most renowned restaurant, the Songxiang Tavern, for lunch. However, the fragrance wafting through the courtyard now proved to be even more enticing than that emanating from the Pine Fragrance restaurant, causing their original plans to waver. Today's dishes appeared to be rather appealing, perhaps even delightful to the palate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongwen felt relieved, as if presented with an opportunity to retreat gracefully. He cleared his throat nonchalantly and decided to indulge in a taste. He promptly instructed the servant behind him to fetch clean bowls and chopsticks. Yet, he did not hasten to use them himself. Instead, he casually placed the utensils before Chen Fangyi. At that moment, Pu Jiaojiao emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish. Song Fei, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward to assist her, carefully setting the dish upon the stone table. His demeanor was markedly more attentive than when the chef had been present, having recently savored the flavors of several dishes lingering on his palate. Pu Jiaojiao flashed him a smile before returning to the kitchen, soon reappearing with several small bowls of tomato sauce, which she placed at the edge of the table. The final dish was a serving of golden brown French fries, piled high and steaming, exuding an irresistible aroma. Each fry was perfectly crisp on the outside, yet tender within, boasting a delightful golden hue with slightly charred edges that glimmered under the sunlight. The air was thick with a unique fragrance, a harmonious blend of the earthy scent of potatoes and the rich aroma of frying, enhanced by the accompanying tomato sauce, creating an enticing allure. Chen Fangyi, initially poised to grasp his chopsticks to sample the sweet and sour ribs before him, found his attention drawn to this final dish. He had never encountered such elongated, golden delicacies and was intrigued by their novelty. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with a subtle hint of curiosity. Pu Jiaojiao observed the young master seated before her, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, slender and pale, with a hint of weariness in his expression. Noticing his apparent disinterest in the other dishes, she speculated that he might be somewhat finicky. Nevertheless, she maintained a warm smile as she replied, "These are French fries, a new delicacy. Dip them in the tomato sauce for an even better flavor." Upon hearing this, Chen Fangyi picked up a fry, mimicking Pu Jiaojiao's actions, and dipped it into the vibrant red sauce. The sweet and sour essence of the sauce melded with the fry's aroma, offering a delightful contrast. He brought the fry to his lips and took a gentle bite. With a satisfying crunch, the exterior yielded to a soft, creamy interior, imbued with a subtle potato sweetness that harmonized beautifully with the tangy tomato sauce, resulting in a rich and unique flavor profile. His previously listless demeanor brightened slightly. This taste was unexpectedly delightful. With a newfound interest, he indulged in 2 more fries, but soon set them aside, opting instead to pick up his chopsticks to sample a piece of sweet and sour rib. As the tender ribs entered his mouth, a delightful balance of sweet and sour enveloped his palate. The rich sauce, combined with the succulent meat that effortlessly fell from the bone with the slightest nibble, offered a tantalizing experience. It was a harmonious blend of sweetness accented by a hint of vinegar's tang, and a subtle sweetness emerged from the acidity, creating a multi-layered flavor that burst forth in his mouth, instantly reviving his somewhat dulled taste buds. He could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment at the remarkable flavor of the sweet and sour ribs. This newfound delight awakened a flicker of anticipation for the other dishes, prompting him to reach for a piece of spicy chicken. The chicken, crisp on the outside yet tender within, exuded a fragrant spiciness. The heat from the dried chilies melded perfectly with the chicken's savory essence, invigorating his taste buds with a rush of warmth that caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He coughed momentarily from spiciness, yet could not resist taking bite after bite, becoming increasingly addicted to its fiery allure. After indulging in 3 pieces of spicy chicken, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, and his chopsticks gravitated towards the glossy plate of twice-cooked pork. He picked up a slightly curled slice of meat, its edges crisp to perfection, adorned with a small sprig of vibrant green garlic shoots. The rich aroma of the sauce intertwined with the meaty essence enveloped him as he brought the slice closer to his nose. Upon tasting, he expected an oily mouth feel, but to his surprise, the stir-fried pork belly was rich yet not greasy, exuding a unique charred fragrance. The leaner portions provided a satisfying chew, with the sauce's flavor fully permeating the meat, offering a delightful combination of savory and subtly sweet notes. The accompanying garlic shoots introduced a refreshing crunch that perfectly balanced the meat's richness. This was a homely flavor, imbued with the essence of everyday life, distinct from the preceding sweet, spicy, and delicate tastes, yet equally irresistible. As Chun Fangyi savored each bite, his chewing slowed and his furrowed brow relaxed, a faint blush gracing his pale cheeks, likely instigated by the warmth of the food. Without hesitation, he swallowed and reached for a second slice, devouring 2 more before pausing. Finally, he approached the baked pumpkin, a dish he was not particularly fond of, given his general aversion to pumpkin. However, as it was a tasting experience, he resolved to try every dish, albeit reluctantly extending his chopsticks to select a piece. The pumpkin was soft, sweet, and imbued with a subtle hint of creaminess, melting away in his mouth. Its sugary essence tempered the earlier spiciness of the chicken, offering a warm, comforting sensation. The sweet flavor of the baked pumpkin stood in stark contrast to the boldness of the previous dishes, yet was equally delicious, providing him with an entirely different gustatory pleasure. To his surprise, he found himself quite fond of the baked pumpkin amidst these dishes. While Chun Fangyi indulged in the exquisite cuisine, the courtyard remained hushed. All eyes were fixated upon him, breaths held softly to avoid interrupting his enjoyment. The guards, their stomachs already growling with hunger, observed Chun Fangyi relishing his meal, their mouths watering as they swallowed hard, unable to contain their longing for a taste of his feast. Even the young masters from the small county school were transfixed by Chun Fangyi, observing him as he chewed and swallowed, as if they too were savoring the delectable dishes before them, unconsciously following his lead and swallowing their own saliva. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of food, yet it was laced with a torturous silence, as if everyone were enduring a silent torment, yearning to partake, yet too timid to take a step forward. What could it mean? Jiang Hongwan, astonished to see Chun Fangyi actually consuming the food without spitting it out, could hardly contain his curiosity, feeling an itch of impatience. It was precisely because of Chun Fangyi that they had managed to dismiss so many cooks without reprimand from their families. After all, food that could be accepted by Chun Fangyi was genuinely worthy, and they had a legitimate claim, making it difficult for the adults to reproach them. Thus, Jiang Hongwen gazed intently at Chun Fangyi, hoping he would voice a critique as he had before. Chapter 40. Cabbage and Tofu Soup after sampling several dishes. The lethargy on Chun Fangyi's face had dissipated considerably, and his eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. He set down his chopsticks, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single disparaging word. Instead, he cleared his throat and, in a feigned casualness, instructed the attendant standing nearby, "Fetch me a bowl of rice." With these words, the silence that had previously enveloped the courtyard was shattered, Everyone froze, particularly Jiang Hongwan, whose handsome face flushed a deep crimson, as if he had just received a stinging slap in the face. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Chun Fangyi, have you lost your senses? You actually want to eat? Aren't you usually disdainful of such ordinary fare?" Chun Fangyi furrowed his brow slightly at Jiang Hongwan's outburst, but chose not to retort, merely acquiescing. The onlookers, comprising the officials and young masters from the county school, paid little heed to the exchange between the two. Once young Master Chun had declared he wished to eat, what was there to wait for? Their hunger had already ignited a fire in their bellies, and the tantalizing fragrance tormented them further. Unbeknownst to whom it was, someone moved first, and then, like a wave, the crowd surged toward the tables laden with bowls and chopsticks. Forming a long queue in eager anticipation of Song He's serving. Song He swiftly began to portion out the dishes, ensuring each serving was as equitable as possible to prevent any from going hungry. The young masters from the county school, initially intrigued by Chun Fangyi's consumption, now gazed curiously at the golden fried potato strips. Imitating what they had seen, they momentarily set aside their rice, stretching their necks and pointing at the fries. "Bring me some of that, those golden sticks. Yes, and that red sauce too." They emulated Chun Fangyi's earlier actions, gingerly dipping a fry into the ketchup before bringing it to their mouths. The crisp sound of crunching echoed, accompanied by uncontainable gasps of delight. Delicious. What is this? It's so fragrant." In no time, the young masters devouring the fries noticeably quickened their pace, disregarding any semblance of decorum, wishing only to stuff as many fries into their mouths as possible. As for the trivial matter of serving food, one naturally delegates the task to their servants. While remaining steadfast before the vegetable stall, apprehensive that the fries might be snatched away, Jiang Hongwan, witnessing Chun Fangyi's betrayal and observing his classmates devouring their meals with the fervor of the famished, particularly fixating on the fried potato strips he had previously scorned, felt a surge of indignation akin to that of an outsider. Just as he was about to explode, a gentle breeze, imbued with a hint of sweetness, wafted past his nostrils. Turning his head, he found a pristine white porcelain plate extended toward him. The plate, immaculate and delicate, accentuated the small mound of golden, crispy fries within, each piece distinct, seemingly enveloped in a crisp halo. Beside it lay a small dish of vibrant red ketchup, its color bright like a ruby. This simple pairing appeared surprisingly elegant. Jiaojiao's voice, laced with warmth and a hint of laughter, broke through his thoughts. "This is a new dish, young Master Jiang. Perhaps you might give it a try? If it does not please you, I welcome your critique." Observing the well-timed smile on Jiaojiao's face, Jiang Hongwan felt an inexplicable annoyance, yet the alluring aroma of the fries and the sweet tangy fragrance of the ketchup relentlessly teased his senses. Glancing once more at his classmates, who were thoroughly engrossed in their meals, each adorned with expressions of satisfaction and mouths moving rapidly, he swallowed hard, pressed his lips together, and ultimately succumbed to temptation, maintaining an air of aloofness as he haughtily declared, "You do have a point. I shall sample it and discern its peculiarities. Should it prove unsatisfactory, I may very well declare your meal a disaster." He extended his fingers, pinching a fry, and, imitating the others, dipped it into the ketchup. The first bite revealed a delightful contrast between the crispy exterior and the tender interior, the fragrance of the potato mingling with the deep-fried essence, complemented by the ketchup's sweet and sour notes. Indeed, an extraordinary experience. Jiang Hongwan's eyes subtly brightened. Though he remained silent, his fingers did not cease their movement. As fry after fry found its way to his mouth, his pace hastening noticeably, his cheeks puffing with each bite. Noticing this, Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with amusement, and without acknowledging his indulgence, she smoothly placed the entire plate into his hands and quietly retreated, blending into the crowd, her contributions to his delight shrouded in modesty. During mealtimes, the courtyard usually buzzed with lively chatter and various noises. However, today, upon entering, Cui Mingdao was greeted by an unbroken stream of appetizing aromas and the sounds of eating, devoid of any other distractions. Even the two most boisterous individuals were quietly enjoying their meals, which was quite unexpected to him. Master Kui, Piu Jiaojiao exclaimed upon spotting Kui Ming Da's entrance. Promptly emerging from the kitchen with a portion of the previously prepared meal, her demeanor unperturbed. She had anticipated that Master Chui might be pressed for time and unable to dine, so she had prepared some dishes in advance, ensuring that they would not cool by the time of his arrival. The dishes were neatly arranged in the plate, while the rice was served separately in a bowl, the fare identical to that enjoyed by the others. Pu Jiaojiao's actions were indeed thoughtful, and she did not merely prepare dishes for an individual. Rather, she served identical portions, simply divided. This not only provided comfort to Chui Mingde, but also ensured that the other minor officials felt no discomfort. After all, even the young master of the county magistrate and the county deputy dined on the same fare as them, and with Chui Shi enjoying the same meal, there was little room for discontent. Previously, those cooks had sought to curry favor with those in power, for how could ordinary soldiers compare to the influential? Yet, such overt favoritism made the minor officials uneasy, even if they did not express it outwardly. While it was true that the dignitaries were of higher status, how could they justify such blatant disparity while dining in the same office? If they wished to abstain from a meal, the dignitaries could easily have their families send food or dine at an inn. Since they were partaking in the meal at the office, how could there be any hierarchy? This was why the minor officials, despite witnessing the young masters bullying the cooks, showed no inclination to intervene. They were not only reluctant to offend those above them, but also saw no necessity to intervene. Given their own condescending attitudes, what need had they to fear others? Did they truly believe that an ordinary clerk was easily offended? Initially, Pu Jiaojiao had garnered some goodwill from everyone due to Wang Wu's previous remark, mentioning that she was Jing Xiuyan's wife, and thus she was regarded as one of their own to be cared for more diligently. However, observing her actions fostered a deeper sense of camaraderie among them, as they watched everyone eat with glowing faces, nearly emptying their plates and bowls. Pu Jiaojiao signaled to Song he to bring out the soup. Understanding her cue, Song he wiped his hands, turned, and pushed out a large wooden tub, thickly covered with a heavy lid, which had been in the kitchen for some time. The tub, worn smooth at the edges from frequent use, emitted wisps of steam. A gentle warmth distinct from the previous fried aromas, spreading as the lid was lifted. As the lid was removed, a greater cloud of steam billowed forth, revealing the true essence of the soup beneath. The broth was clear and slightly milky, the essence of tofu having melded through prolonged simmering. Tender green cabbage leaves floated gracefully within, perfectly cooked to neither toughness nor excessive softness. Cubes of pristine white tofu nestled in the broth, appearing and disappearing with the gentle stirring of the ladle. The soup bore no extravagant seasonings. Instead, it offered the subtle sweetness of cabbage, the delicate fragrance of tofu, and a barely discernible richness from the broth. A simple yet pure concoction that felt soothing on this slightly crisp autumn day. Merely inhaling it brought comfort. And what of the soup? It was perfect, especially after indulging in fried foods. A bowl of this broth would cleanse the palate. The aroma was inviting. Those who had just been engaged in their meals now rose, instinctively forming a line before the wooden tub. This queue was evidently more composed than the earlier scramble for fries, their faces reflecting post-feast satisfaction. Song He, still nimble, ladled the soup into bowls, ensuring each one contained both vegetables and tofu. The warm broth cradled in their hands sent a comforting warmth up to their fingertips, dispelling the slight chill brought by the autumn breeze. The crowd gently blew away the steam rising from the soup, cautiously savoring a sip. The delicate broth slid down the throat, infused with a soothing warmth that instantly alleviated the lingering greasiness in their mouths. The cabbage offered a refreshing sweetness, while the tofu was tender and delicate, dissolving almost instantly without the need for chewing. There was no overwhelming assault of rich oils and sauces, only the pure, unpretentious flavors of the ingredients themselves, perfectly soothing the taste buds that had been bombarded by a myriad of flavors. A contented sigh escaped someone's lips, exclaiming the excellence of this cabbage and tofu soup. After finishing, a delightful warmth enveloped their bodies. The previously ravenous young masters slowed their pace, now savoring the soup in small, measured sips. Even the usually aloof Jiang Hongwan, after a servant brought him a bowl, began to drink quietly. He refrained from making any critical comments, his movements steady as he emptied the bowl. The slight displeasure lingering from not securing more fries seemed to dissipate with the warmth of the soup. Yet, he still appeared awkward, his expression a tangle of conflicting emotions. The cabbage and tofu soup in the wooden barrel quickly reached its bottom, leaving only a few green leaves clinging to the walls. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks rang out as Song, he, and a few nimble servants began to clear the remnants from the table, stacking empty plates and bowls. The previously lively atmosphere settled into a profound silence, broken only by the sounds of dishware being tidied. However, the well-fed crowd did not hasten to disperse as usual. Instead, they lingered, seated or standing, casting furtive glances toward the two focal figures, Jiang Hongwan and Chen Fangyi. Jiang Hongwan's expression remained less than pleasant. Yet he made no further criticisms, sitting quietly as the servant cleared his dishes. His demeanor left others feeling uncertain. Everyone knew that this Master Jiang was notorious for his picky palate and irritable temperament. Today marked the first day for the new chef, and it was expected that he would not let this opportunity slip by. His silence raised speculation about whether he was holding back a significant comment. The collective gaze lingered on Jiang Hongwan for a moment before subtly shifting to Chen Fangyi. Before Jiang Hongwan could speak, Chen Fangyi made the first move. He set down his delicate porcelain teacup, leisurely dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and then stood up, striding directly toward Pu Jiaojiao. A flicker of emotion stirred within Pu Jiaojiao, though her expression remained composed. As she watched Chen Fangyi approach, she noted that this young county magistrate's son appeared slightly slender, his complexion fairer than most, and he scrutinized her with an assessing gaze. "Did you prepare today's meal?" Chen Fangyi's voice was calm and devoid of discernible emotion. His eyes shifted from Pu Jiaojiao's face to her hands folded in front of her. They were meticulously clean, with neatly trimmed nails, still bearing a hint of healthy pink from recent activity, so distinct from the rough or grease-stained hands of ordinary peasant women or cooks. In Chen Fangyi's gaze, a flicker of confusion seemed to pass, as if he were verifying whether such hands could truly craft the delectable dishes that had momentarily coaxed him to lift his chopsticks. These creations were made by a humble woman. Pu Jiaojiao met his gaze and nodded with poise, a graceful smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Pray tell, Master Chen, how do you find the flavors? Should there be anything unsatisfactory, or if you desire something else, do not hesitate to voice it." Chen Fangyi fell silent for a moment, seemingly savoring the moment. Indeed, it had been a considerable while since he had been able to enjoy a meal with such tranquility as he had today. His notorious pickiness had become a well-known affliction. Countless master chefs' meticulously prepared dishes had, in his presence, tasted like wax. Over time, his appetite had dwindled, and he had grown increasingly gaunt. Though the fare before him could not be termed a grand feast, it unexpectedly appealed to his palate, leaving no discomfort in his stomach after consumption. Although he still ate sparingly, it was due to his limited capacity rather than any fault of the food itself. Rarely encountering something so delectable, he naturally wished to ascertain whether this was mere happenstance or if this woman possessed genuine culinary talent. "May I visit your home for a simple meal this evening?" Chen Fangyi suddenly inquired. The moment the words left his lips, not only did Pu Jiaojiao freeze momentarily, but the onlookers around them also displayed astonishment. Especially among them, Cui Mingda, standing nearby, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. As the county magistrate's secretary, he was well aware of the young Master Chen's particulars. Chen County's magistrate had fretted over his son's dining habits, turning his hair gray while consulting numerous physicians and seeking out renowned chefs, all with little success. This young master's palate was notoriously more demanding than that of a high-ranking official. For him to voluntarily propose dining at someone else's home was unprecedented. While he too found the luncheon delightful, it was indeed rare for something to captivate Master Chen's discerning taste. Pu Jiaojiao's astonishment was fleeting, quickly subdued. Maintaining her smile, she replied with utmost grace, "Of course, Master Chen. It would be an honor for a humble woman like me. Might I inquire if you have any dietary restrictions or preferences? I shall prepare accordingly for the evening. Chun Fangyi shook his head gently. There is no need for special preparations. Whatever your family is having for dinner will suffice. A simple home-cooked meal will do. He wished to discern if her everyday culinary skills could match the standard of today's offerings. Very well, then I shall await your esteemed presence at home. Pu Jiaojiao responded succinctly. Jiang Hongwan, who had been quietly seated nearby, gazed at Chun Fangyi in surprise, evidently not anticipating such a statement from him. He stood up abruptly, drawing the attention of the crowd once more. Wang Wu even took a slight step forward, his expression tense, apprehensive about any potential actions Jiang Hongwan might take. Previously, Wang Wu might have been inclined to be more considerate of Pu Jiaojiao due to her connection with Jing Xiuyin, yet after tasting her cooking, he realized that having her stay here to prepare meals for them was indeed a splendid choice. After all, today's dishes had truly exceeded their expectations. Jiang Hongwan stood in place, observing as Chun Fangyi and Pu Jiaojiao exchanged a few words, effortlessly arranging their dinner plans. He felt somewhat dazed. He had anticipated Chun Fangyi to take the initiative to challenge him. Even if he refrained from doing so, he should have at least voiced some complaints about the meal, thereby achieving their objective. Admittedly, he had enjoyed his meal, refraining from overturning the table in the heat of the moment. Yet, Chun Fangyi, instead of criticizing, had taken the initiative to visit for dinner. This was nothing short of betrayal. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Jiang Hongwan, mingled with a tinge of astonishment at being forsaken by his companion. He strode over quickly, positioning himself between Pu Jiaojiao and Chun Fangyi, casting a hostile glance at Pu Jiaojiao. Hey, I must say, this meal Jiang Hongwan deliberately elongated his words, struggling to articulate any specific grievances, as he had indeed consumed quite a bit and felt rather comfortable in his stomach. However, he could not concede verbally. With a stiff neck, he forced out a statement. It's just mediocre, nothing commendable. His words were transparently contradictory to his true feelings. Upon hearing this, Chun Fangyi merely shot him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. He understood that Jiang Hongwan was certainly not in a good mood, and it would be prudent to address the matter privately later. However, Pu Jiaojiao seemed oblivious to the underlying tension and provocation in his words, maintaining her gentle and submissive demeanor, slightly bowing as she replied. What young Master Jiang says is true. My cooking skills are indeed rudimentary, and I apologize for any amusement I may have caused. Should there be another opportunity, I will earnestly strive to improve and aim to create flavors that satisfy you. How could this woman be so seemingly oblivious? Jiang Hongwan felt as though he had struck a pillow, which only fueled his anger. He detested such bland, unerring attitudes, as if his actions were unjustified. Her demeanor inexplicably dredged up unpleasant memories from his past. Who asked you to improve? Jiang Hongwan exclaimed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice suddenly rising. I tell you, do not come again. This is a place of authority. It is not somewhere that women like you can enter at will. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. This food is utterly inedible. Who would desire it? His words were excessively harsh, causing even the nearby clerk Chui to furrow his brow slightly. Pu Jiaojiao's smile faded slightly, yet she remained standing tall, betraying no sign of humiliation. At that moment, the previously silent Chun Fangyi finally spoke. His probing had yet to commence, and it was impossible for him to let them leave so easily. His voice was soft yet clearly resonated in everyone's ears. Hongwan, you are mistaken. He turned to Jiang Hongwan, his expression calm and unperturbed. I believe that today's meal was quite good. At the very least, it suited my palate. This was the first time Chun Fangyi had so explicitly contradicted Jiang Hongwan. In their small circle, while not strictly adhering to anyone's opinions, Chun Fangyi, known for his frail health and few words, rarely expressed dissent so directly, especially when Jiang Hongwan was clearly agitated. Most of the time, their opinions tended to align. With Jiang Hongwan's father being the county magistrate and Chun Fangyi's father serving as the deputy magistrate, the inherent disparity in their standings rendered Jiang Hongwan the undisputed authority within their small circle. Thus, The audacity of an immediate rebuttal was unprecedented. Jiang Hongwen stood in a state of utter disbelief, struggling to fathom the words emanating from Chen Fengyi's lips, gazing at him as if he were a creature of the bizarre. "What did you just say? How could you? Chen Fengyi, have you lost your senses?" He scrutinized Chen Fengyi from head to toe, suspicion etched in his eyes. "Have you been ensnared by some enchantress? Or perhaps drugged? How else could you utter such absurdities?" Chapter 42. The astonishment of being cast aside by the world. Wang Wu discreetly retreated a step, taken aback by the realization that Pu Jiaojiao's cooking had managed to pit the two young masters against one another. Secretly relieved, he pondered the potential consequences had Jiang Shaoyi truly intended to act upon his feelings. He might have been unable to intervene. Chen Fengyi furrowed his brow slightly. "I must assert that today's meal was indeed quite commendable, superior to what we've had previously. I merely speak the truth." His gaze remained steady upon Jiang Hongwen. "Moreover, I believe it is premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. We should observe the forthcoming dishes." The companions who had accompanied Jiang Hongwen and Chen Fengyi exchanged bewildered glances. Some directed their attention towards Jiang Hongwen, while others looked to Chen Fengyi, uncertain as to whom they should offer counsel. This was their first encounter with such a confrontation. The two had never faced off in this manner before, leaving everyone in a state of utter confusion. Jiang Hongwen felt a surge of heated blood rushing to his head, a buzzing resonating in his ears. His eyes widened, and he gasped heavily, incredulous that he was being contradicted publicly over the opinions of a mere cook. In that instant, the anger was eclipsed by a profound sense of betrayal, a visceral pain akin to being cast aside by the entire world. How could Chen Fengyi, who had grown up alongside him and was the one who understood him best, dare to oppose him so brazenly in front of so many? His chest heaved violently as disbelief and an unacknowledged sense of grievance flooded his expression. Jiang Hongwen's lips trembled as he struggled to articulate a response, only to find his throat constricted. Before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Chen Fengyi's words had rendered him acutely uncomfortable and flustered. The shame and indignation of feeling betrayed overwhelmed him entirely. "Very well." Jiang Hongwen bit down hard, his eyes glistening with anger. It appeared he was determined to prove a point, or perhaps merely vent his frustrations. Raising his hand, he forcefully overturned the table before him. Crash! The wooden table collapsed with a resounding clatter, the dishes that had yet to be cleared shattering into a multitude of fragments, porcelain scattering across the floor. Fortunately, each person's plate had been emptied, devoid of any remnants of food. The abrupt commotion startled everyone present. Jiang Hongwen, Chen Fengyi's brow furrowed deeply, urgency creeping into his voice. Yet, Jiang Hongwen paid him no heed, casting a fierce glare at Pu Jiaojiao, as if she were the very source of his turmoil. "Just wait." He left behind a cryptic and fierce remark, turning on his heel and dashing out of the room like a gust of wind. Chen Fengyi observed the disarray strewn about and the retreating figure of Jiang Hongwen, a fleeting expression of helplessness and concern crossing his face. With little time to ponder, he hastily addressed Pu Jiaojiao. "Madam Pu, regarding what we discussed earlier, I shall come by this evening." Despite the urgency in his tone, there was an undeniable certainty. With that, he swiftly stepped out, calling after, "Hongwen, wait for me." The remaining young gentlemen exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After a brief hesitation, they quickly rose to their feet and rushed out in a chaotic flurry, shouting for Master Jiang to wait and for Master Chen to hold on a moment. In the blink of an eye, the once lively courtyard was left with only Pu Jiaojiao, a group of constables, and a sea of broken porcelain. Gazing at the wreckage, Pu Jiaojiao furrowed her brow, a genuine look of distress etching her features. She crouched down, intending to pick up a larger shard, but halted, looking up at Cui Mingda. "Master Cui, these plates and bowls are shattered. I fear we shall be short tomorrow." Cui Mingda stroked his beard, his expression betraying no surprise, as though such occurrences were commonplace. "No matter." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "It is not a significant issue. I shall have another batch delivered tomorrow." At his words, Pu Jiaojiao visibly exhaled in relief, grateful that the expense would not fall upon her. She silently calculated the cost of the dishware, relieved it was not charged to her. Had she been liable, her monthly stipend would scarcely suffice. Unbeknownst to her, this expense did not actually come from the official treasury. The county magistrate had long set aside a private fund entrusted to Master Chui, specifically allocated to cover the various damages caused by the unpredictable antics of young Master Jiang. Serving as a financial cushion, Chui Mingda was well versed in managing such matters. Once it was clear that the situation had stabilized, some constables returned to the county office, as their presence was also required there. Wang Wu, however, stayed behind to assist with the cleanup. I appreciate your help, but we can manage here on our own. You should rest for a while. Pu Jiaojiao felt a twinge of guilt. Wang Wu waved her off nonchalantly. Sister-in-law, no need for formality. With Jinggu absent, I am here to lend a hand. If he returns and learns you were distressed while I stood idly by, he would certainly scold me. Wang Wu's cheerful demeanor elicited a knowing smile from Pu Jiaojiao. Though she had not interacted much with her husband, his familiarity with Wang Wu suggested he was likely an easygoing individual. Yet, she remained hesitant, aware that some men act differently in front of friends than they do with family. This thought flitted through her mind before she quickly dismissed it, focusing instead on tidying up the courtyard. Song He and Aunt Zhu observed the scene with expressions of indifference. Aunt Zhu even clicked her tongue, remarking, "There seems to be no longevity to our kitchenware. Is this not the umpteenth time this month?" Despite her words, a glimmer of concern flashed in Aunt Zhu's eyes. For all of this represented money. The young master of the county magistrate's household, had he belonged to an ordinary family, would have been subjected to several reprimands by now. Song He remained silent, quietly picking up a broom and dustpan. At this moment, he appeared rather obedient, though he occasionally cast glances at Pu Jiaojiao. The group worked swiftly, soon clearing the ground. Pu Jiaojiao rose, dusted off her hands, and expressed her gratitude once more to Wang Wu, saying, "I truly appreciate your help today, Officer Wang." Wang Wu waved his hand with a hearty smile. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. It was my duty. I shall take my leave now. Call for me if you need anything." "All right, thank you," she replied, promptly seeing him off. The courtyard was instantly left with only the three of them. In truth, none of the three had eaten yet. Typically, they would wait for everyone to finish their meals before consuming any leftovers. However, today, all the dishes had been completely devoured. If they wished to eat, they would need to prepare another meal. As it was her first day on the job, Pu Jiaojiao was unaware of this circumstance. Therefore, Mrs. Song felt somewhat regretful at the sight of the empty dishes, having initially hoped to sample the fare. Reflecting on the earlier occasion when Pu Jiaojiao had invited them to taste the dishes, she had feigned politeness, leading to Song He tasting the food while she had not. Now, she found herself regretting that decision, as the lingering aroma in the air made her stomach grumble. Chapter 43. Fried rice. Previously, when Pu Jiaojiao inquired, she did not ask whether meals were provided, and Master Chui did not clarify. Perhaps it was an unspoken understanding among them. "There's a bit of rice left. I shall quickly make an egg fried rice," she said. Pu Jiaojiao, accustomed to the idea that everyone would bring their own meals, had never worked in the culinary industry and was unaware of this implicit benefit. She entered the kitchen, her movements swift, heating the pan and adding a modest amount of oil to lightly coat the bottom. Cracking 2 eggs into the pan, she swiftly whisked them, the egg mixture solidifying rapidly in the hot oil, emitting a delightful sizzle as the tender yellow scrambled eggs puffed up. Following this, she added the leftover rice, using the spatula to break it apart and mix it thoroughly, ensuring each grain was coated with egg and oil. The grains danced in the pan, gradually becoming distinct and separate. Finally, she sprinkled in the chopped green onions and a pinch of salt, stir-frying a few more moments until a fragrant aroma, intermingled with the scent of eggs, oil, and toasted rice, filled the air. In no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a plate of golden, enticing egg-fried rice emerged from the stove, the grains plump, glossy yet not greasy, and the scrambled eggs evenly distributed, with vibrant green onions adding a touch of liveliness. "Oh, this fried rice smells divine," exclaimed Mrs. Zhu, leaning in for a closer look, unable to suppress a swallow. It appears far more appetizing than what I usually prepare. Mrs. Zhu certainly knew how to cook, but her repertoire consisted of only simple, home-style dishes, the flavors of which could only be described as mediocre compared to Pu Jiaojiao's culinary skills. Since returning the previously taciturn Song, he had also approached, his gaze fixed on a bowl of fried rice that Pu Jiaojiao had just served. He remained silent, quietly serving himself a bowl of rice. Upon noticing this, Anju hastily filled her own bowl as well. Pu Jiaojiao did not pay much attention to their reactions. She was genuinely hungry and fatigued, eager to finish her meal and return home. Although the number of dishes prepared today was limited, accommodating over 20 guests required both quality and quantity, which proved to be quite exhausting. She held her bowl and quickly devoured nearly half of its contents. Beside her, Song, he also lifted his bowl, his expression unusually serious. He took a spoonful of rice, chewing slowly as if discerning its flavor. Suddenly, he paused, took another spoonful, this time eating even more deliberately, his brow barely twitching. The rice was both chewy and tender, the eggs soft and perfectly seasoned, and the most remarkable aspect was the subtle smokiness that elevated the simple ingredients considerably. Aunt Zhu was already enjoying her meal heartily, mumbling through her bites, delicious. Jiaojiao, your cooking is truly exceptional. This is the best fried rice I've ever tasted. Pu Jiaojiao took this as mere flattery, smiling and hastening her pace. She was preoccupied with thoughts of picking up Huahua and buying a few things. After finishing her meal in a few swift motions, she placed her bowl and utensils into the basin, quickly washed them, dried her hands, and bid farewell to Aunt Zhu and Song He, saying, Aunt Zhu, Song He, I'm heading back now. All right, take care on your way, Aunt Zhu responded. Song He lifted his gaze to glance at her, his expression complex and inscrutable, something Pu Jiaojiao could not decipher. However, she brushed it off and walked briskly towards the courtyard exit. Fortunately, Liqing City was not too large, and Pu Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief, her steps becoming lighter. Chun Fengyi was to join them for dinner. Although it was a simple meal, having an additional guest, especially one of notable status, added a layer of complexity. Pu Jiaojiao reflected that the young Master Chen did not seem easy to please. His refined upbringing suggested a discerning palate, as evidenced by his lean frame. Even though he had remarked favorably about lunchtime's offerings, she had noticed that he hardly ate much. Contemplating this, she felt it necessary to put some thought into what to prepare for dinner. She took a detour to the Pu family home. Upon entering, she found Jing Xiaohua playfully trailing after Qiao Sanyang in the yard. Upon spotting Pu Jiaojiao, she immediately abandoned her pursuit and joyfully ran over, exclaiming, Mother. Hearing his daughter's call, Pu Donglai, who had been to the front shop, hurried to the backyard and saw Pu Jiaojiao standing there. Father, Mother, Pu Jiaojiao greeted. Qiao Sanyang, who had been pickling vegetables, instantly brightened at the sight of her daughter, exclaiming, Jiaojiao is back. Come, sit and rest. With her hands still sticky from the vegetables, she did not stand on ceremony with her daughter, adding, Help yourself to some water. Are you tired? Everything goes smoothly? Pu Jiaojiao placed her belongings on the stone table in the yard, gently ruffled Jing Xiaohua's hair, and tidied the stray locks at her temples, replying, It went well today. I won't have to leave so early tomorrow. She paused, gazing into the concerned eyes of Qiao Sanyang, feeling a warmth envelop her heart, yet also a hint of embarrassment. Mother, there is something I wish to discuss with you and Father. Tomorrow, I may need to bring Huahua over. Lowering her gaze, her voice softened. After all, I have just begun working and have yet to find my footing. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring a child with me when I am still adjusting. I fear the officials might have their thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiao Sanyang wiped her hands on her apron and playfully tapped her arm, not with force but with abundant affection. Oh child, what are you saying? Why be so formal with your own parents? She took hold of Pu Jiaojiao's hand, which felt warm and dry. You need not worry about work. Huahua can stay at home with your father and me. Our little Huahua is very well behaved and easy to care for. Pu Donglai, who had been watching Pu Jiaojiao intently, immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely. We shall be here for you, so focus on your responsibilities. His voice, filled with warmth, carried a reassuring strength. Jiaojiao felt a slight sting in her nose. In this era, having parents who support her unconditionally was a tremendous blessing. The affection she had never experienced in her past life was now a cherished reality. She understood the myriad responsibilities awaiting her family at the general store. And although caring for a child was no small task, they never complained and always considered her struggles. "Thank you, Father. Thank you, Mother." 1,000 words condensed into this simple expression of gratitude. However, Jiaojiao still contemplated the possibility of bringing her child over once she had settled into her routine. Hua was a rather well-mannered child, so as long as she prepared some engaging activities for her, it should pose no issue. This matter could not be rushed, as she needed time to adapt. Until then, she could only place her trust in her family. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jiaojiao glanced at the sky and rose to leave. "Mother, I must return. I have matters to attend to this evening. Will you not stay for dinner?" Xiao Sanyang inquired. "Not this time. I have a few things to prepare at home, and Hongi will soon be back from school. I can manage a simple meal." Jiaojiao replied, omitting the mention of Chun Fengyi's impending visit, fearing it would worry her parents. Xiao Sanyang did not press further, only advising her to be cautious on her way home, while Pu Donglai assured her to bring the child over tomorrow, as he would be at the store all day. "Understood. I shall return tomorrow." Jiaojiao waved goodbye to her parents, leading Jing Xiaohua with a light step. Chapter 44. The frying pan. Jiaojiao took Jing Xiaohua to the grain and oil store, purchasing a few items she would need for dinner before heading to the evening market. Unlike the bustling morning market, the evening market was quieter with fewer stalls, primarily featuring fresh produce brought in by local farmers. After browsing, Jiaojiao selected a block of appealing tofu, some tender greens, and a few mushrooms, finally choosing some live fish from a vendor. Upon returning home, she allowed Jing Xiaohua to play nearby while she began preparing the evening meal. Considering Chun Fengyi's visit and his modest appetite, she estimated she would need to prepare enough food for at least 3 or 4 people. Since he mentioned a preference for home-cooked meals, it indeed simplified matters. She quickly ran through a mental menu and settled on preparing a fish and tofu stew. Delectable and satisfying, accompanied by a crispy layer of rice crust to ensure ample sustenance. Additionally, she planned to make scrambled eggs with chili and shredded pork and garlic sauce, rounding off the meal with some pan-fried dumplings as the staple. Since it was deemed home-style, she would adhere to that notion, merely adding an extra dish and preparing a more substantial portion of staples. While most preparations were straightforward, the task of dealing with the assorted fish proved to be the most arduous. She specifically selected a slightly larger one, yet the process remained cumbersome. The small fish wriggled slippery in the basin, huddled together. With sleeves rolled up, she resignedly perched on a small stool and took up the scaling knife. The blade glided along the fish's body, and with a few swift strokes, the delicate scales flew off. Exercising great patience, she meticulously scraped each fish clean before proceeding to gut them. Her fingers had to navigate carefully within, extracting the innards, particularly the small, bitter gallbladder, which, if punctured, would ruin the entire fish. Upon finishing the last fish, she stood up, feeling her back stiffen. She rinsed the cleaned fish thoroughly and set them aside to drain. Then, she busied herself with other tasks, cutting the tofu into cubes, mincing garlic, ginger, and scallions, slicing the pork belly into fine strips, and cracking a few eggs. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the delightful aroma of various mingling ingredients. Meanwhile, Jing Hongyi hurried home, his mind occupied with what his mother had mentioned the previous day. She had spoken of taking on work at the yamen, and he felt a lingering unease. After all, the young gentlemen from the county school were well known throughout the county, and he worried about his mother facing any potential mistreatment. As he approached the entrance to his home, his footsteps faltered. Standing at the door was a slender youth clad in a brocade robe. He recognized the young man as Chun Fengyi, the son of the county magistrate. Jing Hongyi had seen Chun Fengyi from a distance before, given his prominent status in Liqing. But what could bring Chun Fengyi to his doorstep? Was something amiss with his mother while preparing lunch? His heart raced in his chest, akin to a rabbit trapped in a snare. Yet he suppressed his anxiety and greeted politely young Master Chun. Upon seeing Jing Hongyi, Chen Fengyi understood this was the son of the local constable. He had decided rather abruptly to dine here and had gathered ample information about Pu Jiaojiao as background by the afternoon. She was the new wife of the constable. He merely nodded indifferently, his tone distant. "I'm here to see Madame Pu." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Jing Hongyi. Indeed, he had come to seek his stepmother. He stifled his unease and forced a smile. "May I inquire what young Master Chen wishes to discuss with my mother?" Chen Fengyi, somewhat taken aback, realized that the fact of Pu Jiaojiao being his stepmother was not a secret. He had assumed the relationship between the stepmother and her stepson would be akin to that of Jiang Hongwen. Yet, he hadn't anticipated the vigilant gaze of the youth before him, as if he might pose a threat to Pu Jiaojiao. Chen Fengyi pondered thoughtfully, casting a serious glance at Jing Hongyi. "I made plans with Madame Pu for lunch. We'll be dining at your home this evening." "Ah." Jing Hongyi stared at Chen Fengyi in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "Ai has returned?" Pu Jiaojiao peeked her head out from the kitchen, momentarily stunned to see the two figures at the door, before breaking into a smile. "Oh, so young Master Chen has arrived. Please come in. Our humble abode is quite simple, so do not stand on ceremony. Ai, please attend to young Master Chen," she instructed, hurrying back to the kitchen. "I have dishes simmering on the stove. They will be ready shortly." Jing Hongyi, still in a daze, watched as Chen Fengyi stepped into the courtyard, hesitantly following suit. He had thought he must have misheard, but it turned out Chen Fengyi's words were indeed true. In the kitchen, Pu Jiaojiao was bustling about energetically, the fire in the stove crackling vigorously, casting a warm glow on her flushed cheeks, while beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She was intently focused on crisping rice at the bottom of the pot, the golden grains sizzling in the oil, their aroma wafting through the air. While the rice was being prepared, she began making pot stickers in another frying pan, a kitchen tool she had acquired since arriving in this world. As such pans did not exist at that time. This small frying pan had cost her a significant 2 taels of silver, causing her heart to ache at the expense. However, it was undeniably convenient, allowing her to prepare a variety of dishes with ease. Soon, the delicious scents began to permeate the courtyard, and the servant Yintai, who had initially been indifferent, was now intrigued. He had not accompanied Chen Fengyi during lunch and was unaware of the arrangements made for his meal. It was common knowledge that the entire household exerted great effort to ensure the young master had even a morsel to eat, despite having professional chefs at their disposal. The young master grew weary of the same fare day after day. Therefore, upon hearing that he would dine elsewhere in the afternoon, Yintai was utterly shocked. Yet he prepared himself for the likelihood that the young master might refuse to eat. He had already planned to return to the manor and request the chef prepare something for him. However, mere moments after stepping into the courtyard, he was enveloped by an indescribable aroma. Stealing a glance at his master seated inside, he stealthily moved toward the kitchen. Thankfully, the courtyard was not large, and he quickly reached the kitchen door. As he leaned in to catch a glimpse of what was happening, he was met with the unwavering gaze of a little girl seated on a small stool, her bright, dark eyes fixed on him, startling him. "Big brother, Mother-S cooking isn't ready yet. We can't eat just yet," Jing Shaohua said earnestly, positioning her stool at the entrance as if to block anyone from entering prematurely. Yintai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, offering a sheepish smile. "I was merely curious about when the food might be ready. Is it taking too long?" At that moment, Pu Jiaojiao lifted the pot lid, and a cloud of steam billowed forth, releasing an intense fragrance that hit Yintai squarely, prompting him to swallow involuntarily. Chapter 45. Fish and tofu. The meal was set in the main hall, and Pu Jiaojiao had no intention of separating the seating by gender. Apart from his lack of such a habit, the principal character, Chen Fengyi, was merely a child of 7 or 8 years. She believed that, having experienced marriage, there was no need to behave with excessive caution around a child of such tender age. With a cheerful demeanor, she stood beside the table, proclaiming, "Young Master Chen, since this is a family banquet, please join us for the meal. I shall not set a separate table." Chen Fengyi stood and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Madame Pu, please do not stand on ceremony. As guests, we should adapt to the host's arrangements." At that moment, the 7 or 8-year-old boy exhibited an air of dignified composure. Jiaojiao began serving several dishes, the most eye-catching of which was a pot of mixed fish and tofu. The clay pot, though modest in size, was crowned with a golden, crispy layer of scorched rice, its edges slightly curled, promising a delightful crunch. Within, the rich, soy-colored fish broth bubbled away, with chunks of tender tofu and various types of fish swimming amid the steam, exuding a robust aroma of river delicacies, complemented by a subtle hint of ginger and scallions. The fish-flavored shredded pork was glossy and vibrant, with distinct strands of meat, bamboo shoots, and black fungus, all enveloped in a thick, savory sauce that wafted a sweet and spicy fragrance. The simple dish of scrambled eggs with green peppers showcased vibrant green peppers and tender yellow eggs. Sought add to a fluffy, gleaming finish, releasing a refreshing scent of egg and pepper. Additionally, a large platter of pork and cabbage pot stickers boasted a golden, crispy base, while the dough remained soft and white, each dumpling plump and upright, emanating the enticing aroma of the pork and cabbage filling combined with the fragrance of the crispy dough. Chunfangi was first drawn to the pot of mixed fish and tofu, particularly the golden crust atop the broth. He scooped a spoonful of the fish and tofu, complete with broth. The fish was delicate, and the tofu silky, imbued with the unique sweetness of river fare, devoid of any fishy odor. He paused momentarily, then took another generous spoonful, savoring it with greater attention this time. His eyes sparkled with evident delight. The flavor was indeed unexpectedly exquisite. Noticing his satisfaction, Jiaojiao's lips curled into an involuntary smile. It was then that she noticed the attendant, Yin Tai, standing nearby, and beckoned, "Come, young sir. Do join us for a meal. I imagine that young Masterchan would have brought someone along, so I prepared a meal for you as well." Yin Tai quickly waved his hands, slightly bowing. "I dare not impose. I shall dine outside." He understood the propriety of their world and knew that one could not share a table with their master. Jiaojiao did not press the matter, aware that this was a society with clearly defined hierarchies, where it was customary for masters and servants to dine separately. Turning back to the kitchen, she retrieved a large bowl and a pair of chopsticks, stating, "Allow me to serve you some dishes. If it is insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall replenish your portions." She ladled a bit of each dish into the bowl. Considering his robust health and the age that suggested he would have a hearty appetite, thus adding extra crust to the serving. Having prepared 3 batches of the pork and cabbage pot stickers, she set an entire platter aside for Yin Tai. Yin Tai expressed his gratitude, accepted the bowl and chopsticks, and quickly made his way to a stone bench in the courtyard. Ignoring the heat, he immediately dug into a generous portion of fish-flavored shredded pork with rice, relishing the tender meat and the rich, intermingling flavors of sweet, sour, spicy, salty, and umami, making it an exceptionally delightful accompaniment to the rice. He picked up a pot sticker, its bottom crisp and golden brown. As he bit into it, the succulent pork and vegetable filling burst forth, steaming hot, making him draw in a breath. Yet he could not bear to stop eating. A sip of the exquisite fish soup followed, accompanied by a piece of tofu soaked in the savory broth, and he felt a wave of fatigue dissipate. Now he understood why his master chose to dine here. What treasure of a chef had crafted such delectable dishes? With his head bowed, he devoured the food with great enthusiasm, his cheeks puffed and his eyes blissfully narrowed, completely immersed in this delightful feast. Jiaojiao had never adhered to the rule of silence while dining. She always believed that sharing conversation brought warmth to the table. Thus, the family would engage in lively chatter, sharing tales of their day. Here, however, the atmosphere shifted as Jing Hongi shared his experiences at the private school, while Jiaojiao recounted amusing anecdotes involving Jing Shaohua. This practice bizarrely became the moment Jing Hongi most anticipated, as dinner transformed into a cherished time filled with delectable food and genuine joy. Yet today, the presence of an outsider, the esteemed young master, made Jing Hongi uncharacteristically reserved. Nevertheless, witnessing Jiaojiao's demeanor, which remained as spirited as ever, coupled with the culinary delights, soon eased his tension. Jing Shaohua, oblivious to the subtle dynamics, simply relished the delightful meal, her little belly poised to burst. Before long, laughter and merriment returned to the table, as Jiaojiao innocently shared her day's adventures, bringing smiles to both Jiaojiao and Hongi. For Fangi, this was the first time he experienced such a relaxed atmosphere during a meal, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Logically, his family's wealth far surpassed this humble abode. It was this simple fare and modest courtyard that inexplicably softened his usually weary expression, even hinting at an unrecognized joy deep within his eyes. It felt as if he had been enveloped in warm water, his limbs unfurling with a sense of inexplicable ease. He spoke little, yet his manners were impeccable, striking a balance that neither exuded the arrogance of a wealthy heir nor made the hosts feel uncomfortable amidst the warmth of their hospitality. The meal concluded with mutual delight, and Jiaojiao quickly tidied up the dishes before bringing out cups. The cups were made of ordinary coarse porcelain, yet contained clear, bright water with a pale yellow chrysanthemum gently unfurling within, adorned with a few vibrant goji berries, a sight to behold. She placed the cup gently beside Fangi, her expression radiant, suggesting that after the rich meal, a sip of tea would cleanse the palate. Fangi lifted the cup, feeling its warmth against his fingertips. As he lowered his gaze, a fragrant hint of chrysanthemum wafted up to him. He took a delicate sip. The tea carried the unique slight bitterness of chrysanthemum, but soon a refreshing sweetness blossomed from the back of his tongue, lingering and gentle, washing away the previous richness and leaving behind a mouthful of crispness and a subtle floral aroma. It felt extraordinary, unlike the exquisite teas he usually indulged in. Lacking intricate layers, it possessed a purity akin to the cleansing of dust. He could not help but gaze longer at this small courtyard. The ordinary bricks and tiles, the commonplace flowers and grasses, seemed to embody a peculiar strength. From a steaming pot of mixed fish and tofu to the elegantly refreshing chrysanthemum tea, and the host's gracious yet unpretentious hospitality, all evoked an inexplicable sense of intimacy in his heart, which was accustomed to opulence and the superficialities of life. Chapter 46. The frugal husband returns. What surprised Fangi the most was that during the meal, he and Hongi casually discussed academic matters, discovering that the latter's insights were unique and profound, far from those of a mere rote learner. In their exchanges, there emerged a delightful sense of being evenly matched. It is worth noting that he had always been precocious, rarely encountering rivals in his studies. The Chen family was no ordinary clan, despite being a collateral branch. Those who excelled academically could be sent to the renowned Bailu Academy for further education. The faculty there was incomparable to that of a small county, boasting many extraordinary teachers. However, due to his health issues, his family had always been apprehensive, fearing he might starve in the outside world. Nevertheless, his academic prowess was not to be underestimated, as there was a distinguished tutor specifically invited by the Chun and Jiang families to teach in the small county school. This tutor's status was remarkable, rivaling that of the esteemed instructors at Bailu Academy. With such a mentor, his studies were naturally impressive. Yet, he had not anticipated that the son of Captain Jing would exceed his expectations, igniting a genuine interest in Hongi that extended beyond the delightful meal. After finishing his tea, Fangi stood to take his leave. He addressed Hongi, expressing his gratitude. "I apologize for the intrusion today. The meal and our conversation were truly delightful. If you find yourself with leisure, do visit my residence for further discussion. Perhaps we can engage in some scholarly exchange." His invitation was sincere, devoid of mere formality. A flicker of surprise crossed Hongi's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing of his departure, Jiaojiao swiftly turned to the kitchen. When she emerged, she held a neatly wrapped parcel, encased in clean oil paper. "Young Master Chun," she said, extending the package with warmth yet composure, "I made these red date cakes myself. They're not extravagant delicacies. Please take them with you. If you find yourself hungry at night or feel the tea is too insipid, they pair quite nicely." Fangi accepted the parcel, feeling its warmth and the sweet fragrance of date paste emanating from it. He nodded slightly, appreciating her thoughtful gesture. Once he had departed, the courtyard returned to its tranquil state. Pu Jiaojiao prepared hot water, acknowledging the day's exertions. She had been busy since early morning, and her taut nerves finally began to relax. She carefully cleaned Jing Shaohua, coaxing the little girl to bed before attending to herself. The wooden tub filled with steam enveloped her shoulders, the warm water soothing every inch of her skin. Pu Jiaojiao let out a long sigh, her body completely softening, nearly dissolving into the water. She leaned against the barrel, closed her eyes, and savored the rare tranquility and warmth. Just as Pu Jiaojiao was on the verge of drifting into slumber, a faint sound seemed to emanate from outside the courtyard. She listened intently, dismissing it as mere wind, and allowed herself to relax once more. Jing Xiuyan stood outside his own courtyard, weary and travel-worn. After nearly a month away, he had finally returned home. He pushed the door, only to find it bolted from within. Glancing at the sky, he surmised that the household was likely asleep at this hour. Not wishing to disturb them, he took a couple of steps back, surveyed the familiar courtyard walls. Then, with a firm push against the wall, he deftly vaulted over, landing soundlessly. The courtyard was eerily quiet. However, he soon noticed the flickering light of candles emanating from the main room and Jing Hongyi's chamber, suggesting that not everyone had yet succumbed to sleep. Just as he pondered this, the door to Jing Hongyi's room creaked open, and a vigilant voice called out, "Who is there?" Emerging from the shadows, Jing Xiuyan replied, "It is I." Under the dim light, Jing Hongyi recognized his visitor, his eyes widening with surprise and joy. "Father?" He rushed across the threshold, confirming that it was indeed his father, whom he had not seen for over a month. "You have returned." His voice brimmed with excitement. As his son approached, Jing Xiuyan scrutinized him in the soft glow. The lad had grown noticeably taller in just a month, his shoulders broader, and his limbs had filled out. He no longer resembled the frail boy he once was, but appeared considerably more robust, his gaze steadier than before. A wave of pride washed over him as he patted his son's shoulder. "Indeed, you have grown strong. Is everyone well at home?" Jing Xiuyan inquired, his voice raspy from a long journey. "All is well," Jing Hongyi affirmed, nodding eagerly as he looked up at his father's travel-worn visage, feeling a twinge of emotion. "Little Hua and I are both fine, and mother is well too." Jing Xiuyan regarded Jing Hongyi with mild surprise. He was taken aback not only by his son's remembrance of his new bride, but also by the warmth in his tone when he mentioned mother, which reflected a newfound intimacy. However, it was late, and some questions could wait. Thus, he encouraged, "You should return to sleep now. You have classes tomorrow." Jing Hongyi complied, though reluctant, and returned to the house, his face still alight with joy. After all, his father had returned, and, as long as he stayed home, they would see each other every day. Jing Xiuyan lingered in the courtyard for a moment before turning towards the kitchen. After a long day of travel, he had yet to eat dinner and now sought something to satisfy his hunger. The kitchen was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of light seeping through the crack in the door of the main room. He groped his way to the stove, only to find the pot cold to the touch. Frowning slightly, he was about to turn away when he heard a faint sound of water coming from the adjoining room. This room had been hastily constructed for bathing, typically separated by a fabric curtain. At this moment, the curtain was drawn, yet a faint, flickering, golden light seeped through, accompanied by the soft sound of water splashing. Jing Xiuyan felt a sense of bewilderment, his footsteps light as he cautiously approached the fabric barrier. He parted the curtain slightly and peered inside. The dimly lit space was illuminated only by a small oil lamp, its tiny flame dancing erratically, casting shadows in the gloom. The steam rising from the wooden tub obscured his vision, but in that feeble light, he discerned the silhouette of a figure within the water. Long, dark hair hung wetly over the edge of the tub, framing a smooth, pale neck and the hint of a shoulder. The person seemed utterly exhausted. Facing away from the curtain, their head resting gently on the rim of the tub, as if they had succumbed to slumber. A sudden shock coursed through Jing Xiuyan's mind, freezing him in place. He had never anticipated encountering such a scene, rendered momentarily paralyzed, parched with anxiety. He surmised that the person within was his newlywed wife, Pu Jiaojiao. Just then, it appeared that the figure in the tub had been startled awake by the breeze caused by the curtain, stirring slightly, and turning their head. Chapter 47. Embarrassment. Pu Jiaojiao, initially dazed, was jolted awake by the unexpected commotion, her drowsiness dissipating. She gazed blankly toward the direction of the curtain, only to see a tall, dark silhouette standing there. A thief? The thought flashed through her mind, and terror gripped her, prompting her to scream. Ah! As the sound escaped her lips, the shadowy figure stepped forward with alarming speed, a cool yet surprisingly warm hand swiftly covering her mouth. MMM. Pu Jiaojiao's eyes widened in fright, her scream stifled in her throat. Her body instinctively recoiled towards the water, splashing everywhere as the icy air sent a shiver through her. The hand was large and strong, the pads and palm rough with the marks of labor and weaponry, pressing firmly against her lips and cheek, delivering a shocking warmth that made her heart race. Don't scream, it's me, the man's deep voice rumbled, sounding somewhat hoarse. I just returned and wanted to find something to eat, but I didn't expect to find you bathing here. In that instant, Pu Jiaojiao quickly realized who it was, Jing Xiuyan, her husband by circumstance. This revelation sent her heart into a frenzy, more disconcerting than encountering a thief. How could it be him? Why had he returned at this hour? How had he entered? Countless thoughts exploded in her mind, and her face and neck flushed with heat, unsure if it was from embarrassment, anger, or the steam rising from the water. He loomed over her entirely, his presence suffused with the scent of travel and a faint hint of sweat, enveloping her in a manner that rendered her nearly breathless. His grip remained unyielding, astonishingly strong, as he pressed against her, seemingly fearful of any sound she might make. Pu Jiaojiao struggled slightly, but her efforts were in vain, only causing more splashes in the tub, drawing them even closer together. She could distinctly feel the texture of his palm, the weight of his presence, and even hear his slightly hurried breaths, mere inches away. The confined space, filled with rising steam, and the flickering light of the oil lamp cast their intertwined shadows upon the damp wall, elongating and distorting their figures in a way that appeared both strange and intimate. Pu Jiaojiao's heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, a tumult of shame, fear, and confusion rendering her utterly rigid and immobile. She dared not gaze into the penetrating eyes before her, fixating instead on the hand pressed against her lips. The current position felt perilous, and the man's gaze was undeniably intense, igniting a blend of embarrassment and anger within her. "Let me go," she uttered, her voice muffled and indistinct due to the hand covering her mouth. It was only then that Jing Xiuyan suddenly realized. Retracting his hand and turning away, hastily muttering, "You wash first." Pu Jiaojiao watched the curtain sway, momentarily lost in the disheveled silhouette that had just departed. He was gone. The hand that had covered her mouth lingered in her memory, its coarse texture and astonishing warmth seemingly imprinted upon her lips and cheeks. Her heart continued to thrum like a drum, reverberating in her ears. The water had cooled somewhat, yet the heat on her face and neck refused to dissipate. Thoughts of soaking in the bath had vanished entirely. She hastily dried herself, fumbling as she dressed, her fingers trembling so much that she nearly misbuttoned her shirt. The fabric grazed her skin, a reminder of the near-naked predicament she had just endured in the tub, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Clutching her damp clothes, she lowered her head and hurriedly fled the stifling little cubicle. Upon exiting the curtain, she spotted Jing Xiuyan standing in the courtyard, his back to her. The night breeze tousled his tied-back hair. His posture was upright, yet oddly tense. Pu Jiaojiao paused, nearly overwhelmed by embarrassment. The air felt thick, rendering her limbs somewhat stiff. Had he mentioned seeking something to eat? Indeed, given his travel-worn appearance, he must have been on the road for quite some time without a meal. This thought offered her a glimmer of composure, allowing her to suppress the tumult of anxiety and shame within. Clearing her throat, she spoke, her voice rasping slightly. "I'll make you a bowl of noodles." Jing Xiuyan's form shifted imperceptibly, as if he intended to respond, but Pu Jiaojiao did not wait for his words, clutching her clothes and swiftly moving toward the clothesline, as if pursued by invisible phantoms. After hanging her wet garments, she turned and hurried to the kitchen. As she passed by Jing Xiuyan, she averted her gaze and quickly added, You might want to wash up first. The noodles will be ready soon. The earthy scent of dust and sweat clung to him, reminiscent of the suffocating moment when he had enveloped her. It would be best for him to clean up first. Jing Xiuyan responded with a low, indistinct murmur. Jiaojiao dared not linger, plunging into the kitchen. The kitchen and bathing space were connected by a thin curtain, just as she ignited the firewood. The sound of water splashing from next door reached her ears. The water was being drawn, followed by the sound of it cascading on his skin. Jiaojiao. Belatedly realizing that Jing Xiuyan was using the water she had just bathed in, her face flushed intensely, even more so than before. She abruptly covered her face, crouching before the stove, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. The bucket of water she had prepared was still in its place. She had rushed out and hadn't had the time to pour it out. How could he have simply used it without a second thought? Couldn't he fetch another bucket? Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, her heart racing in tandem, as she felt as though she had never experienced such a mortifying situation. It seemed that today, all the embarrassment she had ever felt in her life had converged into this singular moment. The fire crackled in the stove, casting her face in alternating shades of red and white. Jing Xiuyan was quick with his washing, just as she dropped the noodles into the pot. The sound of water from next door ceased. Moments later, footsteps approached, and he entered, steam rising from his damp form as he brushed aside the fabric curtain of the kitchen. An oil lamp flickered in the kitchen, illuminating the space more brightly than the bathing area. Jiaojiao instinctively lifted her gaze and met his eyes. Under the lamplight, his freshly washed face bore clear contours, free from grime, exuding a striking handsomeness. He had high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and thin, tightly pressed lips, complemented by a strong jawline. He was not the delicate, effeminate beauty that had been in vogue in past generations. Rather, he embodied a rugged charm and intensity, radiating an undeniable masculinity. His damp hair clung carelessly to his forehead and the nape of his neck, droplets cascading down, tracing along his sturdy neck and disappearing into his partially open collar. Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat, her gaze feeling as though it had been scalded, prompting her to avert her eyes hastily. This face was infuriatingly exactly her type, inexplicably striking a chord in her heart. Chapter 48. A quickened heartbeat to flames in the stove reflected on her face, mirroring the bubbling water in the pot. Jiaojiao steadied herself and carefully transferred the noodles into a large bowl she had prepared. The verdant vegetables blanched to perfection, resting atop the snowy white noodles. She then delicately placed 2 fried eggs, their edges slightly crisp and yolks plump, on top, before ladling a spoonful of steaming broth over it, garnishing with a sprinkle of scallions. The steam rose, carrying with it a mouth-watering aroma. She held the bowl, striving to maintain a steady gait, and placed it on the small square table by the kitchen door. "All right, you should eat now," her voice still slightly strained. Jing Xiuyan approached and sat down, his gaze settling on the bowl of noodles. The vibrant green of the vegetables, the golden hue of the eggs, and the clear broth appeared simple, yet emanated a warmth of home-cooked comfort. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifting a strand of noodles to his mouth. The noodles were smooth, carrying the unique elasticity of alkaline noodles. The broth light, yet flavorful, the vegetables crisp, and the fried eggs perfectly cooked with a tender interior and a runny yolk, their rich aroma dissolving in his mouth. He paused momentarily in his chewing, seemingly taken aback, but soon his pace of eating noticeably quickened. He was indeed famished after several days of travel, enduring the elements. And this steaming bowl of noodles not only soothed his stomach, but seemed to alleviate much of the weariness he had carried along the way. Jiaojiao stood by, watching him consume the meal with the speed of a tempest. She had never truly gauged his appetite. All she thought was that a grown man returning from a journey would surely be famished. Thus, she deliberately used a large soup bowl from home, cooking enough noodles for 2. To her surprise, it appeared to be just the right amount. As she watched him nearing the end of his meal, Jiaojiao felt awkward standing there. The lingering moisture in the air from his recent bath made her feel uncomfortable all over. She spoke softly, her words tumbling out rapidly. "You can just leave the bowl and chopsticks there when you're done. I'll clean up in the morning." Without waiting for Jing Xiuyan's reply, she hurriedly added, I'll head back to my room now. Then she turned and fled, as if fearing he might call her back. Jing Xiuyan looked up, catching only a glimpse of her hurried silhouette disappearing behind the curtain. After a brief pause, he lowered his gaze again, finishing the last sip of soup in his bowl. Pu Jiaojiao rushed back to her room, closing the door behind her and leaning against it, taking a moment to catch her breath. Her heart raced as she approached the bedside, where she found the already slumbering Jing Xiaohua, and she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiaohua had been sleeping with her these past few nights. The small figure curled up in the blankets served as a natural barrier. With Xiaohua there, surely nothing untoward could happen right away. She removed her outer garments and climbed into bed, carefully positioning herself on the side, attempting to keep her distance from the center where Xiaohua lay, and from a man who would soon enter. In the dim light, she lay wide-eyed, her thoughts a whirlwind. Although she had mentally prepared herself numerous times before Jing Xiuyan's return, understanding that this was an ancient era governed by parental arrangements, and that their union was largely due to the implications of her reputation, the reality of sharing a room with a nearly complete stranger, soon to share a bed, filled her with a sense of awkwardness and resistance. Yet, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of that face she had seen clearly under the kitchen light earlier. Sharp and defined, it was strikingly different from the pretty boys she had known in the past, and bore little resemblance to her former boyfriends. After all, she had been quite the homebody, with a limited circle, merely curious about the taste of romance, which had led her to choose from a selection of subpar suitors. However, having dated a few, she found them utterly uninteresting. Those men seemed to bring with them an abundance of trivial issues, and she eventually lost the desire to seek companionship, content with her simple, solitary life. Yet today, seeing Jing Xiuyan, his rugged demeanor, and those deep-set eyes were unexpectedly captivating. Upon reflection, perhaps it was not so difficult to accept. Here she was, a modern soul, inexplicably married, and her partner was no mere misfit, but someone whose appearance was quite to her liking. If they were to consummate their union, it seemed she would not be at a disadvantage. Perhaps, in fact, she might even benefit from it. This thought caused the warmth that had begun to fade from her cheeks to return quietly. Pu Jiaojiao turned over, facing away from the door, burying her face into the pillow. Having contemplated the matter thoroughly, she decided to accept her circumstances. Life must go on, after all, and divorce was not an option for her. She had inquired previously, and in these times, even if one were to divorce, returning to one's parental home was the only recourse. Yet that was something she could not do. With this realization, the unease and tension in her heart strangely began to dissipate. Facing away from the door, Pu Jiaojiao strained her ears to catch the sounds from the outer room. Her heartbeat had not entirely calmed. She could envision herself, undoubtedly as stiff as a wooden plank. Lost in her thoughts, the door creaked open, followed by the sound of steady footsteps. Instantly, Pu Jiaojiao shut her eyes tightly, her body tensing further, even her breathing becoming instinctively subdued. She sensed that gaze settling on the bed, lingering over her and Jing Xiaohua. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, her mind in disarray. Fortunately, Xiaohua was sound asleep, her small form providing a semblance of false security. The footsteps moved away, seemingly to the other side of the bed, followed by the rustling of clothes being removed. Pu Jiaojiao's cheeks began to betray her, flushing with warmth. Though the room was dim, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her, as if that gaze could penetrate through the darkness. The air was thick with the lingering moisture of his post-bath, mingled with the clean scent of soap and a unique, unfamiliar masculine aroma that gradually pervaded the space, even overpowering the faint fragrance of the bedding. This scent was not unpleasant. Rather, it evoked an indescribable feeling that quickened her heartbeat. With a soft puff, the oil lamp was extinguished. Darkness enveloped them completely, amplifying her senses. She heard the subtle creaking of the bed as he lay down on the opposite side, separated by Xiaohua's small form. He seemed weary, for after lying down, he remained still, only the sound of his steady breathing filling the silence. Pu Jiaojiao dared not move, continuing to feign sleep. Yet her ears involuntarily caught his rhythmic breaths. Initially, Her tension made her forget her own breathing, anxious not to make a sound. As time passed, the man's breathing deepened and lengthened. Had he fallen asleep? Jiaojiao listened intently for a moment longer. His even breaths certainly did not appear to be feigned. A wave of profound, almost overwhelming relaxation washed over her. The tautness in her muscles began to ease, and she realized her back had grown sore from tension. She had managed to endure. She had anticipated that sleeping beside a living man, especially one who was her nominal husband, would render her sleepless throughout the night. Yet, listening to his steady breaths and feeling the enveloping comfort of the darkness, coupled with the exhaustion of a long day, her eyelids began to droop. Having another person by her side did not seem as intolerable as she had imagined. The scent emanating from him now felt less invasive. In her drowsiness, Jiaojiao mused that perhaps this arrangement was not so bad after all. At the very least, he did not appear to be a bad person. The rest could be addressed later. As she pondered, she succumbed to the overwhelming drowsiness, her consciousness gradually fading as she drifted into slumber. This sleep was remarkably deep and undisturbed. Chapter 49. The Working Man at Dawn. The faint sounds in the courtyard stirred Jiaojiao from her slumber. She opened her eyes and instinctively glanced beside her, only to find the sweetly sleeping Xiaohua beside her. While the outer edge of the bed was empty, the man who had once occupied that space had vanished without a trace. When had he risen? A sudden pang of unease gripped her heart as she quickly sat up. The quilt slipped away, revealing the morning's chill, and only then did she realize, to her surprise and slight embarrassment, that she had slept profoundly without a single dream. She had expected to toss and turn, but instead, lulled by his steady breathing, she had relaxed completely and slept more soundly than ever before. Gently, she descended from the bed and approached the door, peering outside quietly. Indeed, Jing Xiuyan was in the courtyard. To her astonishment, the water jar that had been half full was now brimming with crystal-clear water, and beside it, a neatly stacked pile of firewood lay ready. Jing Xiuyan stood with his back to her, next to the pile of wood. Despite the lingering morning mist, he wore only a thin undershirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. He bent slightly, wielding an axe, and with a sharp crack. Each swing split a robust log, cleanly in two. The effortless motion exuded a sense of steady strength. Sweat seemed to cling to the fabric of his shirt, outlining his well-defined physique. Jiaojiao found herself momentarily entranced. Splitting wood was a task she found daunting, despite exerting all her strength. The axe often struck awkwardly or became lodged in the timber, leaving her exhausted with little to show for her effort. Jing Hongyi was somewhat more capable, yet still a child with limited strength. Typically, the firewood they used was a result of her own sporadic efforts or Jing Hongyi's assistance upon returning from school, barely sufficient for their needs. Witnessing Jing Xiuyan's adeptness only highlighted her own clumsiness, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. How quickly he had accomplished so much. He had even filled the water jar. She couldn't help but muse to herself. Having an adult man in the home certainly alleviated many concerns. Steeling herself, she opened the door and made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering, she was taken aback once more. The coarse porcelain bowl that Jing Xiuyan had used for noodles the previous night was now immaculately cleaned and inverted on the countertop. Nearby, a pot of hot water bubbled gently, releasing wisps of steam. Jiaojiao felt an indescribable mix of surprise and an inexplicable warmth within her. Not lingering on her thoughts, she hastily rolled up her sleeves, prepared the rice, and began to make breakfast. As the rice cooked, she heard Jing Hongyi's voice from outside, still thick with sleep. "Father, you're up so early?" "Yes," Jing Xiuyan replied calmly. "Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" "I won't sleep anymore," Jing Hongyi responded cheerfully. "Father, are you going out these next few days?" "For now, I will stay at home." "That's wonderful." Jing Hongyi's voice brimmed with excitement. In the kitchen, Jiaojiao paused her movements, acutely sensing Jing Hongyi's dependence and admiration for his father. Subsequently, Jing Xiuyan inquired about Jing Hongyi's academic endeavors, to which Jing Hongyi responded eagerly. Then, with palpable excitement, Jing Hongyi exclaimed, "Father, yesterday young Master Chun came to our house for dinner." "Young Master Chun?" Jing Xiuyan's voice carried a hint of surprise from the courtyard. You know young Master Chun, and he came to our home for a meal? Jing Hongyi immediately refuted. It wasn't me who invited him. Young Master Chun insisted on coming to taste the dishes made by Mother. Father, Mother-esque cooking is truly delightful. I saw young Master Chun enjoying quite a bit yesterday. As he spoke, he seemed to swallow with anticipation. A brief silence enveloped the outside. Pu Jiaojiao could almost envision the expression on Jing Xiuyan's face at that moment. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of pride. The heat from the kitchen mingling with the aroma of food, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Jing Xiuyan was indeed astonished, nearly allowing an overt expression of disbelief to surface. He was well acquainted with Chun Fengyi, the young master of the county magistrate's household. How could someone in their office not know him? Yet his notorious pickiness was widely known, causing Chun County Magistrate no small amount of distress. The mere thought of his son claiming that the notoriously difficult-to-please young Master Chun had specifically come to their home just to savor Pu Jiaojiao's cooking, and had enjoyed it no less, was as incredible as hearing that pigs could climb trees. However, recalling the bowl of noodles from the previous night, seemingly ordinary yet surprisingly delectable, Jing Xiuyan's furrowed brow softened slightly. Perhaps there was indeed some truth to this? As the two conversed in the courtyard, the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen soon halted their dialogue. Jing Hongyi, unperturbed, dashed towards the kitchen. Mother, what are we having for breakfast today? His voice was lively, leaving Jing Xiuyan momentarily dazed. It seemed he hadn't witnessed such joy from Jing Hongyi in quite some time. Jing Xiuyan, preoccupied with his duties at the office, had been busy managing his two children, often leaving them at home. This had led to Jing Hongyi adopting a more composed demeanor, rarely exhibiting the innocence typical of children his age. Mother, what are we having today? Jing Xiuyan entered the kitchen. He appeared to have just washed up, his face still slightly damp, and he had changed out of his sweat-soaked attire into a clean, coarse cloth short gown. He did not speak immediately, but stood at the kitchen door, his gaze resting on Pu Jiaojiao and Jing Hongyi, who was circling around her. Pu Jiaojiao deftly wrapped the filling in the dough, forming beautiful pleats. The oil in the pan sizzled gently, and she spoke softly to Jing Hongyi, her tone warm and affectionate. We have some leftover filling from yesterday, so I'm making some pastries today. For lunch, I prepared 3 delicacies and 3-cup chicken. I want TB packing rice today. I made plenty of pastries, so I've put 4 in for you, along with 2 pieces of date cake for you to share with your classmates. She spoke while carefully arranging the prepared dishes into the food container. Jing Hongyi nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with delight. Mother, Lin Qingzhi mentioned last time that he wanted to eat date cake, but there wasn't enough for him then. I'll prepare a few more for you to give him later. Pu Jiaojiao chuckled in agreement, casually handing Jing Hongyi a freshly baked pie, still steaming. Try this, but be careful, it's hot. Jing Hongyi happily accepted it, taking small bites while blowing on it gently. Only then did Pu Jiaojiao raise her gaze, seemingly inadvertently glancing at Jing Xiuyan by the door. He was focused on Jing Hongyi, his expression unreadable. Yet Pu Jiaojiao felt an inexplicable sense that his emotions at this moment were perhaps not as tranquil as he portrayed. Chapter 50. Have you yet to consummate your marriage? Pu Jiaojiao quickly averted her gaze, returning to her tasks. The pies in the pan sizzled enticingly, releasing an alluring aroma. Jing Hongyi savored his food contentedly, occasionally looking up to smile at her. In the kitchen, the air was filled with the delightful fragrance of food and the subtle sounds of their shared, unspoken understanding as mother and son. Meanwhile, Jing Xiuyan's heart was tumultuous. Initially, he had no intention of marrying, but after the incident with Pu Jiaojiao, he found himself drawn into her life. Although he had offered her assistance, he had also seen her vulnerabilities, making it impossible to pretend nothing had occurred. His decision to marry was initially motivated by the thought of having a wife to care for his child. Yet he understood that the relationship between a stepmother and her stepchild could not be overly affectionate. Having handled many cases, he had witnessed too many stepmothers mistreating their stepchildren, which had deterred him from remarriage. However, circumstances had compelled him, and he had assumed that if the Pu family disagreed, he would abandon the idea of marriage altogether. A family that truly cherished their daughter would never agree to such an arrangement. Yet he was astonished to learn that the Pu family had indeed consented. Observing the interaction between Jing Hongyi and Pu Jiaojiao was surprising. If he weren't the biological father, he would have genuinely believed they were mother and son by blood. Pu Jiaojiao dished out the last pie, the oil in the pan still bubbling. She placed the platter, along with the creamy, glutinous rice porridge and a small dish of tangy cucumbers, on the 8 immortals' table in the main room. The golden pies were neatly arranged, their crusts crisp and golden, edges slightly curled, revealing the rich filling within, a fragrant medley of meat and toasted flour wafting through the air. The porridge was perfectly cooked, the grains blossoming with a thick, sweet aroma. The dish of sour and spicy cucumbers glistened with a vibrant green, thinly sliced and adorned with bright red chili oil and minced garlic, the mingling of sourness and spiciness igniting the appetite. "Let's eat." Pu Jiaojiao's voice was calm, betraying little emotion. Jing Shuyan had already seated himself at the table, while Jing Hongyi had been patiently sitting on his stool, waiting. Pu Jiaojiao joined them, picking up her chopsticks. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Jing Shuyan and inquired, "Are you going to the yamen today?" Jing Shuyan picked up a piece of pie, taking a bite. The exterior was crisp while the inside was tender, the meat filling savory, and indeed, it tasted delightful. He swallowed the food in his mouth before responding. "The county magistrate has shown leniency, granting us a 3-day leave, after which we shall return to our duties." 3 days? Pu Jiaojiao felt a sense of relief wash over her. With Jing Shuyan at home, there was no need to send Xiao Hua back to her parents' house. She seized the opportunity to explain, "I have found a position at the kitchen of the county office, and I thought if you were to go out, I could send Xiao Hua to my parents for them to look after her." Jing Shuyan paused in his actions of picking food and lifted his gaze to her. The county kitchen? It suddenly dawned on him why Chan Fengyi would come home to dine. It was all connected. This woman had actually gone to work in the county kitchen. He couldn't help but frown slightly at the thought of those pampered young masters at the county school and some of the kitchen staff. Pu Jiaojiao had been observing his expression and noticed his furrowed brow. Her heart tightened, fearing he disapproved of her working. She hurriedly added, "I only started yesterday, still on a trial basis. Once I pass the trial, I can settle in. I'm not yet familiar with everything, so it's inconvenient to bring Xiao Hua along." To reassure him, she quickly mentioned, "Once I get accustomed, perhaps I can take her with me. It won't hinder my ability to care for her." She understood that Jing Shuyan had married her primarily to look after the 2 children. She felt anxious, knowing that by working, she couldn't dedicate herself fully to the children, as she worried he might disagree. However, she truly did not want to rely on him for money. Pu Shuani had already taken the soap to sell, and she had the chance to inquire about the specifics. Although she had confidence in her skills, she believed it prudent to prepare for any eventuality. She could not solely rely on the products she created to generate income. She respected the wisdom of the ancients and felt that a steady salary would provide her with peace of mind. Relying on handouts was far too insecure for her. Jing Shuyan discerned the urgency and misunderstanding in her words, but offered no further explanation for his earlier frown. Instead, he simply said, "Understood. You may go. I will be at home these days with Xiao Hua." Pu Jiaojiao was somewhat taken aback by his straightforward agreement, a lightness and joy appearing on her face. She had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, perhaps even a dispute, so his agreeable nature caught her off guard, rendering her carefully prepared arguments unspoken. "You all continue eating. I will tidy up a bit. Later, I need to head out to buy groceries." Pu Jiaojiao stood up, her tone noticeably more cheerful. "Eat first. After the meal, if you're pressed for time, just tell me what to buy, and I shall go." Jing Shuyan's voice was somewhat subdued. He had bought groceries before. After all, he was the only adult in the household and could not always trouble the neighbors. He could manage a few simple meals, and while they might not be the most palatable, they were adequate. Pu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but did not decline. If the man wished to contribute, she would not take on all the responsibilities herself. His initiative to go shopping pleased her, though she feared encountering someone who not only offered no help but also criticized her efforts. "When Hua Hua wakes up, after you feed her, could you buy a fish, a large bone, and some vegetables?" "All right, I will remember that." Jing Hongyi was the first to finish his meal, eagerly awaiting the time to head to the academy. Perhaps it was due to Jing Xiuyan's return that his spirits were particularly lifted, causing his steps to be noticeably lighter. Although Jing Xiuyan had promised to buy groceries and take care of the children, Pu Jiaojiao decided to visit the Pu family first. They had originally agreed that she would return the children today, and since she was unable to do so, she felt it necessary to inform them. Upon hearing that Jing Xiuyan had returned, Qiao Sanyang immediately pulled Pu Jiaojiao aside, whispering with curiosity, "Last time I forgot to ask. You mentioned that on your wedding day, he was called away on duty. Does that mean you have yet to consummate your marriage?" Initially, Pu Jiaojiao had anticipated something different from Qiao Sanyang, but upon hearing this question, her face flushed crimson. She never expected Qiao Sanyang to inquire about such a matter. Stammering out a response, "Mother," Qiao Sanyang dismissed her embarrassment, saying, "What is there to be shy about? It is a natural part of life. You should make haste to consummate your marriage. While I understand you care for Hua Hua and the others, you must also have children of your own. If you find it difficult to manage, bring them here, and I will help you look after them." Flustered, Pu Jiaojiao made a hasty retreat, leaving behind a promise to return and visit her parents soon. Chapter 51. The dryness of autumn. Pu Jiaojiao walked briskly, her cheeks and neck still tinged with an unusual redness. It was not until the bustling sounds of the market and the enticing aromas of various foods filled her nostrils that the heat of embarrassment began to subside. How could her mother pose such questions? She shook her head vigorously, casting aside the mortifying thoughts and refocusing her mind. What delightful fare would be served at the yamen today? Without having predetermined a menu, she decided to go with the flow, seeking out fresh, seasonal offerings from the market. As the autumn breeze arose, it was indeed the perfect time to indulge in lamb. Sure enough, she soon spotted several stalls displaying fresh lamb, its marbling of fat and lean meat appearing quite appetizing. In these times, beef was a rare delicacy, while lamb was more commonplace, priced similarly to pork, thus providing her with ample options. With a glint of inspiration, she concocted a plan in her mind. She would prepare braised lamb, adding a few pieces of white radish to absorb the savory broth and counteract the richness. Spotting a vendor selling silken tofu, its pristine white appearance inviting, she decided on mapo tofu as well. Remembering the large bag of potatoes she had purchased the previous day, which had been a hit when fried, she resolved to prepare spicy and sour shredded potatoes for a refreshing accompaniment. Her gaze fell upon a farmer with a load of dried vegetables, their deep green hue exuding a unique fragrance. Pausing, she mused that steamed buns filled with these dried vegetables would pair wonderfully with the lamb. Moving forward, she noticed a vendor hawking glistening yellow autumn pears, their plumpness suggesting they were juicy and ripe, perfectly suited for the dry autumn. She planned to simmer a pot of pear soup, soothing and sweet, sure to please everyone. Resolute in her decisions, she quickly negotiated prices with the stall owners, paying a deposit for them to deliver the ingredients directly to the yamen's kitchen. This method, suggested by Master Chui the day prior, spared her the labor of transporting everything herself and alleviated much of the hassle, leaving Pu Jiaojiao quite pleased with her ease. Upon her timely arrival at the kitchen of the official residence, she was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Aunt Zhu and Song Fei, who had arrived even earlier than she. "Jiaojiao is here," Aunt Zhu exclaimed, her face beaming with a smile that radiated warmth, surpassing even her enthusiasm from the previous day. Song Fei, on the other hand, appeared somewhat awkward, casting a fleeting glance towards Pu Jiaojiao before hastily lowering his head, feigning busyness with his tasks. It was evident that he had made an effort today. His somewhat worn short jacket was impeccably clean, and his hair was neatly arranged, presenting a more spirited appearance. Pu Jiaojiao discreetly surveyed the stove and the floor, noting that they had indeed been tidied up, considerably cleaner than when she had visited the day before. Just then, a group of individuals delivering vegetables arrived at the kitchen entrance, announcing their presence with a shout. Steadying herself, Pu Jiaojiao called out to the two men, "The vegetables have arrived. Lend a hand to bring everything inside. Those that need washing, wash them. Those that need sorting, sort them." Her voice was not loud, nor did she exhibit any arrogance despite her temporary role as the kitchen's overseer. Aunt Zhu and Song Fei exchanged glances before promptly stepping forward to assist. In the classroom, the instructor's voice flowed smoothly as he explained the tedious lessons. Jiang Hongwen, however, was somewhat distracted, his hand holding the brush, fidgeting restlessly, and his gaze occasionally darting towards Chun Fangyi beside him. Chun Fangyi sat upright, his expression focused and attentive, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Hongwen gently prodded Chun Fangyi's elbow with the brush handle, lowering his voice to a whisper that almost brushed against the other's ear. "Hey, did you really go to that woman's house yesterday?" His tone carried a hint of inquiry and curiosity, eager to learn the outcome of Chun Fangyi's plans discussed the day before. Chun Fangyi's eyelashes flickered imperceptibly as he lifted his gaze from the scroll, casting a glance at Jiang Hongwen. His expression was neutral, devoid of emotion, merely tilting his head slightly to indicate that Jiang should continue paying attention to the lesson. This subtle gesture bore an unmistakable weight. He had no desire to attract the instructor's attention, as the consequences were typically severe. Jiang Hongwen pouted, feeling a restless itch in his heart. He understood Chun Fangyi's temperament and the instructor's strictness, reluctantly redirecting his gaze back to the scroll before him. Yet, the words danced like elusive insects, refusing to penetrate his focus. His father's warning echoed in his mind. Any negligence in his studies would surely result in a stern reprimand upon his return home. With this thought, he straightened his back, but his mind had already wandered far away, consumed by thoughts of the previous day's meal and that audacious female chef. Referring to her boldness, he recalled how, even as he picked apart the dishes, she had unfazedly invited him to taste her culinary creations. To his dismay, he had succumbed to the temptation and sampled the food, a decision he regretted deeply. How had he ended up accepting a plate and indulging? Surely it was the allure of the unfamiliar fried potatoes he had never tasted before that had piqued his curiosity. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, he would not have so readily taken the plate. Most importantly, the aroma was simply irresistible. Seeing others savoring their meals with satisfaction stirred a longing within him. After enduring a long wait until the break, as soon as the teacher stepped out of the classroom, Jiang Hongwen hurriedly approached Chun Fangyi, the legs of his chair scraping against the floor, producing a sharp sound that drew the attention of several classmates nearby. Ignoring their gazes, he eagerly inquired, "Quickly tell me, how was it yesterday? Did you really eat at her house? Was that place even clean?" He wrinkled his nose, as if he could already perceive the imagined greasy and filthy odors. After all, coming from a humble background, although he encountered some hardships, he had grown up in comfort and luxury. The woman from the back courtyard could not reach the front, and even if she were to treat him harshly, she would not dare to be overtly bold. He could hardly fathom what life was like in a humble household. Chun Fangyi set down his pen, leisurely tidying his desk without looking at him, and simply replied, "They are decent people. How could it be unclean?" Reflecting on the small courtyard he had seen yesterday and the atmosphere during their meal, Chun Fangyi found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was a place that naturally invited relaxation. Jiang Hongwen was momentarily taken aback, an uncomfortable expression flickering across his face. He bore no ill will towards the cook. Rather, he had reservations about the chefs from the county office's kitchen, regardless of who they were. Previously, Chun Fangyi had little appetite for the meals prepared by the prior cook, which caused his friend concern. The strict regulations of the county school prohibited students from bringing food from home, mandating that all students dine in the county office kitchen. They had initially planned to sneak out after their meal yesterday, seeking an excuse to head to the Songxiang restaurant, knowing that the instructors would not object as long as their stomachs were filled. They had executed this plan before, unaware that a mishap would arise. Moreover, he held some ulterior motives related to his own family secrets. Even with a close friend, he found it difficult to express himself, leading Chun Fangyi to believe that Jiang Hongwen was overly concerned about his meals, which made Jiang Hongwen feel a tinge of guilt. The intertwining of these thoughts had driven them to unite in dismissing several cooks. However, observing Chun Fangyi's demeanor now suggested that he had indeed dined well. Jiang Hongwen felt a bit awkward, scoffing lightly as he maintained his facade. "Are you truly able to eat? I'm merely looking out for you. If her dishes can genuinely satisfy you, then perhaps she can stay albeit temporarily. His words stumbled out, tinged with reluctant pride. At last, Chen Fengyi lifted his gaze towards him, the corners of his mouth seemingly curving slightly, though perhaps not. He offered a soft hum of acknowledgement in response to Jiang Hongwen's earlier inquiry. Then, lifting his teacup, he took a sip before leisurely adding, "The flavor is indeed quite good. I am rather curious about what she will prepare for lunch today." Jiang Hongwen's eyes widened instantly, shocked at Chen Fengyi's praise. Good? Chen Fengyi actually deemed it good? He was starting to look forward to it? He rolled his eyes, observing Chen Fengyi's calm profile, his heart a tumult of emotions. The mix of indignation and profound curiosity making him increasingly restless. Well, even if he acknowledged that the meal prepared by that woman yesterday was quite commendable, one cannot help but wonder what transpired last night to elicit such a reaction from Chen Fengyi. It gnawed at him. He yearned to inquire further. But as the time for class approached, he reluctantly returned to his seat, occasionally glancing at Chen Fengyi. Regrettably, he was soon called upon by the teacher, relegating him to the back of the room, an inconvenience that might disturb the others. As noon approached within the classroom, the students dared not lose focus. For once caught by the instructor, they would face the penalty of writing characters repeatedly. The act of writing characters was trivial. The more pressing concern was that such penalties would be recorded by the teacher and reported home monthly. Heaven forbid, the accumulation of a month's worth of reprimands could erupt all at once, and no one wished to face parental chastisement. Just as the students were deeply engrossed in their studies, an unexpected aroma wafted through the air, stirring their hearts and minds. This scent was overwhelmingly bold, unlike the typical greasy odor of ordinary meals. Rather, it resembled something meticulously prepared, imbued with enticing freshness and a subtle, almost imperceptible bouquet of spices mingled with rich meat fat, forcefully invading each person's nostrils and refusing to dissipate. Jiang Hongwen's book had become entirely ornamental in his hands. Although he had initially focused diligently while standing at the back, he now found himself closest to the kitchen, as the aroma enveloped him. He could not help but swallow hard. Chen Fengyi, maintaining his seated posture, seemed to exhibit a slight relaxation in his otherwise rigid demeanor. Being at the rear, Jiang Hongwen had an unobstructed view of the classroom's dynamics and distinctly observed Chen Fengyi's head subtly, almost imperceptibly, turning toward the door, precisely in the direction of the kitchen. As for the other classmates, several were visibly restless, their gazes flitting toward the kitchen intermittently. Even those typically studious individuals in the front row, known for their adherence to rules, appeared somewhat distracted, their hands gripping their pens, slowing down. This was Jiang Hongwen's first experience observing his peers from this angle, and it became evident why the instructor could easily detect when someone was daydreaming. It was all too apparent, he mused silently, as the tantalizing aroma lingered at the tip of his nose, compelling him to discreetly swallow again. This sound was not lost on Jiang Hongwen, nor could it escape the notice of the instructor seated at the front. Mr. Zhou, a young man who appeared cultured and refined, furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard about a new cook arriving at the yamen the previous day, but he had not paid it much attention, for changes in the kitchen staff were commonplace, particularly when catering to this unruly group of young masters. Having been out on business yesterday, he had not sampled the food at the yamen. However, this aroma was undeniably extraordinary. What puzzled him further was that these young rascals, who typically seemed intent on causing mischief, had not managed to scare off the new cook yesterday. His gaze swept over the classroom and lingered on Chen Fengyi, momentarily caught off guard. Chen Fengyi, a child of esteemed lineage and profound knowledge, possesses a temperament that is notably aloof, especially when it comes to food. His fastidiousness reaches an extreme. Even the mere scent of a meal can prompt him to furrow his brow. However, today, the instructor Zhou observes with keen interest that a flicker of anticipation subtly graces Chen Fengyi's typically impassive visage. This is indeed remarkable. Could it be that the newly arrived chef possesses extraordinary culinary skills that have captured the attention of this young master? Zhou, noticing the students below stretching their necks in eager anticipation, understands their thoughts all too well. Further discourse would be futile. He clears his throat and gently closes the book in his hand. Well then, he declares, his voice resonating clearly across the room. I see that your minds are already wandering, and I too am curious about what delectable dishes our new chef has prepared today. He pauses, his gaze flitting between Chun Fangyi and Jiang Hongwan, imbued with a hint of inquiry. In light of this, let us dismiss class a bit earlier today and go see for ourselves. As his words settle, a collective sigh of relief ripples through the classroom, accompanied by the soft sounds of chairs being shifted. Jiang Hongwan immediately turns to Chun Fangyi, his eyes alight with excitement, eager to discern whether the culinary offerings today would be to Chen's liking, as they had been the previous day. Should that be the case, he would be inclined to show benevolence and allow the woman to continue her work here. Chun Fangyi meets Jiang Hongwan's gaze without averting his eyes this time, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He rises, maintaining his usual composure, yet with a swiftness that is slightly heightened. A throng of students, infused with a touch of urgency, makes their way towards the kitchen courtyard, while Zhou follows at a measured pace, noting that the aroma intensifies with each step they take. As Zhou steps into the courtyard, he is momentarily halted by the sight of a throng of people congregating there. Curiosity piqued, he quickens his pace to catch up with Cui Mingda. Cui, why are there so many people here at this hour? Cui Mingda tarns, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Zhou. Ah, Junju, you all seem to have dismissed class quite early today. The aroma was too enticing, and I noticed the students were becoming restless, so it seemed prudent to let them go and see for themselves. Zhou replies, glancing at the crowd gathered ahead. Raising an eyebrow, is it true that the new chef's cooking is exceptionally good? Cui Mingda chuckles, stroking his chin with a hint of pride. As the Buddha says, some things are best left unsaid. Mr. Zhou, since you are here, you must experience it for yourself. Though unspoken, Zhou perceives from his expression that the flavors are likely to be exquisite. Previously, their meals had sufficed for sustenance, merely filling their bellies. Yet on occasion, they delighted in indulging their palates, for who could resist a delectable dish? As Zhou follows Cui Mingda into the courtyard, the aroma grows even more intoxicating, tantalizingly teasing the senses. Despite the crowd filling the courtyard, the dishes are not yet fully prepared. Jiaojiao was taken aback by the early arrival of guests, well before the designated mealtime. However, she remained unperturbed, continuing her tasks with the same rhythm as before. A throng of people congregated at the kitchen entrance, eagerly swallowing their saliva. Upon noticing Zhou Jiaxi's approach, some promptly greeted him, inadvertently revealing the state of the kitchen to him. The kitchen was far more pristine than he had anticipated. The stove gleamed with cleanliness, and items were arranged in meticulous order, devoid of the usual grease and clutter found in most kitchens. Having previously observed other kitchens, he was aware that many cooks tended to be rather reckless, resulting in a chaotic environment, compounded by the lingering presence of smoke and grease. He had not paid much attention to the county office's kitchen, but was pleasantly surprised to find it considerably tidier than expected. Unbeknownst to Jiaojiao, Zhou Jiaxi's thoughts would have elicited a smile from her. The cleanliness of the kitchen was not her doing, but rather the meticulous work of Song Fei. Although Song Fei appeared somewhat disheveled, he was remarkably strict about kitchen hygiene. This was not solely due to Jiaojiao standards, but because, even when other chefs were present, he took it upon himself to ensure the kitchen was kept exceptionally tidy. As Jiaojiao busied herself transferring dishes from the pot to a large basin, Zhou Jiaxi caught sight of a figure in the kitchen and was somewhat taken aback to discover it was a woman. She was of modest height, even somewhat slender, dressed in a simple yet neat garment. Her dark hair was meticulously styled, with a few strands cascading down her neck, accentuating her fair skin. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, she turned, skillfully balancing a rather substantial basin in her hands. Her gaze was calm, her expression composed, and upon noticing Zhou Jiaxi and the inquisitive students by his side, she paused momentarily before nodding slightly, acknowledging their presence. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with delicate features that, while not striking, emanated a refreshing and efficient aura. Her hands were steady as she placed the hefty basin onto a nearby wooden table with fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. Jiaojiao's gaze instinctively followed her movements, landing upon the dish freshly prepared within the basin, braised lamb with radish. The lamb was glistening with a rich red hue, enveloped in a thick, flavorful sauce that clung to each piece. While the simmered white radish had absorbed the essence of the broth, becoming translucent and exuding an aromatic blend of meatiness and sauce, subtly underscored by a hint of spices, exuding an indescribable warmth. Next, she turned to present a second dish, mapo tofu. Arranged in a white porcelain plate, the vibrant red oil glistened atop the tender, pristine tofu cubes, garnished with emerald green scallions and dark fermented black beans, with finely minced meat visible, releasing a fragrant, spicy aroma that tantalized the senses and stimulated the appetite. Finally, she brought out a dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. The potato strips were uniformly cut, distinct and elongated, showcasing a bright yellow hue, radiating a refreshing tanginess and a hint of heat that was visually appetizing. Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel his stomach rumble in response. He seemed to have an inkling of why that group of young men did not drive them away. Glancing at the students nearby, who could hardly contain themselves, their eyes almost glued to the dishes, he felt a pang of hunger in his own belly, his fingers itching with anticipation. The culinary skills of this woman appeared surprisingly adept, indeed possessing a measure of genuine talent. Today's staple was steamed buns, a refreshing change in flavor. Jiaojiao, with a beaming smile, brought forth steaming buns from the adjacent steamer. Each bun was as large as a fist, plump and white. The pleats exquisitely crafted, the dough appearing soft, with a faint whiff of the unique savory aroma of dried vegetables wafting through the air. For dishes, one main course, 2 stir-fries, and a basket full of staples. Simple, yet exquisite. The courtyard was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the subtle sounds of swallowing saliva. They had never had steamed buns for lunch before, but as previously stated, they never interfered with the chef's cooking. Thus, they ate whatever the chef prepared. Based on their trust in yesterday's flavors, the officials were genuinely looking forward to this meal. Even Shui Mingda casually took one bun, split it open, blew on it a few times, and stuffed it into his mouth. As he ate, his mustache curled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with satisfaction, evidently pleased with the bun's flavor. Jiang Hongwen scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the plump buns in the steamer, and in a lowered voice murmured to Chen Fangyi, "What's so special about steamed buns? They look ordinary, and I'm sure they taste just as mundane." His tone dripped with disdain, as if eating steamed buns were beneath him. If one were to speak of buns, they should be from Xinjiang restaurant, known for their thin skin and generous filling, bursting with juices upon the first bite, a true delight. Chen Fangyi, however, was less inclined to engage in banter. He picked up a bun, feeling its warmth and softness. Ignoring Jiang Hongwen's grumbling, he took a bite. The dough was tender, with a hint of sweetness, while the filling, made of dried vegetables and meat, was pleasantly savory, far from the blandness he had anticipated. After chewing a few times, he found the taste surprisingly delightful, much better than he had imagined. In the past, he had encountered buns with fillings that were somewhat peculiar, rendering them inedible for him. He could easily discern whether the meat was fresh. He had indeed sampled the buns from Xinjiang restaurant, which many deemed exquisite. However, he found them rather average. After just one bite, he could sense that the seasoning was overpowering, overshadowing the natural flavor of the food, and the large meat buns were slightly greasy, leaving him feeling nauseous after a single bite. Yet, the dried vegetable buns, although containing meat, had their richness tempered by the vegetables, resulting in an unexpectedly refreshing taste. Seeing Jiang Hongwen still rambling on, Chen Fangyi simply picked up another bun and unceremoniously shoved it towards Jiang Hongwen's mouth, insisting he try it before voicing any opinions. What was the use of mere words? Caught off guard, Jiang Hongwen instinctively opened his mouth and took a bite. Fresh from the steamer, the bun was still exuding scalding steam, a wave of hot vapor escaping from the bun's opening as he bit down, rushing towards his face. Chapter 54, Dried Vegetable Bun. Jiang Hongwen let out a yelp, nearly spitting the bun out. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of instructor Zhou gazing in his direction, compelling him to swallow back the complaints that had almost escaped his lips. Never mind, he thought. Having already eaten, to regurgitate, it would only reveal his pettiness and lack of worldly experience. If the instructor were to witness him expelling his food, he would surely insist that he reflect on the value of every grain and morsel, reminding him of the arduousness of sustenance. With a steely resolve, he took small bites, the steaming bun's soft and glutinous skin enveloping a savory filling that was, in truth, far more delectable than he had initially declared, even surprisingly delightful. Particularly in this cool weather, the warmth enveloping his stomach was a comforting reprieve. Silently, he finished one bun, and the disdain etched on his face had softened considerably. After savoring the last bite, Jiang Hongwen smacked his lips, the earlier air of disdain dissipating significantly. However, he remained reluctant to concede, muttering begrudgingly that it was, well, acceptable. The tone was half-hearted, as if he were bestowing the bun a final semblance of dignity. Yet his body betrayed him. Hardly had he completed his words when his hand reached for the steamer, swiftly seizing another bun, as if fearing it might be snatched away. This second bun was consumed with evident eagerness, his bites large and voracious, cheeks puffed out, utterly devoid of the previous disdain. Chun Fangyi observed Jiang Hongwen's contradictory demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of playful mockery. He leisurely enjoyed his own bun, his gaze imbued with a sense of amusement. He had long seen through Jiang Hongwen's stubbornness. This fellow was a quintessential example of someone whose words belied his true sentiments, clearly relishing the food, yet feigning indifference. He chose not to expose this, nor to ridicule him, well aware that should he be confronted, Jiang would certainly bristle with embarrassment. In contrast, others did not share Jiang Hongwen's peculiar mindset. Sister-in-law's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Jingo is in for a treat, remarked one constable, swallowing a mouthful of braised lamb, his lips glistening with grease as he jested with Wang Wu, who silently chewed his bun, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I see Lord Jiang has returned. Jingo should be on duty in a couple of days. Their county magistrate was considerate of his subordinates, typically granting a day of rest for nearby assignments and 3 days for distant ones. Hence, the officers held the magistrate in high esteem, genuinely admiring him. It's a pity Lord Jiang does not partake of the kitchen-esque fare. I find that rather unfortunate. Lord Jiang's meals are, of course, sent from home and must be of fine quality. There is no need for your pity. True enough, but the meals these past 2 days have been delightful. After tonight's dinner of my wife's cooking, I fear I may find it rather bland after having enjoyed this lunch. The constable shook his head, recalling how he had never thought his wife's cooking unsatisfactory before. After all, for an ordinary household, it sufficed to be passable. Yesterday at noon, I savored an extraordinarily delightful meal, and upon returning home for dinner, the taste felt entirely off. This led to a situation where he, who would usually consume 2 bowls of rice, could only manage a single bowl, merely to satisfy his appetite. Reflecting on this, he hastily took a few more bites of vegetables, determined to fill his stomach adequately today. Thus, even if he ate less for dinner, it would not matter, as it would suffice. In contemporary times, most cooking is done through stewing, with few individuals like Jiaojiao still favoring robust stir-frying techniques. Dishes prepared through stewing, especially in establishments with a plethora of seasonings, can indeed be delightful. However, ordinary households rarely indulge in such extravagance, relying instead on simple water-based cooking, which naturally results in a lackluster flavor. Can you detect any aroma in the air? Zhang Lezhang set down his brush and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. The documents on his desk were piled high, and after a while, he could only prioritize the urgent matters. After painstakingly addressing the backlog of governmental affairs, he felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Having cleaned his hands, he intended to summon someone to bring him a meal when he was suddenly captivated by an intense fragrance wafting through the air. This aroma, assertive and bold, was far from the usual subtle sense of ordinary dishes. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity bubbling within him as he rose to discern the source of the enticing scent. Zui Feng, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached and respectfully inquired, What orders do you have, my lord? Can you perceive any aroma? Jiang Lezhang inhaled deeply once more. The fragrance, though not overwhelmingly strong, was still distinctly recognizable, even carrying a hint of tantalizing allure. Zui Feng paused momentarily, carefully sniffing the air before responding. I too have detected a pleasant scent, seemingly emanating from the kitchen. He felt uncertain. Typically, the kitchen would be bustling with preparations for lunch at this hour, and it was not unusual for aromas to drift over. Nevertheless, this scent was unusually potent and hinted at some extraordinary spices. Logically, given the considerable distance between Qingfeng Hall and the kitchen, separated by several courtyard walls, the fragrance of ordinary meals should not reach this far. It was indeed peculiar that such a scent would make its way to Qingfeng Hall today. Having accompanied Jiang Lezhang for many years, Zui Feng understood his master's keen awareness. The fact that this aroma had captured his attention indicated its unique significance. Upon learning that the scent originated from the kitchen, Jiang Lezhang's initial confusion transformed into intrigue. The kitchen's daily meals followed a strict routine, and such a strong aroma was unprecedented. However, the mere mention of the kitchen brought to mind his son. Has Hongwen been behaving himself lately? When discussing his son, a subtle hint of resignation crept into Jiang Lezhang's tone. That boy had always been a troublemaker. If 3 days passed without any disturbances, it would leave him feeling uneasy. Zui Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why his master had suddenly inquired about the young master. Having been preoccupied with Jiang Lezhang's affairs, he was not well versed in the happenings at home. Recently returned to the residence, he had yet to ascertain the status of the young master. He reported truthfully, yet internally pondered that he should inquire later to avoid being caught off guard by his master's questions. Ultimately, he decided to investigate personally. Jiang Lezhang waved his hand, feeling an increasing curiosity. Rather than speculate here, it would be far more enlightening to venture into the kitchen himself. At this hour, Jiang Hongwen should also be dining, making it an opportune moment to ascertain whether the young lad was dutifully attending classes at the county school or had engaged in any troublesome antics. With hands clasped behind his back and a contemplative expression, he strode towards the kitchen. Chapter 55. Have you partaken of your midday meal, my lord? A group of individuals were deeply engrossed in their meal, the air rich with the aroma of delicious dishes. Each person focused on their own plates, eager to eat quickly in hopes of returning for second helpings. Some discreetly loosened their belts, striving to consume more. No one noticed as a figure crossed the threshold into the courtyard. It was only when Jiaojiao caught a glimpse of a deep purple hue from the corner of her eye that her soup-serving motion faltered slightly. The purple official robe stood out sharply among the sea of azure uniforms, creating a stark contrast to the bustling figures around. A shiver ran down Jiaojiao's spine as she instantly recognized the significance of the visitor. Though she had never encountered the local magistrate, the commanding aura and the gleaming official garb left no doubt regarding the identity of the newcomer. She set down her ladle, took a couple of quick steps, and bowed gracefully towards Jiang Lezhang, her clear voice cutting through the clamor of the courtyard. Greetings, Lord Jiang. Her voice, though soft, resonated like a drop of water disturbing a still lake, prompting the diners, who had been lost in their meals, to pause and look up in confusion and alarm. Upon realizing that it was indeed Jiang Lezhang in official attire, they froze, hastily placing down their utensils, standing up and bowing in unison. Greetings, my lord. The chorus of voices carried a hint of bewilderment. What brought Lord Jiang here? Jiang Lezhang casually raised a hand, his gaze sweeping over the slightly awkward faces of the crowd. No need for excessive formalities. Please rise. Continue your meal without restraint. His tone was calm and devoid of anger, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Have you dined yet, my lord? Jiaojiao inquired softly, considering that this time was typically reserved for meals. However, given that Lord Jiang had arrived at this hour, had he perhaps not yet begun to eat? Guimingda. Overhearing her, inwardly lamented the misstep and was about to caution Jiaojiao that the magistrate's residence had its own provisions and the kitchen should not presume to serve him. Yet, before he could utter a word, Jiang Lezhang's voice, tinged with interest, interrupted. It is quite all right. I find myself somewhat hungry, so I shall trouble you for a simple meal." He paused, adding, "To serve me the same as them." Chui Mingda promptly swallowed his remaining words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Lezhang. Could it be that Lord Jiang truly intended to dine here? Since the establishment of the county office's kitchen, Master Jiang has never dined here, always relying on the meals sent from the mansion. Today, however, marks the first occasion. Pu Jiaojiao did not expect Jiang Lezhang to agree so readily. After a brief moment of surprise, a smile graced her face as she quickly responded, "Please wait a moment. My lord, I shall prepare a meal for you." With that, she swiftly turned, grasped a clean plate, and deftly arranged some of the dishes from the table onto it. She also picked up a plate of buns and presented it before Jiang Lezhang with utmost respect, saying, "My lord, the fare is humble. I hope you do not find it lacking." To enhance Jiang Lezhang's dining experience, Pu Jiaojiao fetched a small dish from the corner, skillfully slicing some white radish into fine shreds, adding a flavorful dressing, and drizzling it with bright red chili oil. The radish shreds glistened under the sunlight, as delicate as strands of hair, their red and white hues creating an inviting sight. The tangy and spicy aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and appetizing. The sweetness of the radish mingling with the vinegar's sharpness and the subtle heat of the chili, instantly whetting one's appetite. She carefully placed the dish of tangy radish shreds in front of Jiang Lezhang, softly stating, "My lord, this is a pickled dish I prepared myself. It is sour and spicy, perfect for cutting through the richness." Although this dish was exclusive to Jiang Lezhang, no one dared to voice objections, as he was the county magistrate, and it was merely a small plate of pickles. Shifeng accepted another portion of food from Pu Jiaojiao with a slight nod of gratitude, then carried the plate to the table where Chui Mingda was seated, finding an empty spot to sit. Jiang Lezhang casually approached Jiang Hongwen, taking a seat beside the somewhat stiff young man. Initially absorbed in his meal, Jiang Hongwen jolted at the sound of movement beside him, like a startled bird nearly dropping his chopsticks. Slowly lifting his gaze, he met the eyes of his father nearby, a flicker of unease crossing his face. After reflecting on his recent actions and concluding that he had done nothing worthy of reprimand, he exhaled in relief. He stood and called out, "Father." Chen Fangyi followed suit, addressing Jiang uncle. "Please, have your meal." Jiang Lezhang's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet rendered Jiang Hongwen feeling inexplicably tense. Pu Jiaojiao stood a short distance away, her gaze discreetly sweeping over the Jiang father and son. The master sat with an upright posture, while the young master appeared unusually constrained. Even the act of picking up food was executed with utmost caution, as if confronting a hot potato rather than a meal. In the courtyard, only the faint sound of clinking utensils broke the silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive in light of Master Zhang's presence. In contrast, Chen Fangyi remained at ease, earnestly savoring his meal, seemingly relishing every bite. This demeanor did not escape Jiang Lezhang's notice. He turned his head, pausing his gaze on Chen Fangyi's satisfied expression. A hint of curiosity flashed in Jiang Lezhang's eyes as he inquired, "Fangyi, how do you find this meal?" With his mouth still full, Chen Fangyi swallowed his food, wiped his mouth with a cloth, and nodded slightly, stating, "Delicious. Uncle, Pu Nyangzi's culinary skills are exceptional." Jiang Lezhang's eyebrows subtly twitched, and a flicker of surprise briefly illuminated his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a scrutinizing gaze fixed upon the plate before him. This marked the first occasion he had heard Chen Fangyi extolling the virtues of the food he was about to consume. It was worth noting that even the dishes prepared by the chef, which Chen County Magistrate had painstakingly sourced, had barely garnered his approval. Yet here he was, seemingly enamored with the cuisine from the back kitchen of the government office. Jiang Lezhang picked up his chopsticks once more, but instead of first sampling the braised lamb that Chen Fangyi had so highly praised, he opted for a small handful of the spicy and sour shredded radish presented by Pu Jiaojiao. After savoring the crisp sound of his chewing, he then directed his chopsticks toward the plate of lamb. He lifted a piece and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. His movements were unhurried, betraying no particular expression, though his chewing seemed to linger slightly longer and his Adam's apple gently bobbed. He subsequently took a second piece. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from beside him. Jiang Hongwan, who had been bowing his head, slowly raised it, clutching a plum bun in his hand, the very dry vegetable bun from the plate. Chapter 56. Lotus Leaf Cake. Jiang Hongwan appeared to hesitate momentarily, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Ultimately, he extended the bun toward Jiang Lezhang, his voice somewhat strained as he softly uttered, "Father." Jiang Lezhang's gaze shifted toward him, seemingly startled, yet he managed to complete his thought. "This bun tastes even better with the lamb." Upon finishing his words, he lowered his head once more, his ears flushed. He had just discovered, quite by chance, that the dry vegetable bun had absorbed the rich juices of the lamb, rendering it exceptionally flavorful. Jiang Lezhang regarded the bun, now offered to him, then glanced at his son's tense profile. After a brief moment, he reached out and accepted the bun. Evidently, this gesture caused Jiang Hongwan's mouth to break into a broad smile. Jiang Lezhang examined the bun in his hand, then looked back at the lamb on the plate, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. A fleeting curve that vanished so quickly it could have been mistaken for an illusion. Seated beside him, Jiang Hongwan's demeanor relaxed considerably. Perhaps he perceived his father's acceptance of the bun as a signal of familial warmth. Consequently, he became more talkative, his words flowing freely. "Father, you have no idea. Yesterday I encountered a dish I had never seen before called French fries. It was quite delicious, but unfortunately, it didn't make it today. I must ask the chef to prepare it again. I simply haven't had my fill. Father, since you have been away for so long, will you be staying at home from now on?" In moments of ease, Jiang Hongwan had a penchant for pushing his luck. Now, feeling emboldened by his father's acceptance of the bun, his confidence soared. He was not typically known for his patience. Jiaojiao observed this exchange with a degree of curiosity, recognizing that the previous chefs had departed largely due to the dynamics involving Jiang Hongwan and Chen Fangyi. Chen Fangyi's motivations were somewhat clear to her. His extreme pickiness, coupled with the rigid rules of the county school, led him to devise ways to dismiss the cooks, allowing him to manage to eat something. However, what could be the reason behind Jiang Hongwan's behavior? Despite their brief interaction, Jiaojiao distinctly sensed that Jiang Hongwan was a quintessentially rebellious child. No matter what one said, he would initially reject it, yet after some denial, he might still comply with the suggestion. He carried an air of awkwardness, an inexplicable sense of discord surrounding him. To her surprise, Master Jiang exhibited considerable patience, listening to Jiang Hongwan without a hint of annoyance. His occasional interjections seemed to energize Jiang Hongwan, causing him to chatter animatedly. Nevertheless, Jiaojiao merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting her attention, having no intention of meddling. After all, it was a matter concerning others, and it held little relevance to her. Furthermore, as long as these young masters did not disrupt her, allowing her to carry out her duties smoothly, that was all that mattered. Before long, the diners dispersed, and Jiaojiao and her companions commenced the task of clearing the remnants from the table. As she was about to carry a stack of empty plates to the sink, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. The pull was light and hesitant. She paused, turning her head back in surprise. A young boy stood there, unfamiliar to her, clad in the attire of the county school. He was a slight build, with a fair complexion, appearing to be around 10 years old. He gazed up at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of shyness, while nervously fiddling with her sleeve. Jiaojiao felt puzzled about what this young master wanted. Setting down the plates, she crouched before him, striving to soften her voice. "Young master, do you need something?" Perhaps her crouching gesture eased the boy's tension. He bit his lip, his cheeks slightly flushed, manifesting evident nervousness, and quietly inquired, Nyangzi, "Can you make lotus leaf cake?" Lotus leaf cake? Jiaojiao was taken aback for a moment. That delicacy, fragrant and soft, was indeed delightful. However, the current season was deep into autumn, and the leaves in the courtyard had begun to turn yellow. Given the weather, it might prove challenging. She patiently explained, "To make lotus leaf cake, one must use fresh lotus leaves to extract juice and blend it into the rice flour to achieve that delightful fragrance. Currently, most lotus leaves are withered and hard to find." The boy's face fell momentarily, but he quickly lifted his gaze. His eyes sparkling with hope. I have a way to get lotus leaves. Although they may not be fresh, they're dried. Would that be acceptable? Dried lotus leaves? Jiaojiao paused, her mind racing. While the aroma of dried leaves would be somewhat diminished, if preserved properly, they could still be utilized to make lotus leaf cake. Moreover, the glimmer of hope in the child's eyes suggested that if she were to decline, that light would extinguish. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, her tone softening. If the dried lotus leaves are from this year, we could certainly give it a try. However, I must first assess the quality of the leaves. She paused briefly, then added, I will prepare the other ingredients, and if the lotus leaves are suitable, making a few lotus leaf cakes should not pose a challenge. The young boy's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing her affirmative response, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. The previous shyness and restraint vanished in an instant, replaced by a childlike joy and exuberance. He bowed deeply to Jiaojiao, his voice crisp and resounding. Thank you, Madame Pu. My name is Jiaojiao, and I shall bring the lotus leaf tomorrow. I trust you with this. Jiaojiao responded with a smile, observing the boy's elated figure as he dashed away, feeling a twinge of amusement within her heart. Indeed, children are easily swayed by their emotions. Oh, Madame Pu, do you know whose young master this is? Inquired Aunt Zhu, sidling closer with a conspiratorial gleam in her eyes. What brought him to you? Jiaojiao rose to continue tidying up, casually replying. He mentioned his surname is Zhua. He merely asked a question. Surname Zhua? Could it be from the Zhua family of the general? Aunt Zhu exclaimed, slapping her thigh in sudden realization. Oh my, so it's him. He is the famed young lad. What legend? Jiaojiao asked, a hint of confusion furrowing her brow. While she was aware of Aunt Zhu's keen sense of gossip, the mention of a legend seemed rather peculiar. It felt akin to the various tales she had previously heard regarding the county school. Noticing her puzzled expression, Aunt Zhu grew more animated, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You are unaware. The son of the General Zhua is a legitimate son, albeit a concubine's child. However, as he is the only son in the family, he is allowed to attend the county school. Chapter 57. A meal invitation. General Zhua originally had but one wife. Yet she had not conceived for a long time, prompting the family to pressure her. In her helplessness, she had to yield her maidservant to the general as a concubine. Who would have known that the maidservant was so fortunate, becoming pregnant at once and giving birth to Jiaojiao? Upon his birth, he was meant to be raised under the name of the general's wife. But at that time, she had also become pregnant and naturally refused. Consequently, Jiaojiao was sent to the maidservant, who had been elevated to concubine status, to be nurtured. Regrettably, the wife bore a daughter and thereafter could not conceive again, while the maidservant, now a concubine, became pregnant once more, reportedly giving birth to a son just over a year ago. This newborn was then recorded under the legitimate wife's name. After absorbing Aunt Zhu's enlightening discourse on Jiaojiao's lineage, Jiaojiao found herself intrigued by his earlier mention of lotus leaf cakes. She pondered for whom he was preparing this delicacy, as these cakes are soft and sweet, typically favored by children and women. Having completed her tasks, she bid farewell to the two women and departed. Just outside, she spotted Jing Xiuyan holding Jing Xiaohua's hand, with Wang Wu conversing nearby. Mama, upon seeing Jiaojiao, Jing Xiaohua immediately broke free from Jing Xiuyan's grip, darting into Jiaojiao's embrace like a small cannonball. Jiaojiao took a step back from the impact, but felt a surge of happiness upon seeing her. What brings you here? Father said he would come to fetch you home, Jing Xiaohua replied, her cheeks flushed, clearly having just awakened. Today, she was particularly joyful, for her long-absent father had returned, and he had brought her along to retrieve her mother. Today, her father accompanied her for the entire day, which filled her with joy. Although she found his cooking to be less delectable than her mother's during lunch, she chose not to complain, considering the rare occasion of his return. Jiaojiao was somewhat surprised to see Jing Xiuyan arrive with Jing Xiaohua to pick her up from work. It felt akin to a boyfriend coming to collect her after a day at the office, leaving her with a rather peculiar feeling. On the other side, Wang Wu, noticing Jiaojiao's emergence, smiled at Jing Xiuyan and remarked, Brother Jing, your wife's cooking is truly delightful. You are indeed fortunate. With Pu Jiaojiao out, he decided to head back to his duties, suggesting they discuss further when Jing Xiuyan arrived. Jing Xiuyan, not one to stand on ceremony, nodded in acknowledgement and patted Wang Wu's arm, saying, "All right, let us plan for a meal at my home when the time permits." In the past, Jing Xiuyan would occasionally invite colleagues over for a drink, a habit he had cultivated. Upon hearing the invitation, Wang Wu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, "Brother Jing, let's make it happen soon, perhaps in a few days while you're off duty. It would be great for us brothers to gather." His enthusiastic demeanor caused Jing Xiuyan to glance at him with mild bemusement, aware of the ulterior motives behind his eagerness. Yet, despite his thoughts, Jing Xiuyan settled on a time. "Let us aim for tomorrow night after your shift. You all can come over." "Absolutely. I'll notify the others." Wang Wu chuckled, turning to hurry back to the county office. As the captain of the watch, Jing Xiuyan had 4 men under his command, 2 of whom accompanied him on this outing, while the other 2, like Wang Wu, remained at the office. The notifications were naturally intended for his subordinates, who were part of the same small team, fostering a closer bond through such gatherings. Once Wang Wu departed, Jing Xiuyan approached Pu Jiaojiao and casually said, "Shall we?" He took Jing Xiaohua's other hand, and the trio strolled along the path, resembling a genuine family unit. Jing Xiuyan explained to Pu Jiaojiao that he had invited his subordinates over for dinner. "There are 4 of them in total. I didn't have the chance to properly host them during our wedding, so tomorrow will serve as an opportunity to entertain them." At the time of their nuptials, the county magistrate's urgent summons had necessitated a hasty departure, preventing the groom from lingering with his brothers. While most were indifferent, his subordinates felt a desire to make amends. Pu Jiaojiao grasped Jing Xiuyan's intent and readily agreed. "All right, I will draft a list tonight. You can purchase the ingredients tomorrow, and I will prepare the meal in the evening. You'll have to bear with me." Jing Xiuyan was not one to overlook the obvious. He recognized that Wang Wu's enthusiasm stemmed from the fondness for Pu Jiaojiao's culinary skills. He could assure that the group of rascals visiting his home the next day would be more than eager to arrive. Pu Jiaojiao smiled, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Some things she could do, but she understood the importance of not allowing men to take them for granted. Indeed, the 2 are now husband and wife. In this era, it is only natural for a wife to assist in managing the household. Throughout history, many have treated their wives as unpaid servants after marriage. Household chores, childbearing, and child-rearing are all deemed the wife's responsibility. A man merely needs to recline on the sofa or bed, engrossed in his phone. When questioned, he would simply claim exhaustion, never considering that the woman also works yet still must manage the household and care for the children, while the man expects to be served and fed without lifting a finger. Moreover, in this age, the wife is expected to be submissive to her husband, dutifully ensuring the home is well kept and her husband is comfortable, for discomfort is intolerable. A man may indulge in multiple wives and concubines. However, in the case of commoners, such circumstances rarely arise. It is the affluent and powerful who often maintain numerous spouses. Pu Jiaojiao does not harbor resentment towards these responsibilities, as she enjoys cooking and finds managing some household tasks within her capabilities. However, such endeavors should not fall upon her shoulders alone. A family cannot endure solely through the efforts of one individual. Although she has never contemplated marriage, now that she is wed, she has no thoughts of separation. Yet, living together requires mutual cooperation. Despite having only recently met Jing Xiuyan, she perceives him to be a man of substance. With this foundation, even if there are discrepancies in their desires, they could be addressed gradually. This is not akin to her past life, where disagreements could lead to immediate separation. In this life, divorce is not an option, and leaving the marriage is not a noble path. If she can manage the household effectively, Pu Jiaojiao is willing to cultivate her marriage with this man who meets her aesthetic standards. After all, sharing a bed with a handsome man is certainly preferable to being with an unattractive one. Chapter 58. The Little Rabbit. I recall that the kitchen staff has a day off every 10 days. When do you anticipate your rest? Pu Jiaojiao paused at Jing Xiuyan's inquiry, realizing she had not asked this question herself and felt uncertain. I just arrived 2 days ago. I doubt I'll have a break so soon. Tomorrow, I will inquire with Master Cui. On the day you return from your rest, I will accompany you to visit my family. Pu Jiaojiao could not help but glance at Jing Xiuyin, who was also looking in her direction, their eyes meeting in the air. Prior to their marriage, she had to leave hastily due to a decree, not out of intention to abandon him. Jing Xiuyin averted his gaze slightly, acknowledging that since he has returned, it is appropriate to pay respects to her parents. Pu Jiaojiao understood that he felt a sense of guilt and wished to accompany him home to make amends. Jing Xiuyin indeed harbored such intentions. Upon his return, he had even mentioned Jing Xiaohua's words, recognizing how well Pu Jiaojiao cared for both children, just as he had observed. This realization stirred feelings of guilt within him. On their wedding night, leaving his bride behind was truly disrespectful. Yet she did not complain and took excellent care of the children, which further deepened his gratitude. Upon introspection, one cannot help but acknowledge the palpable differences between a life with women and one devoid of their presence. Since Pu Jiaojiao arrived, the household has undergone significant transformations. Both children have been treated exceptionally well in terms of attire and nourishment. Most notably, he discovered a garment in the wardrobe that he had never seen before, evidently newly crafted, its stitching identical to that on Yi's clothing. It was clear that Pu Jiaojiao had made it for him, stirring an unusual sentiment within his heart. This series of events has increasingly burdened him with guilt towards his newly wedded wife. Consequently, he has endeavored to compensate her as best as he can. All right, I shall inquire tomorrow and set a date. Then I will inform my parents in advance, he said. Pu Jiaojiao readily agreed, since he was willing to make amends. It would be illogical for her to refuse, especially as she stood to benefit from it. Moreover, during this period, she felt she had genuinely invested her affection in Jing Hongyi and Jing Xiaohua, and it was time to reap the initial rewards. Upon returning home, Pu Jiaojiao discovered that Jing Xiuyin had already prepared the evening meal. She silently acknowledged that her new husband was quite perceptive. If he could maintain such diligence in the future, her burdens would certainly lighten. However, she suspected that this might not last, as her husband was merely on a brief respite. Yet, this was not a considerable concern. As long as the man had tasks to attend to, it posed no issue. Today, Jing Hongyi returned home with an energetic gait. Indeed, as soon as he entered, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air, and his father was in the yard crafting something. Meanwhile, Xiaohua sat obediently on a small stool beside their father. "Father, mother, I'm back." This was the first time Jing Hongyi exclaimed those words with such volume. What joy it was to see his father, mother, and sister all present upon his return. Unlike the past, when only his father and sister were home, he often arrived to find his father still at work, leaving him to fetch his sister from the neighbor's house. They would wait for quite some time for their father to return home, often well after dark. Initially, when their mother was present, she remained indifferent to them, neglecting to provide them with meals, which frightened him. However, eventually, their mother transformed. The stern visage she once bore vanished, replaced by a gentle and fragrant demeanor. This new mother was delightful, preparing delectable meals, sewing new clothes, and crafting fragrant soap. Now, both his attire and hair carried a pleasant scent. She was also kind to his sister, adorning her with lovely little hair ties. He adored this mother because she bestowed upon him the warmth of home. He wished for her to remain forever, and he hoped the previous version of her would never return, for he did not cherish that memory. He relished this home filled with a father, a mother, and a charming little sister. As soon as he called out, his mother emerged from the kitchen, her gentle face aglow. "Ah, you're back? Hurry to wash your hands, wipe your sweat, and after drinking some water, go ahead and finish your homework. We'll have to wait a little while for dinner." "All right, mother," Jing Hongyi replied loudly, grinning as he followed Pu Jiaojiao's instructions to wash his hands. After completing the task, he turned to Jing Xiuyin, who was seated in the courtyard, and said, "Father, I am going to do my homework now." Jing Xiuyin nodded, saying, "Go ahead, and if it gets dark inside, remember to turn on the lights. Do not hurt your eyes." "Understood, father." Seeing his son display such a lively demeanor, Jing Xiuyin could not help but chuckle and shake his head, continuing to weave with the materials in his hands. "Father, Could you eat me a little rabbit? Jing Xiaohua said, resting her chin on her hands and gazing eagerly at Jing Xiuyan. She thought her father was remarkable, able to weave a basket from bamboo strips. Surely, he could create a little rabbit for her. Jing Xiuyan admitted he had never woven a rabbit before. However, unable to bear the disappointment on his daughter's face, he replied, I shall give it a try. Hooray! Jing Xiaohua clapped her hands, her spirits lifted. Jing Xiuyan set aside the half-finished basket, contemplated for a moment, and then deftly picked up several bamboo strips to begin his work. Before long, a charming little rabbit emerged in his palms, exquisitely crafted. To enhance its realism, Jing Xiuyan even visited Jing Hongyi's room to fetch a pen, using it to dot 2 eyes on the rabbit. Wow, thank you, father. One adorable little rabbit. Jing Xiaohua was overjoyed, quickly taking the little rabbit to the kitchen to show Pu Jiaojiao. Mother, look at the cute little rabbit father made for me. It's very cute, just like Huahua. Both are absolutely delightful. Do you like little rabbits? Yes, I do. However, my favorites are still spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, spicy rabbit cubes, and smoked rabbit, among others. Jing Xiuyan, seated in the courtyard, could not help but smile upon overhearing their conversation. Just as he was about to resume weaving the half-finished basket, he paused and picked up a few more bamboo strips instead. Tonight's meal would mark the first occasion for the entire family to dine together in harmony. Thus Pu Jiaojiao prepared a sumptuous feast, a striped base, yam with black fungus, and a bone soup with greens. The staple was her freshly made egg pancakes, perfect for pairing with the bone soup. Chapter 59. Is this for me? Naturally, everyone enjoyed dinner to their fullest satisfaction. After the meal, Jing Xiuyan took the lead in clearing the dishes, saying, You've worked hard all day. After washing up, go rest. I'll handle things here. Pu Jiaojiao felt pleased. When someone is willing to work, she would certainly not push them away. If you push once, there will be a second time, and eventually, others might take your efforts for granted. Nothing in this world is to be taken for granted. There must be a give and take, and that is the essence of normal life. After washing up together, Pu Jiaojiao and Jing Xiaohua wrapped themselves against the chill and entered the house. Inside, only a dim oil lamp flickered, barely illuminating a small area near the bed. Jing Xiaohua rubbed her eyes and suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the corner of the bed, Mother, look! Pu Jiaojiao followed the direction indicated and beheld a half-arm-high bamboo-crafted rabbit standing quietly. Its design was ancient, yet the craftsmanship was remarkably exquisite. The bamboo strips were smooth, tightly woven, and rounded. Jing Xiaohua had already slipped off the bed and, with a sense of treasure, brought the large rabbit to Pu Jiaojiao, nestling it into her arms. The little girl glanced at the large rabbit in Pu Jiaojiao's hands and then touched the smaller version of the same bamboo rabbit beside her pillow, her small face radiating with the joy of discovery. Mother, look! They are identical. I have a little rabbit, and you have a big rabbit. This is Mama Rabbit and Baby Rabbit. Pu Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback by the innocence of the child's words. Lowering her gaze to examine the large rabbit in her embrace, it felt warm to the touch, with a faint scent of bamboo wafting through the air. Indeed, apart from the size, it seemed to be cast from the same mold as Huahua's. This must have been crafted by father for you, Jing Xiaohua asserted confidently, nodding her small head vigorously as if pounding garlic. Father knew I had one, so he made one for you too. Now we both have a rabbit. The clarity of Jing Xiaohua's voice echoed in Pu Jiaojiao's ears, causing her heart to flutter as a wave of warmth spread from the nape of her neck to her ears. She cradled the rabbit, her fingers unconsciously caressing the smooth bamboo strips. Was this crafted by Jing Xiuyan for her? The thought struck her as somewhat absurd, yet inexplicably unsettling. However, gazing into Jing Xiaohua's bright, unwavering eyes, she pondered if perhaps the little girl was right. This nonsensical notion left her momentarily at a loss, her cheeks flushing slightly. Regaining her composure, she suppressed the unusual feelings and gently placed the large rabbit against the wall on the inner side of the bed, softly coaxing Jing Xiaohua. All right, it's quite late now. Time for sleep. Obediently, Jing Xiaohua lay down, closed her eyes, and her little mouth moved as if to say something, but ultimately, sleep overtook her. After tucking her in, Pu Jiaojiao lay down as well, yet slumber eluded her. The room was silent, save for the occasional soft crackle of the oil lamp's wick. Time passed unmeasured until footsteps echoed in the courtyard, steady yet distinct. Jing Xiuyan was returning. Her heart involuntarily quickened, breaths became shallow, and her body felt tense, unsure of where to place her limbs. With a soft creak, the door opened, followed by footsteps entering the room, which were then gently followed by the closing of the door. Jiaojiao sensed him approaching the bedside, pausing momentarily. Then the bed sank slightly under his weight, producing a subdued yet discernible sound. Fortunately, Jing Xiaohua lay nestled between them, acting as a small, soft barrier. This offered Jiaojiao a slight sense of relief. Although her body remained somewhat rigid, the pressure of his presence was notably alleviated. Yet, she could still feel him nearby, his presence so palpable that it was impossible to disregard. In the darkness, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Jiaojiao kept her eyes closed, striving to steady her breathing, while her mind wandered aimlessly, feeling as if she thought of many things, yet simultaneously nothing at all. Just as she thought she would fall asleep quickly tonight, like she did the previous evening, a deep voice suddenly shattered the silence. "You have worked hard these past few days, taking care of the two of them." Jiaojiao's body stiffened imperceptibly, and she doubted whether she had misheard. Was he speaking to her, or expressing gratitude? Did he realize she was not truly asleep? She felt a rush of surprise, her cheeks warming with a sense of shame akin to being caught napping, as a vague, indescribable emotion surged within her. Regaining her composure, she endeavored to make her voice sound natural, turning her head slightly towards the indistinct silhouette in the darkness, and softly replied, "It's nothing. Huahua and I are very well behaved, and I enjoy being with children." As Jiaojiao slowly stretched her body, she inadvertently brushed against the rabbit perched on her bedside. For some reason, her mind felt as if it had short-circuited, prompting her to ask, "Is this large rabbit for me?" The already quiet room suddenly felt as if it had been muted, the air seemingly sucked out. Once the words escaped her lips, she regretted it, wishing she could turn back time and cover her mouth. What a foolish question to ask. If it were indeed meant for her, that would suffice. But if it were not, and she had misinterpreted the gesture, how would he respond? She had been so muddled, swayed by Huahua's earlier remarks, that she genuinely believed the rabbit was intended for her. Perhaps he had no such intention at all. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes. She truly needed to curb her habit of speaking before thinking. As she contemplated whether to brush it off as a joke, Jing Xiuyan's voice suddenly resonated. "It is for you." Jiaojiao's errant thoughts abruptly ceased, and her cheeks flushed unconsciously. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the darkness concealed her expression. After a moment, she managed to stammer, "Thank you. If you like it, I can weave you some more in the future," Jing Xiuyan added, his tones seemingly laced with amusement. Jiaojiao thought of the exquisitely crafted rabbit and asked, "You possess such a skill?" She genuinely had not expected Jing Xiuyan to be adept at weaving with bamboo. In her era, crafting items from bamboo was considered a skill, not a true craft, and few could master it. Jing Xiuyan quietly replied, "I learned from my grandfather when I was young. Back then, every household in our village practiced this craft, and most of the household items were handmade." He continued, "However, I can only create small items. The truly skilled artisans are beyond my capabilities." "Where? I think you are quite skilled already. The rabbit truly resembles one," Jiaojiao exclaimed, her admiration unmistakable, making it impossible for Jing Xiuyan to overlook. "In truth, I'm the one who admires you," he responded gently. "Your culinary skills have truly surprised me. Cooking is an innate skill, and in truth, I have done little more than strive to make the food delectable." When discussing a topic she is well versed in, Jiaojiao's initial apprehension began to dissipate. For her, cooking is a delightful process. As witnessing ordinary ingredients transform into sumptuous dishes fills her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Beyond merely cooking, she possesses a myriad of skills, albeit rather eclectic, and if pressed to articulate them, she would find it challenging. In her previous role as a lifestyle blogger, she endeavored to experiment with various crafts, even seeking mentorship from skilled artisans. However, There are countless folk arts, and she has not mastered them all. For instance, she has never engaged in bamboo weaving. Yet, in my eyes, her talents are truly remarkable. Unlike my own cooking, which barely suffices to sustain, it is no wonder that since your arrival, the children appear significantly more robust. Jing Xiaoyan, upon hearing Pu Jiaojiao's soft chuckle, could not suppress his surprise and turned to glance in her direction. Though the night was devoid of light, the moonlight filtering through the window allowed for a hazy silhouette. His vision has always been keen, and despite the dimness, he could still discern Pu Jiaojiao's face. At that moment, her eyes arched slightly, and her countenance radiated joy. There is no need for us to engage in mutual flattery, for every individual possesses their unique strengths. What you excel at, I certainly do not. Pu Jiaojiao found it amusing that they were unexpectedly praising each other's abilities. Hearing her words, Jing Xiaoyan could not help but smile, recognizing the truth in her statement. Following their recent exchange, the atmosphere between them seemed to lighten considerably, and Pu Jiaojiao no longer felt awkward in Jing Xiaoyan's presence. If she simply regarded him as her husband in her heart, it appeared that no issues arose. In reality, he was indeed her husband in name. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, is it not true that all relationships evolve from strangers to familiarity? The sequence of their relationship differed from her past experiences, where romance preceded marriage. However, in this era, it is quite common to marry before embarking on a shared life. With this realization, Pu Jiaojiao felt her tension completely vanish. With the absence of anxiety, fatigue soon enveloped her, and after yawning several times, she drifted into slumber. Jing Xiaoyan, hearing her gentle breaths, could not help but chuckle softly. He had not anticipated that his newlywed wife would possess such a disposition. After all, Pu Jiaojiao was a decade his junior, and entrusting such a young girl with the role of stepmother seemed somewhat unfair. She was still a child herself. The following morning, Pu Jiaojiao prepared a menu for the day's meals. This is what I plan to cook, but if you have time today, could you please fetch something from the blacksmith shop for me? I had a pot made there some time ago, and it should be ready by now. All right, I will take care of it, Jing Xiaoyan replied. As was customary, after their meal, Zui Qiuming stealthily lingered behind. He handed the lotus leaves he had brought with him to Pu Jiaojiao, inquiring nervously, "Are these leaves acceptable?" He watched her anxiously, fearing her disapproval. "They will suffice. You may leave them with me," Pu Jiaojiao replied after inspecting them. Although they were not as fresh as newly picked ones, they were still satisfactory. "Madame Pu, when will the lotus leaf cake be ready?" Upon hearing that Pu Jiaojiao found the leaves suitable, Zui Qiuming's spirits lifted instantly. "Might I inquire when you need it?" "Young Master Zua?" Pu Jiaojiao pondered for a moment before responding. "I have matters to attend to today, but I can prepare it tomorrow. Once finished, you may collect it." She continued, "If it is made in the back kitchen, I will place it in a box for your servant to retrieve." Zui Qiuming hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, "Madame Pu, would it be possible for you to take the cake back to prepare? After school tomorrow, I will come to your residence to fetch it, if that is agreeable." Of course, Pu Jiaojiao smiled, not questioning why he could not prepare in the kitchen at the yamen, but readily assented. Ultimately, the location of preparation was inconsequential. It depended on his preference. Seeing her agree, Zui Qiuming's smile widened, and he reverently bowed to Pu Jiaojiao, entrusting the task to her. He was indeed a polite young man. After their conversation, Pu Jiaojiao hurried home, as she had a considerable amount of cooking to prepare for the evening. It was the first time her colleague, Jing Xiaoyan, would be dining at her home. Although they enjoyed her cooking daily at noon, dining at home was a different experience altogether. Upon arriving home, she found Jing Xiaoyan busy with the ingredients, while Jing Xiaohua remained asleep inside. Noticing the items piled in the courtyard, Pu Jiaojiao felt reassured, realizing that Jing Xiaoyan had purchased many items beyond those she had listed. Seeing Pu Jiaojiao standing by the door, Jing Xiaoyan explained, "I happened to encounter an elderly vendor selling river clams while shopping for groceries. I heard that they can produce pearls, so I bought a few, hoping for a stroke of luck." "You may be in for a disappointment," Pu Jiaojiao chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. "The clams you bought do not belong to the variety that produces pearls. They may serve as ingredients, but pearls are highly unlikely." Currently, there is virtually no artificial pearl cultivation. All pearls are naturally occurring. It is common knowledge that river clams can yield pearls, yet not all clams possess this capability. Jing Xiuyan was taken aback and felt a wave of disappointment. He genuinely believed that the clams could produce pearls, envisioning the delight it would bring to a young girl, only to discover they were not the pearl-producing kind. However, Pu Jiaojiao, intrigued, poked at the clams, noting their freshness, likely just caught. We could prepare a dish with these later, perhaps saute them. They will make a delightful accompaniment. Seeing Pu Jiaojiao unfazed and even cheerful, Jing Xiuyan felt relieved. His intention had been to please the young girl, yet it had turned into an unexpected misadventure. It seems that next time he will wisely purchase accessories, as the thrill of blind box surprises does not suit him. Chapter 61. A masterful hand. Wang Wu, Chen Lu, Xiao Qi, and Yuan Qian are all constables under Jing Xiuyan's command. On this occasion, Chen Lu and Yuan Qian accompanied Jing Xiuyan on his outing, while Wang Wu and Xiao Qi remained behind. Thus, Wang Wu and Xiao Qi had already met Pu Jiaojiao, whereas Chen Lu and Yuan Qian had not yet made her acquaintance. The four of them convened to discuss what provisions to bring along. In previous visits to Jing Xiuyan's residence, they typically brought some items, as it seemed inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. However, since their primary purpose was to partake in a feast, they often brought ready-made dishes or beverages. Now, with a sister-in-law added to the family, they need not worry about the meal or contribute additional dishes. They simply needed to bring something different. Ultimately, the four of them set off with pastries and a jar of wine for the Jing household. Upon their arrival, they found the courtyard gate ajar, and as they approached, the aroma grew ever more enticing. Chen Lu and Yuan Qian had been at home for the past few days and had yet to taste Pu Jiaojiao's culinary creations. But they had been regaled by Wang Wu and Xiao Qi's enthusiastic descriptions along the way. In truth, Chen Lu and Yuan Qian maintained a skeptical attitude toward the praises of these two. They had savored meals prepared in kitchens before, and while they were enjoyable, they hardly seemed to warrant the celestial praise bestowed by their companions. Perhaps sensing their disbelief, Wang Wu and Xiao Qi ceased their chatter, instead exchanging knowing glances that seemed to convey, "You will understand soon enough," leaving Chen Lu and Yuan Qian both amused and perplexed. Despite their skepticism, their curiosity was piqued. What sort of delectable dish could elicit such unanimous endorsement from these two close friends? They lamented that they had not visited the county office in recent days. After all, it was merely a few meals. They preferred the comfort of home, free from duty, and the prospect of enjoying home-cooked fare, which they believed to be far superior to what the county kitchen could offer. However, as they drew nearer to the head constable's residence, they felt the aroma wafting through the air was more enticing than any they had encountered before. Pu Jiaojiao was busy in the kitchen, steam rising from the pot, filling the room with the tantalizing fragrance of her cooking. Suddenly, she heard footsteps and voices outside the courtyard, indicating the presence of more than just a couple of individuals. "What is that smell? It wafts from afar, utterly enchanting," exclaimed a somewhat rugged, unfamiliar voice, oozing with unabashed desire. Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, when I visited Brother Jing's home before, I never encountered such an alluring aroma." This was followed by the hushed laughter of Wang Wu and Xiao Qi, as if they were teasing. "Enticing, isn't it? You will soon find out. Quick, tell us what delightful morsel it is." "I shan't reveal it." Pu Jiaojiao surmised that Jing Xiuyan's colleagues had arrived, and judging by the commotion, there are likely more than 2 or 3 of them. She wiped her hands, brushed them against her apron, steadied herself, and decided it was time to greet the visitors. With that, she lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The courtyard had indeed come alive with excitement. Jing Xiuyan stood at the center, surrounded by 4 casually dressed men. She recognized Wang Wu and Xiao Qi from their recent dining experience at the county office. The other 2 were unfamiliar. One was of medium stature, with a slightly darker complexion that exuded a shrewdness, while the other was round and perpetually smiling. Each of them held items in their hands, boxes bearing the emblem of a pastry shop and a small jar of wine, tied with red cloth at the mouth. As they chatted jovially with Jing Xiuyan, their attention shifted to Pu Jiaojiao as she emerged, all eyes landing on her. Wang Wu and Xiao Qi wore familiar grins, while Chun Lu and Yuan Qian regarded her with a touch of politeness, mingled with a barely perceptible curiosity. Sister-in-law? They greeted in unison, their voices imbued with respect. After brief introductions, she learned that the man with the darker skin was Chun Lu and the round one was Yuan Qian. Jiaojiao nodded slightly, offering an appropriately warm smile. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The meal will be ready shortly. Jing Xiuyan's gaze swept over the items in their possession, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. What was the need for gifts upon their arrival? Wang Wu chuckled, scratching his head as he eagerly responded. This is our first proper visit after you've returned home, sister-in-law. We couldn't possibly come empty-handed. Besides, it's nothing extravagant, just a token of our goodwill. He nudged the box of pastries toward Jing Xiaohua, who instantly brightened at the sight. She recalled how delicious the pastries from the shop were and wished to share them with her mother. Chun Lu and Yuan Qian chimed in. Indeed, Jingge. Just a little something to bring some cheer. Jing Xiuyan said nothing further and nodded at Jing Xiaohua, who smiled brightly as she accepted the pastries, thanking Uncle Wu. As they conversed, Jing Hongyi emerged from the house, formally greeting Uncle Wang Wu, Uncle Xiao Qi, Uncle Chun, Uncle Yuan Qian. The four responded with laughter, praising him for having grown taller since their last meeting, advising him to eat well to continue his growth. Jing Hongyi exchanged a few words before returning to his studies inside. Jing Xiaohua, unperturbed, felt at ease with these familiar uncles, showing no signs of shyness. She leaned in to sniff the pastry box, tempted to share its delights with her mother. Observing their entrance into the main hall, Jiaojiao planned to return to the kitchen to finalize the last soup. Just as she turned to go inside, she heard Jing Xiuyan casually wave his hand toward Wang Wu and the others, saying, "Make yourselves at home. You're all familiar here. No need for formality." However, instead of following them into the main hall, he pivoted and approached the kitchen. Jiaojiao was about to step back in when she noticed him following her. Her steps faltered in surprise. What could he want in the kitchen? Before she could ponder further, Jing Xiuyan had already passed her, his tall figure nearly brushing her shoulder as he entered. "Is there anything you need? I can help," he inquired in a neutral tone, as if it were merely a casual question. In truth, the previous accompaniments were mostly handled by Jing Xiuyan. Jiaojiao would merely express her preferences, and he would meticulously clean and prepare them, thus alleviating a considerable burden. Jiaojiao found Jing Xiuyan's culinary skills quite commendable, perhaps a reflection of his profession. "No need for that. You should go and converse with them," she urged, hastily entering to complete the final touches. The other dishes were nearly ready. She instructed him to simply serve them, as it was time to dine. Jing Xiuyan cast a glance around. The feast before them was indeed sumptuous. If one were to host a gathering in an eatery, such a spread would easily cost at least 5 taels of silver. It seemed his little wife possessed quite the culinary talent. Chapter 62. The scorching heat the cramped kitchen felt particularly constricted due to Jing Xiuyan's presence. Jiaojiao sensed a hint of discomfort as his masculine essence, tinged with a slight scent of sweat and a faint note of soap, mingled with the aroma of smoke and cooked dishes, creating a peculiar atmosphere that caused her ears to flush with warmth. She averted her gaze, deftly sprinkling the last of the scallions into the soup bowl before turning to announce, "All done. We can begin our meal." Only then did Jing Xiuyan step back, granting her some space. Together, they carried the array of dishes out into the main room. Inside, the round table was set. Jiaojiao had truly exerted herself today, preparing stir-fried clam meat, pristine white and slightly curled at the edges, enveloped in a vibrant red sauce and adorned with fresh scallions, promising a crisp and delightful taste. As it was a gathering among men, there was, of course, the indispensable stir-fried kidney, which she had cleaned impeccably, devoid of any unpleasant odor, offering only the rich flavor developed from high-heat cooking. The kidneys were elegantly cut, perfectly cooked to a tender finish. Another hearty dish was the yellow braised chicken, its golden hue glistening, with a thick sauce enveloping tender chicken pieces. The sweet and sour pork was fried to a golden crisp, evenly coated in a tangy glaze. The braised eggplant was luscious and inviting, its rich color appealing. The dry pot of potatoes and ribs exuded an assertive aroma. The potato slices with crisp edges and the ribs so tender they fell from the bone, resting atop a bed of onions saturated with savory juices. Accompanying these were refreshing vinegar-dressed cabbage and a novel dish of stir-fried ginkgo with aloe vera, a harmonious blend of green and white that looked quite elegant. As the dishes were laid out, both Chun Lu and Yuan Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiaojiao initially intended to follow convention, taking Jing Hongyi and Jing Shaohua to the small table in the kitchen to eat, for it was customary in this era for women not to partake in men's banquets. She had reserved some food for the three of them and was about to descend when Jing Xiuyan's voice rang out. "Come, sit down and eat together." Jiaojiao paused, looking up at him. His expression remained unchanged, as though it were merely a casual suggestion. Wang Wu quickly caught on, encouragingly saying, "Yes, sister-in-law, let us all sit together. We are all family here. There is no need to stand on ceremony. With such delicious food, you must see us enjoy it." Little Seven chimed in, "Exactly, sister-in-law. Please sit. Otherwise, we want to feel at ease while eating." Chun Lu and Yuan Qian nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with sincerity. Unable to decline any further, Jiaojiao's initial discomfort dissipated slightly, replaced by an inexplicable emotion. She had not anticipated that Jing Xiuyan would invite her to join them for the meal. In truth, even in an ordinary rural household, it is quite uncommon for a wife to join the men at the table. Typically, the women dine separately. However, with only her and Shaohua present, any attempt at avoidance would be futile. Yet, Jing Xiuyan had no intention of adhering to tradition. Instead, he invited her to sit down and share the meal. She glanced at him. He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. Reluctantly, she settled at the edge of the table, while Jing Hongyi, displaying understanding, guided his sister to a low stool nearby. The dishes prepared by Jiaojiao were ample enough for the two of them. "Make yourselves at home," Jing Xiuyan finally spoke as Jiaojiao took her seat. Chun Lu was the first to pick up his chopsticks, selecting a piece of sweet and sour pork, the crisp sound resonating as he bit down, followed by a satisfied sigh. "My goodness, sister-in-law, your culinary skills are exceptional." Yuan Qian joined in, eagerly grabbing a piece of braised chicken, letting out a gasp from the heat, but unwilling to relinquish it, mumbling in agreement. "Delicious. Truly delightful. Jinggu, you are living a charmed life." Wang Wu and Shao Qi, having already tasted Jiaojiao's cooking in the county kitchen over the past few days, were nonetheless unable to contain their excitement. Their eyes sparkling as they devoured the food, their mouths full as they mumbled, "Of course, just look at who prepared it." Throughout the meal, the men exchanged cups and banter, their discussions meandering from official matters to amusing anecdotes from city. Yet, the primary focus remained on the exquisite dishes before them. "Jinggu, I must say," Chun Lu interjected after a sip of wine, smacking his lips, "I once thought it challenging for you to raise a child alone. But now it seems you've fallen into a nest of fortune. I envy you greatly." Yuan Qian vigorously nodded in agreement, his mouth stuffed with clam meat. "Indeed, if I had such good fortune, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams." Wang Wu chuckled. "Did you just realize? We've been envious for quite some time." Hearing their unreserved praise and envy directed at Jing Xiuyan, Jiaojiao felt a gentle stirring of embarrassment and something else entirely within her. They were, in essence, the most familiar strangers, married in name, yet not in reality. Stealing a glance at Jing Xiuyan, who was clinking glasses with Wang Wu, his profile was sharply defined in the warm glow of the lantern light. As if sensing her gaze, he turned to meet her eyes. A jolt of panic surged within Jiaojiao, and she quickly lowered her head, feigning interest in the plate of sweet and sour cabbage nearest to her. Feeling inexplicably flustered, as the men indulged in their drinks, the evening wore on, the atmosphere stretching languidly. Once Jing Xiuyan had seen everyone off, he too felt a slight dizziness, likely due to the delectable dishes that had accompanied the copious amounts of alcohol consumed. In previous gatherings, they had never indulged to such an extent. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, forcing himself to tidy up before staggering back to his room. The two children, unable to withstand the exhaustion, had long since succumbed to slumber. Yawning, Jiaojiao felt drowsy herself. But the thought of having to clean up the aftermath kept her from surrendering to sleep. Hearing the sound of footsteps outside, she finally got out of bed, slipping on her shoes, preparing to gather the dishes and soak them in a basin, intending to wash them in the morning. Just as she opened the door, she unexpectedly collided with someone entering from the outside. With a soft thud, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace that reeked of alcohol. The rich scent of liquor mingled with the fresh aroma of soap and water enveloped her immediately. Her mind buzzed as she looked up to find Jing Xiuyan's face mere inches away. It seemed he had just washed his face by the well in the courtyard. His hair was still damp, a few dark strands clinging to his forehead. His eyes, clouded with the effects of drink, held a depth that was both captivating and disorienting. The impact was quite significant, causing Jiaojiao to stagger back, while Jing Xiuyan, having imbibed one too many, also swayed slightly, letting out a muted groan as he retreated. "Be careful." Almost instinctively, Jiaojiao reached out and grasped his arm. The firm sensation that met her fingers was imbued with a heat that seemed to scorch her fingertips. It was not the warmth of a fire, nor the sun's rays, but a warmth that belonged to a man, filled with strength and vitality. She could even feel the defined muscles beneath the fabric of his shirt. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiaojiao could hear her heartbeat clearly, like drums echoing in her ears, quick and loud. His breath brushed against her forehead, warm and tinged with the scent of alcohol, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. She forgot to release her grip on his arm, the warmth radiating from him, sending a wave of anxiety and an inexplicable thrill coursing through her. Jing Xiuyan lowered his gaze to her hand, still clutching his arm, then slowly shifted his attention to her face. His eyes were profound, as if emotions were swirling within, yet obscured by the haze of inebriation, making it difficult to discern. He did not immediately pull away, allowing her to hold on. This brief standoff made her feel increasingly uneasy, as if tiny electric currents were dancing between their points of contact. Suddenly jolted back to reality, she released her grip as if shocked, taking a small step back, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze, her face burning with embarrassment. "I'll go soak the dishes outside first," she stammered, her voice strained, hastily uttering the words as she sidestepped past him, hastening towards the kitchen. At that moment, there was no dish soap available. Most of the cleaning would be done with just water. If she didn't soak the plates now, it would be quite challenging to remove the grease in the morning. Jing Xiuyan stood still, watching her flustered figure disappear through the door, then absent-mindedly touched the arm she had just grasped, where her warmth and a hint of panic still lingered. He squinted slightly, swallowed hard, and then turned to re-enter the house. After that brief encounter, Jiaojiao felt her drowsiness dissipate. She sluggishly gathered the dishes from the table into a wooden basin, pouring water over them before finally returning to the room. As Jiaojiao returned to the room, the lamp was dimmed to a low setting, casting a faint, amber light that barely revealed the contours of the bed. The lingering scent of alcohol in the air seemed to intensify, mingling with the distinctive aroma of soap from the man, inexplicably causing her cheeks to flush. The figure on the bed lay with their back to the doorway, breathing steadily, as if in a deep slumber. She quietly exhaled, lightening her footsteps as she approached the bedside. Jing Xiuyan occupied the outer side of the bed. She needed to slip in from the inner side. This arrangement had been established the previous night when she shared the bed with Jing Xiaohua, who had positioned herself in the middle, thus naturally placing Jiaojiao on the inside. He had not objected, tacitly accepting it. It was a common practice for men to sleep on the inner side while women took the outer side, primarily for the convenience of the women in caring for the men. This custom prevailed whether in noble households or among ordinary farmers. Removing her shoes as quietly as possible, she held her breath and cautiously lifted a leg, attempting to cross over Jing Xiuyan. As she drew nearer, the familiar scent of alcohol and soap enveloped her more distinctly, mingled with the warmth of his breath that brushed against her face, sending a tingling sensation across her skin. Uncertain of the cause, perhaps the earlier collision at the door had disoriented her, or perhaps it was his warm breath that unsettled her. Her leg suddenly buckled, as if scalded by that warmth, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward. With a muted thud, She landed squarely atop Jing Xiuyan. Her mind went blank in an instant, panic gripping her heart. The man beneath her emitted a deeper, muffled groan, tinged with a hint of suppressed pain. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," she stammered, scrambling to rise. "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" In her fluster, her hand pressed against his chest, feeling the warmth and solidity beneath her palm. To steady herself, her other hand fumbled along his arm and waist, desperately seeking to ascertain if he had sustained any injuries. Through the thin fabric of his undershirt, she could distinctly feel the contours of his muscles and the tension that had suddenly gripped his body. Jing Xiuyan's form stiffened momentarily, his breathing seemingly halting for an instant before it grew heavier, laced with restraint. It was only then that Jiaojiao realized her position atop him, awkward and laden with unspoken intimacy. Their bodies were closely entwined. She could even sense the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, powerful yet noticeably quicker than before. That disconcerting warmth enveloped her once more, seeping through the fabric, more intense than it had been at the door, leaving her with no avenue for escape. He remained still, his eyes closed, but his posture had straightened following her abrupt descent. Though he had yet to open his eyes, she instinctively knew he was awake. The rigidity of his form and the altered cadence of his breath were unmistakable. In a rush, she whispered another apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Her face was ablaze, as if scorched by fire. She propped herself up with hands and feet, almost rolling and crawling to the side of the bed, pressing tightly against the cold wall. She pulled the thin blanket around herself, wishing she could completely bury her existence. Her heart raced, pounding against her eardrums, resonating clearly. With her back turned to him, she could still feel the warmth radiating from his body and the faint gaze that sent shivers down her spine, leaving her paralyzed with fear. On the narrow bed, his presence enveloped her completely, an omnipresent aura. The man behind her seemed to have lost his composure, his breathing uneven due to this unforeseen interruption. In the darkness, only their slightly hurried heartbeats and breaths filled the air. After a considerable time, Jiaojiao managed to calm her emotions and quietly turned to touch Jing Xiaohua's hand, relieved that the earlier commotion had not disturbed her. She inwardly scolded herself. Having experienced much in life, why was she so flustered in the presence of a man? Admittedly, he was indeed her type, but that was no excuse for her current embarrassment. It must have been the shock from earlier that rendered her so unworldly. After soothing herself, she finally drifted into a serene sleep. After preparing lunch and cooking a plethora of dishes for dinner, exhaustion had set in. Her breathing gradually became more profound. Jing Xiuyan, having sobered up considerably, glanced at the bed before rising and leaving the room. After some time, he returned, enveloped in a chill of moisture, devoid of any trace of alcohol. He tossed and turned in bed for quite a while before finally managing to fall asleep. The following morning, when Jiaojiao awoke, she found the space beside her empty. The sound of chopping would echoed from a yard, confirming that Jing Xiuyan had resumed his labor. Setting aside her thoughts, she quickly dressed. The morning air had grown chilly, and it required considerable courage to emerge from the warmth of her bed. Thus, she hastened to prepare breakfast without delay. Chapter 64. Seeking autumn. Jiaojiao had always maintained a positive outlook. Despite the awkwardness of the previous night, she was resilient, allowing bygone events to remain in the past, never dwelling on them. Upon opening the door and seeing his strong, capable back, she silently admired him and greeted Jing Xiuyan with a smile. "Good morning." Jing Xiuyan paused, his deep gaze meeting her radiant face, and returned the greeting, "Good morning," observing her humming a tune while rolling up her sleeves to prepare breakfast. A faint smile crept into Jing Xiuyan's eyes. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiaojiao noticed that the bowls and utensils in the wooden basin had already been washed, lifting her spirits further. Indeed, a man who diligently worked was endearing. Once the meal was prepared, Jing Hongyi finished washing up and entered, obediently taking a seat and casting an expectant glance at Jing Xiuyan. "Father, the teacher said he would take us to seek autumn in 3 days, and we might go to another county, which would take 3 days. May I go?" In the spring, the teacher had also taken them out to enjoy the season. Although they hadn't ventured to another county, They'd spent 2 days outside the city. Many of his classmates had gone, yet he did not attend. At that time, his father was quite occupied, and it was impossible to leave his sister with the neighbors for 2 days. However, now that their mother was present, could he not join his peers for the autumn outing? He had heard from those who went on the spring excursion that the teacher made the experience quite delightful, which filled him with envy. Jiaojiao, feeling a tinge of curiosity, inquired where they were going for the autumn outing. To her surprise, they were even venturing to another county, akin to the spring outings organized by her previous school. It was astonishing how advanced education had become, not merely confined to rote learning. It seemed that the ancient adage proclaiming that reading thousands of books was inferior to traveling thousands of miles held true. As the teachers here placed significant emphasis on experiential learning, the teacher mentioned they were heading to the neighboring Jianba County. Jing Hongyi's face was visibly alight with excitement. Jiaojiao was somewhat unfamiliar with Jianba County, for both she and the original owner of this body had rarely ventured beyond Liqing County, rendering Jianba a mystery to her. Perhaps sensing her confusion, Jing Xuan elaborated that Jianba County was not particularly far from Liqing, but it boasted a maple mountain where, come autumn, the leaves would turn a brilliant red, attracting many visitors for sightseeing. Jiaojiao realized that if that were the case, the scenery must indeed be magnificent. Otherwise, individuals would not travel specifically to admire it. The mountains around Liqing were rather ordinary, lacking any distinct features. They were merely suitable for casual hikes. If one were to seek out truly remarkable vistas, those of Jianba County would undoubtedly be superior. Naturally, she supported Jing Hongyi's desire to accompany the teacher for the autumn outing, recognizing it as a collective activity that would broaden his horizons. What was there to hesitate about? Thus, she too turned to Jing Xiuyan alongside Jing Hongyi. This left Jing Xiuyan in a somewhat amused predicament. He affectionately ruffled Jing Hongyi's hair, acknowledging that his son had endured much hardship over the years, unable to accompany his little sister anywhere due to his busy work schedule, which made him feel he had neglected the boy. If you wish to go, then by all means, you have my and your mother as support. You need not worry. All right, I shall go today and sign up with the teacher, Jing Hongyi exclaimed, his little face instantly brightening with excitement. This was his first time participating in a group activity, and despite his usual demeanor of maturity, he was filled with exhilaration at this moment. Jing Xiuyan had one more day off, so Jiaojiao left Jing Shaowan in his care, asking him to buy some groceries before she departed. When she returned home around noon, she found Jing Xiuyan waiting at the door with Jing Shaohua. At this point, she no longer found it strange. She naturally approached them with a smile, saying, "Let us go home. Today, my brother-in-law came to speak with you regarding something important," Jing Xiuyan remarked, his expression indicating urgency. "I told him you would be back at your maternal home shortly." Jiaojiao immediately thought that Pu Shuni might be concerned about the soap, given that he had been away for several days promoting it in the capital. At this moment, it was evident that someone had returned from the capital city, leaving her uncertain about the success of their endeavors. This thought caused Jiaojiao's heart to race, as it directly pertained to her potential profits for future ventures. "I shall first return to my family's home to see what my brother desires of me. I shall accompany you," he replied, initially intending to arrange a visit on a different day. However, given the serendipity of this return, it would be illogical not to pay a visit. Only then did Jiaojiao notice that Jing Xiuyan was carrying items in his hands. They had indeed discussed returning home, but the timing was fortuitous. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. "Then let us go together." The primary consideration was that today was her return home, and her parents would likely ponder the reason for her visit. Although it was not an official call, her parents would undoubtedly be delighted by Jing Xiuyan's company. Upon their arrival at the Pu residence, Pu Donglai and Qiao Sanyang expressed genuine joy at the sight of Jing Xiuyan. In contrast, Pu Shuni swiftly greeted Jing Xiuyan before eagerly pulling Jiaojiao aside, his excitement palpable. "Jiaojiao, let me tell you, I have found a significant client in the capital." After viewing the soaps, he expressed a desire to purchase all of them. Pu Shuni had learned that this individual was a merchant from the capital, intending to sell the soaps there. Upon hearing this, Jiaojiao could not help but furrow her brow. The capital was a place where only the finest goods congregated, and since the soap market had yet to be established, she was concerned about the logistics of distribution. Moreover, merchants operating in the capital often had powerful connections. Rather than sharing her brother's exuberance, she inquired with keen interest, "Brother, please recount in detail your conversation with him. What did he say, and what promises did he make?" Noticing his sister's composed demeanor, Pu Shuni gradually regained his calm. He had not anticipated her to be so collected. He had been overjoyed when the merchant expressed interest in purchasing a large quantity. After all, selling goods to the capital was a prestigious accomplishment. Reflecting on this, he felt somewhat embarrassed in comparison to his sister's maturity and composure. Chapter 65. Visitors from the capital emerging from his excitement. Pu Shuni took a moment to gather his thoughts and recalled the meeting with the merchant. Bursting with enthusiasm and carrying several meticulously wrapped soaps, he entered the capital. He was confident that his sister's creation would fetch a splendid price there. Having previously traversed the capital, he was well acquainted with its dynamics. He did not wander elsewhere, but proceeded directly to the renowned grocery store, Jiaojiao Pavilion. Jiaojiao Pavilion was distinctly designed, featuring a façade of intricately carved ebony, open and spacious, boasting 3 times the width of the Pu family's shop. Upon entering, the light noticeably brightened, illuminating the pristine green bricks underfoot. A delicate, refined fragrance wafted through the air, starkly contrasting with the mixed aromas of the Pu family's shop. Towering shelves flanked either side, adorned with an array of exquisite items. The porcelain gleamed with warmth, the silk shimmered with smoothness, and there were intricately crafted trinkets that Pu Shuni could tell were not meant for the common folk. The attendants behind the counter, clad in uniform blue cotton jackets, appeared spirited and energetic, their voices resonant and firm as they introduced the products. A few elegantly dressed patrons meandered through the space, conversing in hushed tones. Pu Shuni instinctively adjusted his collar, feeling that his cotton attire seemed somewhat out of place in such a refined environment. Although the Pu family operated a general store, their financial standing was modest, particularly in the grander context of the capital. His attire was no different from that of an ordinary individual. In fact, he had made a point to wear something more appropriate for his business dealings. However, in the capital, such clothing felt insufficient. Yet, the thought of the soap nestled in his arms straightened his posture. He approached the manager, who appeared to be in charge, cleared his throat, and inquired politely if he might have a moment of the manager's time. The manager, a man in his 40s dressed in a silk long gown, bore a genial smile, yet his response was a gentle refusal, asking what the gentleman required, as the current number of customers made it inconvenient for him to step away. Pu Shuni hesitated, noticing that those around him seemed disinterested in his presence. With caution, he retrieved a box wrapped in clean cotton cloth from his pocket and extended it towards the manager. "Please take a look at this. It is our exclusive formula for jasmine soap, which leaves the skin feeling refreshed and fragrant, and is far superior in cleansing power to the soaps available on the market. It leaves the skin smooth and hydrated, not at all dry." He expressed his previous experiences with great anticipation, looking earnestly at the manager. However, the manager merely cast a fleeting glance at the box, showing no intention of opening it, and appeared entirely disinterested in the soap Pu Shuni had described. "Thank you for your kind offer," he replied leisurely, "but our Jiaojiao Pavilion has established suppliers, and we possess a full range of soaps. At present, we have no need for additional products." A pang of urgency struck Pu Shuni's heart. "You might consider trying it first. I assure you this soap is truly unique and unlike any other soap available." "Not necessary." The manager maintained his smile, yet his tone was resolute. He gestured to an attendant nearby. "Such are our shop's regulations. I hope you understand." The attendant promptly stepped forward, making a gesture of dismissal. Pu Shuni felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Why wouldn't they even consider trying such a fine product? Though he felt a sense of frustration, he also understood that this was not a place where he could express his displeasure freely. Resignedly, he tucked the soap box away and turned to leave. "What a disheartening start," he sighed, just as he reached the threshold. At that moment, a young man's voice called out from behind him, "Excuse me, brave sir. Please hold on." Pu Shuni turned around in confusion, only to see a young man clad in a deep blue satin robe standing not far away. With a jade belt cinched at his waist, he possessed a handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor, unmistakably hailing from an affluent family. The young man gazed at him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What you mentioned earlier has piqued my interest. Might I have a word with you?" Pu Shuni was momentarily taken aback, but soon a flicker of hope ignited within him, and he eagerly nodded. "Of course, certainly." The young man smiled gently, gesturing for him to follow, leading Pu Shuni to a quaint tea house situated at the corner of the street. The exterior of the tea house was modest, yet inside it revealed a hidden paradise, tranquil and distinct from the opulence of Jiaojiao Pavilion, exuding a refined comfort akin to that of cultured scholars. Guided by a server, the two ascended to the second floor and entered a window-side private room. Pu Shuni felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as his feet touched the clean wooden floor, a sense of lightness washing over him. The disappointment from his earlier encounter at Jiaojiao Pavilion had yet to dissipate, and this sudden twist of fate ignited a fervor within him, akin to being fried in hot oil. Once the server had served the tea and departed, the young man picked up his cup, taking a delicate sip before turning his gentle yet scrutinizing gaze towards Pu Shuni. "I am Jianhong, visiting from the capital. I overheard your conversation at Jiaojiao Pavilion regarding a particular soap, which seemed quite unique. I'm somewhat curious. May I take a look?" Upon realizing he was in the presence of a distinguished guest from the capital, Pu Shuni's heart raced, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. He quickly retrieved the few pieces of soap wrapped meticulously in fine cotton cloth from his pocket, presenting them with both hands, and laid them on the table. "Please take a look. This is the Jade Orchid-scented soap crafted from our family's secret formula. While I cannot claim it to be a rare treasure, it does possess certain distinctive qualities pertaining to cleanliness and skin nourishment." Within the open wooden box lay several pieces of pure, smooth soap, subtly gleaming like polished mutton fat jade. The squares were neatly shaped with crisp edges, unlike the coarse soap corners found on the market, clearly reflecting the care put into their creation. As the cloth was unfurled, an elegant fragrance of jade orchids wafted through the air, gentle yet pervasive, akin to a fine drizzle nurturing the earth, quietly infiltrating one's senses and refreshing the mind. This aroma was purer and cleaner than the rose essence typically favored by the affluent. Jianhong's gaze lingered on the soap, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He extended his slender fingers to delicately lift a piece, noting its fine, smooth texture, which was surprisingly softer than the usual coarse soap. Bringing it to his nose, the invigorating floral scent became even more pronounced, unmistakably the fragrance of jade orchids, truly authentic. Impressed by the quality, Jianhong set down the soap and beckoned to the young servant waiting outside, requesting a basin of clean water. Pu Shuni's heart raced to his throat, his eyes fixed intently on Jianhong's actions. Soon, the servant returned with a basin of clear water. Chapter 66. A personal encounter. Jianhong rolled up the sleeves of his deep blue robe, revealing a fair wrist. He submerged his hand in the water, then took the piece of jade orchid soap, gently rubbing it in his moist palm. Pu Shuni held his breath. Although he had confidence in the soap crafted by his sister, witnessing the actions of the individual opposite him inexplicably heightened his anxiety. Before him, Jianhong's hands were soon enveloped in a delicate, soft foam that was unlike the ordinary, clumsy lye soap, instead resembling the gentle caress of clouds. The foam was pure and fine, and as it increased with his gentle kneading, it released an even richer fragrance of tuberose, mingling with the steam to fill the room with a refreshing aroma. Jianhong meticulously washed his hands, rinsed them thoroughly with clean water, and instead of immediately drying them with a cloth, he raised his hands to examine them in the light streaming through the window, then brought them to his nose to inhale deeply. After drying his hands, Jianhong lifted them again, savoring the sensation of his skin. Refreshing and clean, this was to be expected. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his skin felt neither tight nor dry. Rather, it possessed an indescribable moisture, smooth, as if coated with a thin protective film. The subtle scent of tuberose lingered, undiminished by water, delicately remaining on his skin, almost imperceptible yet exceedingly pleasant. Jianhong's brows arched slightly. The pure curiosity in his eyes seemed to deepen into genuine interest. He remained silent, reveling in the silky texture of his skin. Seeing Jianhong's reaction, Pu Xuanyi felt a weight lift from his chest, his back's sweat seemingly dissipating. He rubbed his hands together, nervously awaiting the nobleman's appraisal. After a prolonged moment, Jianhong finally lowered his hands and turned to Pu Xuanyi, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. This soap indeed possesses a certain finesse, far superior to what is available on the market. Jianhong's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, producing a crisp sound. He regarded Pu Xuanyi with steady eyes that bore an undeniable intent. This soap strikes me favorably. How much stock do you have? I shall take all of it. Pu Xuanyi's head jerked up, his eyes widening in surprise at the audacity of the statement. All of it. The few bars he held, along with those his sister had recently produced, numbered scarcely over 100. They had yet to expand their market, and his sister had prudently refrained from producing too many at once. He naturally agreed with her cautious approach, believing that steady and careful progress was the way forward for individuals like themselves. Jianhong, perceiving his thoughts, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Of course, this is merely a proposition. I intend to gift these to discerning individuals in the capital, so they must not be available to others. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Do you understand my meaning? This soap is to be supplied exclusively to me. Exclusively? Pu Xuanyi's heart skipped a beat. The capital? Nobles? The weight of these words left him momentarily dazed. He instinctively glanced at the bars of soap on the table, their pristine and smooth appearance suggesting they would indeed be well received, yet he had never anticipated they could be sold so swiftly to the capital. Jianhong continued, Alternatively, you can sell me all your stock, and I shall purchase whatever you produce in the future. The price is negotiable. He paused, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping as he fixed his gaze upon Pu Xuanyi. You shall sell me the formula you have created, and in return, I will provide you with a sum sufficient for your family to live comfortably. From this moment forth, this soap will have no further ties to the Pu family. Buy out the formula? Pu Xuanyi's breath quickened, and perspiration began to bead on his palms. This was something his sister had brought forth, and truth be told, it did not hold much significance for him. To sell the formula outright felt akin to parting with a hen that lays golden eggs. Yet the promise of financial security was undeniably tempting. It was clear that the sum offered would not be trivial. Such an opportunity might come, but once in a lifetime. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes. No, he could not make this decision unilaterally. The formula resided in his sister's hands. How it would be sold, whether as a product or as a formula, was solely her prerogative. Pu Xuanyi licked his parched lips and managed a somewhat awkward smile. Bowing slightly to Jianhong, it is indeed a blessing for a humble man like me to be regarded by one as esteemed as yourself. However, this soap is a family heirloom, and the decision regarding the formula is not solely mine to make. He carefully chose his words, wary of provoking this esteemed guest. Might I request a few days' grace? Allow me to discuss this with my family. 3 days, just 3 days. After that, I shall certainly provide you with a definitive answer. Jianhong raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the response, yet he did not exhibit anger. He scrutinized Pu Xuanyi's anxious yet resolute demeanor and found it somewhat intriguing. He nodded. Very well. 3 days it is. I shall be residing at the Yueli Inn during this time. You may come to seek me then. He picked up another bar of soap, inhaling its fragrance with casual indifference. Do not disappoint me. Pu Xuanyi felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly nodding and bowing. Certainly, I would never dare to delay your affairs. He cast a glance at the box of soap on the table, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. Ultimately, he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Jianhong. These soaps shall be a gift to you, Master Jian. I shall return in 3 days. Jianhong was pleased with Pu Xuanyi's perceptiveness and nodded, permitting him to depart. As soon as he left, another figure slipped into the private room, bowing to inquire, Sir, shall we proceed? The words were left unfinished, yet the menace behind them was palpable. Jianhong reclined casually, his tone languid. Let us wait. There is no rush. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Pu Jiaojiao's expression darkened upon hearing her brother's account. Even without meeting the individual he spoke of, she could glean from his retelling that this person was formidable. It was unnecessary to elaborate. Pu Shuni's discernment was indeed commendable. The gentleman, named Jian Hong, claimed to be a merchant from the capital, yet his commanding presence was unmistakable. Pu Shuni had traversed many places but had only ever glimpsed the aura of nobility from afar, which was vividly manifested in Jian Hong. Thus, he surmised that Jian Hong's assertion of being from the capital was likely true, but whether he was indeed a genuine merchant remained uncertain. However, Pu Shuni had no intention of foolishly inquiring about it. Instead, he shared his suspicions with Pu Jiaojiao. Pu Jiaojiao pondered for a moment before turning to her brother. Pu Shuni, brother, in 3 days, let us personally meet that gentleman together. Chapter 67. I shall accompany you. Pu Shuni nearly leaped up, his voice rising several octaves in surprise. Jiaojiao, are you truly serious? You wish to accompany me to the capital to meet that Lord Jian Hong? He repeated his question multiple times, his eyes wide as saucers, as though he had encountered some fantastical tale. Observing her brother's astonished expression, Pu Jiaojiao felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She had anticipated that her proposal would startle him. With patience, she nodded affirmatively, her tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Of course, it is true, brother. I shall accompany you. I cannot trust you to go alone. The gentleman Jian Hong was not someone to be underestimated. While Pu Shuni's capabilities reassured her, the nature of their dealings suggested that the other party was not merely engaged in business. Therefore, she felt compelled to meet the gentleman personally to ascertain his intentions. Furthermore, should a buyout occur, it would not be detrimental. She possessed a multitude of formulas and was not overly concerned about losing one. Pu Shuni remained somewhat dazed, mumbling but he stammered for some time, unable to articulate his thoughts, his gaze wandering as he processed this unexpected news. Subconsciously, he glanced at Jing Xiuyan, who was conversing with her parents, his expression revealing hesitation and conflict. He opened his mouth, intending to voice his concerns, but then swallowed his words back. Noticing her brother's gaze, Pu Jiaojiao suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was not the world she had previously inhabited, but rather a realm governed by strict customs of antiquity. She was now a married woman, no longer merely Pu's little sister, but Jing's wife. To meet a man from outside the family, and such an important matter at that, how could she not discuss it with her husband? She had been remiss in her considerations. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned to face Jing Xiuyan. She had completely overlooked this aspect. Her ability to travel freely was no longer a given, as any undertaking now entailed numerous implications. Jing Xiuyan was engaged in conversation with Pu Dong when he sensed her gaze and turned to look at her. Pu Jiaojiao's heart involuntarily quickened. Biting her lip, she softened her voice and tentatively began, "Husband, I have something to discuss with you." In both sentiment and reason, it was essential for her to confide in Jing Xiuyan. He quietly concluded his discussion with Pu Dong and approached her, inquiring, "What is it?" "It pertains to the soap I have been crafting," Pu Jiaojiao replied, presenting the soap she had placed in the shop for him to see. "This is what I have created, initially intended for sale in the shop. My brother has gone to the capital to promote it and has encountered a gentleman from the capital who wishes to buy out my formula. I desire to meet him in person. What do you think? Is it permissible?" Upon concluding her explanation, she awaited Jing Xiuyan's response with a tinge of anxiety. Though her heart yearned to go, and she felt it was necessary, in this era, a woman's actions were invariably subject to considerable constraints. She was uncertain about how Jing Xiuyan would perceive her, wondering if he might think she was being too forward and lacking in decorum. Primarily, it was because she had not spent much time acclimating to him, and she often felt a sense of guilt in his presence. Jing Xiuyan scrutinized the bar of soap in his hand and quietly inquired, "When approximately?" "I told him I would provide a response in 3 days. Pu Shuni interjected, calculating. I returned last night, and I must head to the capital by the day after tomorrow at the latest. I shall accompany you." Pu Jiaojiao paused, her astonishment evident. Her slightly rounded eyes widened in surprise, as if in a daze. "You will go with me?" "For reasons unknown." Jing Xiuyan was reminded of a wildcat often seen around the county office, its round, glistening eyes appearing somewhat vacant, evoking an irresistible urge to pet it. Yes, he affirmed softly, his voice low yet distinctly reaching Pu Jiaojiao and Pu Shunyi's ears. As Pu Jiaojiao raised her gaze, she met Jing Shuyan's eyes, and he nodded slightly, seemingly confirming her understanding that he would accompany her. Pu Shunyi exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. Wonderful. My brother-in-law has agreed. Now I need not worry about how to explain to my sister should matters not proceed well. Jing Shuyan regarded her, his gaze seemingly softened. Or perhaps it was merely Pu Jiaojiao's illusion. Yes, I shall accompany you and will remain reticent, he added, as if to assuage any apprehension she might harbor. However, Pu Jiaojiao couldn't help but think, who is worried about you speaking too much? She merely found the situation astonishing. Not only did he not oppose her going, but he also intended to accompany her personally. This was utterly unexpected. The thought of him joining her to the capital filled her with an undeniable joy. Her mind involuntarily flickered back to the strong, lean lines of muscle concealed beneath his clothing, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to skip a beat. She had to admit that Jing Shuyan's mere presence exuded a formidable sense of security. With him by her side, it seemed that the potential troubles and uncertainties became less daunting. Moreover, as a government official, his status could provide numerous advantages should any issues arise. With this perspective, her inexplicable anxiety swiftly subsided, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation and reassurance. She nodded, acknowledging, "Very well, I shall rely on you, my lord." Subsequently, she pondered a practical concern, her brow furrowing slightly. But, is it convenient to request leave from the office? Will it interfere with your duties? After all, he was a constable, and the journey to the capital was not short. Back and forth, along with his tasks, would require at least 2 days. In truth, it was not solely him. She also needed to inform Master Chui regarding her absence over the next 2 days and consider how to manage her meals. Yet, she was not overly worried, as the kitchen at the county office often lacked personnel, and there had been no issues previously. Pu Jiaojiao's thoughts quickly settled, and Jing Shuyan appeared to have anticipated this concern, his expression remaining calm. "It is of no consequence. I seldom take leave, and as for the county lord, a simple word from me suffices. He is not a harsh man, so you need not worry about that." Upon hearing this, Pu Jiaojiao felt her anxieties dissipate entirely. Since he had made arrangements and had confidence in obtaining leave smoothly, there was naturally no reason for her to be troubled. Have matters been settled? At this moment, Qiao Sanyang said with a cheerful smile, "Let us have a simple dinner at home tonight. As it is your first visit, you cannot leave without a proper meal." Pu Jiaojiao glanced at Jing Shuyan and, seeing his approval, replied, "All right, I will assist my mother, and later I will go to the school to pick up Ai." He should not head home directly. Chapter 68. Restless movements. Jing Hongyi, upon being fetched, greeted the Pu family with decorum. This time, as Jing Shuyan was present, Pu Donglai specially brought out his prized liquor to share a few drinks with his son-in-law. Pu Jiaojiao and Qiao Sanyang worked together to prepare a table full of dishes, noticeably half of which were accompaniments for the liquor, perhaps with the intent of gauging their son-in-law's drinking capacity. In Li City, it is customary for the son-in-law's first visit to involve a measure of his tolerance for alcohol. The maternal family ensures that he remains at the table, signifying that even after marriage, the daughter has the backing of her family. As the meal progressed, Jing Hongyi remained composed, while Pu Donglai, with tears streaming down his cheeks, sobbed, "My Jiaojiao, my precious girl, so small and delicate, raised with great care, and now she is married off to become a stepmother. You must treat her well, for she has never had to work at home. Now that she is married, she will learn everything. Oh, my poor Jiaojiao." Though Pu Donglai's lament was heartfelt, Pu Jiaojiao felt exceedingly embarrassed listening to him. She wished to help him to a room to rest, but Pu Donglai stubbornly clung to Jing Shuyan. Ultimately, it was Qiao Sanyang who could no longer bear the sight. She seized Pu Donglai by the ear and dragged him away, speaking with a fierce tone. "You should talk to your son-in-law. He will naturally care for Jiaojiao. What kind of man hugs his son-in-law like this? It is already late. Let them return home early. They must work tomorrow, unlike you." who can sleep until whenever you wish. Pu Jiaojiao cast a worried glance at Jing Xiuyan and quietly asked, "Can you still walk? If not, you may stay here for the night." Although the Pu residence was modest, her room from before her marriage still remained. With 4 people, they could manage to sleep, albeit snugly. Jing Xiuyan shook his head. "I am fine. Let us return. I will bring Hua over tomorrow." The following day, both of them were to work at the yamen, so Hua would have to be entrusted to Qiao Sanyang once more. She welcomed this, for with the departure of her daughter, the arrival of a granddaughter alleviated her loneliness. Seeing that Jing Xiuyan appeared genuinely untroubled, Pu Jiaojiao said her goodbyes to the Pu family, and the 4 of them made their way home, while Pu Shuni had already drunk himself into a stupor, sprawled on the bed. In truth, his drinking capacity was decent, but paled in comparison to Jing Xiuyan's. The 2 families were not far apart. They arrived home in merely a quarter of an hour. Pu Jiaojiao hurriedly boiled water, allowing Jing Hongyi and Jing Xiaohua to wash up. Fortunately, during their stay at the Pu family home, Jing Hongyi had already completed his studies, thus avoiding the necessity of burning the midnight oil. By the time they finished washing, Jing Xiaohua was so drowsy that she could barely keep her eyes open. Pu Jiaojiao quickly cleaned her up and tucked her into bed. Jing Hongyi, however, lingered a moment, not entering the room, but standing at the kitchen door, observing Pu Jiaojiao's flurry of activity. Upon turning around, Pu Jiaojiao noticed the conflicted expression on Jing Hongyi's face and couldn't help but chuckle. "Ai, what troubles you? Have you encountered some difficulty?" Embarrassed by her question, Jing Hongyi fiddled with the hem of his garment, but mustered the courage to speak. "Mother, I heard today at my maternal grandparents' house that you and father are going out. Is that true?" Pu Jiaojiao paused her tasks and approached Jing Hongyi, bending slightly to meet his gaze. "I haven't had the chance to properly inform you yet. It was only decided today. Your father and I will be heading to the capital the day after tomorrow at dawn, and coincidentally, you will also be going out with your teacher to seek the autumn scenery. None of us will be at home. What about Hua?" A flicker of concern crossed Jing Hongyi's eyes. "If we all leave, what will happen to Hua?" Pu Jiaojiao did not brush aside his worries, but tilted her head thoughtfully and proposed, "How about this? Tomorrow, I will ask Hua if she would like to stay at her grandmother's house for a night. I believe your grandmother would be delighted to host her. If she truly prefers not to, she may accompany us, although it would be rather arduous, as we must depart early, and preparing the carriage will take half a day." Jing Hongyi released a sigh of relief, a genuine smile gracing his face, likely because he sensed that Pu Jiaojiao was earnestly discussing the matter with him rather than merely appeasing him. "Then, Mother, please ask Hua tomorrow. I'm fine with whichever choice she makes." His voice carried a note of cheerfulness. "And could you please bring me some food for the journey the day after tomorrow?" They would need to carry provisions for their excursion to seek autumn, as the travel time would be significant. Pu Jiaojiao laughed and urged him to return to bed, reminding him that he had school the following day. After ensuring everything was in order and returning to the room, she found Jing Xiuyan sitting on a stool, his head drooping. The dim light obscured his features. Hesitating for a moment, Pu Jiaojiao approached and gently called out, "Jing Xiuyan?" Upon hearing his name, Jing Xiuyan stirred slightly, slowly lifting his head. His once amiable face now appeared somewhat dazed, his deep, dark eyes fixed intently on Pu Jiaojiao, as if trying to recognize her. Feeling a blush rise to her cheeks under his gaze, Pu Jiaojiao tugged at his sleeve. "I'll pour you some water to wash up. Once you're done, go to bed. Don't sit here." The weather had already turned cooler, and if he remained seated all night, he might catch a chill by morning. Nowadays, such chills could be quite serious, potentially leading to dire consequences. It was best to avoid illness whenever possible, unlike in later times when a few doses of medicine could remedy ailments, albeit with the bitter concoctions that made one wish for death. At this moment, Jing Xiuyan's reactions appeared particularly sluggish. After a prolonged pause upon hearing Pu Jiaojiao speak, he finally nodded. During dinner that evening, Jing Xiuyan had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. After all, both Pu Donglan and Pu Shuni were drinking with him, with the intent to encourage him to drink more. Since it was his first visit to the Yu family, he naturally wanted to make a good impression. It was likely that while Pu Donglan had a half cup, He was required to down an entire cup, and as the evening progressed, it was evident that he had drunk more than either of them. However, as he departed from his in-laws, he had been forcefully suppressing the effects of the alcohol. Yet, upon returning home to a familiar environment, the alcohol's effects became overwhelming, leaving him in a state of blissful confusion. Pu Jiaojiao noticed a particular charm in Jing Xiuyan. When intoxicated, he appeared exceedingly docile. In his sober state, Jing exuded a certain formidable presence, likely a byproduct of his profession as a constable, which often imbued him with an air of intimidation. Yet in this moment, although his responses were slow, he complied obediently with whatever Pu Jiaojiao said, lowering his gaze submissively, stirring something within her. Chapter 69. Hormones. Though Pu Jiaojiao felt a fluttering in her heart, her hands remained steady in their task. A warm cloth, soaked in water, was gently pressed against Jing Xiuyan's face after being wrung out. The water's temperature was just right, not waking him, but rather inducing a sense of comfort that caused him to squint his eyes contentedly, his furrowed brow relaxing significantly and the previously tense line of his jaw softening, losing its intimidating edge. He rolled his throat and mumbled something indistinctly, prompting Pu Jiaojiao to lean in closer, though she could not decipher his words, only catching a faint scent of alcohol mingled with his refreshing aura. She delicately wiped his cheeks, forehead, and even his neck. As she drew nearer, she noticed his long eyelashes, high nose bridge, and attractive lips, albeit slightly parched at that moment. Her heart raced, and she instinctively softened her touch. After finishing his face, she observed that he was still clad in his formal outerwear, which presented a dilemma. Surely, he could not be allowed to sleep in such attire? After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to assist him in removing it. She first unfastened the ties of his outer garment, which were secured with utmost precision. Being so close, Pu Jiaojiao bent slightly to feel a wave of warmth, causing her earlobes to flush crimson and her fingers to become awkwardly clumsy. After a struggle, she managed to loosen the ties, but as she slipped the garment off, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his firm chest just beneath his collarbone. Even through the thin layer of fabric, she could feel the warmth and the contours of his muscles, causing her cheeks to heat up. She quickly withdrew her hand and took a deep breath to regain her composure. She needed to lift him slightly to remove the outerwear from his arms. Jing Xiuyan seemed to sense discomfort and emitted a soft grunt, leaning heavily against her. Taken by surprise, Pu Jiaojiao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She quickly steadied herself, her nose nearly brushing against his neck, the enticing scent of him becoming even more pronounced, imbued with a distinctly masculine allure that made her heart skip a beat. Silently cursing her predicament, she nonetheless wrapped her arms around his waist, bracing herself to support him. After a considerable effort, he finally shed his outer garment, and as the strap of his inner clothing tugged, it revealed his well-defined arms and broad shoulders. His skin was a healthy shade of wheat, his muscles evenly proportioned and robust, unlike the exaggerated physique of a bodybuilder, yet emanating a palpable sense of strength. Pu Jiaojiao dared not gaze for long, her eyes darting away in a flurry of confusion, feeling as though the air in the room had grown thin. The next task was to assist him to the edge of the bed, which proved to be quite a physical endeavor. The majority of Jing Xiuyan's weight bore down upon her, and Pu Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, inching step by step to the bedside, nearly exhausting herself before finally managing to heave him onto the bed. He sank heavily into the bedding, his brow furrowing once more. Without pausing to catch her breath, she hastily seized the blanket in an attempt to cover him. Just as she lifted one corner of the blanket, he suddenly grasped her wrist with force. The abrupt motion startled Pu Jiaojiao, and she met his half-lidded gaze. His eyes were somewhat hazy, the remnants of intoxication still evident, yet a sharpness lingered, fixated upon her. "Water," he rasped, uttering a single word. Pu Jiaojiao paused momentarily, then realized he was asking for water. His grip on her wrist was hot and firm. The two of them locked in a stalemate, one reclining, the other leaning forward, close enough to count the tremors of his eyelashes. The area where he held her felt electrified, a tingling sensation coursing through her. "Let go of me first, and I will fetch you some," Pu Jiaojiao attempted to extricate herself, her voice wavering slightly. Jing Xiuyin seemed oblivious, stubbornly maintaining his gaze on her, refusing to loosen his hold. Pu Jiaojiao felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. In his drunken state, he resembled a child. She softened her tone. "All right, I will get you some water, but you must lie still and release my hand, will you?" He appeared to comprehend the words water and lie still, or perhaps her tone had an effect, for he finally began to relax his grip. Pu Jiaojiao swiftly withdrew her hand, still warm from his touch. Without delay, she turned and hurried to pour water, her heart racing and her cheeks flushed. To avoid him becoming parched during the night, she had thoughtfully placed a small stool nearby, within his reach, to hold a jug of water. "Jing Xiuyin?" She lowered her voice, gently calling to him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a hint of drunkenness and haze lingering in his gaze as he looked at her. "Have some water," Pu Jiaojiao offered the cup. He attempted to prop himself up, yet his brow instinctively furrowed, and he pressed his palm to his forehead, clearly uncomfortable. Observing this, Pu Jiaojiao quickly set the cup down. "Lie still, you can't drink like this." She hesitated for a moment, glancing at the bed and then back at him. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, cautiously shifting to the edge of the bed, then slowly seating herself behind him, reaching out to support his shoulder. "I'll help you sit up a little." Her voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks already aflame. Jing Xiuyin remained silent, yet he subtly lifted his upper body in response to her gentle guidance, the majority of his weight resting lightly against her back and shoulder. Through several layers of fabric, Pu Jiaojiao could still distinctly sense the warmth radiating from his body, along with the firm yet gentle texture. Her heart raced suddenly, thumping against her chest, prompting her to take a deep breath in fear of being overheard, internally chastising herself for being flustered. After all, he was her legitimate husband, and she had seen her fair share of the world. She managed to suppress her embarrassment to some extent. One arm encircled his shoulder, steadying his form, while the other lifted a cup, bringing it to his lips, urging him to drink slowly. His breath brushed against the back of her hand, warm and inviting, causing her fingertips to tremble slightly, almost making her lose her grip on the cup. She forced herself to steady her mind, focusing solely on the act of feeding him water. Jing Xiuyin lowered his head slightly, obediently sipping from the cup. The water trickled over his slightly parched lips, producing a faint sound. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of their breaths merging. Drawing closer, Pu Jiaojiao could discern the faint scent of soap mingled with the aroma of alcohol, alongside his unique, potent pheromones. She felt every slight movement of his throat as he swallowed, each motion tugging at the strings of her heart. She had never truly experienced the essence of sensuality in the presence of a man before. Yet, at this moment, those two words echoed in her mind, distinct from any man she had encountered in her previous life. His hair was slightly tousled, strands falling over his forehead, dangerously close to her cheek. At that instant, it seemed Jing Xiuyin sought to adjust his position, or perhaps he merely moved unconsciously. His profile turned slightly, and his warm lips brushed fleetingly, like feathers, against the skin of Pu Jiaojiao's neck. She froze, as if scalded, instinctively halting her breath. A wave of indescribable heat surged from her neck, swiftly spreading to her ears and engulfing her entire face. She could even feel that patch of skin tingling, her heartbeat skipping several beats before pounding like a drum. She instinctively wanted to draw back her neck, but hesitated, fearing movement while still supporting him. Jing Xiuyin seemed unaware of the significance of that brief contact. His breath remained warm, and after finishing the water, he gently murmured, indicating he had had enough. Only then did Pu Jiaojiao awaken from her daze. Hurriedly placing the cup on the low table beside her, her movements stiff, she cautiously attempted to lay him down, striving to avoid any further unnecessary contact. After settling him comfortably, she quickly retreated from behind him, distancing herself, her hands unconsciously fidgeting together. The lingering sensation on her neck left her feeling as though she were faint from the residual aroma of alcohol in the air. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, her face was flushed, nearly as crimson as blood. The evening air was rather chilly, And as Pu Jiaojiao stood in the courtyard, she took in a breath of cold air, her shyness dissipating somewhat. She felt that such a bashful demeanor was utterly incongruous with her experience, promptly convincing herself to turn and return indoors. Having smoothly climbed into bed, Pu Jiaojiao cast aside her shyness and fell into a serene slumber. Unbeknownst to her, as she drifted into sleep, Jing Xiuyan, who had indulged a bit too much in drink, slowly opened his eyes. The remnants of inebriation were nowhere to be found in his gaze. Turning onto his side, he noticed a small mound beneath the covers, and Pu Jiaojiao's sleeping visage appeared remarkably tranquil. His fingers gently grazed her lips, eliciting a subtle smile. Pu Jiaojiao had grown accustomed to waking up to the sounds of Jing Xiuyan working in the courtyard each morning. Therefore, when she heard the familiar noises from outside, it felt quite routine. Today, she needed to send Hua to the Pu family, so after Jing Hongyi's departure, she called for Jing Xiaohua. Jing Xiaohua was an exceptionally well-behaved child. In the past, when Pu Jiaojiao was not around, she had been entrusted to a neighbor and had managed to keep to herself, causing no trouble. After Pu Jiaojiao's arrival, she enjoyed being close to her mother. Yet she understood the importance of not interrupting when her mother was busy. Moreover, upon arriving at the Pu household, Xiao Sanyang was adept at caring for children, and Jing Xiaohua had grown fond of her maternal grandmother. She accepted the arrangement of being sent to her maternal grandparents with great enthusiasm, especially since there were many delectable treats to savor, filling her little belly to the brim. Her grandmother particularly delighted in preparing snacks for her, which she cherished immensely. Seeing Jing Xiaohua wave goodbye to them with such sweetness, Pu Jiaojiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Hua is truly adorable. Perhaps we should bring her along tomorrow?" This referred to their planned trip to the capital city. Jing Xiuyan withdrew his gaze from Jing Xiaohua, replying, "I think it would be better to leave her here with your mother." Although taking her along posed no issue, this trip was primarily for serious matters, and having a child in tow might complicate things. Pu Jiaojiao pondered this for a moment, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. She was still uncertain about the other party's intentions. Bringing a child could indeed pose challenges in communication. Since the purpose of their visit was to discuss business, it would be more appropriate to maintain a formal demeanor. However, recalling her agreement with Jing Hongyi from the previous day, she resolved to inquire with Hua that afternoon. If she truly wished not to stay with her maternal grandmother, she would take her along, though it might be inconvenient. She aspired to uphold her commitments to the child. One should not assume that being an adult grants the liberty to disregard promises made to a child. Such actions would not only harm the child, but also erode the trust and image that the adult held in the child's eyes. Jing Xiuyan was somewhat taken aback by her determination and seriousness. In truth, he often found himself unable to fulfill promises made to children. Moreover, he recognized that visiting the capital and engaging in discussions was of considerable importance to Pu Jiaojiao. Otherwise, she would not have been so eager to meet with the individual upon hearing her brother-in-law mention it. Despite the circumstances, her ability to remain mindful of the child's needs was unexpected to him, and it stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Yet, did this not also signify that the marriage arrangement, made out of necessity, had unexpectedly borne fruit? Jing Xiuyan's mood lifted a few notches, and his aura softened considerably. Although both individuals worked in the same government office, their workplaces were distinctly different. Jing Xiuyan's duties were naturally conducted within the county office, entering through a separate door. However, Pu Jiaojiao needed to first seek out Master Chui, so she accompanied Jing Xiuyan into the county office. Master Chui had, of course, been there since early morning. Pu Jiaojiao explained her desire to take a 2-day leave for personal matters, to which Master Chui readily agreed. However, after confirming multiple times that her absence would indeed be limited to just 2 days, Master Chui expressed his satisfaction. "I will take leave for these 2 days. The kitchen will be in need of someone to cover, so let Song He take over. He seems to possess a certain skill. I will remind him today, and there should be no issues," Pu Jiaojiao thought, recalling Song He's culinary prowess and believing he would manage just fine. Nonetheless, she considered today a test of his capabilities. Master Chui appeared somewhat surprised, stroking his beard. "It's not that I am unwilling to comply. Rather, I doubt Song he may be able to manage. Since you are taking leave, there is no need to worry about our meals. If necessary, we can always purchase food from outside. Although Jiaojiao did not fully grasp why Master Chui mentioned that Song he might struggle, she chose not to probe further and simply accepted the situation. However, she still wished to assess Song He's abilities for if similar circumstances arose in the future. It would not do to leave the county office and the small school without a meal simply because she had taken leave. Thus, upon returning to the kitchen, Jiaojiao called for Song He. I will be taking a 2-day leave tomorrow and the day after. I wonder if Master Song could manage the kitchen during my absence? Song He paused for a moment, his pupils dilating in surprise, and he quickly stepped back 2 paces. The once composed expression on his face suddenly turned crimson, and his words stumbled forth. I cannot. This response genuinely astonished Jiaojiao. She had not perceived the weight of Master Chui's earlier words, as the kitchen and the county office rarely intersected. And Master Chui might not have a full understanding of Song He's capabilities. However, observing Song He's expression revealed a reality far different from her expectations. Chapter 71. An unexplained discomfort. Jiaojiao felt perplexed and attempted to persuade him. Yet Song He shook his head vigorously, refusing to consider the possibility. She fell silent for a moment. During her previous cooking sessions, she had sensed Song He's gaze upon her, scrutinizing her techniques, sometimes even fidgeting with his fingers. She had always assumed that Song He was quietly observing her to learn from her methods, and if he had simply asked, she would not have minded sharing her insights. After all, in her eyes, it was not a significant matter. In her previous life, a plethora of culinary videos existed, and she had absorbed a great deal from them. Although contemporary practitioners placed great importance on tradition, it was not uncommon for a master to withhold their deepest knowledge from apprentices, fearing the age-old adage of teaching the disciple to starve the master. Jiaojiao, however, was unfazed, as she understood well that even with identical ingredients, the flavors produced by different individuals would inevitably bear subtle distinctions. It is indeed plausible that the same dish, prepared by different individuals, could yield contrasting flavors. She believes that for one to advance, communication is indispensable. However, many individuals today hold their culinary skills in high esteem, often choosing to pass them down solely to their sons or apprentices. Consequently, Song He merely observed discreetly without seeking guidance, and Jiaojiao refrained from intruding, as she could not possibly impose her willingness to teach others how to cook. Primarily, she does not regard her cooking as particularly exceptional. She merely prepares ordinary home-cooked meals. Compared to the culinary masters at state banquets, she undoubtedly falls short, yet perhaps her dishes appeal due to their palatable flavors, particularly in a place where people are unaccustomed to such rich tastes. After all, consuming stews daily is quite taxing for her, while stir-frying is also an option. For reasons unknown, she still prefers to add water for stewing afterward. This method utterly baffles her. It is not to say that no one can master such flavors. Indeed, some individuals excel at making stews, yet stews differ fundamentally from stir-fried or deep-fried dishes. Given Song He's steadfast refusal, Jiaojiao ceased her persuasion. She had provided him with opportunities, but he was unwilling, and now she lacked the time to inquire about his thoughts. Moreover, her work schedule was already quite tight. So after being rebuffed by Song He, she did not dwell on it too much. While she felt at ease, Song He experienced a sense of unease. After completing the preparation of the day's ingredients, Jiaojiao was ready to stir-fry when she noticed Song He hesitantly approaching her side, his previously unruly countenance now fraught with inner conflict. Jiaojiao cast a glance at him, choosing silence as she proceeded to heat the oil in the pan. With a sizzle, the aroma of scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili burst forth, causing Song He to swallow the words he had been about to speak. However, he did not leave. Instead, he remained beside Jiaojiao, assisting her, a task he had grown accustomed to during this time. The only solace for him was that Jiaojiao did not dismiss him, silently acknowledging his presence beside her as a helper. This stirred a complex mix of emotions and gratitude within Song He. As the fragrance of the dishes intensified, those at the county office could hardly contain their anticipation. Jing Xiuyan, perplexed, emerged from the building, observing the restless individuals in the courtyard. "What are you all doing? Are you preparing to leave?" Before anyone could respond, he saw the county magistrate also stepping outside. The people standing in the courtyard hurriedly bowed in respect. Although Magistrate Jiang's expression was stern, they could sense that his mood was relatively pleasant. Cui Mingde fell half a step behind Magistrate Jiang, smiling as he remarked, "Ever since Madame Pu arrived, everyone has been quite diligent in their work. Even the small county school has grown significantly quieter." His reference to quietness implied that the two individuals, Jiang Hongwen and Chen Fengyi, who had previously caused disturbances, were no longer making a fuss. Without their leadership in driving others away, the rest naturally followed suit, especially since even the most fastidious Chen Fengyi remained silent, indicating that the others were quite satisfied with their meals. Upon reflection, Cui Mingde chuckled as he conversed with the county magistrate, saying, if Chun County's official were to learn that his son has indulged in such delectable dishes, he would surely be overjoyed. Chun County's official had descended to inspect the agricultural fields, thus remaining absent from the court for some time, and was consequently unaware that Chan Fengyi's appetite had nearly doubled compared to previous days. Indeed, the culinary creations of Lady Pu were distinctly unparalleled. The county magistrate happened to notice Jing Xiuyan and, with genuine interest, remarked, "I have heard that Lady Pu is your esteemed wife?" During the exchange between the county magistrate and Master Cui, Jing Xiuyan had silently stood by, and upon hearing the magistrate's inquiry, he instinctively nodded in affirmation. "You are indeed fortunate, blessed with a wife who excels in the art of cooking. It is a stroke of good fortune for any man," the magistrate continued. As they spoke, the county magistrate led the way toward the kitchen. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Jing Xiuyan's eyes. He was aware that the magistrate typically received his meals from the estate, rarely dining with the servants, except on occasion when Master Cui would share a meal with them. However, the current trajectory of the magistrate and Master Cui suggested a direct venture into the kitchen. Wang Wu shot a playful glance at Jing Xiuyan, who took a slight step back. Ever since the magistrate had tasted his sister-in-law's cooking, he had insisted on dining with them rather than relying on meals brought from the estate. Wang Wu expressed a hint of regret, noting that when only Master Cui was present, they felt less constrained, but the magistrate's presence rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. In truth, if the magistrate truly wished to have his meals served in a private setting, it would pose no issue. The crux of the matter lay in his belief that dining amidst the hustle and bustle was far more gratifying. Thus, for the past few days, they had been accompanying him to the kitchen for meals. As the least esteemed among the county officials, they found it difficult to voice any objections. Fortunately, the dishes prepared by the sister-in-law were undeniably to their liking, bringing them solace. Jing Xiuyan had not anticipated such a scenario, yet he acknowledged that his wife's culinary skills were indeed exceptional and flavorful. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the magistrate's decision. Today, he felt a sense of anticipation, as this was the first occasion since returning to the county court that he would savor his wife's cooking, and he was keen to discover how it differed from what he had at home. In no time, they arrived at the kitchen courtyard, and upon entering, Jing Xiuyan noticed a man attentively assisting his wife. His brows instinctively furrowed, but he quickly relaxed. He recognized Song He, who had been helping in the kitchen, yet the sight of him seemingly ingratiating himself was inexplicably irksome. Jing Xiuyan strode confidently toward him, pondering why Song He had not previously exhibited such eagerness in his interactions with the other cooks. Chapter 72. It seems they are all competing for my wife Pu Jiaojiao, felt a lightness in her hands, and, looking up, saw Jing Xiuyan with a stern expression, taking the wooden bucket from her grasp. Instinctively, she smiled at him, and to her relief, his previously cold demeanor visibly softened. As the officials trailing behind observed Jing Xiuyan's actions, they couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, yet the presence of the county magistrate deterred anyone from voicing their amusement. Upon their entrance, the individuals from the county school, led by Master Zhou, joined them. Jing Xiuyan soon realized that his little wife seemed to be quite popular. Master Zhou greeted her with eloquent pleasantries, expressing anticipation for the day's meal. Following that, the typically arrogant young Master Jiang and young Master Chun gathered around her, engaging in conversation. Although young Master Zhang's chin remained defiantly raised, his bright eyes were unmistakably different from before, occasionally glancing at the sumptuous dishes. Meanwhile, the young master from Commander's household stood by her side, gazing at her with admiration, his eyes reflecting a sense of awe. Suddenly, Jing Shuyan felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed as though these individuals were vying for his little wife's attention. He quickly shook his head, dismissing his irrational thoughts. The feast today was indeed lavish, and as everyone commenced their meal, they dove into their food with fervor. After all, those who ate quickly might still have the chance to savor a second helping, while those who lagged would surely have their portions snatched away. This was a lesson they had collectively learned. They were astonished to discover how delicious the braised fish and tofu could be when cooked together. Having previously only tasted the bland, clear soup version that often retained a hint of fishiness, the current dish of braised fish chunks with tofu was not only devoid of any unpleasant odor, but also infused with a rich aroma. Just this dish alone was sufficient to accompany half a bowl of rice. After serving himself, Jing Xiaoyan did not immediately begin to eat, but instead stood beside Pu Jiaojiao and inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. We will eat after you all have finished," she explained, urging him to eat quickly lest the food grow cold and lose its flavor. In truth, even if her dishes cooled down, they remained delightful, though naturally not as exquisite as when freshly prepared. Observing that Pu Jiaojiao seemed disinclined to eat at the moment, he refrained from pressing her further. He took his bowl and sat down beside Wang Wu and the others. Wang Wu grinned at him, asking if he had finished speaking with his sister-in-law. "Hurry and eat. If you don't, those little rascals will devour everything left on the table," he warned, having learned his lesson after missing out on a second helping due to his slow pace. Jing Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement and picked up his chopsticks to begin his meal. The first bite confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed his little wife's cooking. He could discern it immediately, though he was unaware of others' experiences. He realized that despite having only enjoyed her cooking for a few days, the flavors she crafted resonated vividly in his memory. Although the meal was prepared in a communal pot, the taste was far from lacking. He felt that the meals prepared by his little wife at home and those made at the county office were not significantly different in flavor. Yet he could not deny that the home-cooked meals held a certain superiority. After all, the smaller pots yielded dishes that were more refined and meticulously controlled. Then Jing Xiaoyan witnessed the situation that Wang Wu had described. When there was still a modest portion of food left in his bowl, others had already devoured their meals and rushed back to the serving area. With the first person taking the lead, it quickly became a cascade of individuals hurrying back. Beside him, Wang Wu joined the fray, and when Jing Xiaoyan looked up in confusion, he saw that the last serving of food had been completely taken. Jing Xiaoyan mused, could it be that these people rose without having breakfast? How exaggerated! Wang Wu returned with the last portion of food, grinning at Jing Xiaoyan. Today, Brother Jing can only have one bowl of rice, but you don't need to compete with us since your sister-in-law cooks for you daily. Wang Wu's words dripped with envy and jealousy. After dining at Jin Ji's home the previous evening, he felt that the meals at his own home were quite unpalatable. He resolved to have his partner learn from his sister-in-law, hoping that even if she couldn't replicate her culinary prowess, achieving half of her skill would suffice. Yuan Xian, overhearing Wang Wu, couldn't help but shoot him a glare. You've already savored your sister-in-law's cooking for several days, and yet you managed to snatch today's last serving. He added, your wife's cooking is actually quite good. Mine is the unfortunate one. I merely remarked that the food seemed less delectable than before, and my mother chased me around with a spatula for it. Yuan Xian felt aggrieved. He had only spoken a modest truth. Yet his mother had scolded him for being ungrateful. If the food at home were truly subpar, how could it possibly keep me so round and plump? He felt wronged, knowing that the meals at home were indeed inferior to those prepared by his sister-in-law. With this thought, he begrudgingly took another bite of rice, the sauce mingling with the grains, surprisingly delightful. He cast an envious glance at Jing Xiaoyan, pondering why Brother Jing was so fortunate to have found a wife who could create such delicious dishes. He resolved that when he married, he too would seek a partner as skilled as his sister-in-law, lest he face the same fate of being dismissed by his mother. Yuan Xian now regretted his slow pace, as he was left with nothing to eat. After finishing his rice, he gazed longingly at Wang Wu's bowl, prompting Wang Wu to hastily cover it with his hand and eat faster. Jing Shuyan suspected his little wife had cast a spell on the officials, as he expressionlessly took a bite of the eggplant, which was fried and stir-fried with green beans and a touch of minced meat, especially appetizing. Soon, he too finished his meal, casting a wistful glance at the empty dishes, feeling a tinge of regret. Many others, like him, had missed out on the return of the bowls due to their slower pace, staring longingly at those still enjoying their meals. Jing Xiuyan maintained self-control, naturally placing his empty bowl aside in the designated basin after finishing. They had nearly completed their meal when Pu Jiaojiao and her companions began to eat, as their portions had been reserved in advance, each in their own bowls. Seeing Jing Xiuyan approach, Pu Jiaojiao casually inquired, "Are you full?" She swore that her inquiry was merely a polite gesture, as the portions served during meals were quite ample, sufficient for an adult man. However, she was taken aback when Jing Xiuyan fixated on the crispy rice at the bottom of her bowl. This delightful morsel, formed from the remnants of rice steamed over a wood fire, was sprinkled with a hint of sugar, making it extraordinarily tempting. Chapter 73. Inexplicably choked, the sun shone pleasantly, inducing a sense of languor. At the county office, Jing Xiuyan leaned against a rock, carefully retrieving an object wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. His movements were deliberate as he slowly unwrapped the paper, revealing a small piece of golden brown, crispy rice. Nearby, Wang Wu, who had been resting with his neck craned, was immediately drawn to the sight. "Hey Jing, what are you eating? It looks quite fragrant." The crispy rice appeared delectably crunchy, its surface seemingly adorned with a glistening substance resembling melted sugar, reflecting softly in the sunlight. Jing Xiuyan did not respond right away. Instead, he pinched a small corner of the rice, which emitted a faint crackling sound. He took his time, not hurrying to eat, his gaze fixed on the morsel in his hand, his fingertips gently tracing the edge as if confirming something. It smelled of rice with a hint of sweetness. Wang Wu inched closer, inhaling deeply. In these times, white sugar was a rarity, making it difficult to come by anything sweet. Only then did Jing Xiuyan lift his gaze, placing the small piece in his mouth and chewing slowly. The roasted aroma of the rice, combined with just the right touch of sweetness, instantly enveloped his palate. As he swallowed, his throat moved ever so slightly, his expression remaining largely neutral, though his eyes seemed to sparkle just a bit more than before. He murmured, his voice low and laced with a hint of languor. "My wife made this for me." The tone in which he spoke was as casual as if commenting on the pleasant weather, his gaze drifting nonchalantly toward the distant wall. Yet, Wang Wu felt an inexplicable weight in that casualness, a sensation that caught him off guard, as if there were an unspoken tension lingering in the air. Especially after Jing Xiuyan deliberately picked up the remaining piece, savoring it slowly, each bite taken with meticulous attention, as though it were not merely a piece of crispy rice, but rather a rare delicacy. Wang Wu opened his mouth, initially intending to express a platitude about how his sister-in-law thoughtfully brought him this treat. But the words felt oddly sour on his tongue, so he swallowed them back. He watched, somewhat incredulously, as Jing Xiuyan meticulously gathered every last crumb, carefully placing it into his mouth. After finishing, he folded the oil paper with precision, tucking it away as if it contained a precious treasure. Wang Wu felt a twinge of envy gnaw at him, muttering to himself, "Is it really that significant?" Uncomfortably, he turned his head away, choosing not to witness the scene any longer. How could someone who generally appeared so serious and composed exude such a delightful charm over something as trivial as crispy rice? After all, it was just a piece of rice, gifted by his wife. What was so remarkable about that? Well, indeed remarkable. After all, they are well aware of my sister-in-law's culinary skills. Since this is the crispy rice she provided, the flavor is undoubtedly exquisite. With this thought in mind, Wang Wu's stomach, which had just been satiated, suddenly felt as though it could accommodate a bit more. Unfortunately, Jingo offered him no such opportunity, showing no intention of sharing. Jing Xiuyan seemed entirely oblivious to Wang Wu's subtle emotional turmoil. After finishing his meal, he leaned back against the stone once more, gently closing his eyes. The corners of his mouth seemed to bear the faintest hint of a fleeting smile, which quickly returned to a serene expression. Jiaojiao, having packed her belongings, was about to depart when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar small figure peeking out from behind the corner. It was Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao was slightly taken aback. Could there have been an issue with the lotus leaf cake she had prepared earlier? She smiled at Jiaojiao, inquiring, "Young masters, is there something you need?" Noticing the absence of anyone else around, Jiaojiao hastily approached and stood before her, his young face still bearing a hint of blush from running. Mimicking the adults, he solemnly adjusted his clothing and straightened his small frame, respectfully bowing to Jiaojiao. "Madam Pu," he began, his voice bright and tinged with restrained joy. Jiaojiao was nearly amused by his little adult demeanor, but managed to maintain her composure. Looking at him gently, "Young masters, well, what brings you back? Did you forget something?" "No." Jiaojiao shook his head, his expression unusually earnest. "Madame Pu, the lotus leaf cake you made before, I took it home, and my family said they particularly enjoyed it. So it was for this reason." Jiaojiao felt warmth in her heart. When Jiaojiao specifically requested that dessert, she had suspected someone in his family must have a fondness for it. She smiled. "I'm glad they liked it. It's nothing complicated." "No." Jiaojiao seemed to feel she misunderstood him, his tone becoming slightly urgent. Then, as if realizing he had been impolite, he quickly lowered his voice and produced a small satin pouch from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. "This is for you from my family, as a token of gratitude for your cake." The pouch was finely embroidered, clearly not an ordinary item. Upon seeing it, Jiaojiao immediately waved her hands. "Oh no, I cannot accept this. How can I take your gift? Please take it back." She bent down, attempting to return the pouch, arguing that a few pieces of cake hardly warranted any form of reward, especially since he had brought the lotus leaves himself. Madame Pu, Jiaojiao, however, stubbornly refused to relinquish it, forcefully pressing the pouch into her hands. "Please accept it. My family insisted that this is a reward. If you do not accept it, how can I dare to come back and ask you for more desserts next time?" He looked up at her, his eyes filled with earnestness, as if he would surely cry if his offer were declined, making it seem as if refusing would be a grave mistake. Her heart was filled with a mixture of amusement and exasperation at the child's earnestness. He was so young yet spoke with such impeccable logic. As she looked at the pouch now resting in her palm, its softness contrasted with the firm shape within. "You must accept it, Madame Pu." As Jiaojiao noticed her hesitation, he reiterated his point, then, without awaiting her response, turned and dashed away like a little rabbit, swiftly vanishing beyond the courtyard gate. Jiaojiao stood there, holding the small pouch, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. This child, indeed. She glanced down at the pouch in her hand, its weight slightly burdensome. After a moment's hesitation, she gently unfastened the tie. Inside the pouch lay not the expected silver coins, but rather 2 exquisitely crafted silver peanuts, quietly resting. The peanuts were polished to a smooth finish, glinting softly in the sunlight. They indeed resembled the sort of trinket that a wealthy household might casually bestow upon a servant, neither particularly valuable nor entirely ordinary. Chapter 74. Joyful Jiaojiao let out a soft sigh, her earlier discomfort finally dissipating. Thankfully, it was not something burdensome. Though this marked her first experience of receiving a reward, she had not been entirely naive to the ways of the world. She returned the silver peanuts to the pouch, secured it carefully, and tucked it close to her heart. A faint smile crept onto her lips as she recalled Jiaojiao's earnest demeanor, deciding to gift the 2 silver peanuts to Jing Shaohua, who would undoubtedly cherish them. As the sun post-noon grew less intense, the streets began to thin with pedestrians. Jiaojiao gathered her belongings and, alone, exited the county office. With Jing Xiaoyan on duty today, it would likely be some time before he returned. So she needed to visit her family to fetch Jing Shaohua. Before long, she arrived at the Pu family home. Before even stepping into the courtyard, she heard the sounds of Jing Shaohua's laughter within. Her heart lightened, and upon entering, she indeed found Jing Shaohua seated on a small stool in the yard. joyfully playing with Xiao Sanyang and a grasshopper crafted from straw. "Mother, I've come to pick up Hua Hua," Pu Jiaojiao called out with a smile. "Mother!" Jing Shaohua exclaimed, immediately bounding towards her like a little cannonball, throwing her arms around her leg, her face brimming with excitement as she held up the grasshopper. "Mother, this was made by Uncle. It's so much fun." Xiao Sanyang also rose, affectionately patting Jing Shaohua's little head, a smile gracing her lips. After a whole morning of play, this little wildling is quite the handful. Bending down, Pu Jiaojiao scooped her daughter into her arms, feeling her weight had increased considerably. "Have you thanked your uncle yet? Were you well behaved today?" "Hua Hua was the best," Jing Shaohua replied, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and responding loudly. "Of course I thanked Uncle. I'm always polite." "Indeed, Hua Hua is simply wonderful." Pu Jiaojiao rewarded her with a kiss on the cheek, causing the little girl to bury her head shyly in her mother's neck, too bashful to look up. At that moment, Pu Shuni emerged from the house. Spotting Pu Jiaojiao, he said, "Sister, shall I wait for you at the alley entrance tomorrow morning at 1:15? "Very well, it's settled then." Pu Jiaojiao nodded, engaging in a brief exchange with Xiao Sanyang before taking Jing Shaohua's hand to bid farewell. The mother and daughter strolled homeward, hand in hand, their shadows stretching long in the afternoon sun. Jing Shaohua chattered away about the amusing tales from her grandmother's house, while Pu Jiaojiao listened patiently, occasionally responding with a few words of her own. As she turned a corner, Pu Jiaojiao sensed that the moment had come. She crouched down and gazed into her daughter's eyes, gently inquiring, "Hua Hua, may I ask you something?" Jing Shaohua looked up with curiosity on her face. "Tomorrow, your mother and father will embark on a journey, lasting about 2 days." Pu Jiaojiao endeavored to keep her tone light, knowing that Hua Hua wished to stay with her maternal grandmother for a couple more days until their return. She hesitated, gauging Jing Shaohua's reaction. "Or would you prefer to accompany your mother and father?" In an instant, the sparkle in Jing Shaohua's bright eyes dimmed, and her little lips quivered, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Are you and father abandoning me?" Pu Jiaojiao's heart clenched painfully. She quickly embraced Jing Shaohua, gently patting her back, feeling an overwhelming wave of affection. "Oh, my dear child, how could we ever abandon you?" She tenderly explained. "It's not that we don't want you. Your mother and father must attend to some important matters, but we will return to fetch you right away, certainly within 2 days." She cradled her daughter's tear-streaked face, gazing earnestly into her eyes, just like when father goes on distant errands. "Remember? He always returns home promptly after completing his tasks, doesn't he? This time will be no different. Once we finish, we shall come back home." Jing Shaohua sniffled, seemingly striving to comprehend her words. Her large eyes blinked, long eyelashes still adorned with tears. She lowered her head, her little fingers twisting the hem of her garment, and after a considerable pause, she mumbled, "Then I shall stay home with Grandma." Pu Jiaojiao was somewhat taken aback and was about to ask why, but Jing Shaohua lifted her head, her small face bearing an earnestness beyond her years. "Father and mother have matters to attend to. I must not disturb them. I will be good and wait for your return." Hearing such mature words from her little one, Pu Jiaojiao felt her heart ache, nearly shedding tears herself. She held Jing Shaohua's petite frame tightly, feeling an overwhelming swell of tenderness, as if her heart were overflowing. This child, so perceptive and obedient, seemed to lack a sense of security, hence her sensitivity and thoughtfulness. "All right, our darling Hua Hua is the most well-behaved." Pu Jiaojiao's voice trembled, yet bore a smile. "Your mother and father will return promptly and bring you delicious treats, all right?" Jing Shaohua nodded vigorously, finally revealing a smile. That evening, upon learning that Jing Shaohua had chosen to remain at home, Jing Hongyi earnestly told her, "Little sister, if you stay at home, you must be good and listen carefully. When I return, I shall bring you a gift." Jing Shaohua was aware that her brother was going to seek out the autumn. Although she did not fully grasp its meaning, she merely understood that he would be away for several days with his teacher from school. Nevertheless, the thought of her brother bringing her a gift filled her with joy. "Brother, please do not forget." Jing Shaohua counted on her fingers. "Brother will bring me a gift, and mother said she will bring me a gift too." With eager anticipation, she looked up at Jing Xiuyan, who could not help but chuckle, lifting Jing Xiaohua into his arms and tossing her playfully into the air before catching her. Very well. Your father shall also bring you a gift. Jing Xiaohua was initially startled, but soon realized the situation and couldn't help but giggle. After being tossed several times by Jing Xiuyan, when Jing Xiaohua was finally set down, her cheeks flushed a delightful rosy hue, making her look exceptionally charming. Jing Hongyi gazed enviously at his younger sister, wishing he could be tossed into the air by their father as well. However, being the older sibling, he was no longer as light and small as his sister, making it difficult for their father to lift him. As he pondered this, his perspective suddenly shifted, and before he knew it, a pair of strong hands had lifted him up. He caught a glimpse of the densely patterned roof resembling fish scales, and saw the neighbor's dog, Donner, standing in the yard with its mouth agape, staring at him in astonishment. Before long, he found himself in a safe and sturdy embrace, and before he could fully comprehend what was happening, he was tossed high into the air once again, feeling as if the stars above had drawn closer. At that moment, he understood why his sister was so joyous. He, too, felt an overwhelming urge to shout out and express his exhilaration. Consequently, he laughed joyfully. Chapter 75. Qingyun City. As midday approached, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, and the monotonous rocking of the mule cart threatened to shake one apart. Pu Shuni urged the cart forward, craning his neck to look ahead, his voice brimming with a sense of settled excitement. Jiaojiao. Look, the capital. We have finally arrived. Hearing this, Pu Jiaojiao lifted a corner of the cart curtain. In the blinding light, a city far grander and more solemn than Liqing emerged before her eyes. This carriage was typically used for long journeys, and it was Jiaojiao's first realization that such detachable carriages existed. The ancients were undoubtedly far wiser than she had ever imagined. The gray-blue city walls towered high, stretching endlessly to either side, and were infinitely more imposing than the familiar earthen walls of Liqing. The city gates appeared particularly profound, with the characters Qingyun Prefecture inscribed above in a robust and vigorous style. Before the gates, a throng of people awaited entry, with a long line of carts and horses that seemed to stretch endlessly. A variety of individuals populated the scene. Some pushed unicycles, others carried burdens, and some drove donkeys, interspersed with elegantly adorned carriages whose curtains were tightly drawn, leaving the identities of their occupants a mystery. However, these carriages had designated gates for passage, allowing them to move far more swiftly than the rest. The air was thick with dust and the mingled sounds of livestock and human voices, creating a cacophony that far exceeded the usual hustle and bustle of Liqing. Indeed, this was the capital, and the volume of foot traffic was significantly greater. The mule cart moved slowly, stopping and starting, and after sitting for most of the day, Pu Jiaojiao felt her back stiffening and her whole body aching. Observing the immobile line ahead, she shifted her numbed legs, reluctant to endure any more confinement in the cart. Brother, let us take a break. I want to get down and stretch my legs. Before Pu Shuani could fully halt the mule, Jing Xiuyan, who had been quietly seated opposite, gracefully dismounted. He stood beside the cart, a slight cloud of dust rising and settling around him. The cart's platform was somewhat high, and instinctively, he reached out his hand towards Pu Jiaojiao, his voice low and steady. Be careful. Pu Jiaojiao's gaze settled upon his outstretched hand, the fingers long and distinctly knuckled. She hesitated only for a fleeting moment before gently placing her hand upon his. His palm was dry yet warm, enveloping her hand securely. A vague and indescribable sensation rapidly spreading along the points of contact. With a slight exertion, Jing Xiuyan steadily assisted her down. The instant her feet touched solid ground, Pu Jiaojiao instinctively withdrew her hand, her fingertips lingering with the ephemeral warmth. She nonchalantly turned to the side, smoothing the slightly wrinkled hem of her garment, her eyes drifting towards the imposing city gate in the distance, though a barely perceptible blush crept upon her ears. Standing tall, she retained an air of composure, clearing her throat before inquiring whether they ought to separate for the queue. She had noticed that aside from those within the carriage, many others with ox or mule carts had disembarked at the city gate. Only those seated in the horse-drawn carriage remained motionless, orderly entering through the gate. Indeed, a system of pedestrian and vehicular segregation was in place, directing pedestrians along designated walkways, while vehicles utilized separate thoroughfares. Upon hearing Pu Jiaojiao's words, Jing Shuyan explained that in the capital city, there were specific areas for parking where one could pay to leave their vehicle, as random stopping was prohibited. Pu Jiaojiao expressed mild surprise at the existence of designated parking facilities even in these times, realizing that parking has been a profitable venture throughout history. A tinge of envy surfaced within her. Jiaojiao, you and your brother-in-law can enter from over there. We shall reconvene inside, Pu Shuni suggested, observing the lengthy queue. The young gentleman mentioned that he would be residing at the Yunlai Inn for the next few days and that she could find him there later. No need to rush. Pu Jiaojiao glanced at the pace of the line, estimating they would need some time to gain entry. Let's find a place to dine first before meeting with anyone, she suggested, although her curiosity about the interior of the capital city was palpable. Brother, we will queue first. We shall meet inside shortly. Not far from Yunlai Inn, there was a designated parking area, abundant with food options. Jing Xiuyan added, let us meet there. The mule cart may take longer to enter. Given that there was only one entry point for vehicles, while pedestrians could access at least 3, foot traffic would indeed progress more swiftly. He glanced at Pu Jiaojiao, who frequently peered towards the capital city, indicating her desire to explore. Pu Shuni acquiesced. You accompany your sister inside first. I shall wait for you there. With their plan set, the trio split into 2 groups, Jing Xiuyan and Pu Jiaojiao opting for a less crowded queue. You seem quite familiar with the capital city, Pu Jiaojiao remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Jing Xiuyan. His earlier words had suggested a profound understanding of the city's layout. I often frequented this area for official duties, thus I am somewhat acquainted with its circumstances, Jing Xiuyan replied, deliberately stepping slightly ahead to shield Pu Jiaojiao from the sun. Though autumn had arrived, the weather remained quite pleasant. Approaching noon, the sun hung high above. He noticed Pu Jiaojiao and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, likely due to the glaring sunlight. However, Pu Jiaojiao was completely oblivious to Jing Xiuyan's gesture. Her own hand shielding the sun was merely a precaution, as she lacked sunscreen and was rather apprehensive about getting tanned. Raising her hand offered little in the way of protection. In contemporary society, many lacked awareness of sun protection, and girls from ordinary families often had skin that was far from fair. Only the daughters of affluent families, who seldom ventured outdoors, maintained a paler complexion. The original owner's skin was indeed fair, perhaps owing to her reclusive nature. In contrast, Pu Jiaojiao had ventured outside far more frequently since her arrival in this world. Fortunately, her arrival coincided with early autumn, when the sun was not particularly intense. The two did not linger for long, and soon entered the city. The streets were paved with bluestone bricks, ensuring a clean environment. Closest to the city gate stood a large bulletin board, adorned with various notices. Jiaojiao, intrigued, glanced at it, and discovered that the postings primarily consisted of official announcements, including images and information about wanted criminals. Such public notices were also present in the city, albeit on a smaller scale than in Qingyan City. She wondered if such wanted posters genuinely aided in apprehending criminals. Curiously, she turned to Jing Xiuyan for insight. Chapter 76. Distribution of the capital city. From what Pu Jiaojiao understood, not only in this ancient era devoid of facial recognition and surveillance systems, but even in her own time, the information released by the police did not guarantee that criminals would be captured. Moreover, she was skeptical about how closely the illustrated portraits resembled the actual individuals. Although descriptions accompanied the images, they were far less straightforward than photographic evidence. Furthermore, a slight disguise could render the likenesses unrecognizable. Additionally, the information was likely regional, if these criminals fled to other areas and adopted false identities. Capturing them would be nearly impossible. Observing Pu Jiaojiao's interest, Jing Xiuyan elaborated further. Typically, such information would be disseminated across 4 or 5 prefectures, with related announcements assisting in this distribution. This was also the reason for his frequent travels to the capital city, to deliver information about criminals from Li City to the prefectural office, or to receive details on offenders from other locales. However, most of the data pertain to local criminals, with fewer cases crossing prefectural boundaries. After all, if a criminal had traversed into another jurisdiction, it indicated they had committed a significant offense. While such occurrences were not unheard of, they were exceedingly rare, and those capable of committing cross-prefectural crimes were often ruthless individuals. This was a matter he chose not to disclose to Pu Jiaojiao, to spare her any distress. Pu Jiaojiao nodded thoughtfully, remarking that the portraits appeared quite abstract. She believed that even if someone matching the description walked past her, she might not recognize them. Refrain from discussing such portraits. Even the photographs she holds may not be recognized by the person approaching. Jing Xiuyan could not help but twitch his lips. Although the images posted by the authorities do indeed exhibit some variations, they primarily convey textual information. Furthermore, it is quite commendable for a county office to have even a single portrait artist. Some counties lack such talent entirely. For instance, their only county is one that does not possess a portrait artist. The county magistrate has long sought to recruit someone with this skill, but alas, has yet to succeed. Why is it so difficult to find such talent? Pu Jiaojiao was astonished to learn that Li County had yet to secure a portrait artist and would need to seek external assistance. It is worth noting that Li County, being a county town, is not insignificant compared to other places and has a considerable population. Surely among these residents, there must be at least one individual capable of drawing. Ordinary painters would not suffice. They must be adept in portraiture, a rarity indeed. Jing Xiuyan explained that their primary requirement is to faithfully recreate the likeness of the criminal, thereby enhancing their chances of apprehending the perpetrator. Pu Jiaojiao understood and was greatly astonished. She had not anticipated that the individual depicted in the portrait was already the closest representation achieved by the artist. Let us proceed ahead. The prefectural city is divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north. The Yunlai Inn, which we intend to visit, is located in the eastern sector, typically home to the affluent. Each of the 4 regions boasts its own bustling areas, with the eastern sector generally offering more expensive goods. The western and southern regions cater to the common folk, where many vendors sell vegetables, with a greater proportion of sales occurring in these 2 areas. However, the prices in the southern shops tend to be slightly higher than those in the west. And what the northern region? Who resides there? Pu Jiaojiao nodded in comprehension. Her curiosity piqued. The north is home to the academy, primarily inhabited by scholars. Jing Xiuyan gently pulled Pu Jiaojiao aside. She had been so engrossed in conversation that she nearly collided with a person carrying a heavy load. Embarrassed, Pu Jiaojiao quickly shifted her focus. Where, she wondered, are fruits typically sold? The south, perhaps? Jing Xiuyan pondered briefly. Generally, the western markets sell more vegetables, while the southern markets tend to offer a greater variety of fruits. Let us wander to the southern market later. I am eager to see what fruits are available. Since arriving in this realm, she had encountered very few fruits, and even those were mostly wild. She could not determine whether it was due to a lack of fruit trees in Li County or some other reason. But Pu Jiaojiao had an overwhelming desire for fruit. Unfortunately, the current fruits available are likely scarce due to transportation conditions or cultivation methods. Moreover, it seems that greenhouses have yet to be employed, so off-season vegetables and fruits are undoubtedly unavailable. Essentially, one can only consume what is in season. Jing Xiuyan had no objections and silently noted this. It appeared his little lady had a fondness for fruits, and in the future, should he embark on official duties, he might pay closer attention to this matter in other regions. The 2 did not wander aimlessly, but instead made their way directly towards the eastern sector. It was indeed as lively as Jing Xiuyan had described. The Yunlai Inn was situated adjacent to the most bustling street. The overall ambience appeared to be quite elegant. Pu Jiaojiao merely glanced at the entrance before following Jing Xiuyan onto another, more animated street. This street was indeed brimming with various taverns and shops. Curiosity led her to enter a shop dedicated to cosmetics. Jing Xiuyan did not accompany her inside. Instead, he remained outside to wait. As the patrons of such establishments were predominantly women, Men, often servants or companions accompanying their wives, typically lingered outside. The shop had thoughtfully arranged several rows of chairs for men to wait comfortably. This arrangement reminded Jiaojiao of the modern custom of men accompanying women on shopping excursions. Additionally, tea was provided, indicating an awareness of the lengthy duration of women's shopping trips, preventing men from growing bored. Upon stepping inside, she was immediately enveloped by a potent array of cosmetic fragrances, causing her to involuntarily sneeze. Quickly, she covered her nose with a handkerchief, her face flushed with embarrassment. Other customers, engaged in selecting their cosmetics, also covered their mouths and noses, with one murmuring, "I hope she hasn't caught a cold." In those times, falling ill from a chill was indeed alarming. The shop assistant, who was about to approach her, momentarily displayed a look of concern. Jiaojiao cleared her throat, having been caught off guard by the overwhelming sense that assailed her senses upon entry. Hearing her remark, the assistant's expression softened, and a warm smile returned to his face. "Madam, what might you be seeking? I will be delighted to assist you," he offered cheerfully. With a broad smile, the assistant continued. "We have just received a new batch of peach blossom rouge. Its hue is simply exquisite, and this pomegranate red will enhance your complexion. I assure you with this, you will outshine the flowers." The assistant, eloquent and persuasive, presented several items before Jiaojiao. She examined them briefly. The rouge boxes were indeed finely crafted, though the colors seemed excessively vivid. Non-committal, her attention was drawn to a row of delicate white jade porcelain bottles on a nearby counter. Noticing her lack of interest in the rouge, the assistant swiftly changed the subject, his tone tinged with pride. "You have a discerning eye. Young lady, this is our shop's most renowned fragrance. You won't find such quality elsewhere. To be frank, many young ladies and their mothers send servants to procure it. We offer several scents: jasmine, orchid, and osmanthus, all with lasting aromas that linger for at least an hour." He picked up a bottle and handed it to her. "Do take a whiff of this rose fragrance. It's our best seller." Jiaojiao accepted the bottle, uncorked it, and brought it close to her nose. An overwhelmingly rich scent of roses surged forth, somewhat overpowering. She dipped her fingertip into the balm and spread it on the back of her hand, noting its delicate and smooth texture. Just then, the shop's curtain was abruptly thrust aside as a slender woman, clad in a hooded cloak, stormed in, her voice sharp and demanding. "Where's the shopkeeper? Have him come out." The shopkeeper was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Madam, please allow your master to come out." The woman paid him no heed, her voice tinged with a sob and barely contained fury. "I use your rouge, and my face is nearly ruined. What kind of heartless product are you selling?" A slightly plump middle-aged man in a silk shirt swiftly emerged from the back, a forced smile on his face as he sought to placate her. "Oh, dear lady, please calm down. Let us discuss this matter amicably. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" The woman raised her voice, drawing the attention of those inside and outside the shop. "I had a perfectly fine face, and after using your drunken red clouds for just 3 days, it is now red, swollen, itchy, and covered in a rash. Do you still think this is a misunderstanding? Look at this. Show me." She excitedly reached for the veil of her hat, only to hesitate at the last moment, seemingly apprehensive. Her shoulders trembled violently, clearly seething with rage. The shopkeeper's expression shifted as he stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Madam, please lower your tone. Let us discuss this in the back room, away from prying eyes. If our products have indeed caused you discomfort, we shall take full responsibility. Compensation and medical care will be provided." "Bah, who wants your compensation? If my face is ruined, can you truly afford to pay for it?" The woman disregarded his attempts to soothe her, growing even more agitated, her voice laced with tears. "I tell you, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall not leave. Let everyone judge how your fragrant pavilion bullies people." She stomped her foot, her body trembling with emotion, causing the delicate veil of her hat to quiver. The shopkeeper was now visibly anxious, bowing repeatedly. "Madam, please calm down. We have sold countless boxes of this rouge without incident. Could it be that you consumed something else or used another product that coincidentally caused this reaction? Are you implying that I am slandering you?" The woman raised her voice sharply, pointing an accusing finger at the shopkeeper. In the past few days, I have only used your rouge. I have not touched anything new. Your product is at fault. Do you still wish to deny it? The two engage in a heated argument within the small cosmetics shop, one flustered and the other overwhelmed. The shop fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on the woman vehemently, accusing the shopkeeper and the latter's grim expression. The ladies who had been selecting powders and rouges had halted their actions, watching with varying expressions. Among them, a round-faced matron dressed in a pale pink dress was the first to furrow her brow. She held a freshly opened box of drunken red clouds and instinctively recoiled, a look of surprise and skepticism crossing her features. She discreetly tugged at her companion's sleeve, whispering, "Is what she says true? I just remarked on how lovely the color is and was about to buy it." Drunken red clouds was the shop's signature rouge, favored by many young ladies and matrons for its vibrant hue, which enhanced one's complexion beautifully. Her companion, an older woman dressed simply, gently patted her hand, dismissing her concern with a slight smirk. "Pay her no mind. How long has Fragrant Pavilion been in business?" "Since my youth. I have frequented this establishment for over a decade, and I have yet to witness any detrimental effects on my complexion. It appears more likely that the issue lies with her personally, rather than being a fault of the shop." As she spoke, her voice intentionally rose, casting a scrutinizing glance towards the woman adorned in a veiled hat, laced with skepticism. The young lady in the apricot-hued skirt chimed in, asserting, "Indeed, both my mother and sister use the fragrant balms from Ningxiang Pavilion, and they're exceptionally effective. Just the other day, I purchased a box of jasmine-scented balm, and it is utterly delightful." While she spoke, she instinctively touched her smooth cheek, her gaze filled with suspicion towards the veiled woman, convinced that she was most likely seeking to exploit the situation. From a distance, two young maidens, adorned in servant's attire, exhibited clear signs of trepidation. The younger one, her eyes wide with fear, whispered to her companion, "Sister, this is quite terrifying. Her face is utterly disfigured. Did not our young mistress buy a box of rouge just a few days ago? What if?" Her words trailed off, but the worry in her eyes was palpable. The slightly older maid, her complexion pale, tightly clutched her purse, her anxiety evident. Indeed, if this were true, a woman's beauty is invaluable. What would she do if her looks were ruined? Perhaps we should refrain from purchasing anything for now and promptly inform her mistress. With that, she tugged at her companion, eager to distance themselves from any ill fortune. In that moment, the small shop was rife with apprehension, whispers of uncertainty filling the air. Some patrons steadfastly believed in the shop's esteemed reputation, deeming the woman to be an unreasonable troublemaker. Others, however, chose to err on the side of caution. For beauty is a precious commodity, and no one would dare gamble with their appearance. The once serene shop was now abuzz with murmurs, a cacophony of voices. The shopkeeper, caught in the midst of the chaos, felt the perspiration bead on his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure. The veiled woman, having overheard the disparaging remarks, could no longer contain her indignation, her voice laced with fury. "Am I, a young woman, truly so desperate as to damage my own face for the sake of deceit?" Chapter 78. Witnessing a commotion, the shop fell into a chilling silence at the sound of her outburst. The individuals who had been speaking moments earlier now appeared sheepish. After all, to speak ill of someone in their presence is the behavior of lowly individuals, and being rebuked by the subject of their gossip was undeniably awkward. The previously buzzing discussions were abruptly stifled, all eyes fixated on the veiled woman. The cutting remarks had left her trembling, her shoulders quaking, her voice rising to a sharp, tearful pitch. "Do you not believe me?" In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, she abruptly raised her hand and swept aside the delicate veil. A collective gasp of shock escaped from the onlookers, followed by a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Jiaojiao stood nearby, and the ghastly sight of the woman's face struck her unguarded, even her typically composed demeanor faltering, her pupils narrowing slightly in disbelief. Before us lay a visage that should have been smooth and radiant, now marred by alarming red rashes, with some areas already ruptured and oozing pus. The once distinct skin texture had become blurred, swollen, and intertwined, evoking a sense of dread. The woman who had previously clasped the round face of the intoxicated Rosy Clouds now dropped her rouge box to the ground with a resounding thud, covering her mouth as her complexion drained of color, retreating several paces in shock. Meanwhile, the demure woman who had insisted that the issue lay with the girl now stood speechless. Her previous skepticism entirely vanished, replaced by shock and a hint of fear. The two young maidservants appeared ghostly pale, on the verge of tears. No one dared to claim that the young woman was attempting to deceive them. Which woman would jest with her own visage? The severity of her injuries suggested a recovery far beyond a day or two. The thought of permanent scarring sent a chill through the crowd, their gazes toward the exquisite cosmetics on the counter, shifting in tone. The shopkeeper's face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead without a thought of wiping them away. In a near sob, he pleaded, "Esteemed lady, we have sold thousands of boxes of this intoxicated Rosy Clouds. Such an incident has never occurred. Our loyal customers have used it for years without issue." A voice from the crowd broke the tension, laced with skepticism. Could it be due to other reasons? Has the young lady consulted a physician? The woman, choking on her sobs, retorted, "My face is in ruins. How can I dare to venture out and seek a doctor?" As she spoke, she pulled her veil down, as if to shield herself from all probing and pitying gazes. The shopkeeper, sensing a glimmer of hope, stepped forward hastily, disregarding decorum, and urged, "Yes, yes. Call for a doctor. Quickly, Xiao Lu, fetch Dr. Wang from the rejuvenation hall. Hurry." Turning back to the young woman, he spoke earnestly, "Madam, please sit and rest. We must ascertain the truth. If this is indeed our shop's fault, we shall accept responsibility. However, if it is not, consider the reputation of my establishment." The weight of potential ruin pressed heavily on the shopkeeper's heart. He envisioned the dire consequences he would face if this matter was not handled with care. Soon, an elderly doctor, carrying a medical box and bearing a calm demeanor, was hurriedly brought in by the young attendant, the atmosphere within the shop becoming increasingly tense. Yet no one dared to leave, eyes darting furtively to discern the outcome. The woman had readjusted her headscarf, concealing her expression from view. The doctor, offering no unnecessary words, gestured for her to extend her wrist, focusing intently as he took her pulse. After a brief moment, stroking his beard, the elder doctor mused. The pulse indicates an invasion of malevolent energy, resulting in an allergic reaction. The shopkeeper's heart leapt to his throat as he leaned closer, hurriedly recounting the basic ingredients of the intoxicating Rosy Clouds, nervously asking, "Doctor, do you see anything amiss among these components?" Dr. Wang shook his head. "These ingredients are mostly common flowers and herbs. In principle, they should not provoke such a severe reaction." He paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward the woman. "My dear, have you consumed anything unusual in the past few days? Or taken any medication?" The woman, stifling her sobs, quietly recalled, "My stomach has been rather unsettled these past 2 days. I summoned a doctor the day before, who prescribed a remedy that I've been taking, the Fuzi Lichuan decoction." Fuzi Lichuan decoction? Dr. Wang raised an eyebrow, then suddenly realized, that explains everything. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "In your rouge, you have used safflower and cornflower, correct?" The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. The safflower was used for coloration." Dr. Wang elaborated. "Safflower is warm in nature, promoting blood circulation and unblocking meridians, which is beneficial. However, Fuzi is extremely hot and toxic. The properties of these two substances are in direct conflict and must never be used simultaneously. The application of the rouge containing safflower on your face, combined with the internal consumption of the Fuzi decoction, has led to this severe allergic reaction." Upon hearing this revelation, the room erupted in astonishment. So that is what happened. The shopkeeper's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter, yet his complexion regained some color as he repeatedly exclaimed, "I see now. Thank heavens." Jiaojiao also appeared somewhat bewildered, realizing that the turmoil within the shop was indeed an unforeseen disaster. Yet, no one seemed to grasp that the timing of the medication coinciding with the application of the rouge was the underlying issue. She blinked, contemplating a different perspective. However, many of her ideas remained unfeasible at the moment, as they required a shop and a viable business to bring to fruition. despite the doctor's thorough explanation and prescription. It was undeniable that the shop's business had been adversely affected. Jing Xiuyan waited at the entrance, aware that the commotion inside was loud enough for those outside to hear. Thus, when he saw Pu Jiaojiao emerge empty-handed, he refrained from asking why she had not made a purchase, assuming she was likely unsettled by the events within the shop. Perhaps we should try another store? He suggested, noting that women generally seem to favor cosmetics. Pu Jiaojiao smiled lightly. No need for that. If I truly wish to use it, I can make it myself. I merely came to observe what their current cosmetics are like, so I can replicate them at home. Her statement held truth. She possessed numerous ancient formulas which she had frequently concocted in the past. Although sourcing some alternatives might be somewhat tedious, they were still accessible, presenting no significant issues beyond the inconvenience. The foolish author had made yet another blunder, having accidentally omitted the actual Chapter 75, only realizing this upon reviewing the document today. The original Chapter 75 had inadvertently become Chapter 76, resulting in a cascading error. The new Chapter 75 was thus the missing segment. The dismayed author found herself in tears, utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 79. Discontent. Pu Jiaojiao did not venture elsewhere, exchanging a glance with Jing Xiuyan, estimating that the time was about right, and turned to seek Pu Xuanyi in the agreed location. Indeed, as they approached the stable where the carriages were housed, they spotted Pu Xuanyi returning with a receipt from a steward. "Brother," Pu Jiaojiao called out. Upon noticing their presence, Pu Xuanyi's face broke into a smile. "Ah, just in time," he remarked, having just parked the vehicle and settled the payment. Pu Jiaojiao cast a curious glance, and Pu Xuanyi jingled the wooden sign in his hand, indicating it cost merely 10 won for a day's parking, and provisions for the livestock were also reasonably priced. The trio wasted no time. Led by Pu Xuanyi, they proceeded directly to the Yunlai Inn. The inn was situated in a prime location. Its faade appeared well-maintained, and a steady stream of patrons contributed to a lively atmosphere. Being a frequent traveler, Pu Xuanyi navigated effortlessly to the counter and inquired of the innkeeper, "Is young Master Jian still here?" No sooner had he spoken than a well-dressed attendant descended the staircase, pausing to regard them upon hearing the inquiry. "My master is upstairs. Please wait a moment. I shall inform him," he replied before turning back to ascend. Pu Xuanyi rubbed his hands together and gestured for Pu Jiaojiao and Jing Xiuyan to take a seat on the nearby guest chairs. The bustling inn's lobby was somewhat noisy, but it wasn't long before the attendant returned, guiding a young gentleman down the stairs. The young master donned a lake blue silk shirt, his handsome features and composed gait exuding a certain charisma. His gaze briefly lingered on Pu Xuanyi before shifting to Pu Jiaojiao, seemingly surprised by the presence of a young girl accompanying him, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Next, his attention turned to Jing Xiuyan, assessing him, finding some resemblance to his own bodyguard. Pu Xuanyi promptly rose to greet him, but before he could speak, the attendant interjected, "My master suggests that, given the crowd, it would be best to discuss matters in the tea house next door." Jian Hong nodded slightly, acknowledging them, and proceeded to lead the way. The group soon arrived at the adjacent tea house, requesting a quiet private room. After the guests settled in and the servers brought tea and refreshments before retreating, Pu Xuanyi wasted no time. He turned to Jian Hong, gesturing towards Pu Jiaojiao, and introduced her. "Young Master Jian, this is my sister, Pu Jiaojiao. The fragrant soap you admired, she crafted it herself." As Jian Hong lifted his teacup, the mention of the soap caused him to pause, his gaze shifting to Pu Jiaojiao with a newfound intensity, shedding the earlier casualness for a more serious appraisal. "Oh, this soap was indeed made by you, young lady." Pu Jiaojiao met his gaze with poise, affirming with a gentle nod, "Indeed." Jian Hong tightened his grip on the cup, and his demeanor transformed entirely. No longer did he regard her as just an ordinary girl. Instead, he seemed to be evaluating a rare treasure, or perhaps a worthy rival. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Or rather, women can rival men in prowess. He set down his cup, leaning slightly forward. "Since the soap is your creation, I presume your brother has conveyed my intent?" After glancing at his sister, Pu Xuanyi turned to Jian Hong, saying, "Young Master Jian, My sister's proposition is, I shall speak, Pu Jiaojiao interjected, her voice bright and composed. As my brother has indicated, young Master Jin's intention is either for the soap to be exclusively supplied to him or to purchase the formula outright. A subtle smile graced Jianhong's lips as he nodded, awaiting her further elaboration. He was eager to discover what this seemingly youthful maiden could articulate. Jiaojiao, our supply is exclusive, and the production cannot keep pace, so it may not satisfy young Master Jin's requirements. As for purchasing the formula outright, she paused, meeting Jianhong's scrutinizing gaze, and articulated deliberately, the formula can be sold to young Master Jian, and I can also provide other aromatic soap formulations. I could even instruct your people on how to create them. However, I do not wish for a one-time payment. I desire half of the net profits from the soap business in the future. What? Pu Shuani nearly leapt from his seat, astonished at his sister's audacity. Half of the profits? Had she lost her senses? He attempted to intervene, but a calming glance from Pu Jiaojiao halted him. Jianhong's smile also faltered, as he suspected he had misheard. Was she truly demanding half of the future profits for a mere soap formula? Such greed seemed excessive. He unconsciously tapped his fingers against the table, his gaze sharpening. My dear lady, are you aware of what you are proposing? Half of the net profits. Do you grasp what that entails? It was nothing short of outrageous, bordering on the absurd. Pu Jiaojiao appeared unfazed by the mockery and displeasure in his eyes, maintaining her composure. I am fully aware. A quality formula is the foundation of immense wealth. If young Master Jian believes it is not worth the price, then so be it. She feigned a motion to rise. Wait. Jianhong raised his hand to stop her. He scrutinized this seemingly delicate yet audacious young woman, his mind racing with thoughts. Were she an ordinary individual, he would have departed long ago, and could have employed extraordinary means to obtain what he desired. His gaze drifted to Jing Xiuyin, seated nearby, who might pose some complications. He felt inclined to leave. Yet the jasmine-scented soap indeed possessed merit, and it appeared this young lady had more up her sleeve. Suppressing his irritation, he resolved to probe further. If she truly had more to offer, he wished to discern the details. By what justification do you believe this formula warrants half of the profits? Pu Jiaojiao settled back down, unhurriedly extracting two petite white porcelain bottles from her small cloth pouch and gently sliding them across the table toward Jianhong. Perhaps young Master Jian might first examine these. Jianhong, skeptical, picked up one of the porcelain bottles, uncorked it, and was immediately enveloped by a rich and refreshing fragrance of roses, purer than the scents typically found in the market. The liquid within was transparent. This is rose essence, Pu Jiaojiao explained, extracted through the distillation of fresh rose petals. It could be used for fragrance or diluted in water for cleansing. Jianhong's curiosity was piqued, and he reached for the other bottle. The liquid inside was darker, nearly a light brown, and upon opening it, he inhaled a unique blend of herbal and floral scents. And what is this? This is my homemade shampoo, Pu Jiaojiao replied. Many households currently use rice water, soap pods, or herbal mixtures for washing hair, which can be cumbersome. This product simply requires dilution in water and it can be lathered easily, cleansing the hair while also nourishing it. Chapter 80. The agreement. Pu Shuni stood by utterly astonished. As he listened, he had no inkling of when his sister had concocted such remarkable items. The design of the porcelain vials suggested they had been prepared long in advance. He glanced at the two small bottles, then at his sister, feeling a mixture of surprise and admiration. Jianhong examined one vial and then the other, turning his gaze towards Pu Jiaojiao. The condescension and scrutiny in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a blend of shock and profound interest. He set down the porcelain bottles, leaned back in his chair, and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest, seemingly engaged in rapid contemplation. Soap, fragrant essence, shampoo, Jianhong murmured, his gaze intensely fixed on Pu Jiaojiao. How many such treasures does the young lady possess? His fingers halted, the rhythmic tapping ceased. He scrutinized Pu Jiaojiao as though attempting to see into her very soul. Each item, the soap, the fragrant essence, the shampoo, struck a chord deep within him, igniting a desire that promised to attract the admiration of every woman in the Xia dynasty if introduced to the market. He could almost envision the glistening silver beckoning to him. How many more of these exquisite items do you have? His voice carried a barely perceptible urgency as he reiterated his inquiry. Pu Jiaojiao's lips curved into a subtle smile, her composure radiating confidence. The formulas I possess extend far beyond these. She met Jianhong's probing gaze with clarity, unafraid of revealing her knowledge. After a brief pause, she continued, however, some items are constrained by the availability of materials or the timing of the seasons, making immediate production challenging. Take, for instance, this rose essence. It requires the freshest morning dew roses. If the blooming period is missed, one must wait another year. The implication was clear, while she possessed the formulas. Their immediate realization hinged upon specific conditions. Jianhong's mind began to weigh the possibilities. The potential profits were indeed unprecedented, yet if these products could truly dominate the market. He glanced at the small porcelain vials again, then at Pu Jiaojiao's resolute expression. This woman was no ordinary girl from the back courtyard. She exuded a confidence that was uncommon among her peers. He could not misjudge her. If Master Jian agrees to my terms, Pu Jiaojiao's voice broke through his thoughts. Calm and deliberate, I will provide you with all the formulas. Furthermore, I will personally instruct your chosen personnel to ensure they can replicate the items flawlessly, guaranteeing consistent quality. Personally instruct? Jianhong's gaze deepened with intrigue. He was confident in the formula's integrity, for no one dared to deceive him. Yet, having guidance would undoubtedly streamline the process, making it far more precise. Pu Xuanyi, listening intently, felt a surge of anxiety, his palms clammy with sweat. He observed his sister's serene demeanor and Jianhong's evident interest, feeling as if he were dreaming. When had his sister become so formidable? Jianhong fell silent, seemingly still weighing his options. Pu Jiaojiao discerned the last flicker of hesitation in his eyes and resolved to stoke the flames of persuasion further. She slightly leaned forward, lowering her voice. Yet her words resonated with clarity in Jianhong's ears. Beyond these recipes and preparation methods, I can also draft a business plan for young Master Jian. A business plan? Jianhong raised an eyebrow, evidently intrigued by this novel term. It can be understood as how to effectively market these products, to whom they should be sold, and how to ensure that customers willingly part with their money, only to desire them again after use. Pu Jiaojiao explained, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. After all, as a woman, I may possess a deeper understanding of the thoughts and preferences of women than you do. Her words acted as a key, fitting perfectly into Jianhong's heart. In commerce, the product is fundamental, yet the art of marketing and captivating the customers' hearts is equally vital. This young lady before him not only possessed rare goods, but seemed to be well-versed in the nuances of business. Jianhong could no longer remain passive. He leaned forward, hands clasped on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Pu Jiaojiao, now devoid of previous disdain and scrutiny, replaced solely by deep interest and excitement. His eyes sparkled with the thrill of encountering a worthy opponent, as he sensed that this young woman would offer him something extraordinary. Deal, he finally declared, his voice somewhat hoarse but devoid of doubt, now imbued with the gravity of a momentous decision. Until the two finalized their contract, Pu Shun, he still found himself in a daze. Standing beside Jing Xiuyan, he wore a bewildered expression. Brother-in-law, could it be that I am merely dreaming? Perhaps you could pinch me to confirm whether this is reality? I feel as though I have yet to awaken. Jing Xiuyan glanced at Pu Shun with an inscrutable expression, then pinched his arm with some force. Ouch! Pu Shun yelped, astonished as he looked at Jing Xiuyan. You truly pinched me. Jing Xiuyan, with a sincere demeanor, expressed, I acted at the request of my elder brother-in-law. Pu Shun replied, there was no need for such earnestness, nor for such strength. Yet, it wasn't only Pu Shun who was astonished. Jing Xiuyan felt a twinge of surprise as well. He was accustomed to a broader perspective, having traveled extensively, unlike ordinary individuals. The man named Jianhong, by the retinue he brought and the commanding aura he exuded, was clearly no ordinary person, especially considering he claimed to have come from the capital. Just the jade pendant he bore was worth a fortune. Thus, it was evident that Jianhong was not an average man. Jing Xiuyan was uncertain whether Pu Jiaojiao comprehended the significance of half a share, but their dialogue hinted that even this modest sum was not insignificant. This realization stirred a complex array of emotions within Jiaojiao. Furthermore, the manner in which Pu Jiaojiao conversed with Jian Hong was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, contrasting sharply with her usual demeanor at home. Yet, it was undeniable that this version of Pu Jiaojiao appeared exceptionally confident and captivating, as if everything was under her command, rendering others mere background figures. He harbored no thoughts of women being unfit to appear in public. Rather, he felt a sense of pride. With just a few words, he was able to gain the agreement of the young gentleman who had come from the capital. He mused that perhaps even the county magistrate lacked such prowess. Yet, Pu Jiaojiao was capable of achieving this. He slightly pressed his lips together, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. Such a remarkable wife, who had married him in that manner. Did she truly consent to it? Chapter 81. But there are troubles? A heavy stone finally fell from Pu Jiaojiao's heart, and a light smile involuntarily graced her lips. This business deal not only pertained to immediate benefits, but also served as a solid foundation for her somewhat restless heart since arriving in this literary world. She could almost envision the future, where wealth would continuously accumulate through these recipes and business strategies, granting her complete financial freedom and a life of tranquility. Having arranged to accompany Jian Hong the next day to inspect potential workshop locations in Liqing, Pu Jiaojiao preferred to establish the production base close to home for ease of supervision and guidance. Jian Hong had no objections. Rather, he believed that being near Pu Jiaojiao would facilitate timely communication and problem-solving, ensuring everything proceeded flawlessly. Once the matters were settled, Jian Hong glanced outside, and then at the clearly unoccupied Pu siblings and Jing Xiuyan. He thoughtfully suggested, "Why not join me for a meal at the nearby Tianxiang restaurant? We will be working together for a long time to come." His demeanor had transformed entirely from their first meeting. The inherent arrogance had been completely subdued, replaced by the refined elegance befitting a scion of a prominent family. Especially when he regarded Pu Jiaojiao, his gaze now carried a hint of curiosity and genuine interest, rather than the previous scrutinizing assessment. He had indeed developed a keen intrigue towards this seemingly ordinary young woman, whose ideas consistently proved unexpected. Unable to decline Jian Hong's kind invitation, Pu Jiaojiao and her companions had no reason to refuse. They followed Jian Hong to the adjacent Tianxiang restaurant, where they were promptly shown to a private room on the second floor. The restaurant's decor exuded elegance, clearly one of the finest establishments in the capital. Just as they settled into the chairs adorned with brocade cushions, before the tea could even be served, a hasty knock sounded at the door. A middle-aged man, well-dressed yet drenched in sweat, entered the room accompanied by his attendants. Upon spotting Jian Hong, he rushed forward, his voice trembling. "Young master, I have urgent matters to report." Pu Jiaojiao looked up, slightly surprised. The man appeared familiar. Was he not the proprietor of the cosmetic shop they had just left? How had he found them here? And why did he seem so frantic? She turned to Jian Hong, realizing that the owner of that shop was indeed this young Master Jian. Jian Hong, clearly taken aback by the unexpected intrusion, furrowed his brow momentarily before regaining his composure. He offered an apologetic expression to Pu Jiaojiao and her companions. "I sincerely apologize. It is merely a trivial matter for the shop. I will return shortly. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The dishes will arrive soon. Do not stand on ceremony." Pu Jiaojiao nodded, indicating it was no trouble, and urged young Master Jian to attend to his matters. Pu Shun Yi and Jing Xiuyan also expressed their understanding, politely encouraging Jian Hong to focus on his own affairs. Jian Hong quickly followed the innkeeper out, and the door to the private room was gently closed, isolating them from the outside clamor. With only the three of them remaining in the room, Pu Shun Yi let out a long sigh, his face betraying unreserved astonishment and admiration. He looked at his sister and, lowering his voice, said, "Jiaojiao, you truly startled me just now. Half the profits? Did he agree to that so readily? My heart is still racing." He rubbed his hands together and added, "When did you become so formidable?" Pu Jiaojiao was amused by her brother's reaction, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "It wasn't that frightening, really. In business, it's only natural to have give and take. If he disagreed, we simply wouldn't pursue that venture. She had always believed that the essence of commerce lies in mutual benefit. Although such practices may not be as convenient in this era, it was precisely for this reason that she sought a reliable ally. Previously, Jianhong's dominance illustrated how easily a powerless lackey could be crushed. The brutality of feudal authority far surpassed anything she had previously encountered. Unlike the seemingly tranquil life of a common girl in her past life, where opportunities occasionally arose. In this society, such prospects were virtually non-existent. It was her keen awareness of this reality that compelled her to take this journey. She lifted the freshly brewed tea before her, savoring a delicate sip before continuing. Rest assured, brother, I have made arrangements with young Master Jian. Once the workshop is established and producing goods suitable for sale, a portion will be allocated to our shop to introduce some new offerings. Upon hearing this, Pu Shunyi's eyes lit up with excitement and gratitude. Really? That's wonderful. However, he hesitated slightly, glancing cautiously at the quietly seated Jing Xiaoyan. His demeanor tinged with apprehension. What do you think, brother-in-law? After all, these recipes were Jiaojiao's creation, and now she was collaborating with Jianhong. He worried that Jing Xiaoyan might perceive his sister as being disloyal. Jing Xiaoyan had remained mostly silent, but now methodically poured Pu Jiaojiao another half-cup of warm water, his movements smooth and natural. Noticing Pu Shunyi's gaze, he looked up, raising an eyebrow slightly, conveying a clear message. This was Jiaojiao's enterprise, and how she chose to manage it was entirely her prerogative. Pu Shunyi immediately grasped this understanding, his previous concerns dissipating like smoke, and a joyful expression returned to his face. Before long, the door to the private room was pushed open once more. Jianhong entered, a perfectly measured smile upon his face. Although a hint of lingering irritation seemed to shadow his brow, he swiftly approached the table, his gaze sweeping over the elegantly arranged dishes. My apologies for the wait, everyone. Please, dig in and savor the signature dishes here. Pu Jiaojiao picked up her chopsticks, selecting a small piece of crispy duck and savoring it thoughtfully. The duck was tender on the inside and crisp on the outside, its flavor delightful. Yet her mind was preoccupied with matters beyond the meal. The flustered expression of the shopkeeper just moments ago, coupled with Jianhong's somewhat forced ease, pointed towards a singular conclusion. She swallowed the morsel in her mouth, set down her chopsticks, and gazed at Jianhong, her tone casual as if merely suggesting, "Young Master Jian, might there have been some trouble at that roof shop?" Jianhong, momentarily pausing in his gesture of pouring wine for Pu Shunyi, looked up in surprise, astonished at how she knew. He was genuinely taken aback, clearly not anticipating that she would be aware of the matter. Pu Jiaojiao chuckled lightly, lifted her teacup, took a sip, and then leisurely explained. As we exited the shop, we happened to see that young lady leaving, although I knew it wasn't tea due to the rouge itself. Her expression was far from pleasant. The items for ladies are particularly delicate and prone to issues. I couldn't help but ponder that if this situation isn't handled well, it could tarnish the shop's reputation. Chapter 82. An immature idea. Pu Jiaojiao paused, meeting Jianhong's probing gaze with sincerity. Originally, this was young Master Jian's affair, and she felt it inappropriate to intrude. However, given that they were now considered half-business partners, with the future of her workshop relying on Jianhong's shop for sales, it might even be placed within this very establishment. If the shop's reputation suffered, it would be detrimental to both parties. Her words elucidated her insight into the situation while clarifying her current stance, making perfect sense. The surprise on Jianhong's face gradually faded, replaced by a wry smile and a hint of admiration. He set down the wine jug and sighed softly, confessing to Pu Jiaojiao, "Indeed, it concerns the rouge shop." Although the matter was addressed at the time, explicitly stating it was not the shop's fault, there are still those who prefer to gossip. Once such news spreads, it poses a fatal blow to business. Pu Jiaojiao nodded in understanding. Good news seldom travels, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Especially concerning matters related to a woman's beauty, we must tread carefully. At that moment, she had a vague notion, yet her position did not allow her to voice it, as it might have been met with skepticism or aversion. But now, circumstances were different. They had established a foundation for collaboration, and Jianhong would at least give her suggestions due consideration. I have an immature idea. I wonder if young Master Jian would be willing to hear it? Pu Jiaojiao spoke calmly, yet there was an inexplicable conviction in her tone. Jianong, who was currently furrowing his brow in contemplation, immediately responded, Madam Pu, please share. I am all ears. Pu Jiaojiao then articulated her idea. It is rather simple. We could attach a small note beside each type of rouge and powder, detailing the main natural ingredients used, such as the types of flower extracts and spices. This way, customers would understand what they are purchasing and feel reassured using it. She paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, for products like rouge and lip balm, we could establish a small area in the shop where customers can try them on the spot, selecting a small patch of skin on the inner wrist to test. If they experience no discomfort, they may proceed with the purchase. Thus, even if issues arise post-purchase, it would likely not be the fault of the rouge itself. Jianhong's eyes brightened at this innovative approach as it struck at the heart of the matter. However, hesitance soon clouded his expression. Revealing the ingredients would surely let others uncover the formula, would it not? In this era, each family treasures their unique recipes as if they were precious heirlooms, reluctant to reveal them easily. Should someone catch a glimpse of the ingredients, replicating the same concoction would prove quite troublesome. Pu Jiaojiao curled the corners of her lips and reassured young Master Jian, Fear not, I shall only document the primary and common ingredients. As for those truly pivotal or uniquely crafted methods, they need not be disclosed. Even if others are aware of the use of peach blossom and pearl powder, they remain oblivious to the precise ratios, timing, and procedures involved, rendering imitation impossible. Her tone was lighthearted, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Furthermore, by laying it all bare, it manifests a sense of integrity and confidence in one's own creations, does it not? In future times, ingredient lists are mandated to be transparent and clear. Yet in this present age, secrecy is the norm. Her contrarian approach, seemingly audacious, is in fact a stroke of genius, dispelling customer doubts while showcasing the quality of her offerings. Jianhong gazed at Pu Jiaojiao, his admiration for her deepening. Her thoughts were always so unexpectedly insightful, cutting straight to the essence. After a moment of contemplation, the clouds of worry that had shadowed his face gradually lifted, replaced by a look of profound clarity. Thus, I shall decree that all related establishments adhere to this practice henceforth. He found this idea exceedingly commendable, for it truly alleviated an urgent concern. After a delightful meal where hosts and guests reveled in camaraderie, Jianhong arranged for 2 rooms at the Yunlai Inn where he was staying, insisting they need not refuse. This way, we can set off together early tomorrow morning. Having become accustomed to owing favors, Pu Jiaojiao nodded readily, expressing her gratitude to young Master Jian. Upon our arrival in Liqing, I shall host a grand feast in your honor. Jianhong then busied himself with his affairs, while Pu Jiaojiao conferred with her companions. Pu Shuni returned to the inn to rest, while Jing Xian accompanied her for a leisurely stroll. They had promised to bring gifts for Huahua, and thus could not go back on their word. Indeed, the capital city differed vastly from the county town. The streets were broad, lined with numerous shops, vibrant banners fluttering in the wind, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out and laughter echoing, a scene of bustling prosperity. Emerging from the tavern, having resolved the concern regarding Jianhong's shop, Pu Jiaojiao felt quite elated, her steps lightening. She had another significant purpose for her outing, to procure items for the 2 younger ones at home. Jing Hongyi was composed, while Huahua was spirited, and she contemplated that they should each acquire something distinct. Jing Shuyan quietly trailed a little behind her, already carrying a few delicacies wrapped in paper from their earlier purchases. Pu Jiaojiao eagerly entered a ready-made clothing shop that boasted an appealing array of fabrics and patterns, her gaze wandering over the garments designed for children. The ready-made clothes available in the capital were far more attractive. Although she was capable of sewing, there were still exquisite pieces worth purchasing. The fabric felt soft, and the colors were vibrant. Huahua would undoubtedly look lively in them. She picked up a ginger-colored jacket, inspecting it against the light and feeling the inner cotton stuffing, envisioning the sight of Jiaojiao running about in it, a smile inevitably forming on her lips. The shopkeeper attentively offered descriptions, yet Jiaojiao, habitually turning to consult someone, met Jing Xiuyan's gaze as he looked her way. He stood at the threshold of the shop, his posture upright, holding something in his hand. His expression bore no superfluous emotions, yet when his gaze fell upon her, it was not cold. Rather, it held a hint of focus. Jiaojiao felt a subtle stir within her, but quickly turned back, feigning nonchalance, though her ears tinged slightly with warmth. She handed the small jacket to the shopkeeper, requesting it, while also inquiring if there were any suitable items for young girls. She selected a pale lotus-pink one, considering how Hua had recently been pampered and her skin had grown fair. This would surely look lovely on her. Subsequently, she picked out 2 pieces for Jing Hongyi, who was always quite proper and reserved, and would undoubtedly appear as a refined young gentleman in them. Upon exiting the ready-to-wear shop, she was drawn to the sugar figurines being crafted at a nearby stall, imagining how much the children would adore them. With enthusiasm, she selected 2 that corresponded to the children's zodiac signs. As she turned, she nearly collided with Jing Xiuyan, who had quietly positioned himself behind her without her noticing. Holding the sugar figurines, she felt a moment of awkwardness. Jing Xiuyan silently accepted the figurines from her hand, while his other hand securely carried the garments and assorted items they had just purchased, his movements fluid, as if he had performed this act countless times before. Jiaojiao observed him, one hand grasping several paper bags, the other delicately holding the 2 sugar figurines, trailing behind her with a demeanor of quiet diligence, and found herself stifling a laugh. Chapter 83. Sweaty Palms. This man, who usually appeared stern, revealed a surprisingly gentle and accommodating side. She continued to wander, pausing to admire curious trinkets and delectable pastries suitable for children, unable to resist the temptation to stop and purchase a few. Unbeknownst to her, Jing Xiuyan's burden grew heavier with each passing moment. Occasionally glancing back, she consistently found him quietly following, his eyes occasionally casting a curious yet warm glance in her direction. Upon returning to their own room, they placed the numerous packages on the table and couch, which immediately occupied a significant portion of the space. Jiaojiao rubbed her slightly sore arms, gazing at the pile of acquisitions, realizing only then that her cheeks had flushed slightly. Had she perhaps bought too much? Her voice was soft, tinged with shyness, as she stole a glance at Jing Xiuyan. Jing Xiuyan set down the last paper bag, his gaze sweeping over the various items, most of which were for the children, before turning to her with a composed tone. It is quite a lot. Yet, most of it is for the children. What about yourself? It seems you have not indulged at all. Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback. It appeared he was not criticizing her spending, but rather concerned that she had neglected herself. The slight embarrassment dissipated, replaced by a different sentiment. She curved her lips into a genuine smile. Choosing things for them brings me joy. Yi and Hua are usually very well behaved and do not demand much, so I tend to want to give them more. Besides, spending money on them brings me greater happiness than buying for myself. As for me, my clothes suffice, and I have nothing in particular that I desire. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke of the children. Through their recent interactions, she had developed a genuine fondness for them. The experience of being a mother without the pain was indeed quite delightful. Jing Xiuyan said nothing further, merely giving a barely perceptible nod, his gaze seemingly imbued with something more, though it flickered away in an instant. He deftly shifted the topic. After wandering for an entire afternoon, you must be weary. Rest for a moment. I need to step out for a while. Jiaojiao indeed felt her legs and feet growing fatigued, so she nodded. All right, you may go. As she watched Jing Xiuyan close the door behind him, a serene silence enveloped the room. She removed her shoes and socks, lying on the couch still dressed, realizing that shopping is quite a strenuous endeavor. Once she paused, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over her, and she soon succumbed to deep slumber. When she next opened her eyes, the sky outside had plunged into darkness, with only the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the window. The room remained dim, but she could vaguely discern a figure seated at a distance in a chair, facing away from her, seemingly gazing at the flickering light outside. As she stirred slightly, the figure noticed and turned around. With a soft click, he struck a match, igniting the oil lamp on the table. The warm, golden light instantly dispelled the darkness and illuminated his tranquil visage. Jiaojiao blinked, adjusting to the sudden brightness. "If you do not awaken soon, I shall have to call for you. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to sleep tonight." Jing Shuyan shielded his eyes momentarily from the light, observing that Jiaojiao had acclimated, and then relaxed his hand. "Are you hungry? Shall we go downstairs for a bite?" Still groggy from her nap, Jiaojiao took a moment to comprehend his words. "Yes, let us eat something." She tidied herself up, and together they stepped out of the room. "What about my brother? Should we invite him to join us for dinner?" "Your brother has already dined. He mentioned he would return to rest," Jing Xiuyan replied as he walked beside her, softly cautioning, "Be careful on the steps." Not far from the inn, they found a food stall, and each ordered a bowl of lamb noodle soup. It must be noted that the portion served here was quite generous. Jiaojiao glanced at the noodles in her bowl with a hint of trepidation, realizing she could manage only half. "What's wrong?" Jing Xiuyan inquired, noticing her expression falter. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiaojiao tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "It's too much. I may not finish it. You can simply leave the remainder for me," Jing Xiuyan suggested nonchalantly. Jiaojiao felt too bashful to allow someone else to consume her leftover food, so she promptly transferred half of her noodles into Jing Xiuyan's bowl. "This will suffice." The milky white broth was adorned with a few greens, and the noodles were remarkably firm and elastic, making for a delightful meal. After finishing her bowl of lamb noodles, Jiaojiao felt a comforting warmth envelop her. She genuinely enjoyed dining at roadside stalls, as it imbued her with a sense of the vibrant life around her. Eating less than Jing Xiuyan, she finished her meal first, unhurriedly propping her chin on her hand as she observed the bustling crowd outside. During her time in Liqing, she had found the Daxia kingdom to be quite fascinating, especially since there was no curfew at night. Upon arriving in the capital, she realized that it surpassed Liqing in terms of liveliness. In Liqing, women and children tended to venture out less at night, while in the capital, the streets remained alive with their presence, not significantly diminished compared to daytime. In just a few short months, it became evident that Daxia was a place with a relatively open culture, despite the fact that unmarried women were still somewhat restricted in their public appearances. However, those who were married walk freely outside. Most importantly, there is no pollution here. The air is refreshingly pure. Compared to the artificial landscapes of later generations, the scenery of the present is undeniably more authentic. "Would you still like to explore a bit?" Turning around, Jiaojiao noticed that Jing Xiuyan had finished his meal. With a gentle smile, she suggested, "Let's head back after digesting a bit. We must leave early tomorrow and cannot afford to waste too much time." The two merely strolled outside briefly before returning to their room. The waiter soon brought in water, and Jiaojiao belatedly realized that the bathing area was merely separated from the bed by a screen. Hesitantly clutching her change of clothes, she stammered, "I'll go wash up first." Previously, while living together at home, they had not felt awkward due to the presence of Huahua between them. Moreover, the washing area was entirely separate from their room, so it had never seemed problematic. Now, without Huahua around, she felt the man's presence was somewhat more pronounced. Unbeknownst to Jiaojiao, from the moment she stood behind the screen, Jing Xiuyan could see her every movement. The screen was illuminated by a dedicated oil lamp, casting her silhouette distinctly upon its surface. She raised her hand to unfasten her garments and began to undress, the sound of water soon becoming audible. Jing Xiuyan's throat instinctively tightened, and he found himself recalling the first time he had encountered Jiaojiao, a scene that remained vividly etched in his memory. His palms grew slightly clammy, his gaze averted from the screen, his ears reddening. Yet, his wandering gaze inevitably returned to the screen. Chapter 84. The sound of water gurgling seated in his chair. Jing Xiuyan felt his throat dry, as if it were constricted. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, his eyes drawn to a faint beam of moonlight outside, attempting to quell the rising heat within him with its coolness. However, this did little to alleviate his discomfort, Rather, it heightened his senses. At that moment, a faint splash of water emerged from behind the screen. Jiaojiao had begun her washing routine. The sound of water flowed intermittently, seemingly enchanting, infiltrating his mind and conjuring blurred yet enticing images behind the screen. He fought to keep his gaze fixed outside, but the water sound seemed intent on taunting him, persistently echoing in his ears. Each delicate sound was like a feather, gently brushing against the edges of his consciousness, tightening his already stretched nerves. He felt increasingly overheated, his breathing becoming somewhat erratic. The chair no longer felt comfortable. He adjusted his posture slightly, but remained uneasy, as if trapped in a confined space, desperately seeking an escape. The sound of water continued, each note seeming to urge him onward, tormenting his present state of awareness. Just as he felt he could no longer endure this unbearable tension, the water finally ceased. Subsequently, the screen quivered slightly, and he instinctively turned his head. Jiaojiao emerged from behind the screen, clad only in a delicately fitted undergarment that accentuated her alluring curves. Having just bathed, a gentle warmth enveloped her, and droplets of water clung to her hair, cascading down her neck and dampening a small area at the neckline of her garment, rendering it slightly darker and translucent, revealing a hint of her fair skin and graceful contours. Perhaps in a rush, she had not completely dried herself, as glistening beads of water adorned her arms and collarbone. Catching the dim light with a soft glimmer, she appeared relaxed, a trace of languor in her expression, entirely unaware of his fixed gaze and nearly halted breath. Jing Xiuyan's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. Everything before him felt surreal, and his reason crumbled in that moment. The remnants of moisture, the slightly ajar neckline, and the warm mist all tantalized his taut nerves. His heart raced as if it would burst from his chest, an overwhelming, uncontrollable impulse surging to the forefront. "You should wash up too," she suggested, her voice refreshingly tinged with post-bath clarity as she approached him. Stretching languorously, she was about to climb onto the bed as usual, but Jing Xiuyan abruptly seized her wrist. Her body paused slightly, a look of confusion crossing her features. Before she could voice her inquiry, an immense force drew her into a broad and fervent embrace. Jing Xiuyan held her tightly, his warmth seeping through the thin fabric, imbued with an undeniable intensity. Her cheek rested against his solid chest, and she could distinctly hear his rapid, heavy breaths, as if a long-suppressed emotion had finally found its release. His arms tightened around her, as if to meld her into his very being. In the next moment, he lifted her chin slightly, driven by an urgent desire, and lowered his lips to hers. That kiss, imbued with warmth and an indescribable impatience, enveloped all her senses, rendering her mind blank. The sensation of his lips was scorching, exerting a force that nearly stole her breath away. Jiaojiao felt dizzy, trapped in his embrace, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. His kiss deepened, laden with a nearly uncontrollable urgency, as if he sought to unleash all the pent-up emotions of recent days. Her heart raced, pressed against his heated chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat nearly synchronizing with her own. She felt his arms tighten around her waist, the pressure intense enough to sting, yet strangely, the thought of resistance never crossed her mind. His breath enveloped her entirely, mingling with a masculine heat that rendered her weak at the knees. Just as she felt she might suffocate, a sudden sharpness on her lips indicated a gentle, unconscious nibble. She let out a soft, muffled sound that resonated with a hint of a cat's mewl, as if igniting the final spark. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply in the silent room. Jiaojiao flinched, instinctively lowering her head, only to see her blouse violently ripped open, revealing the delicate, lotus-colored bodice beneath and a patch of smooth skin. A chill swept over her, prompting an involuntary shiver. Before she could react, Jing Xiuyan had already swept her up in his arms. Suspended in midair, Jiaojiao instinctively clung to his neck for stability, feeling the strength of his arms as he strode steadily toward the bed. He gently laid her down on the soft mattress, leaning over her, effectively trapping her beneath his form. The dim light highlighted the sharp line of his jaw, while his usually cool gaze now blazed with fervor, locking onto her with an intense desire. His breath came heavy, his chest rising and falling with urgency. "My lady," he rasped, his voice laced with a strained restraint. "Is it acceptable?" Despite being the one to initiate this fervor, he questioned her in such a commanding tone. Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed deeply, her head spinning from his kiss, her body already responding, tingling and weak. Under his focused gaze, her heart raced, a mix of embarrassment and trepidation flooding her senses. Yet she could not deny the flicker of secret anticipation within. Biting her lip, she dared not meet his eyes, ultimately managing a faint nod. So slight, it was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, Jing Xiuyan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, as if he had received the utmost affirmation. He leaned down, capturing her lips once more, this kiss imbued with a deeper reverence and excitement. Though still urgent, it bore a hint of gentleness. His hands were not idle, eagerly unfastening his clothes. His outer robe and inner garments were swiftly discarded, revealing a sculpted chest and firm abdomen. In the dim light, his sun-kissed skin radiated vitality and strength. Jiaojiao found herself irresistibly drawn to him, her fingers curling slightly, an inner voice urging her on. Compelled by an unseen force, she reached out, her fingertips lightly grazing his warm abdomen. Chapter 85. The flood swept away the Dragon King's temple hard and hot, indeed. The sensation was just as pleasurable as she had secretly imagined. Jing Xiuyan inhaled sharply, his body tightening in response. He grasped her wandering hand, the last remnants of clarity in his eyes obliterated by overwhelming desire. He pressed her down more firmly, his other hand decisively exploring her torn clothing, swiftly removing the remaining barriers and casting them aside. Jiaojiao felt like a small boat on the verge of being engulfed by a storm, her heart racing with every breath he took. His lips and tongue, insistent and demanding, seemed to draw her very soul from her being. Just as she began to lose herself in the searing sea of desire, a loud, urgent knocking echoed through the room, violently shattering the charged atmosphere. "Open the door. Hurry. Open the door. The authorities are conducting a search. Everyone inside, come out immediately." A stranger's voice boomed outside, rising in urgency and impatience. This sound struck like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all warmth from Jiaojiao's body in an instant. She jolted back to reality, her heart racing in disarray, not from passion, but from fear and panic. It was as if she were caught in a compromising situation, a rather absurd notion, yet it lingered. Instinctively, she glanced at the man atop her. Jing Xiuyan had become utterly still, his kiss upon her lips abruptly ceasing. He lifted his head, his eyes, once filled with thick desire, now transformed into icy shards, piercing the direction of the door, yet deep within, remnants of interrupted displeasure and restlessness lingered. The rise and fall of his chest intensified, the fervor of passion morphing into fury. Jiaojiao was startled by the flicker of hostility in his gaze. But the present situation left her even more flustered. A chill enveloped her exposed skin, a stark reminder of her predicament. Her undergarment lay torn, the ties of her bodice having loosened at some point, leaving her almost entirely exposed. "Get up quickly." Jiaojiao's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation as she pushed against Jing Xiuyan's chest with all her might. His body felt heavy and unyielding like an immovable mountain. What on earth was happening? Her mind was a whirlwind. The pounding on the door continued relentlessly, sounding as if it might splinter the wood, the urgency making her feel as though they could burst in at any moment. What transpired? Why had the authorities arrived to search at such an hour, when nearly the entire inn was at rest? Finally, Jing Xiuyan moved, taking a deep breath as he rolled off her, his actions tinged with suppressed irritation. He did not immediately reach for the scattered garments on the floor, but instead listened intently to the commotion outside, his expression dark and foreboding. Jiaojiao fumbled to gather her torn clothing, only to realize it offered little coverage. Embarrassment and fear washed over her, her frantic gaze sweeping the ground in search of something to shield herself. Her new outer garment was in her bundle. She scrambled towards it, hastily grabbing it, her hands trembling as she attempted to put it on. "Stay calm." Jing Xiaoyan's deep voice resonated, carrying a note of reassurance, though it was primarily imbued with a cold composure in the face of the situation. He swiftly donned his inner garment and outer robe with fluidity, a stark contrast to the man who had been lost in desire moments before. The knocking and shouts outside showed no signs of abating, only intensifying in urgency. "If the occupants do not open the door, we will force our way in." Jiaojiao's heart raced, her fingers gripping her clothing, turning pale from the pressure of her anxiety. Based on her scant television experience, she sensed nothing good could come of this. She watched as Jing Xiaoyan fastened his belt, then turned to her, his brow slightly furrowed. He quickly approached, adjusting her clothing with deftness, ensuring no hint of disarray remained. "You're dressed," he stated calmly, his tone imbued with an unusual steadiness that somewhat soothed Jiaojiao's frayed nerves. The clamor outside grew increasingly fierce. If the door remained shut, they could not be held accountable for their rudeness. Jiaojiao's heart raced, instinctively retreating as she donned her shoes and stood behind Jing Xiaoyan. He cast a calm glance her way, seemingly ensuring her readiness. Then, with steady hands, he pulled back the door latch. As the door creaked open just a fraction, the individuals outside, evidently pent up with impatience, burst in. A man clad in official garb stumbled forward, nearly colliding with Jing Xiaoyan. "What are you doing? Delaying matters of the government? Do you not realize the consequences?" The officer steadied himself and barked, his expression fierce as he scrutinized Jing Xiaoyan before his gaze settled on the apprehensive Jiaojiao. Her discomfort was palpable. The officer's gaze made her uneasy, and her brow furrowed slightly. Almost immediately, another officer entered, similarly adorned with a sword, exuding an air of arrogance. "Who are you? Why have you not opened the door? Sneaking about, what brings you to the capital?" Yet, Jing Xiaoyan remained unfazed. He politely clasped his hands together, addressing the two officers with a respectful demeanor. "Gentlemen, there has been a misunderstanding. I am Jing Xiaoyan, a constable from Liqing County. I accompanied my wife to the capital for some shopping. It was indeed inconvenient, which is why we could not open the door immediately. I hope for your understanding." As he spoke, he retrieved a small wooden badge from his waist and presented it. Initially, the two officers displayed impatience, but upon hearing his title, their expressions shifted. The lead officer took the badge, examined it closely, and upon confirming the official seal, he looked back at Jing Xiaoyan with renewed scrutiny. Once assured of his identity, the hostility in his demeanor evaporated, replaced by a markedly more cordial smile, albeit still somewhat awkward. "Ah, it turns out you are one of us. What situation this is?" The second officer quickly followed suit, his arrogance dissipating as he plastered a smile across his face. Indeed, a misunderstanding. We are merely following orders. Please do not take offense." They had not anticipated encountering a constable from a subordinate county during their search. Fortunately, it was from a lower jurisdiction, not an upper one. Otherwise, they might have truly offended someone important. Jing Xiaoyan reclaimed his badge, his expression remaining composed. "Might I inquire what brings you gentlemen to conduct a late-night search?" His question seemed casual, as though it were merely a passing curiosity. The lead officer rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he lowered his voice. "To be honest, we have no choice. The capital has been rather unsettled of late. A flower thief has emerged, targeting victims under the cover of night, employing quite dreadful tactics." As he spoke, his glance inadvertently flicked toward Jiaojiao before he quickly averted it. Her expression subtly shifted. The term flower thief was one she had only ever encountered in television dramas, never expecting it to manifest in reality. The second officer leaned closer, exhaling deeply. "Indeed, there have already been 4 incidents, causing widespread panic among the populace. We have just received news that the thief may be hiding in this vicinity, which is why we are inquiring from house to house. Apologies for the disturbance, dear brother." "I understand," said Jing Xiaoyan, nodding thoughtfully. "Does the thief possess any distinguishing features? Perhaps I might assist in keeping an eye out." The leading officer hesitated momentarily, stating that they currently only know he is under 7 feet tall and possesses remarkable abilities for nocturnal movement. As for other details, alas, they're still under investigation. The flower thief typically masks his face while committing his crimes, so no one truly knows his appearance. However, he seemed reluctant to divulge intricate details, perhaps feeling embarrassed in front of an outsider. Very well, we shall not disturb your rest any further. We still have other places to inspect. My apologies for the fright caused to your lady. The two men expressed their regrets repeatedly before hastily retreating, as they had numerous locations to search that day. Jing Shuyan did not immediately close the door, but instead watched them depart before turning back, his gaze settling on Pu Jiaojiao. She appeared somewhat astonished, and he presumed it was due to the earlier commotion. It's all right now, Jing Shuyan spoke softly, reassuring her that there was no need for concern while he was present. Just then, a voice called from outside. Brother-in-law, Jiaojiao, are you both unharmed? Jing Shuyan stepped outside, and Pu Jiaojiao composed herself, following suit. In the corridor, Pu Shuani and Jianhong stood at their respective doorways, fully dressed and wearing expressions of concern. Clearly, they too had been interrogated by the officers. Brother, young Master Jian, we are fine. Pu Jiaojiao smiled at them, indicating her well-being. That is a relief, Pu Shuani exhaled, as the officers had indeed been quite frightening in the dead of night. Jianhong raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, I heard they are apprehending a flower thief. Everyone should be cautious tonight. After exchanging a few simple words to confirm their safety, they lost the desire to converse further. Following such an ordeal, none of them felt inclined to sleep. However, they needed to set out early the next morning, having been roused from their slumber, and could only accept their misfortune in encountering such an event. The innkeeper expressed his apologies to each guest, promising a discount on their bill to show the establishment's sincerity. Many accepted this gesture with gratitude. Upon returning to their beds, the earlier thoughts faded away. Pu Jiaojiao lay on the inner side of the bed, side by side with Jing Xiuyin, though neither felt inclined to sleep at that moment. Clearing her throat, she realized her voice felt somewhat dry. Regarding the flower thief, she inquired, are they generally easy to apprehend? Her curiosity was genuine, as the earlier officers had indicated they had no knowledge of the thief's appearance. What if they apprehended the wrong person? Currently, there are no means for bodily fluid extraction or fingerprint comparisons. Jing Shuyan lay rigidly, yet he kindly elaborated on her curiosity. The flower thief, he paused, is considered one of the most elusive criminals to capture. His candidness surprised Pu Jiaojiao and intensified her curiosity. Why is that? She asked. Such thieves are typically agile, adept at moving stealthily through the night, and their whereabouts are exceedingly concealed. Jing Shun elucidated that the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the perpetrators often employ disguises, rendering their true appearances nearly impossible to ascertain. With scant clues available for subsequent investigations, agile and astute, Pu Jiaojiao pondered these words, and a thought flickered in her mind. Could it be that they possessed the skill of lightness? She recalled the novels and television shows she had perused in the past, always dismissing them as mere fabrications intended to deceive. Could such an ability truly exist? The art of lightness and walking on water? Jing Xiuyin turned his head, a hint of barely perceptible amusement glimmering in his gaze, perhaps finding her inquiry unexpectedly intriguing. Indeed, he affirmed with certainty. Such a thing truly exists? Pu Jiaojiao's eyes widened, genuine astonishment washing over her. She had always believed that feats like traversing rooftops were merely the flights of fancy of authors, exaggerated to captivate readers. Well, Jing Shuyan continued, martial arts are divided into internal and external schools. The so-called lightness is not about soaring with the wind. Rather, it involves training to a degree where one's agility surpasses that of the ordinary, allowing for leaps and bounds that create the illusion of flight. His tone was matter-of-fact, as though he were stating a well-known truth. Captivated, Pu Jiaojiao instinctively inquired, so, do you practice martial arts? Immediately regretting her probing question, she sensed it might be overly intrusive. Jing Shuyan, however, did not hesitate this time. I do, primarily in external styles. He did not withhold information, even adding, with a trace of unnoticeable regret, that he had unfortunately not received the teachings of the internal school. External martial arts yield observable results through diligent practice, while the essence of internal arts is elusive, often safeguarded by reclusive sects or families. Pu Jiaojiao was genuinely taken aback by Jing Xiuyan's depth of knowledge, her perception of him deepening. Not only was he a constable, but also one adept in martial arts. Moreover, she sensed from his words that his skills were quite commendable. No wonder the county magistrate chose to take him along during trips. She had previously heard from Jing Hongyi and others that her father frequently traveled. It was likely due to his prowess that he garnered such esteem. After all, this was not a time of peace, with bandits abounding on the roads. It was unlikely that a common individual would dare to traverse alone. Even officials, while generally feared by common thieves, were not entirely safe, as there always existed those reckless enough to defy danger. Jing Xiuyan's martial skills likely contributed to his frequent outings. Sleep now, or you won't rise in the morning. He sighed, reaching out to pull Pu Jiaojiao into his embrace, startling her and causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She instinctively placed her hands against his chest, about to protest, when he patted her bottom reassuringly, saying, "I will hold you while you sleep. There is no need for concern." Flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Pu Jiaojiao buried her face in the crook of Jing Xiuyan's neck, feigning unconsciousness. Yet, whether it was his gesture or his words that had an effect, she initially felt shy, but soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 87. Invitation. The carriage finally came to a halt at the familiar intersection of Liqing. Pu Shunyi accompanied Jian Hong to the inn, while Jing Xiuyan and Pu Jiaojiao proceeded to fetch Jing Xiaohua. After 2 days apart, upon seeing Pu Jiaojiao, Jing Xiaohua dashed toward her, wrapping her little arms tightly around her legs. Mother, though merely 2 days had passed since she left home, as she set foot on this familiar land, gazing at the well-known storefronts and hearing the vibrant calls echoing in her ears, Pu Jiaojiao felt as if an eternity had elapsed. A warm, indescribable sense of belonging unfurled from her heart, enveloping her in comfort. She glanced down at the little one clinging to her leg, her heart softening in an instant. Home, the thought startled her momentarily. Once upon a time, the Jing family had merely been a temporary sanctuary for her. Yet now, when she contemplated home, vivid images flooded her mind. The tender calls of her little flower, Jing Hongyi earnestly sharing amusing tales from school, and the gentle glances from Jing Xiuyan. These fragmented memories had, unbeknownst to her, taken root deep within her heart. Jing Xiuyan stood nearby, observing his daughter's affectionate demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he silently carried their luggage. After sincerely thanking Qiao Sanyang, he took his wife and child by the hand and departed. The journey home was brief, yet Jing Xiaohua resolutely refused to walk on her own, insisting that Pu Jiaojiao hold her hand. Her tiny fingers clutched tightly, as if fearing she might vanish again. Mother, next time you go out, you must take Hua Hua with you, the little one declared earnestly, tilting her head to look up at her mother. She had not wished to burden her mother, and although her grandmother's home was wonderful, her longing for her mother was undeniable. Pu Jiaojiao chuckled at her daughter's earnestness, crouching down to pinch her chubby cheeks. "All right, I promise," she replied. "What about your father?" Jing Xiaohua tilted her head, glancing at her somewhat inconspicuous father, who was carrying their belongings. Before Pu Jiaojiao could respond, the little one waved her hand dismissively, declaring with an air of maturity, "Father often goes out. He is used to it. Mother is different. She must stay at home with Xiaohua." Upon hearing this, Jing Xiuyan paused momentarily, casting a resigned yet indulgent glance at his daughter. He did not contradict her, merely reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Pu Jiaojiao watched their interaction, unable to suppress a smile, feeling reassured that raising this daughter had not been in vain. Upon arriving home, they tidied up a bit. Fortunately, they had only been gone for a few days, so the house remained relatively clean, needing only a light dusting. Jing Xiuyan also lent a hand, filling the water tank and chopping some firewood, noting that their supply was running low. In the afternoon, Pu Jiaojiao visited the market to buy some vegetables, after which she invited her elder brother and Master Jian over for a meal. As guests are to be treated with respect, and since Jian Hong was someone she had brought along, it was only proper to host him for a simple meal. Jing Xiuyan agreed, effortlessly lifting Jing Xiaohua into his arms and bringing her along to extend the invitation. Once they left, Pu Jiaojiao busied herself with preparations. Today, she planned to cook spicy stir-fried pork, braised bones, garlic fish fillets, sweet and sour potato balls, and fried dough. Considering Jing Xiaohua's clingy behavior earlier, she also prepared candied sweet potatoes just for her. She did not intend to overdo it, adhering to a principle of not wasting food. And knowing they would likely enjoy a drink together, she anticipated they might not eat much. As Jing Xiuyan, accompanied by Jian Hong and Pu Xuanyi, neared home, an unexpected and rich aroma wafted through the alley, enveloping the surroundings. The scent, imbued with the tantalizing essence of roasted meat, mingled with the unique fragrance of certain spices, awakening the appetite within them. Jian Hong inhaled sharply, his face reflecting disbelief, his steps coming to an abrupt halt. Wait, he turned to Jing Xiuyan and Pu Xuanyi. Could this enticing aroma be a tad excessive? Surely it must be from a small courtyard not far away, where Pu's wife was cooking. Upon hearing this, Pu Xuanyi immediately straightened his posture, his face beaming with pride. He had savored his sister's culinary skills firsthand. Though infrequent, each experience had left a lasting impression. Indeed, he exclaimed, his voice resonating with evident pride as he began to impart his wisdom to Jian Hong. Let me tell you, my sister's cooking is extraordinary. Even the simplest of dishes transform into something delicious in her hands. The flavor is so delightful that I nearly swallowed my own tongue. Pu Xuanyi, now an unabashed admirer of Pu Jiaojiao's talent, although he had only tasted her food a few times, found those occasions unforgettable. Logically, his mother's cooking was quite delectable, yet his sister's dishes possessed a distinct allure. Jian Hong had merely inquired casually, maintaining a semblance of politeness. For it was well understood that the meals prepared by ordinary women could hardly rival those from esteemed establishments. One could hardly expect anything extraordinary. However, as he listened to Pu Xuanyi's vivid descriptions and inhaled the increasingly alluring aroma, his politeness morphed into palpable desire. He fanned himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? He asked, glancing at Jing Xiuyan, seeking validation. For it was evident that the esteemed gentleman had the authority to speak on the matter. Jing Xiuyan, cradling Jing Xiaohua between them, seemed to slow his pace upon catching the scent. He smiled slightly at Jian Hong's words, noting that Jian Hong had come from the capital, where one could assume an abundance of culinary delights awaited. I wonder if my wife's dishes will suit your palate, but personally, I find her cooking quite delightful. He did not meet Jian Hong's gaze, his eyes fixed on the warm glow emanating from the door ahead, his smile radiating warmth. With a wife like mine, what more could a husband desire? In his arms, Jing Xiaohua appeared to comprehend her father's words, turning to Jian Hong with her sparkling eyes. Mama's cooking is really delicious, she declared, patting her little tummy proudly. It always fills me up. Jian Hong could not help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow, his curiosity about the evening's meal piqued, and his hunger intensifying. He waved his fan, chuckling softly. Then it seems we are in for a treat tonight. Come on, let us hasten, for I must see what dishes have garnered such praise from this charming little girl. With that, he quickened his pace, eager to discover the culinary marvels created by Pu's wife, which everyone around him seemed to hold in such high esteem. Pu Xuanyi, filled with pride, kept pace, casting a playful wink back at Jing Xiuyan. Hearing the sounds at the door, Pu Jiaojiao emerged from the kitchen and greeted, asking Jing Xiuyan to keep her company for a while as the dishes would be ready soon. Jing Hongyi had gone out to search for Qiu, who had yet to return, so there was no need to wait for him to dine. After deftly finishing the last dish, Pu Jiaojiao called Jing Xiuyan to help serve the food. Chapter 88. Alas, they are married. The dishes laid out on the table were exquisite. It was not the beauty of the bowls that impressed, as Pu Jiaojiao used very ordinary coarse porcelain bowls, which could not compare to the fine white china of affluent households. Yet, each dish was exceptionally appealing. The stir-fried meat with chili presented vibrant green and red peppers, the meat slices glistening with oil, enticing one to partake. The braised pork bones exhibited a deep crimson hue, almost blackened, enveloped in a thick sauce that exuded a savory aroma. The garlic fish fillets displayed pure white flesh, generously sprinkled with crispy golden garlic, emanating an irresistible fragrance of both garlic and fresh fish. Beside it lay golden, round potato balls, seemingly drizzled with a tangy sauce, hinting at a sour flavor. The fried lotus root featured 2 slices enclosing a meat filling, perfectly crisp on the outside, yet tender within. Finally, a plate of sweet potato and syrup glistened with an amber glaze, each piece shimmering invitingly. Every dish was a feast for the senses, steaming and aromatic, intoxicatingly fragrant. Pu Jiaojiao offered a gracious smile to Jian Hong. "Young Master Jian, please take a seat. I've prepared some simple home-cooked dishes. I hope they suit your palate. So please don't be dismissive." Jian Hong, too captivated by the feast, waved his hands dismissively. "Madam Pu is far too modest. This looks utterly delicious. I shan't hold back." The group settled around the table, with Pu Jiaojiao guiding Jing Shaohua to sit beside Jing Shuyan, observing them begin their meal. Pu Jiaojiao carefully picked up a piece of sweet potato and syrup. As she lifted it, long, shiny strands of sugar stretched out, and she thoughtfully dipped it into a bowl of cool water prepared alongside, causing the sugar strands to solidify with a gentle crackle. She placed the expertly prepared sweet potato into Jing Shaohua's bowl. "Shaohua, try this, but be careful, it's hot." Shaohua had been eagerly watching and immediately scooped a small piece with her little spoon, bringing it to her mouth. The little girl's eyes widened in delight. Sparkling with joy, her cheeks puffed with satisfaction as she nodded vigorously, mumbling, "Delicious, sweet, crispy." Seeing Xiaohua's reaction, a smile unconsciously formed on Pu Jiaojiao's lips. She glanced up and met Jing Shuyan's gaze, which appeared particularly gentle, causing her to feel a slight flush. Jian Hong, witnessing Xiaohua's enjoyment, also brightened, his eyes fixated on the plate of sweet potato and syrup. He had never encountered such a dish before. Its golden hue and the delightful strands caught his curiosity. His nature was one of seeking novelty, which was why he had taken over the family business. Moreover, culinary delights had always fueled his inspections of various enterprises, as each locale offered unique gastronomic specialties, resulting in different flavors. This dish was indeed refreshingly unique. Witnessing Pu Jiaojiao's earlier actions, he mimicked her movements, cautiously lifting a piece with his chopsticks. The syrup was indeed viscous, and it took some effort to raise the sweet potato chunk. The elongated strands of sugar swaying delicately in the air, glimmering brilliantly. Following Pu Jiaojiao's lead, he placed it into the bowl of cool water beside him. A crisp sound erupted, even louder than the noise made by Pu Jiaojiao earlier, likely due to his haste. The sugar strands instantly solidified, becoming brittle. Amused, he rolled the sweet potato chunk in the water before bringing it to his mouth. The moment Jian Hong bit down, his eyes widened in astonishment. First, there was the crack of the sugary shell, clear and distinct. Then came the molten warmth and tenderness of the sweet potato, sweet yet not cloying, with a striking contrast between the crisp exterior and the soft interior. The pure sweetness surged to his senses, perfectly aligning with his fondness for desserts. He chewed thoughtfully, his eyes slightly enlarged as he glanced at Pu Jiaojiao, nodding incomprehensibly, "Delicious. This is delightful. Crispy outside, soft inside, still warm. Sweet." Jian Hong swallowed the piece in a few bites, smacking his lips in satisfaction, and immediately reached for another piece of the candied sweet potato, exclaiming, "Pu Jiaojiao, your culinary skills are extraordinary. What is this called? Candied sweet potato? How have I never tasted something so delectable before?" As he spoke, he skillfully picked up another piece, dipping it in water and consuming it seamlessly, his face radiating unrestrained bliss. Pu Shun watched nearby, chuckling with delight. "Isn't it delicious, Brother Jian? My sister's cooking is truly remarkable." In reality, sweet potatoes were often consumed by the less fortunate. Pu Jiaojiao explained with a smile that, in ordinary circumstances, young Master Jian likely had little opportunity to enjoy such fare. Candy preparations could be made not only with sweet potatoes, but with various ingredients. However, the inherent sweetness of sweet potatoes, combined with the high-temperature frying that enhanced their softness and sweetness, made them far more enjoyable than simply boiled ones. Jianhong, pondering deeply, began sampling other dishes, quickly discovering that nearly every dish surpassed his expectations in flavor. Having traversed numerous regions, he always sought out the finest establishments to savor local cuisine. Each locale indeed possessed its unique charm. Yet, how should one describe Jiaojiao's cooking? Jianhong felt that, while it may not rank among the absolute finest he had ever tasted, it undeniably bore a distinctive personal touch. There was an indescribable sensation about it. Nevertheless, the flavors were undeniably exquisite, even exceeding his anticipations and leaving him thoroughly impressed. Curious about Jiaojiao's culinary training, he wondered where she had honed her skills. Feeling a tinge of regret, had she not been wed, he might have genuinely considered inviting her to serve as a cook for his family. After sampling every dish, Jianhong found them increasingly delectable, almost addictive. The more he ate, the more he craved. I merely dabble in cooking, Jiao chuckled. If I were to claim I learned systematically, it would be from my mother, though I have never studied formally. She was not entirely mistaken. Her culinary methods were indeed a product of her own experimentation, albeit guided by online videos. In an age abundant with countless cooking tutorials, one might as well be spoon-fed, and given her dexterity, it was hardly a challenge for her. However, the original owner of this persona rarely cooked, especially with Pu Shuni present, who was well aware of her capabilities. Thus, she refrained from speaking indiscreetly. Pu Nyongzi possessed remarquable talent. Jianhong felt that his understanding of Pu Jiaojiao was rather superficial. The more he interacted with her, the more he perceived her as an extraordinary individual. Regrettably, she was already married. Jianhong looked at Jing Xiuyan with a hint of envy. The captain was indeed fortunate, for Pu Nyongzi's culinary skills were quite commendable. You are too humble, young Master Jian. Being from the capital, you are surrounded by countless delicacies. How could I ever compare? Pu Jiaojiao laughed heartily, unfazed by the praise that might have made others shy. Chapter 89. Pu Nyongzi has returned. As the banquet drew to a close, Jianhong felt a lingering satisfaction from meal. Wiping his mouth, he rose to take his leave, expressing gratitude. Many thanks to Pu Nyongzi and Captain Jing for your hospitality today. This meal has truly pleased me. He looked at Pu Jiaojiao, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Pu Shuni stood up enthusiastically. Why the formality, Brother Jian? Allow me to escort you. Tomorrow morning, we shall go inspect the land. Very well. It is settled. Jianhong clasped his hands in agreement. Jing Xiuyan and Pu Jiaojiao saw them off at the door. Watching as Jianhong and Pu Shuni walked away, their shoulders linked, the night breeze carrying a slight chill. We should retire early. We have to attend the yamen tomorrow. Jing Xiuyan remarked softly. Pu Jiaojiao nodded and turned to return indoors. However, they did not rest long before Pu Shuni returned, his face flushed with excitement. Sister, do you remember what I said? Brother Jian is genuinely eager to collaborate. I believe our floral essence will lead us to great fortune. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Pu Jiaojiao chuckled at his enthusiasm, but doused his excitement with a dose of reality. Brother, this is not the time for pride. Location is crucial. It cannot be remote. We need a site that facilitates both storage and transport, with easy access for people. Pausing, she added, moreover, regarding the floral materials, you should take young Master Jian to Shilua village tomorrow to meet with Ji-san. Let him see our sincerity and understand our requirements. Naturally, we should aim for the lowest possible cost to keep expenditures in check. Pu Shuni nodded vigorously, understood. Rest assured, sister, I will ensure it is done. After their conversation, Pu Shuni hurried off, needing to prepare for the land inspection with Jianhong the following day. That evening, Jing Xiaohua clung to Pu Jiaojiao while they slept, refusing to let go even in slumber, her lips pouting and her head snugly pressed against her. Pu Jiaojiao found the situation both amusing and exasperating, while Jing Xiuyan, hoping for some time with his own spouse upon returning home, could only sigh at the sight of his daughter. Rubbing Pu Jiaojiao's head gently, he whispered, You should hurry and sleep. You must be quite tired today. All right, Jiaojiao mumbled sleepily, soon drifting into slumber. The next day, in the kitchen behind the yamen, when Jiaojiao arrived, Song Fei was crouched in the corner, silently immersed in washing a large basin of fresh vegetables. Water splashed onto his sleeves. Yet he remained utterly oblivious, as if everything around him was of no consequence. Only when Jiaojiao entered did he cast a quick glance her way before lowering his head once more. Meanwhile, Aunt Ju approached, a cloth in hand. Wiping down the stove, her curiosity piqued as she asked, Madam, I heard you visited the capital. Was it bustling with activity? I've heard there are numerous silk shops there. Jiaojiao responded. Indeed, it was quite lively with people coming and going. As she spoke, she recounted a few intriguing things she had encountered in Liqing that Aunt Ju had never seen, evoking a sense of envy from her. On the other side, Jing Xiuyan was reporting to County Magistrate Jiang about the emergence of flower thieves in the capital. Magistrate Jiang sat behind his desk, absent-mindedly toying with a brush while listening to Jing's report. His brow furrowed slightly, though his gaze seemed to wander, indicating that he was not entirely engaged. Your Excellency, although the flower thief may still be in the capital, we cannot be certain he will not leave. We must exercise strict vigilance to ensure he does not infiltrate our county, Jing Xiuyan concluded, awaiting further instructions. Magistrate Jiang set down his brush, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table, and responded with a mere understood. Instruct the men to increase patrols, especially at night. His reaction was too subdued, suggesting a lack of concern regarding the flower thief. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, Madam has returned with you, hasn't she? Will she be working today? Jing Xiuyan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The magistrate's demeanor seemed somewhat off. Yes, she will be working today, he replied honestly, though he was puzzled by the magistrate's inquiry. However, Magistrate Jiang offered no explanation, merely gesturing for him to leave. Jing Xiuyan had no choice but to depart for the precinct where the constables were stationed. At noon, a long-awaited, rich aroma wafted from the kitchen of the county office once more. Inside, whether among the bustling clerks or the officials handling paperwork, the scent invigorated everyone's spirits. The previously somber atmosphere seemed to dissipate with this delightful fragrance, and the eyes of all brightened with anticipation. Madam had returned. Once again, they would savor her culinary creations. This feeling was unprecedented. Having grown accustomed to the dishes prepared by Madam, her absence over the past few days had left them to fend for themselves, making them acutely aware of the stark contrast. While they had managed before, merely 2 days without her cooking had left them longing for her return. During her absence, many had felt lethargic throughout the day. They had anticipated yet another meal of indifference, but as noon arrived, the familiar, mouth-watering aroma greeted them like a delightful surprise. The students of the small county school could hardly contain their excitement. The tantalizing scent from the kitchen wafted into the classroom, igniting their appetites. They frequently turned their heads toward the backyard, whispering guesses about the delectable dishes Madam might be preparing today. Even the usually stern Mr. Zhou appeared somewhat distracted today, hastening his pace as he lectured. Ultimately, he seemed unable to resist the allure of the delicious aroma wafting through the air and decisively announced an early dismissal. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the classroom, and the students rushed out in a frenzy. Even though they knew the food was not yet fully prepared, it did not deter them from eagerly positioning themselves outside the kitchen, eagerly anticipating the meal. Amidst the throng, Chan Fangyi, however, did not join the rush. He paused, casting a worried glance at Jiang Hongwan, who lagged behind. Normally, upon hearing the dismissal bell, especially when the tantalizing scent of food filled the air, Jiang Hongwan would be the first to dash out. Yet today, he sluggishly packed up his books and writing materials, his movements appearing laboriously slow, as if his hands had suffered an injury, devoid of their usual eagerness. Chun Fangyi strode back to Jiang Hongwan's desk. Hongwan, what troubles you? He inquired. Jiang Hongwan lifted his gaze, his complexion less than favorable, somewhat pallid, and his eyes darted about, lacking their typical brightness. He shook his head, murmuring, It's nothing. Nothing? Chun Fangyi frowned. Everyone else has gone to eat. Why are you still here? Observing Jiang Hongwen's listless demeanor only heightened his unease. Was he unwell, or had he been reprimanded by his father? Jiang Hongwen shook his head again, slowly stuffing the last book into his bag. His movements remained sluggish, and he pressed his lips together, seemingly reluctant to speak. Chapter 90. Weeping Jiang Hongwen. Chun Fangyi's concern deepened. Having shared camaraderie with Jiang Hongwen for several years, akin to brothers, he knew that his friend would typically share even the smallest of worries with him. Today, however, Jiang Hongwen's reticence was telling. It was evident that he harbored something within, something he wished to conceal. This unusual behavior left Chun Fangyi uneasy. What could possibly be troubling him to such an extent that he felt he could not confide in his closest friend? Gazing at Jiang Hongwen's troubled expression, Chun Fangyi opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose silence. The classroom had emptied, and the raucous crowd outside eagerly awaited their meal. Certainly not an opportune moment for probing inquiries. He sighed, swallowing his multitude of questions for the time being, and patted Jiang Hongwen's arm. Shall we go eat first? The aroma suggests that Madame Pu has returned, and today's dishes should be delightful. Jiang Hongwen responded with a subdued finally rising to follow Chun Fangyi outside. Yet his gait remained markedly different from usual, starkly contrasting with the delectable scents and laughter that surrounded them. As Chun Fangyi walked beside him, he contemplated that, after their meal, he would certainly need to inquire about what was troubling Jiang Hongwen. Little did he anticipate that after dining, during merely a brief visit to the restroom, Jiang Hongwen would vanish. The meal had been thoroughly enjoyed, and Pu Jiaojiao had helped tidy up before taking her leave. Typically, the cook was responsible solely for preparing the dishes, while the assistants handled the other tasks. However, Pu Jiaojiao was both willing and able to lend hand. As Pu Jiaojiao contemplated whether Jing Hong and her brother had finished their viewing, she wondered if they had returned. Deciding to check on the Pu family shop, she greeted Song Fei and Aunt Zhu before stepping out of the courtyard. Passing by a corner of the backyard where discarded items were piled, she faintly heard a series of delicate whimpers. The sound was intermittent, reminiscent of a kitten's mew, yet tinged with a suppressed sob. She halted, straining to listen, and discerned that the noise seemed to emanate from a large wooden box behind the jumble of debris. This box had been placed there during a previous move, and Pu Jiaojiao had once considered utilizing it to plant some scallions, thus eliminating the need to purchase them for cooking. Upon hearing the sound, her heart skipped a beat. She hurried over and gently pushed open the half-closed lid. Inside the box curled a small figure, clad in crumpled satin garments, dust speckling the fabric and evident tear streaks adorning their face. Upon recognizing the face, Pu Jiaojiao was taken aback. It was Jiang Hongwen. Hongwen? What are you doing here? Pu Jiaojiao lowered her voice. Jiang Hongwen abruptly lifted his head, his eyes instantly filled with terror and resistance. As if he had not anticipated being discovered by her, he shrank deeper into the box, biting his lip tightly, remaining silent, his body trembling from suppressed sobs. Pu Jiaojiao's heart ached upon witnessing the child's pitiful and clearly distressing state. She bent down, attempting to soothe him. Do not be afraid. I am Pu Jiaojiao. You know me, right? Why are you hiding here and crying alone? Despite her gentle inquiries, Jiang Hongwen remained mute. His large eyes filled with defiance as his body shook even more violently. It was already getting late, and the magistrate's office seemed unusually quiet, as many had left for errands after lunch. During the midday meal, several individuals had been summoned by the county magistrate, dividing into two groups to run errands, leaving the office almost deserted. Observing the child's pitiable and evidently troubling demeanor, Pu Jiaojiao could not bear to leave him there alone. She cautiously extended her hand. It is getting dark. This place is unsafe. Would you come home with me? I have a little sister who can play with you. And there are delicious snacks. Jiang Hongwen hung his head, and for reasons unknown, he did not resist vigorously. Sensing his lack of refusal, Pu Jiaojiao carefully coaxed and cradled him out of the box. Despite Jiang Hongwen's usual bravado, appearing rather formidable, he was surprisingly light and somewhat stiff, remaining silent throughout their journey, pursing his lips in a sullen manner. I'm going to fetch my daughter from my mother's house. Would you like to accompany me? Or should I take you home first? Pu Jiaojiao inquired softly. Although Jiang Hongwan did not respond verbally, he reached out and grasped the sleeve of her garment, clearly not wishing to be left alone in her home. Very well, then let us go together, Pu Jiaojiao suggested empathetically. My mother's house and my home are not far apart. Once I pick up my daughter, we shall return. Upon arriving at the Pu family shop, she learned that Pu Shuani had not yet returned, and she was uncertain how far the two had progressed. With Jiang Hongwen in tow, they could only head home for the time being. As soon as Pu Jiaojiao arrived, Jing Xiaohua curiously ran out, extending her little hand in an attempt to tug at this new young gentleman. This is Brother Jiang. Could you help Mother take care of Brother Jiang? Pu Jiaojiao smiled as she gently ruffled Jing Xiaohua's hair, and upon seeing the serious nod from Jing Xiaohua, she felt reassured. With a sweet smile, Jing Xiaohua took Jiang Hongwen's hand obediently. Jiang Hongwen looked at Jing Xiaohua in confusion, and then glanced at Pu Jiaojiao, pursing his lips before softly inquiring. How old are you today? I'm almost 4 years old, Jing Xiaohua replied proudly, puffing out her chest. Jiang Hongwen's confusion deepened. Noticing that Pu Jiaojiao was standing a bit further away, he could not resist asking, Your mother looks quite young. Did she have you at such an early age? She seems to be around 17 or 18. Although Jing Xiaohua was young, she understood that there had been a time without her mother, and many had warned her to be cautious of her stepmother's potential cruelty before her father remarried. Yet, she felt her stepmother was nothing like the people had described. Since she could remember, there had only been her father and her elder brother. Her mother was never present. She was unable to compare the differences between her biological mother and her stepmother, but she genuinely adored her current mother. Thus, when Jiang Hongwen questioned her, she answered candidly. Her expression natural, No, my mother is my stepmother. Father just married her. Jiang Hongwen's eyes widened in shock, as if a lump of cotton had lodged in his throat. He stared at Jing Xiaohua in disbelief, instinctively asking, She's your stepmother? Does she not mistreat you? My stepmother is also my mother, Jing Xiaohua pouted, feeling displeased with this brother. Angrily defending Pu Jiaojiao, she exclaimed, Mother would never mistreat me. She is so kind to me. Jiang Hongwen was profoundly shaken. He could sense that Pu Jiaojiao spoke to Jing Xiaohua in a gentle manner. Yet he had encountered many who displayed one face to the world while hiding another behind it, much like that venomous woman. He could not bring himself to believe that a good stepmother could exist. Chapter 91. I never bully you. Jiang Hongwen discreetly surveyed the courtyard before him. He had not anticipated that Pu Jiaojiao's dwelling would be so modest and cramped, even smaller than his own courtyard. However, the items within were arranged with a delightful sense of order, and the small flowers planted in the corners, along with the flat baskets drying nearby, exuded a rich essence of life, infused with an elegant thoughtfulness. Jing Xiaohua eagerly presented her toys to Jiang Hongwen, for her mother had instructed her to entertain the young gentleman. Her toys were contained within a small basket with a lid, woven by Jing Shuyan specifically for her to store her trinkets. This was bought for me by my mother, this was made for me by my father, and this was gifted to me by my brother. With each item she retrieved, she earnestly introduced it. Jiang Hongwen endured for a moment before finally stating, I do not want to play. These are all things for girls. After all, he was a young man. What would it look like for him to play with toys meant for little girls? Jing Xiaohua blinked, feeling a bit wronged, for she thought all these things were delightful. Oh, please don't cry. Jiang Hongwen appeared somewhat flustered, visibly anxious. I haven't bullied you. Please do not cry. Jing Xiaohua pouted, still on the verge of tears. All right, I shall play. Jiang Hongwen conceded, slightly overwhelmed, as he reached for a toy. I will play with this. At that, Jing Xiaohua broke into a smile. Her spirits lifted as she eagerly shared how to enjoy the toy with Jiang Hongwen. Pu Jiaojiao, having changed her clothes, stepped out of the room and found the two engrossed in their play, unable to suppress a chuckle. She had been quite surprised to see Jiang Hongwen cry earlier. Although her time at the Yamen had been brief, she had gleaned that he was an exceptionally proud child. Based on past encounters, he appeared to be a typical rebellious son. Yet, in her interactions, she sensed a fundamental kindness within him, coupled with a willingness to do much for his friends. Typically carefree and light-hearted, she was puzzled by his sudden display of distress. However, she refrained from prying into his feelings. she still needed to send someone to the Jiang residence to convey the news, lest they find themselves in a predicament when school let out and he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Pu Xuanyi led Jianhong out of the city towards the outskirts. The air in the suburban area lacked the din of a marketplace, filled instead with the earthy aromas of soil and foliage. They halted before a vast expanse of land, level and unobstructed, from which one could see the distant, meandering river glistening in the sunlight. The nearby weeds grew rather abundantly, yet they spoke to the land's fertility. Young Master Jian, look, this is the spot, Pu Xuanyi indicated, noting the ample space and the convenience of accessing water from the river nearby. Beyond that small grove, it is unlikely anyone would venture here. Jianhong remained silent, leisurely strolling and surveying the land. The soil beneath his feet was soft and moist. He knelt, pinching a bit of dirt between his fingers to feel its texture. It was indeed excellent land, meeting all the criteria they had initially discussed: location, size, water source, and seclusion. His intention was to purchase a farm, using it as a base to construct a workshop which would facilitate various operations. Seeing his apparent interest, Pu Xuanyi quickly added, however, the owner of this land, surnamed Qian, is known to be quite difficult to deal with. A hint of concern crossed his face. I had someone inquire, and old Qian is adamant about his price, asking nearly 30% above the market rate. Moreover, it is said he is only swayed by money, unyielding in negotiations, making him a challenging counterpart. Jianhong stood, brushing the dirt from his hands, a slight furrow creasing his brow. While the increased cost was not beyond his means, the notion of dealing with someone so obstinate and unyielding hinted at potentially endless troubles down the line. His purpose in establishing the workshop was to earn money with ease, not to engage in petty disputes. Though, given his status, he was not particularly intimidated by the prospect of conflict. Yet, he recognized that without established interests in the area, it would take time for his influence to solidify. Indeed, he mused after a moment, this location holds promise, yet both the price and the owner present complications. He cast a glance at Pu Xuanyi and suggested putting the matter aside for the moment. Brother Xuanyi, could you kindly keep an eye out for me? Are there any other suitable plots nearby? They need not be identical, just somewhat similar, preferably ones that could be sold together with the estate. Pu Xuanyi readily agreed. Of course, I will make some inquiries in the next couple of days. Jianhong nodded, temporarily setting aside the issue of selecting a workshop location. He then recalled another matter and turned to Pu Xuanyi. By the way, do you know the exact location of the flower nursery in Shiluo village that Madame Pu mentioned earlier? I do, Pu Xuanyi replied. It is not too far from the county town. With a swift horse, it should take merely half an hour to reach. Yes. Jianhong's gaze seemed to drift off momentarily. Did not Madame Pu mention a man named Ji San who could procure a substantial amount of fresh flowers? I wish to see it with my own eyes. His interest in the nursery, which could consistently supply a large quantity of flowers, and in Ji San himself, was indeed considerable. If what Pu Jiaojiao asserted was true, it would greatly assist in his future plans. Pu Xuanyi immediately assured him, rest assured, young Master Jian. My sister informed me before I came here. Shall I take you to Shiluo village now? Yes, I appreciate your help, Brother Xuanyi, Jianhong replied. The entire village of Shiluo was primarily dedicated to flower cultivation, with grain production as a secondary focus. Fortunately, many families enjoyed selecting flowers from Shiluo village, ensuring a decent livelihood. Just after noon, the entrance of Shiluo village became bustling with activity. The thudding sound of the cartwheels on the dirt road startled the women lounging under the trees and drew the attention of villagers hoping to sell flowers for some spare change. In a flurry, before the cart even came to a halt, it was surrounded. Buying flowers? Esteemed guest, take a look at my flowers, freshly picked this morning. Look at my collection, such a variety of colors. Selling at a bargain. Just name your price. The cacophony of voices was quite overwhelming. Jianhong's guard stepped forward with stoic expressions, parting the overly enthusiastic villagers, their unspoken authority quieting the noise somewhat. Pu Xuanyi wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted, Excuse me, we are looking for Ji San. Which way to his home? Ji San? The mention of his name doused the lively crowd like cold water. Those who had been clamoring moments ago fell silent, exchanging glances, many of them curling their lips in disdain before quietly dispersing. As the crowd thinned considerably, only an elderly man with graying hair remained, lifting his hand to point deeper into the village. Just follow this road to the end. The third house is his. Pu Shuani expressed his gratitude, and the cart was finally able to continue its journey. Chapter 92. Viewing flowers, the wheels rolled over uneven ground, eventually halting before a somewhat dilapidated fenced yard. The gate was ajar, revealing some dried vegetables laid out inside. A woman clad in a faded coarse cloth dress emerged upon hearing the commotion. She was Wang, Ji-san's wife. Upon seeing the imposing cart and the formidable figures standing beside it, her heart sank, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the hem of her dress. Were they buyers of flowers? Or had Sanlang gotten into trouble? The color drained from her face, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Pu Shuani disembarked and endeavored to soften his tone. May I ask if this is Ji-san's home? Is Ji-san at home? Wang was momentarily taken aback by the courteous inquiry. Her nerves heightened, her voice faint as a whisper. Why, yes, it's here. The master has gone to the fields and has yet to return. She dared not lift her gaze to meet the eyes of these individuals, particularly that young gentleman standing by the carriage, draped in luxurious brocade, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He stood silently, his gaze fixed on the dilapidated entrance of her home, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure, yet instilling a sense of unease within her. Could you kindly have your child call out to the fields? Pu Shuani suggested. Oh, yes. Wang promptly nodded, turning to shout into the house. Guzi, Guzi, hurry and call your father back from the fields. We have guests. A small head peeked out from behind the door, curious dark eyes scanning the outside, and with a gentle push from Wang, he dashed off towards the village outskirts. Wang turned back, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. A stiff smile plastered across her face. Might you all come inside and take a seat? The home is humble, and I have little to offer, but I can fetch you some water to drink. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. She was uncertain whether the water drawn from the well that morning was still clear, and most of her cups were chipped. Jian Hong remained silent, merely nodding slightly, while Pu Shuani followed Wang into the courtyard. In a flurry, Wang dragged out 2 long benches, vigorously wiping the dust off with her sleeve before hastily fetching water. As she emerged with several earthen bowls, her fingers trembled slightly, fearing they might slip from her grasp. Jian Hong accepted a bowl of water, yet did not drink immediately. Instead, he held it in his hands, surveying the small courtyard. Though modest in size,